The only one that can save this nation, because you know they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
And Trump aide Walt Nauta, who was named in the indictment as a co-conspirator, appeared alongside his boss, but did not enter a plea as he did not have local counsel. He will instead do so later this month.
All right, Bree, so what comes next in this case?
So a major player in the next steps of this case will be U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon. Cannon was assigned to oversee the trial, but has been the subject of concerns as well. She's a Trump-appointed judge and even ruled in his favor last November in this exact case. Cannon will be the one to set the parameters for the case going forward, including scheduling a trial date. Now, it remains to be seen if Trump will be given a speedy trial, as special counsel Jack Smith has desired.
All right, Bree Jackson starting us off from Washington this morning. Bree, thank you.
The House is expected to vote this week on a resolution to censure California Democrat Adam Schiff. The move from Florida Republican Anna Paulina Luna seeks to condemn Schiff and fine him for his role in the investigation into the Trump campaign's alleged ties to Russia. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy removed Schiff as ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee earlier this year. Schiff tweeted about the measure on Tuesday, calling it an effort to distract from the indictment of former President Trump.
President Biden's pick for the National Institutes of Health's director is in flux because of Senator Bernie Sanders. Sanders, who chairs the Senate Health Committee, told the Washington Post on Monday that he will oppose the nomination of Dr. Monica Bertagnolli along with other health agency nominees until the White House provides a plan for lowering prescription drug prices. In a statement, the White House said they share Sanders' concerns on drug pricing and touted the progress on the issue made by last year's Inflation Reduction Act.
A federal judge has ruled that writer E. Jean Carroll can seek at least $10 million in damages from Donald Trump. Carroll asked to amend her defamation lawsuit after the former president accused her of making up claims of sexual abuse during a CNN town hall. That town hall happened one day after a New York jury found Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation in a civil case. Carroll won a $5 million judgment, but another case is pending. A spokesperson for Trump says Carroll should not be allowed to retroactively change her legal theory.
In Virginia, first-grade teacher Abigail Zwarner is no longer returning to her job months after she was shot by a 6-year-old student. The Newport News Public School District said she would not be back at Rich Neck Elementary in the fall after resigning in March. But Wavy TV is the first to report that her attorney is calling this a firing. NBC News has not been able to confirm this report. And it comes about 2 months after she sued the school district for $40 million, claiming they ignored concerns about the 6-year-old's behavior. The child's mother pled guilty earlier this week to using marijuana while possessing a firearm.
At least 11 civilians have been killed in a series of Russian missile attacks on Kryvyi, local officials say. The town in central Ukraine is the birthplace of President Vladimir Zelensky. The missiles struck warehouses and an apartment building. For the latest, let's bring in NBC's foreign correspondent Chapman Bell. And Chapman, good morning. Tell us the latest on this attack.
Francis, well, this is just the latest attack on the hometown of President Vladimir Zelensky. This town has been attacked many times since this war began. Now, in this latest attack, cruise missiles striking an apartment building where 4 were said to be killed, and also hitting warehouses where an additional 7 people were killed. This, according to emergency services. The town's mayor saying none of the targets struck had any military links whatsoever. Also adding that more than 24 people were injured in these attacks, but also overnight more attacks, this time also on the port city of Odessa, where 6 people were killed, according to emergency services there. Even though some of the rockets were shot down, others were able to hit targets, but including civilian targets. And also in the Donetsk region, an additional 3 civilians were killed there, according to officials. So a big day and night of attacks on areas around Ukraine by Russia, Francis.
Also, Chapman, we understand there is more U.S. military aid coming Ukraine's way just days into their counteroffensive.
That's right, Francis. Yeah, an additional $325 million worth of military aid, and this includes rockets and missiles and military elements, they say, that are necessary to help give air support for this counteroffensive. Now, this latest installment brings the total to about $40 billion in U.S. aid, so a big boost to them as this counteroffensive begins, Francis.
Chapman, thank you.
A Ukrainian refugee living in Belgium had some lotto luck over the weekend, winning €500,000 on a lottery scratch card. That's around $540,000. The winner, who has not been named, has been living in Brussels for a year. A spokesperson for the Belgian National Lottery says that man told them that he intends to donate at least part of the winnings towards the rebuilding of Ukraine.
Another round of wicked weather threatening parts of the country. Let's see where. Here's NBC meteorologist Angie Lashman, who's following that system. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We had some reports of some strong storms yesterday. Today, we're going to have an even better chance to see some of that developing in a similar region. This morning, we've got some rain working through parts of the Northeast eventually and parts of the Midwest. We eventually will start to see some of these thunderstorms bubbling up in the Southeast, and that's really the bullseye for the strongest storms later today. 23 million people are at risk of this. Where you see that brighter red, it does include places like Jackson, Montgomery, Enterprise, and into parts of Georgia. That's where we have the best chance to see some of these stronger storms developing. It does include the potential for some tornadoes and strong tornadoes at that, as well as the chance for some wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour and higher. Where you see this kind of striped area, that's the best chance for those winds over 75 miles per hour. Not to mention heavy rain in the forecast too. With this, that means some localized flooding will be possible with over 5 inches of rain as we go through the next couple of days. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Warm temperatures on tap once again for Texas. High 90s, if not triple digits in numerous spots, feeling like much warmer than that, close to 115 in some places. Some rain stretching across New York and into Boston. Just a high of 71 degrees in Portland today. And guys, that is your forecast. We'll talk more about the heat in Texas coming up.
All right, see you in a few, Angie. Thank you. Meanwhile, firefighters in Oregon, they are battling 10,000 acres of burning wildfire. This is spreading along a rural highway in northern Oregon, and it's heading toward Washington's state line. It's a fast-moving fire exploding across 7,000 acres in just a matter of hours. Officials there have started ordering evacuations as of last night, asking everyone in that area to get ready to move. So far, there have been no reported deaths.
Hurricanes are hitting Florida homeowners in their wallets rather than their windows.
And meet the tiny star who upstaged Lionel Richie at his own show. We're back in 60 seconds.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We are back now with a surge of home insurance costs in Florida. The Sunshine State has seen increasingly intense hurricanes, sending insurance prices up 100% in just a few years. Sanika Donge of our Orlando station spoke with would-be homebuyers who feel priced out.
When Brittany Huey and her husband sold their Florida home 2 years ago and put all their stuff in storage, they thought it would be temporary. The family of 3 moved in with Brittany's mother, hoping to save for a bigger house.
We wanted to sell, take advantage of the equity that had grown in the house over the time that we had owned it.
They hope to move out in 2 months, looking for a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home in the $350,000 to $400,000 range before reality hit.
Our ultimate goal was to find that upgraded home that allowed us to grow our family, and the increases in rates and having to account for homeowners insurance and so forth, we've really had to scale that back.
In the aftermath of destructive hurricanes, the cost of home insurance in Florida has increased 100% since 2020.
It really is putting a crunch on what buyers can afford to buy, where they can afford to buy, or even for some of our sellers, they're looking at leaving the state to find something more affordable.
The insurance industry says it's not just the weather, but that fraud and litigation are why home insurance premiums have skyrocketed in Florida. According to the state's Office of Insurance Regulation, while Florida accounts for 9% of homeowner insurance claims in the U.S., it also accounts for 79% of all property claim lawsuits. The struggling insurance market here in Florida has been burdened with litigation issues for years. Homeowners here are paying the highest premiums in the country. And as hurricanes grow stronger and more costly, the crisis is reaching a breaking point. Is the insurance market in Florida right now working the way it is?
It's not at peak efficiency right now. I think it's been hobbled by the number of storms that have hit. I think it's been hobbled by the legal environment.
Florida recently passed legislation to address the crisis, but
none of it is a magic wand, unfortunately, that's just going to heal Florida's home insurance market right now. This is going to take a couple of years.
Since the start of last year, more than 20 home insurance companies in Florida have either stopped writing new policies or gone out of business. And it's not just Florida. State Farm and Allstate have stopped offering new homeowner insurance policies in California. Colorado, Louisiana are also seeing insurers stop business. Meanwhile, Florida homebuyers like Brittany are left in limbo.
Having to put things on hold is very difficult. Where do we get the break? There's got to be a give at some point.
A temporary housing situation now feeling more permanent, with the home of their dreams on hold. For NBC News, Sanika Donge, Orlando, Florida.
Now to a tragic story out of Hawaii. According to our Bay Area station, 49-year-old Stephen Fan was snorkeling off the island of Oahu with his new wife when he drowned. And police say while bystanders were trying to save him, the couple's car was stolen, along with their phones, wallets, and clothing inside. A GoFundMe page launched to support Fan's widow has raised nearly $40,000.
Still to come on early today, months after Lisa Marie Presley's death, the Presley family finds a resolution to the Graceland inheritance spat.
And there's a new shakeup coming to next year's Grammy Awards.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead. This is it, right?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I cloned it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Lisa Marie Presley's daughter will become the sole trustee of her estate. According to court documents obtained by NBC News, 34-year-old Riley Keough filed a petition on June 12th for approval of last month's settlement agreement with her 78-year-old grandmother, Priscilla Presley, among other family members. The documents state that Priscilla was removed as trustee of her late daughter's estate, who died in January. Weeks after her daughter's death, Priscilla asked the court to find a purported amendment found in a 2016 document that removed her as a co-trustee invalid. The document instead named Riley Keough and her late brother Benjamin as co-trustees. The next hearing for this case is scheduled for August 4th. I mean, this is unfortunately the ugly side that sometimes emerges after the sadness of a loved one's death, fighting over stuff.
Yeah, especially when there's so much at stake. You're talking about Graceland, you're talking about Presley Enterprises, and all the money from there, too. So good to see that they're headed this way and there's some resolution, because that is so tough. They both lost a loved one, right?
Of course.
Her mother and her daughter. So tough to see. All right, change is coming to the Grammy Awards next year. The Recording Academy announced that 3 new categories will be added to the show in 2024, including Best Pop Dance Recording, Best Alternative Jazz Album, and Best African Music Performance, which will focus on genres like Afrobeats, Afrofusion, Afropop, and more. Best Pop Dance Recordings will be judged on up-tempo, danceable beats with significant electronic-based instruments. And Alternative Jazz will spotlight jazz that uniquely blends with genres like R&B, hip-hop, and classical. So a lot of these genres meshing together to start their own category. We were come a long way from just, you know, pop, rock, country.
Yeah, completely excluded the most popular type, at least in America, hip-hop. And, you know, it could be too little too late. They've been exclusive for so long, and they're finally, you know, acknowledging the other great types of music that's out there. All right, there's one lucky fan out there, a Lionel Richie fan, who got the chance to dance all night long at his concert. There she is. The R&B icon joked that he was upstaged by her, an 11-year-old breakdancer. While she was dancing here while he was performing his 1986 song "Dancing on the Ceiling." The fan, whose name is Evie, rather, she was lifted over the barricade and she got the chance to show her moves. She attended the Cambridge Club Festival with her parents and little sister. The festival also featured performances from Grace Jones, Kool and the Gang, and Sophie Ellis-Bextor. But she's the one who steals the show. She's dancing like nobody's watching. Meanwhile, everybody's watching.
And I love the fact that she's 11 and knowing all those artists.
Yeah.
Sometimes my kids would be Kool and the Who.
Yeah.
So great to see her. Hopefully she knows the words, too, because that's a great song too.
All right, stick with us here when we come back on Early Today. Angie will be back with us. She has more on those high temperatures waving across the South today. Stay with us.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Another day where the heat is on in Texas. We have these heat alerts that are up. Some areas could see temperatures 115 or higher. The feels like temperatures will be impressive. Check out Corpus Christi later this afternoon, 117 for what it feels like. And it's not just today. This will extend through at least the next couple of days. Waco through Friday and into Saturday, 100 degrees or warmer. Similar story for San Antonio, guys. Houston also into the triple digits. You add in the humidity, it's just unbearable. So take it slow.
Yikes. Bad hair days all around.
Yep.
All right. When we come back, you'll hear why the Peach State is facing a summer shortage. We'll be right back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In the state of Georgia, summertime means peaches, but this picking season is at risk as warmer than normal winter has destroyed most of their supply. NBC's Blaine Alexander tells us how climate change has played its part.
At Georgia's Southern Belle Farm, it's the start of peach picking season, but a favorite tradition could be in jeopardy.
Typically, we see peaches just almost falling off at this point.
I mean, just hanging, the trees are weighted down.
Fifth-generation farmer Jake Carter says this year's harvest is one of the worst he's ever seen. The cause? An unseasonably warm winter. Last February was one of the warmest ever recorded in Georgia, triggering some of the state's peach trees to bloom early. But then a cold spell hit, killing the crop and essentially ending the season before it really even started. Jake even resorted to hovering 2 helicopters over the trees, hoping to push the warm air down. Still, he says he lost nearly 50% of his crop this year.
What does this usually look like?
I mean, you're usually looking at, 200-300 peaches on it.
In Middle Georgia, the toll is even worse. Some farmers lost everything. According to at least one estimate, this year, more than 90% of the peach state's peach crop is gone. And some experts say this could be a new reality for farmers.
We expect that as things get warmer, it's going to be harder to find the perfect growing conditions for peaches.
Despite its nickname, Georgia is actually the country's 3rd largest peach producer, right behind South Carolina, which is suffering the same problem. The top producer, California, has also seen declining output. Experts say this trend could eventually mean higher prices at the grocery store. Back at Southern Belle, where strawberries are also ripe for the picking, Jake says the key to staying afloat is variety.
Certainly a ripe peach could.
And a little luck.
At the end of the day, it's up to the good Lord and Mother Nature to whatever happens next.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, McDonough, Georgia.
Hope they are on their side. Now to a first grader who gave a now viral performance of the song Peaches from the animated film Super Mario Brothers, and the turnout was heartwarming. Take a look. Seven-year-old Caro chose the song for his school talent show as a dedication to his younger brother who had autism. Days earlier, that younger brother had shocked the family by singing every word when his mother says he normally only uses 3 to 4 word sentences. The power of music there for that family.
Yep, the power and the confidence he got. It's just amazing. Thanks for waking up with us early today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
Not guilty. That's the presidential plea from Donald Trump. Hear what went down in the Miami courtroom and Trump's message to his supporters.
After being forced from his home country, a Ukraine refugee finds luck abroad. The unlikely odds that earned him hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It might be the perfect time to buy an Instapot. Hear why the company is in hot water with its financials.
The writer's strike hits the House of Mouse. What big budget films are getting production pushbacks?
And what happens in Vegas makes history. See the winning moment on the ice. It's Wednesday, June 14th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. Former President Trump is back in New Jersey this morning after pleading not guilty in his historic second arrest and arraignment. For more, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, good morning. The former president once again found himself at the forefront of history. Break down what happened in Florida.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. So just over 2 months after his arrest and arraignment in New York, things went quite similar for former President Trump during his arraignment in Miami on 37 felony counts over his handling of classified documents. Trump arrived to the federal courthouse just before 2 p.m. on Tuesday, flanked by crowds of both supporters and opponents. While the demonstrations remained mostly peaceful, an anti-Trump protester was detained and questioned after he jumped in front of Trump's motorcade as he was departing. Appearing in front of Magistrate Judge Jonathan Goodman, Trump's lawyer entered a plea of not guilty to the federal felony counts. Special counsel Jack Smith, who led the investigation into Trump, was sitting in the courtroom's front row during the proceedings. Trump did not make eye contact with Smith during the hearing. After a quick stop at a Cuban restaurant where supporters sang happy birthday to the former president the day before he turned 77, Trump headed back to New Jersey for his Tuesday night address at his home in Bedminster, where he espoused his typical talking points.
I am the only one that can save this nation because you know they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
And Trump aide Walt Nauta, who was named as a co-conspirator in the indictment, appeared alongside former President Trump, but did not enter a plea as he did not have local counsel. So instead, he'll do so later this month.
All right, Bree, so what comes next in this case?
So, Francis, up next, a major player in the next steps for this case will be the U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon. Cannon was assigned to oversee the trial, but has been the subject of concerns as well. She is a Trump-appointed judge and even ruled in his favor last November in this exact case. Cannon will be the one to set the parameters for the case going forward, including scheduling a trial date. Now, it remains to be seen if Trump will be given a speedy trial, as special counsel Jack Smith has desired. Francis?
All this gearing up for the 2024 presidential race as well. Bree, thank you.
Trump's arrest on Tuesday may have been the result of a months-long investigation, but the story of the ex-president's handling of those classified documents began long before that. NBC's Hallie Jackson has the full recap of what led to the first federal charges ever faced by a U.S. president.
It starts just after the former president moved out of the White House in 2021 with boxes of classified documents stacked on a stage at Mar-a-Lago, according to the indictment. Some then moved to a bathroom. Around this time, the National Archives demands some of the classified documents from the Trump presidency they're supposed to have but don't. Then, a key moment that summer, the indictment says Mr. Trump allegedly showed a writer a document laying out a plan of attack, citing a recording. And Mr. Trump says, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, you know, but this is still a secret. Fast forward about 6 months later, Mr. Trump's personal valet and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, returns 15 boxes of classified documents to the archives, according to the indictment. But that didn't stop the FBI from opening a criminal investigation. A month later, a D.C. grand jury came together. In June, a couple FBI agents and a DOJ attorney went down to South Florida and got a signed letter from Mr. Trump's attorneys saying, essentially, they'd turned over everything they had. That turned out not to be true because in August, the FBI carried out a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago and releasing this picture of documents laid out on the floor, something Mr. Trump didn't like seeing.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named a special counsel to lead the investigation in November.
I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel.
Now there's Jack Smith, tasked with looking at the January 6th attack and the classified documents case. Mr. Trump, now officially running to win back the White House, furious.
I took the documents I'm allowed to. I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them.
Over the course of the next 6 months or so, the special counsel issuing subpoenas and hearing from a lot of people in Mr. Trump's orbit, all leading up to last week when the Department of Justice unsealed the indictment, revealing those 37 felony counts against the former president.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
President Biden's pick for the National Institutes of Health director is in flux due to Senator Bernie Sanders. Sanders, who chairs the Senate Health Committee, told the Washington Post Monday that he will oppose the nomination of Dr. Monica Bertagnolli, along with other health agency nominees, until the White House provides a plan for lowering prescription drug prices. In a statement, the White House said they share Sanders' concerns on drug pricing and touted the progress on the issue made by last year's Inflation Reduction Act.
A federal judge has ruled that writer E. Jean Carroll can seek at least $10 million in damages from Donald Trump. Carroll asked to amend her defamation lawsuit after the former president accused her of making up claims of sexual abuse during a CNN town hall.
That town hall happened one day after a New York jury found Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation in the civil case. Carroll won a $5 million judgment, but another case is pending. A spokesperson for Trump says Carroll should not be allowed to retroactively change her legal theory.
At least 11 civilians have been killed in a series of Russian missile attacks on Kryvyi. That's according to local officials there. The town in central Ukraine is the birthplace of President Volodymyr Zelensky. The missiles struck warehouses and an apartment building. For the latest, let's bring in NBC foreign correspondent Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. What's the latest on this attack?
Well, Philip, this is just the latest attack in President Volodymyr Zelensky's hometown. This time, cruise missiles striking an apartment building, killing 4, and also hitting warehouses where an additional 7 people were killed, according to emergency services. More than 24 people were injured in these attacks. The town's mayor saying none of the targets had any military significance whatsoever. Also, overnight, the port city of Odessa, cruise missiles striking civilian targets there. 3 people were killed, more than a dozen injured. Additionally, in Donetsk, another 3 civilians were killed in strikes there. President Zelensky saying Russian killers continue their war against residential buildings, ordinary cities, and people. Terrorists will never be forgiven, and they will be held accountable for every missile strike they launch as these strikes continue across the country. Philip?
And Chapman, we understand there's more U.S. military aid going Ukraine's way just days into their counteroffensive?
That's right, Philip. An additional $325 million worth of aid, and this includes rockets, missiles, military equipment said to be crucial to Ukraine's air defense systems as this counteroffensive continues. But it also includes small arms fires and grenades to resupply their troops at the front as they continue to try to push Russia back from these positions and gain more ground in this counteroffensive as this war continues to drag on. Philip?
All right, well over a year into it. All right, Chapman Bell, the latest for us on the war in Ukraine. Chapman, thank you.
A Ukrainian refugee living in Belgium had some lotto luck over the weekend, winning €500,000, or around $540,000, in a lottery scratch card. The winner, who has not been named, has been living in Brussels for a year. A spokesperson for the Belgian National Lottery says the man told them he intends to donate at least part of the winnings towards the rebuilding of Ukraine.
This morning, millions of Americans are facing the threat of severe storms. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking that for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We head into today with the potential for an even greater chance for us to see some of these stronger storms later this afternoon than what we saw yesterday. 23 million people in the southeast are included in this, and today it does include the potential for some strong tornadoes. Just a few, but the potential is there. Not to mention, we could see these wind gusts over 80 miles per hour stretch from Louisiana in parts of Texas as well into parts of the Carolinas, as well as Florida and Georgia. Be aware of that through this evening. Also, in addition to that, we have the potential for some heavy rain to fall. We could see localized amounts up to 5 inches as we get through at least tomorrow. So the flash flooding concern will be there as well, mainly once again centered in that same area, stretching from Mississippi all the way into parts of Georgia, Savannah, Montgomery included in that. That's a look at your weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures headed to the triple digits in San Angelo, high 90s for San Antonio and Corpus Christi. Meanwhile, some showers working through parts of the Northeast, Midwest, ends up into those low to mid 70s. Chicago hits 78 degrees this afternoon with a little sunshine. And we're going to talk about those warm temperatures still taking shape in parts of Texas, guys. We've got the details on that coming up.
Yeah, those triple-digit numbers they've got over there. Thank you, Angie. See you in a bit. If you've been waiting to buy an Instapot, now might be the time as the company hits a financial burn.
And inflation optimism ahead of the Fed's rate hike decision. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick will be here to break it all down when we return.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Overstock.com has placed a $21.5 million bid on some of Bed Bath & Beyond's assets, including its intellectual property. This includes the home goods chains. The online retailer isn't interested in the brand's stores, including Bye Bye Baby, which are currently being liquidated. Competing bids are due by Friday. Overstock's offer will set the floor for the bankruptcy-run auction that is expected to happen on June 21st.
All right, staying on the topic of household items and appliances, the parent company of Instant Pot and Pyrex has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Instant Brands, formerly known as Corel Brands, says global macroeconomic and geopolitical challenges have affected its business. In a press release, the company said it plans to continue operating while restructuring. Instant Brands employs more than 2,400 people globally.
Right. If you Googled anything between 2006 and 2013, the search engine may owe you money. Google agreed to pay a $23 million settlement to those who clicked on search results during that time. They're accused of sharing users' searches with third parties without permission. Google has denied any wrongdoing. Claims can be submitted using the website referheadersettlement.com until the end of July. It's estimated that each approved claim will get less than $8.
All right, I'm going to do that right in the break. Okay, now to some optimistic news, though, about inflation. A new report showing consumers' prices rose last month at the slowest pace in more than 2 years. Well, now there's a good chance the Fed will choose to skip an interest rate hike at their meeting today. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us now with those details. Steve, good morning.
Lovely to see you today, Francis. And you, Philip, of course. Look, I'm afraid I'm going to be a bit of a damp squib on this one as well. Yes, you're absolutely right. The headline figure, the lowest we've seen since early 2021. The inflation figure came in at 4%. But if you dig in a little bit, and that's what you want me to do here as well, you take out the volatile food and volatile energy prices. Actually, the core figure, which is perhaps more important for the Federal Reserve, was still up 5.3%. And that was led by increased shelter costs, which all our viewers know about, and used car prices were still pretty high. So you're absolutely right, though. The Fed will almost certainly pause on interest rates at 2 Eastern time today. You've also got what's called the dot plot, which is their summary of economic predictions going forward. That will be very important as well. But I just wanted to give our viewers a little bit of data on what these interest rates mean in their real world, because we did some number crunching here at CNBC. Your 30-year mortgage is now 6.9%, and it was just over 4% back in early 2022. Your used car loan on average is 11% APR as opposed to 9% previously as well. And your credit card interest rate is now around about 20.4% as opposed to 16.3% in March 2022. So the point is, yes, the Fed has raised 500 basis points. They may pause now, but there's no real relief for consumers and all the various different types of loans. And that is where the pain is being felt across America. Back to you both.
Okay, we got it, Steve. Thank you very much. At least we got that Google settlement. Maybe a couple of bucks we got out of that.
Yeah, $7.70 to bite into the thousands and thousands in interest that we all owe. All right, still to come, The Flash races to the silver screen after a very controversial lead-up.
But it looks like other box office debuts might be slowing down. Disney pushes its premieres years out.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
So you're saying you could travel back in time?
But Bruce, I can fix things. I can save people.
Despite all the controversy, The Flash had its Hollywood debut yesterday, and Ezra Miller, who leads the DC film, made their first public outing in nearly 2 years, walking the red carpet and thanking producers for, quote, grace after a string of arrests on burglary and assault charges and a whole list of controversy. Calls for studios to pull the film in the wake of Miller's legal woes went unanswered as it opens in theaters later this week. They have not done any interviews, not said anything, but the allegations there are from, being involved in a cult to choking somebody on video, trespassing, burglary. It goes on and on and on, but they're making their appearance right there.
Yeah, hey,
Chin high.
I'm just thinking about Michael Keaton reprising his role as Batman in that. But on the other hand, it looks like it might be a while until we see some other major blockbusters hit the big screen. Disney is delaying the movie releases of some of its biggest franchises. The next Avatar film won't debut until 2025 now, and the newest Avengers not until 2026. While Disney didn't give details on what's behind these delays, the announcement does come in the middle of the WGA writers' strike. So between the writers' strike and COVID that pushed things back quite a bit, we're talking years and years of delay.
Yeah, so we're going to have to find stuff to watch, but we might not have the best luck when it comes to that either on TV. It's not just movies feeling the squeeze there. The streamers and studios pumping the production brakes on some of TV's biggest shows as thousands of writers have been on the picket line now for over a month. Hits like Emily in Paris, Abbott Elementary, one of your favorites, Philip. They've all gone dark, halting filming for their third seasons, which means we probably won't see the return of favorites like the final season of Stranger Things that already was being pushed back a long ways. Now it's going to be pushed back even more. So a bit longer as more premiere dates will get turned upside down. So something that we're going to get used to. I'm glad for your and my sake being selfish about this, that Succession was able to squeak in their last and final season.
Just right through, yeah. I mean, hope the writers get everything they want, but it's a chance to catch up on a lot of things we still have not seen. All right, after the break, Angie's back with more on your Tuesday forecast.
And later, we've got your highlights on ice, the biggest moments from the Stanley Cup Finals.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. The heat is on once again in Texas. It's going to be a scorcher today. Temperatures into the triple digits, feeling well over that number. You can see San Antonio, places like Houston, Waco, all staying in the triple digits for the next couple of days. Those are actual highs. Meanwhile, in parts of the Midwest, the Northeast, temperatures a little cooler than normal. Minneapolis ends up at 90 degrees today. It'll be warm there, and we do have some difficulty when it comes to some smoke and air quality conditions. Keep that in mind. We'll be right back.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Each summer, a team of researchers in Minnesota observed the unique behaviors of wolves in the woods. But it was one trick in particular that caught their eye. Gordon Severson from our Minneapolis affiliate tells us the truth about what wolves prefer to eat, and it's not three little pigs.
Wolves live a tough life. As predators, they'll eat anything they can find and chase down. Deer, beavers, dead animals, and even fish.
When did you all first notice this happening?
In 2017.
Danny Friend with the Voyagers Wolf Project says one of their researchers saw it with his own eyes. At first, they thought this might be just one wolf who learned an interesting trick, so they decided to test it and see if others were doing it too. Friend says the team started setting up cameras near the water and a few on the wolves themselves.
We've now observed it multiple summers in a row from multiple individuals, pack members, lone wolves, males, females.
6 out of the last 7 summers, their cameras have captured wolves catching fish. The team recently published a paper about it, and they concluded that wolves in other states and Canada are likely fishing as well, and it's likely helping them get through a slow time of the year when other food sources are harder to come by.
We think that wolves are fishing on average about 20 days of the year. They seem to be really keying into the spring spawning season.
The team also recently captured video of wolves and their pups eating wild blueberries, which suggests that between the blueberries and the fish, in emergency situations, wolves can find unique sources of food to survive.
I guess this just shows how, we're still learning more about these wolves, and who knows what we might figure out in the next couple of years.
Yeah, totally. We just recorded more wolves fishing already, this year. So we might discover something else about this behavior. There's a lot to learn.
And our thanks to Gordon Severson for sharing that fascinating video there. So yeah, they got their omega-3s, they got their antioxidants. They could go pescatarian, vegetarian too.
There you go. By any means necessary, they do what they got to do to survive. All right, from those wolves on the water to some panthers on the ice. The Florida Panthers, they needed to catch something to stay alive in the Stanley Cup final, but Vegas had other plans. The Golden Knights reeled off 5 straight goals to blow this game wide open. Florida just could not claw back. Vegas wins the Stanley Cup 9-3. So this team, this franchise, played their first game only in 2017. And at that time, the owner, Bill Foley, predicted that they would win a title by year 6. And here we are at the end of year 6. And Vegas is raising the Stanley Cup.
Way to build a franchise. That's the way to do it. Thanks for being with us here for Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. See you tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here right now on Morning News Now. Defiance and demonstrations on a historic day in America. This morning, Donald Trump is now officially the first former president to be charged with a federal crime. He's accused of allegedly mishandling classified documents after his presidency. Following his arraignment, Trump spoke to supporters at a fundraiser for his re-election campaign.
Today we witness the most evil and heinous abuse of power in the history of our country.
We have team coverage this morning from Florida to Washington, and we'll take a closer look at the charges he's facing, the evidence prosecutors say they have against him, and how this could shape the 2024 election. Also this morning, bracing for the storm developing this hour, tens of millions of people are waking up to weather alerts for a severe storm system stretching across several states. This as other parts of the country face record heat and wildfire weather. We are tracking the conditions. Workplace worries are on the rise in the LGBTQ+ community. A new survey shows a majority of LGBTQ+ employees are concerned about their opportunities for growth on the job. We'll break down the numbers and how coworkers and employers can offer their support. And settling down, if you're looking for the perfect place to raise a family, this is for you. This morning, we are getting a look at Fortune's brand new list of top family-friendly cities to live.
which areas made the cut and why. Yeah, we've been talking about that off camera. We can't wait to see the list.
I know, it's right. And you've heard of some of them. I think some of them are kind of in this area. So we'll get into that in a little bit. We begin, though, of course, this morning with former President Donald Trump, who's now officially charged in the Department of Justice's classified documents investigation.
Trump pleaded not guilty in a federal courthouse in Miami yesterday to 37 criminal counts. Prosecutors are alleging that he knowingly and unlawfully kept classified documents after leaving the White House. While the brief arraignment played out inside, protesters and supporters lined the streets outside the courthouse. People could even be seen running after the motorcade as it made its way through the streets following that hearing. Well, following his court appearance, Trump met with supporters during a stop at Versailles restaurant in Miami. From there, it was on to New Jersey, where he delivered a speech during a fundraiser at his golf club in New Jersey, blasting the investigation and maintaining he did nothing wrong. We have a full team covering every angle of this story, from what happened in Miami to what happens next. So we are going to start with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney and legal analyst Danny Savalas. Thanks for being with us this morning. So, Ken, the case may be high profile, but the court proceedings were pretty straightforward. What stood out to you, and what was Trump's reaction during it?
Good morning, Lindsay. That's right. It was a fairly rudimentary, bare bones, straightforward hearing, but there was nothing rudimentary about hearing the federal magistrate announce the case, the United States versus Donald J. Trump and Walt Nauta, his co-defendant. In terms of Mr. Trump's reaction, he was I described it as stone-faced. He sat still with his arms crossed. He didn't appear to be consulting with his attorneys, who did all the speaking for him. What was also interesting was special counsel Jack Smith was in the room. He was not at the prosecution table, but he was sitting in the gallery, and he could be observed sort of laughing and joking at times with some of the people next to him, but also staring intently at Mr. Trump throughout the process. His lawyer, Mr. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, answered the judge's question about the plea by saying, "We most certainly plead not guilty." And that's essentially how the arraignment moved forward. Mr. Nauta, his co-defendant, was not actually arraigned because he didn't have local counsel who could represent him in Florida, so he'll be arraigned at a later date. Obviously, both men were released on their own recognizance, so the whole thing lasted less than an hour, and then you saw Mr. Trump move on to a kind of a landmark Cuban restaurant in Florida, which he treated sort of as a campaign event, guys.
Danny, let's bring you in here on set with us. So special counsel Jack Smith, who brought this, is calling for a speedy trial, but that depends on Judge Aileen Cannon, right? Of course, that's this Trump appointee who randomly was selected to have this case in her courtroom. Tell us what that means in terms of speed here.
It does, and had this been the regular magistrate assigned to Judge Cannon, we might have gotten some idea of scheduling yesterday, but my understanding is that this was just a general assignment federal magistrate, which is also a judge, but they exist as kind of an assistance role to federal district judges. But the bottom line is Judge Aileen Cannon will end up handling the scheduling of this case. Will the case stick to that schedule? I bet no, because unexpected things are going to happen. This is a very significant case, a lot of very complex issues. I promise you the defense will be filing a jubilee of motions, either to throw the case out, to suppress evidence, all kinds of things that will extend the time and delay the trial. And by the way, there's nothing nefarious about delay in this case. It probably inures to the benefit of the defendant, but the defendant will be filing lots of motions. Anytime you have a novel, arguably novel application of the law in an unprecedented situation, as a defense attorney, you've got to test the law, if not just for the district court, but for the appeals court. If things go badly, your client's convicted, you have a shot on appeal with a relatively new, fresh issue.
Look, we're talking about what's going on inside, but Ken, let's talk about what happened outside the courthouse, because Miami police said they were expecting as many as 50,000 demonstrators. I mean, did we see anything close to those kinds of numbers?
I don't think we saw 500, actually, no. I mean, there was the people who did show up were passionate in their beliefs and support of Mr. Trump, and they gathered around the courthouse. But as far as we know, there were no reports of violence. The sort of most notable incident happened when a man who was apparently a Biden supporter tried to rush the Trump motorcade as it was leaving. There you see it, and he was quickly arrested. But no, and in fact, it was consistent with what we were hearing from the FBI and other agencies that they didn't detect any major threats of violence. Nonetheless, it's always a tense situation with Mr. Trump and his very passionate supporters. Particularly, the perimeter around this courthouse was more wide open than we expected it to be, although there were a lot of security officers here.
And Danny, one of the kind of quirks here, so we heard Ken mention him a moment ago, his valet, this person that works for him, his co-conspirator in this case, also facing charges, also in court yesterday. They are still working together. He still works for Mr. Trump while this unfolds. Does that complicate things?
Absolutely it does. And this order by the judge restricting the defendant's ability to speak to people in their circle, not just Nauta, the alleged co-conspirator and current co-defendant, but a number of other a number of other sources of information for DOJ. Let's take a step back. The judge said, look, DOJ, you need to come up with a list of the people that Trump can't talk to. But in the meantime, Trump, you can talk to those people because you don't know who's on the list. That seems a little awkward, right? Because these are people that may still work for him. Trump may have people in his office who will be offering evidence against him at trial, and he doesn't know it yet. Talk about an awkward workplace environment. So when DOJ comes out with that list, then Trump can no longer talk to those people. He cannot talk to his co-defendant without counsel present. Very awkward situation because they probably have a joint defense agreement, I'm guessing, which means that they can pool information and keep it privileged. So you have a strange situation where they're essentially acting as a team, but as a team with limitations on communication.
Really quickly, there's been some talk of whether Walt Nauta will flip or not. I mean, that joint defense agreement, can that essentially elapse or vaporize at any point?
Poof. It goes away as soon as, and this happens all the time. There's been a lot of reporting about how Walt Nauta, they tried to get him to come in and cooperate. He's not interested. He's holding fast. Yeah, that's today. In 3 months from now, in 6 months from now, when the trial is looming and the fatigue sets in and Nauta starts thinking about, oh, what are my sentencing guidelines if I'm convicted? These folks, they change their mind. Happens all the time.
Okay, Ken and Danny, thank you both so much.
Thank you. Now, of course, this is all playing out while Trump is running for re-election. He's a former president, but also now, again, a candidate. Let's turn to NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray on this. Hey, Mark, so directly after the arraignment, we've been talking about this morning, Trump made this visit to this restaurant in Miami, Versailles. It really looked like a classic campaign stop, and this particular location does hold some significance in South Florida politics, doesn't it? Tell us about this stop and what it signals.
Yeah, Savannah, in all the years I've been covering politics, Versailles, if you are a Republican candidate for any type of office, you make stops there. It has diehard Cuban-American supporters, mainly Republican. And the fact that Donald Trump went there with cameras to be able to actually have people take images of him versus the situation that was playing out in the courtroom where you just ended up having artist drawings and no cameras, does kind of just strike home the argument that Donald Trump was really trying to control his image immediately after the arraignment.
And then let's talk about what we saw later that night. Once Trump made it back to New Jersey, he spoke at this campaign fundraising event at his golf club. I know he went after the current president. He came out sort of as the victim here. Walk us through his message.
Yeah, the message was first that he had every right to the documents that were in his possession at Mar-a-Lago. Now, according to the Presidential Records Act, that official presidential documents are actually in the possession of the National Archives, not the former president. So that was factually incorrect what the former president was saying there. He also ended up lashing out at special counsel Jack Smith, who was in attendance at yesterday's arraignment. And then he ended up vowing retribution and saying that if he ends up winning the White House in 2024, he will appoint a special counsel to look into President Joe Biden and his family.
So, Mark, let's talk about now widening this out to just GOP contenders in general and how this is impacting the current race, because Trump is still the front runner by double digits, a lot of them at that. And so Chris Christie, he's really the only one who's not fully shied away from speaking out against him. Yesterday, Christie tweeted, "We need to stop blaming our adversaries for the weakness of our candidates. It's Trump. He's a three-time loser, 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 loser." But that's a little bit rare in terms of the forcefulness that we are seeing come out. Because, of course, I think people are thinking, if you go after Trump, are you kind of alienating his supporters, which, again, is most of those Republican voters at this point. How is this case shaking up the primary?
Yeah, there is the argument that if you want to be able to defeat Donald Trump, you have to go after him right now and hit him very hard. But as you ended up mentioning, when you look at a lot of the early polls right now, where 3/4 or 4 and 5 Republicans believe that Donald Trump is some kind of victim of a weaponization of Justice Department, that this is politically motivated, it is really hard to end up going right after Donald Trump here when many of the voters might not be there. Now, Savannah, it's important to note that maybe public opinion does change, that if some of these candidates, notably Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott or Nikki Haley, take him head on, maybe that moves voters right now. We're going to have to wait and see. But right now, outside of Chris Christie, it's a lot of crickets.
That's right, crickets. Mark Murray, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sturkin. So, Julie, good morning. We are hearing for the first time from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. What's his take on the allegations?
Well, his take is that he's going to essentially stay out of it, much of which we heard after the first time the former president was indicted in New York. The minority leader of the Senate, Republican Mitch McConnell, largely staying silent on this issue. He hasn't commented on it at all since the indictment fell, since the indictment was unsealed on Friday as well. Take a listen to what he told reporters yesterday when asked about this.
Look, the Republican campaign for the nomination has already been going on for 6 months. It's going to be going on for a year longer. And I'm just simply not going to comment on the candidates. We've got a bunch of them, and I'm just simply going to stay out of it.
Now, obviously, it's no secret that privately and publicly, Mitch McConnell and the former President Trump don't have a very good relationship, so his comments do track with his prior ones.
Some congressional Republicans, Julie, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, have come to Trump's defense. And not all GOP members are jumping on board, as Savannah and Mark were just talking about. What are some of the concerns they're sharing about Trump as he runs for president again?
Yeah, well, it's super notable. You're looking at this divide sort of grow among Republicans in Congress. And it's interesting because really at the tip of the spear, obviously you have Speaker McCarthy and leadership who is very much looking into this in the corner of the former president. But you're hearing from a plethora of voices, not just moderates like Senator Murkowski and Romney, who said that this was essentially a stain. Romney said that he was angry that the former president brought this upon himself. He could have just handed those documents over when asked, but also from prominent conservatives, some on the hard right in the House, for example, like Ken Buck, the Colorado congressman, who was just, by the way, holding up the floor so Speaker McCarthy couldn't use it as he wanted to. He said he would have major concerns if there was, quote, a convicted felon in the White House, even if he ended up winning the party's nomination. As Savannah was just saying, he's ahead by those double digits. But it's notable you're hearing this divide from different Republicans who are not in the former president's corner, who perhaps are looking at other candidates in light of this as well.
And Julie, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance announced yesterday he's putting a hold on Justice Department nominees in response to Trump's indictment and arraignment. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Vance actually tweeted, quote, "I think we have to grind this department to a halt until Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, promises to do his job and stop going after political opponents." Vance has endorsed the former president. He was one of the earliest endorsements in Congress for Trump. And he essentially is saying that he's going to slow down the confirmation process for Department of Justice nominees. There are a whole slew of them. It's not clear how much leverage he's going to have because, of course, they will still end up getting confirmed. He can slow them down, but he can't stop them from happening. But it's not clear what exactly he's looking for. He says he wants Garland to stop holding political opponents hostage in this situation, but he's not saying what would get him to lift that hold. Nonetheless, though, it shows the influence that the former president continues to have, particularly among his supporters, in Congress.
All right, Julie, thank you so much.
Well, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now with his analysis on this. We're always lucky to get him on a morning like this. Hey, Michael, good to see you. Hi. So I know you have called this one of the most important criminal trials in American history, of course, it being the first time that a former president or a current president is being charged with a federal crime. Just put the historical significance in context for us.
Well, you know, it's really mind-blowing, Savannah and Lindsay, and I shouldn't chuckle because it's not a bit funny, but think when in American history we have seen something like this. Donald, you know, oftentimes, you know, you and I could talk and we could say this is what historians might think about Donald Trump. First thing we've got to know is that 18 months from now, and this is conceivable. Is he going back to the White House as the 47th president of the United States? Is he going to prison? Is he getting off on some of these trials? I mean, the range of possibilities is wider than we've seen in the case of any other president in American life. And so on the outcome of this case and others that are in train and perhaps about to happen is really the future of our country.
Michael, we obviously don't know the outcome in the case yet, but it has already been historic. So how does all this affect Trump's legacy and also the legacies of both his supporters and enemies in the GOP?
It totally depends on what happens. You know, if Donald Trump is reelected next year in the fall, which I'm not predicting one way or the other, but if he is, he's going to make this into a very different kind of country and a different kind of government. He has said that. And in that atmosphere, there will be people who will say, you know, this is what led to current president of the United States. You know, this is the way that other leaders in America should behave. But the other alternative, or at least an other alternative, is if he is found guilty, if he is punished, particularly if he's incarcerated, there's not a great record in American history of people who have been incarcerated, and if the public feels that that was a fair trial, being considered very, very nicely by people in my line of work.
Michael, there's been some talk about the fact that this case is taking place in Miami, Florida, rather than in Washington, D.C., where we kind of knew this investigation was split in both of those places. What's the significance of that? The location of this, the fact that this trial with this particular president in this particular party taking place in Miami, Florida?
Well, there's a lot of attention to the fact that, as we know, Lindsay and Savannah, this is a case where Florida is a steadily more red state. The area in which this trial is going to take place is a steadily more red area. And also the judge in this trial is someone who was an outspoken Trump supporter and went to the edge of making rulings that were in his favor on this documents case earlier in a special master that caused her to be reprimanded by some of her colleagues and superiors. So, you know, if we're looking at a news story that is unpredictable, I cannot think of one more unpredictable than this.
Absolutely. Well, Michael Beschloss, thank you so much. Again, we appreciate your expertise this morning.
My pleasure always.
Evacuation orders have been issued for parts of northern Oregon because of a fast-moving wildfire. The so-called Hat Rock fire is burning near Juniper Canyon. It's already consumed more than 10,000 acres in just a matter of hours. Now it is rapidly moving toward the Washington state line. So last night, officials called in extra fire crews from surrounding areas, and they're telling people in the fire's path to pack their bags and be ready to evacuate.
Let's now get to that, as well as the severe storms headed for the southeast that could impact millions.
So for more on that, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather with meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good to see you.
Good to see you guys as well. Good morning. We've got a pretty rare kind of severe setup today. This is more something that you see in the middle of the spring, right? This is kind of setup where we have the potential for really strong wind gusts for large swaths of people. We also have the potential for some really strong tornadoes too throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours, and kind of two different batches of these storms moving through. Either way, 23 million people included in this. We will see the potential for some large hail as well. Here's the area for those wind gusts. Over 80 miles per hour or higher is what we're looking at as far as the threat is concerned. Montgomery included in that, Monroe included in that. And you can see it extends all the way from the Atlantic into places like Texas, Louisiana, and parts of Arkansas. So you're going to want to be staying connected, at least with a way to get those alerts later into the afternoon and evening hours tonight. Remember, there will be one line that comes through and then a secondary line that comes through. So don't let your guard down if you live in that area. As we head through Thursday, we'll have the potential to see some heavy rain associated with this as well. Upwards of maybe 3 to 5 inches will be possible. So the flash flooding risk will be there here, at least for the next 2 days. You can see where it extends. Again, same kind of area, same region. And even as we get into tomorrow, we can still see some strong thunderstorms in this area. Maybe not quite what we're going to deal with through the day today, but the potential will be there for some more thunderstorms. Looking up towards the northeast and kind of swirling around the Great Lakes, we have a low pressure system that's going to bring some of that additional rain to folks in that region. We'll see some localized heavy amounts of rain, nothing too impressive, but necessary for some of these drier conditions that we're dealing with. That cold front is going to continue swinging through the Great Lakes here as we get into tomorrow. We'll still see some rain hanging around for places like Maine and Michigan, Ohio as well. Now, as we look towards Texas, this might have gotten your attention yesterday. We have heat alerts that are in place because temperatures are just soaring there, feeling really warm with these heat watch areas dealing with potentially numbers as high as 115 degrees.
Wow.
Here is what we're expecting today. These are the highs on the left. You see places like Fort Stockton, 101, 101 for Del Rio, but feeling like 105. Even Laredo headed to 116 for your heat index value later today. And this is an extended kind of heat wave. It's going to go through Friday into Saturday for a lot of places. You see triple digits across the board for San Angelo, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And again, you add in humidity, and it's a whole lot more uncomfortable for those locations. Take it slow if you have any strenuous activity to do outdoors. Milder, of course, in the Northeast and the Great Lakes, but man, that sure gets your attention, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I'm from
115.
Phoenix.
Yeah, well, as they say, that's a dry heat.
120. Yeah, I know. The humidity is no joke, though.
Ooh, my goodness. I love your Wednesday pink.
Oh,
You look
thank
great. Thanks, Angie. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, on hold. Today, the Federal Reserve is expected to pause interest rate hikes for the first time in more than a year. Later this hour, we're going to take a look at how this could impact your wallet.
First, though, more than a headache after the break, why researchers now say migraines could be a sign of something even worse. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back with some international headlines now, starting with breaking news on the war in Ukraine.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now with that and much more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Officials in Ukraine say at least 6 people were killed after Russia fired cruise missiles on the city of Odessa and on the eastern region of Donetsk. Now in Odessa, 3 people were killed and several others were injured after the missiles hit homes, warehouse, shops and cafes downtown. Another 3 people died after the missile strike destroyed several homes in 2 cities in the eastern Donetsk region. Now let's go to Milan, here in Italy, where the funeral of former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi will be held this afternoon. Berlusconi was a media and property tycoon who entered politics in 1994 and has been Prime Minister 3 times ever since. His career, both in business and politics, has been tainted by sex scandals, countless allegations of corruption, and a tax fraud conviction. And congratulations to Nigerian chef Hilda Bassey, who on Tuesday has been confirmed by the Guinness World Record as the new world holder for the longest cooking marathon. About a month ago, the 26-year-old cooked non-stop for 4 days in a makeshift kitchen, taking only short breaks. When Bassey found out her record was officially confirmed, she said she cried, prayed, and screamed. I guess she's still digesting the news. Back to you, Savannah.
Man, I bet after that she's like takeout for a year.
4 days with only short breaks. It doesn't matter what you're doing. That's wild. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
It's time now for our weekly medical checkup. And look, we all know someone who suffers from, or we ourselves suffer from migraines, and some really new, interesting research about how people who suffer from those may also be at risk for more serious health issues.
Yeah, plus we're going to get into why is it that some days we just feel a little more on our game than others. Can't wait to hear that one. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal joins us here in studio with more on this. Good morning, doctor. All right, tell us about what this new study says and suggests potentially about migraine sufferers.
Yeah, so migraines affect millions of people around the world, right? And so this study was out of it was a Danish study, and they looked at records over decades of time, and they tried to see, is there anything else going on? Are they at risk for other health problems besides the migraines? And what they found was that yes, actually there seems to be an association between stroke and migraines. Women and men, particularly who have migraines, are more likely to have a stroke, and women we know are more likely to suffer from heart attacks. Women who have migraines. So there is something going on here, but we don't exactly know what. So that actually leads us to our doctor's orders. We review the signs for a heart attack all the time, right? The chest pain, the arm pain, the jaw pain. But what about stroke? You want to think fast, F-A-S-T. Time is brain, as they say, right? So what is F? You can have a droopy face or a numb face. A, arm. Your arm can feel weak on one side. It can be numb. S, for speech. You can kind of notice some people have a slurred speech. And lastly, time. Time is brain. Call 911 if you notice any of these. Better to be safe.
Time is brain. Oh, important to remember.
Good advice. So also let's talk about overdose deaths because they have skyrocketed among teens. It's actually a disorder called opioid use disorder. There's medication for it. It's not always easily available. So what's going on here, and what's the recommendation if you or a loved one is having problems with opioids?
This study was cool. This study was where doctors got to play detectives. So basically, it was actually led by a med student at the time who's now a doctor. But basically, she called a bunch of opioid use disorder centers and found, that she kind of played the part of a parent. She was like, I have a child who's suffering from this. What would you want to treat him with? And she found that only 1 in 4 treatment centers are actually carrying buprenorphine, which is it's the only FDA-approved treatment for opioid use disorder. So because of that, actually, I should note, some people were actually offering horseback riding as therapy instead of that.
Wow.
So the doctor's orders here, if you are a parent with a child who has this disorder, don't be afraid to call the center. Ask them what exactly are you giving them, and shop around if you need to. And also have Narcan available at home. It is soon going to be over the counter in the coming weeks everywhere, but many states have a standing order, meaning you can ask a pharmacist for it today.
Wow, that's good to know, and good that it's more widely available now. Also, let's talk about this pep in our step. Some days work feels a little bit better, a little bit easier. Why is that?
Why is it always on Mondays?
Yeah.
When you don't feel that.
This is one of those studies where everyone kind of knows what's going on, but it confirms that, right?
Yeah,
and so basically they found that, days that you go home and you really make time for yourself, you actually are more productive the next day. You feel better at work.
This is breaking news.
It's great to finally see this confirmed, right? And so the doctor's orders here, everybody does it, but try not to bring work home, sit out or sign off really when you go home, and keep consistent sleep cycles. Try to just go to bed and wake up at the same time every day. I know for you guys that's very hard given that you do the morning show, but try as often as you can.
Well, and I think this is big for employers to know, like, hey, if your employee isn't answering emails at 10 o'clock at night, they're actually going to perform better the next day.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I do think it's gotten harder post-COVID, right? It's hard to unplug,
bosses,
all that
listen
kind of
up.
stuff. Yeah. All right, Dr. Seil, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, we've got more on the historic arraignment of Donald Trump.
The former president is also under investigation for a number of other cases. Our coverage continues with a closer look at the full scope of Trump's legal troubles after the break.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We are back now with more on our top story, the arraignment of former President Trump on federal charges.
Trump pleaded not guilty yesterday to 37 counts in connection with special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into his handling of classified material. And this is one of several legal fights the former president is currently facing. He could potentially face more charges later this summer in connection with his alleged meddling in the 2020 election. Joining us right now is NBC News legal analyst and former assistant district attorney for the Manhattan DA's office, Catherine Christian. So, Catherine, thank you for being with us. One question that I have is we know that special counsel Jack Smith wasn't only looking into the classified documents case, he's also looking into alleged meddling in the 2020 election. So when you have one special counsel looking at two separate things, one target being former President Trump, do those two cases overlap, coincide at all? How does that work?
They may have witnesses that overlap. For instance, Mark Meadows, who was the chief of staff. So he was involved with helping the packing of the boxes that, now resulted in an indictment. He was there when Mr. Trump was leaving the White House. He was also there on January 6th with Mr. Trump. He also, my understanding, was involved somewhat with the Georgia charges. They haven't been charged yet, but those facts. So you'll have overlapping witnesses, but they're two separate investigations, which why they weren't charged together.
Absolutely. We are also, experiencing some type of maybe a light dying or something. If you're hearing that noise in here, I think we're safe. Let's follow up on what you just mentioned in Georgia. So we are expecting a decision sometime this summer regarding potential charges in this Georgia election interference case. But here's something really interesting, actually. Members of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, they were in Miami yesterday to try to kind of gather intel on the security operations. First, what does that tell you in terms of could we be expecting something soon if it seems like they're preparing physically for what could happen on the ground? Yes. And also just remind viewers what's going on there in Georgia.
Yes, and you may recall that the DA just a month ago said that her entire staff, except for her executives, are going to be working remotely during that period. She sent a letter to all of the law enforcement in that Fulton County and the court staff to be prepared. And so what that says to me, along with the sheriff going, is again, the grand jury actually has to indict, that they are expecting that there will be an indictment, and just like what happened in Manhattan and what happened yesterday, though there was no horrible crimes that were committed, I mean, it seems like people were basically peaceful.
Right.
She wants to make sure that when she announces that there is an indictment, that everything is secure. So that the sheriff went there, he went to see how things were going. It gives him some intel and lets him and informs him how he should protect the courthouse in August.
I want to ask you about another case where there was a big development, and a judge actually granted a motion by writer E. Jean Carroll to file an amended defamation suit against former President Trump. She's seeking $10 million in damages. This is after Trump called her a whack job at a CNN town hall. Now, remember last month she was awarded some $5 million in that civil case. That jury found former President Trump liable for sexual abuse. How does this new amended defamation suit move forward?
Well, it should be noted that that suit was filed before the case that just was tried. The reason why it didn't go to trial first is because there were many appeals, so it was sort of delayed. And, you know, Mr. Trump is a gift to opposing counsel, because right after he was found liable for sexual abuse, he went on the CNN town hall and said what allegedly are defamatory statements. So the amendment was to include those CNN town hall statements into the complaint, amending the complaint, also to include the fact that he had been found liable for sexual abuse in the complaint, and to up the amount of damages she's requesting to $10 million. And also she's requesting more significant punitive damages in light of the verdict and his CNN town hall statements.
So this will potentially also go to trial?
That's going to go to trial.
Okay.
And don't forget, in October, the New York State Attorney General also has a trial against him.
Okay. Thank you for catching us up to speed. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. All right, well, now for a closer look into the timeline of the federal charges against former President Trump. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a look back at all the key moments from the past 2 years that led to this moment.
It starts just after the former president moved out of the White House in 2021 with boxes of classified documents stacked on a stage at Mar-a-Lago, according to the indictment. Some then moved to a bathroom. Around this time, the National Archives demands some of the classified documents from the Trump presidency they're supposed to have but don't. Then a key moment that summer. The indictment says Mr. Trump allegedly showed a writer a document laying out a plan of attack, citing a recording. And Mr. Trump says, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, you know, but this is still a secret. Fast forward about 6 months later, Mr. Trump's personal valet and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, returns 15 boxes of classified documents to the archives, according to the indictment. But that didn't stop the FBI from opening a criminal investigation. A month later, a D.C. grand jury came together. In June, a couple FBI agents and a DOJ attorney went down to South Florida and got a signed letter from Mr. Trump's attorneys saying, essentially, they'd turned over everything they had. That turned out not to be true, because in August, the FBI carried out a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago and releasing this picture of documents laid out on the floor, something Mr. Trump didn't like seeing.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named a special counsel to lead the investigation in November.
I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel.
Now there's Jack Smith, tasked with looking at the January 6th attack and the classified documents case. Mr. Trump, now officially running to win back the White House, furious.
I took the documents I'm allowed to. I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them.
Over the course of the next 6 months or so, the special counsel issuing subpoenas and hearing from a lot of people in Mr. Trump's orbit, all leading up to last week when the Department of Justice unsealed the indictment, revealing those 37 felony counts against the former president.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
Well, coming up, pressing pause today. The Federal Reserve is expected to put interest rate hikes on hold for the first time in more than a year. After the break, we will talk about what that could mean for you and your money.
And worried in the workplace. A new survey shows growing concerns among LGBTQ employees. We're going to talk about why and what coworkers and employers can do to support them. Next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City, from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. We are back with economic news that could impact your finances.
That's right. The Federal Reserve is set to announce its latest interest rate move later today. Well, Wall Street expects the Fed to keep rates unchanged, so not raise them again for the first time in 15 months. The decision comes a day after new data showed that inflation in May hit its lowest level in 2 years, which is what we were looking for here. Well, for more on this, we are joined by NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, good to see you. So tell us about this potential pause, why it is that we're expecting it and what that means.
Yeah, well, because the policymakers inside the Federal Reserve are looking at the inflation numbers and saying, look, we're getting a little bit closer to the 2% that economists say is healthy for the economy. So the pace of price increases in this country, which we got an update on from the government yesterday, was about 4%. So, well, people might be wondering, well, then why would the Fed stop hiking interest rates now if we're not at the goal yet? Well, the reason is because it takes time for the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes to bite into the economy. There's a lagged impact. So the Fed might stop here to see whether or not the interest rate hikes that they've done over the last 15 months, or 15 months or so, would essentially get to target as they wanted to do. So whether or not we actually get that later on, we'll have to see this afternoon, but we'll have to watch for the commentary from Fed Chair Jay Powell to see whether or not, okay, might they pause here and then raise interest rates at a future meeting? We'll have to look into that glass ball later on this afternoon.
And so when we're talking about that glass ball, I mean, what are some of the reports you're going to be looking at? I know this pause might be temporary here. So if people are thinking, okay, maybe I want to buy a house or a car later on this year, what are you going to be listening for?
Yeah, well, and I think that's the broader takeaway here, right? Not a lot of people are necessarily Fed watchers and trying to parse over every single word, although if you work on Wall Street, you certainly are. But the overall story is that even if the Fed pauses interest rates here, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're cutting interest rates, right? So because of that, you shouldn't expect to see mortgage rates, for example, go back to the 3% that we saw a few years ago. Now, they could marginally go down, but look, 6.5%, you're not going to see it decline substantially from there. So if you're trying to buy a house, when you hear a headline that says Fed pauses interest rates for the first time in over a year, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to see interest rates or borrowing costs just sharply decline after that point in time. Now, what is the Fed going to be watching? They're going to be watching, obviously, the inflation reports in the coming months, but also what happens on the labor market. There was a concern as the Fed was moving to raise interest rates, which is deliberately slowing the economy, whether or not people will lose their jobs as employers say, well, maybe I'm just going to pull back here. We've seen some things happen in the tech sector, but overall, unemployment rate's still at 3.7%. That's essentially near over 50-year lows.
And wages pretty strong still
wages very
as
strong
well.
Too, yeah.
So it's kind of like, it seems like we're at the top of this mountain, like they were up, we're pausing. When can we come back down? Because as you said, I mean, this rate is still high. This is not a rate you want to sit at forever in terms of buying a car, buying a house. What will they look for, and any hope about that happening anytime in the near future? Yeah, well, it's a bit of a challenge here because the Fed could lower interest rates for two reasons. One reason would be, well, if they're at target and you have low inflation and you have unemployment not necessarily substantially rising, well, the Federal Reserve might say, okay, well, then we can kind of slowly draw back on these interest rates. So that's the ideal situation that you want. But the other situation where you lower interest rates is if we hit a hard recession. If the unemployment rate all of a sudden starts rising, or you see inflation drop below the target, well, then they might have to start aggressively lowering interest rates, in which case, yeah, borrowing costs might be cheaper, but it might be in an environment where we're in a recession. So that's the real tightrope that the Federal Reserve is walking here, and that's why the next 6 months are going to be very critical. You have some on Wall Street saying, look, we're not out of the clear yet on a potential recession, but the picture so far appears to be very good. Inflation's coming down, and the unemployment rate is pretty low, too. Whether or not that changes is an open question. Brian Chung, always good to see you. Thank you so much.
All right, let's stick with financial headlines. As the world shifts toward cleaner energy, the demand for oil is set to slow in the coming years.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is with us this morning with that and other news. Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, Lindsay, good morning to you. The demand for oil is expected to peak before the end of this decade as sales of electric vehicles pick up and developed countries transition to cleaner sources of energy. Now, that's the assessment of the International Energy Agency. The group expects demand for fuels such as gasoline will peak first. Demand for jet fuel and other industrial oil products will continue to tick higher. The IEA predicting India will surpass China as the main driver of oil demand as soon as 2027. Americans say they need $2.2 million to feel wealthy. A new survey from Charles Schwab is asking people to estimate the average net worth they would require to reach the ranks of the rich. Nearly half say they already feel wealthy today with an average net worth of just $560,000. And how wealthy people feel is also influenced by their peers. Almost half say being able to afford a similar lifestyle to their friends makes them feel rich. And more than a third who use social media say they compare their lifestyles to what their family and friends post online. And that's especially true for Gen Z and millennials. And Netflix is opening up a pop-up restaurant in Los Angeles on June 30th, featuring dishes from popular chefs and bartenders on the streaming platform. So Netflix Bites will spotlight chefs from shows such as Chef's Table and Is It Cake? Plus, mixologists from Drink Masters will make custom cocktails, and Netflix has previously created live experiences based on shows like Bridgerton and Stranger Things. So how about that?
It's just genius. How many times have you watched food on TV and you're like, I need that.
Right.
You want to try
Yes,
it? Or the
yes.
cocktails. Yeah, super cool.
Oh,
Love it.
sounds like a great idea.
Thank you. Well, this morning we're taking a look at how the LGBTQ plus community is feeling in the workplace, especially as legislation across the country continues to target the community.
Employment website Indeed conducted a survey of LGBTQ plus employees. They found 65% of the community is concerned about how these bills will affect their job opportunities. Joining us right now is LaFawn Davis, Vice President of Environmental, Social, and Governance at Indeed. Thanks for being with us. You know, when I was reading about the study here, there are some staggering statistics about workers thinking twice before applying for a job in a state with these types of laws. Walk us through some of your biggest takeaways.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I think some of the biggest takeaways for me are, you know, for decades, the LGBTQ plus community has been fighting for equal opportunity and protection, but are still facing discrimination and inequalities in day-to-day life. And this, unfortunately, often translates into the workplace as well. It was shocking how little has changed. 26% of LGBTQ plus workers are not out at work due to fear of discrimination, fear of harassment, and concerns over career advancements. So this shows us that over 1/4 of workplaces do not feel like a safe space for employees to be their true, authentic selves.
The survey also found something else quite specific, that LGBTQ plus specific benefits are an important factor for employees. It's actually 57% of respondents saying that that's important to them, but then only 23% say they have an employer who offers them. What are these benefits we're talking about?
You know, the benefits that we're talking about are things like, you know, having an employee resource group where there's a community, being able to have medical care, gender affirming care, being able to have just a psychologically safe space at work, being able to have benefits for their domestic partners, being able to have you know, fertility help, adoption help, all of those things that can be afforded to everyone else, the LGBTQ plus community needs even more.
LaFawn, clearly we have more work to do. I mean, you were talking here about how a majority of workers say they continue to experience workplace discrimination, more than a quarter saying they make an effort to hide their identity in the workplace. If you were an employer, what would you take away from this report?
If I was an employer, I would take away that it is actually my responsibility to set an environment that is safe for all of my employees. I would also take away the fact that the LGBTQ plus community makes up, in the U.S. alone, over 15 million people. That's roughly 9% of the workforce. And so the responsibility of an employer is to make sure that they have an environment that people want to actually apply to, that they want to work for, and which they want to stay.
Do you think one of the interesting takeaways from this report is, you know, here we have many states in which, you know, we're seeing this rise in anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ legislation. Do you think it's important for people behind this legislation, supporting this legislation, to see there's kind of a direct cause and effect when it comes to the business community?
Absolutely. You know, according to the ACLU, there are currently 474 anti-LGBTQ plus bills in the U.S., and 65% of the LGBTQ plus community are concerned with how this legislation will affect their employment opportunities. So we have to show support to the community before these bills pass into law. We see that 65% of LGBTQ plus workers are concerned, but also there's an increase in how LGBTQ plus community is showing up. How would they apply for a position if they don't know that you're supportive of the community? 52% said they would never apply for a position in a state with anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. 77% of workers would hesitate to apply, and 75% of workers would hesitate to apply for a company where the headquarters is in that state. And so what companies have to do, even though these laws are up to be passed, you have to show support to the community now so that they want to be at your company now and in the future.
Important takeaway, LaFawn Davis. Thanks so much.
Coming up, a place to call home. This morning, we're getting a look at Fortune's newest list of top family-friendly cities to live.
Did your city make the list? After the break, we'll run through the rankings. You're watching Morning News Now.
Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As if Las Vegas needed any reason to celebrate, they've got one. The Golden Knights won the NHL Stanley Cup for the first time in their 6-year history. Quite a feat. The Knights defeated the Florida Panthers with a 9-3 victory in Game 5. Captain Mark Stone managed the first hat trick in his Stanley Cup final since 1996. A franchise record crowd of 19,000 fans watched at T-Mobile Arena. And this victory comes 9 months after another Vegas team, the Aces, won the WNBA championship. So they're on a winning streak here.
There we go. I didn't understand a lot of what you said, but that's very cool.
I looked up hat trick.
Uh-huh.
I think it means when one player scores 3 goals without anybody scoring in between.
Excuse me.
Well, don't high five me until we say.
There you go.
All right, we got a dancing.
Yes.
I got it. Okay. Okay.
I like how we just had that in there, like everybody knows. But it makes me feel better you had to look it up too.
All right. Finally, at this hour, planting roots.
Yeah, if your family's planning to move into a new home, we have the inside scoop on some of the best places to settle down. And that is thanks to Fortune, which has released its list of the 50 places to live for families. Here to reveal that list for us this morning is Fortune health and wellness reporter Alexa McHale. Alexa, thank you so much. Good morning. So before we jump right into this list, just walk us through how you decide this. What is it about a city that makes it make this list? What are some of the factors considered here?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So our team evaluated nearly 1,900 cities across the U.S. using over 110 data categories ranging from access to quality health care and education, as well as resources for seniors. For example, we even looked at the walkability index and different wellness resources from mental health providers to also the isolation risk for seniors to compile a list of 50 best places to live across the U.S. for families.
Wow, I love that walkability aspect.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's such a game changer. So tell us then, what are the best places for families to live and any changes from last year?
Yeah, so our #1 city this year is Cambridge, Massachusetts. And as we know, Cambridge is a major college town, but it also really serves its residents beyond just the students. One resident in Cambridge really told me again that the walkability was key to really raising a family, being able to have quality health care and access to education within a walking distance really stood out to them and solidified their reason to stay. And our other cities, range from Portsmouth, New Hampshire to Silver Spring, Maryland, topping the list. And this year we looked at one state or one city in every state, different from last year, which only looked at a total of 25 cities.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And now they're spread out all over the place for you to find one. Alexa, we've all gotten a lot more comfortable, which is a great thing, with talking about mental health, thinking about how that factors into your daily life, your family's daily life. Walk us through if any of that was kind of taken into account here. Something like looking at how people feel in terms of loneliness or how something like that is tackled in a town. Was that on here?
Yeah, definitely. One of our data metrics really was overall well-being and as I said before, risk of isolation. And as the Surgeon General has been really loud about the dire loneliness crisis that we're all facing, really having a strong sense of community has really stood out in the cities that really topped our list. Finding a community in an area where you can really feel at home and feel like you know your neighbors really stood out as well in some of our cities that are really, hosting activities and events for all ages. And given that our list is also for families, we really had a strong importance and high consideration for the sandwich generation, this growing cohort that are managing their aging parents and also their children at the same time. And so having access to senior resources and events that really build community, that can really, serve as a way to help people's mental health and sense of community really stood out as well.
Wow, how important. I like that term, sandwich generation. It totally nails it. Alexa, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now on a busy morning. Stick with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, uncharted waters. Former President Donald Trump arraigned on 37 felony counts of mishandling classified documents. He's remaining defiant after pleading not guilty in federal court, lashing out at prosecutors. We are covering every angle of yesterday's historic arraignment, from the proceedings inside the courtroom to the chaos outside, which included a spontaneous birthday celebration for the former president. We'll take a look at what happened and where we go from here. Deadly attack. Ukraine says at least half a dozen people were killed in Russian missile attacks overnight. The response comes as Ukraine attempts to move forward with its long-awaited counteroffensive. We have the latest on the fighting overseas. Taking a break with inflation at its lowest rate in 2 years, we're waiting to see what the Fed does today, why we could see a pause on rising interest rates for the first time in more than a year. We're digging into what that could mean for your bottom line and why it doesn't necessarily mean a permanent end to rate hikes. And all you need is AI. Reliving yesterday, legendary Beatles singer Paul McCartney says the Fab Four will release one last song using artificial intelligence to include vocals from John Lennon. We'll take a look at the tech that's making it possible and why some skeptics are saying it's time to let it be. I can see why some purists would be like,
yeah, and I see what you did there multiple times.
All right.
It's definitely a debate, though. AI is just changing everything.
Everything. All right, we are going to begin this morning, though, with former President Donald Trump, who is now officially charged in the Department of Justice's classified documents investigation.
Yeah, Trump pleaded not guilty in a federal courthouse in Miami yesterday to 37 criminal counts. Prosecutors are alleging that he knowingly and unlawfully kept classified documents after leaving the White House. Well, despite his legal troubles, polls suggest Trump remains the clear Republican frontrunner for 2024, and that he's continuing to ride that momentum. Yesterday, he visited with supporters in Miami after that arraignment and then followed that with fiery remarks at a campaign event in New Jersey last night. We, of course, had full team coverage covering every angle of this story, what it means next for Trump. But first, let's start with NBC's Garrett Hake with the latest in this historic case.
Police in Miami said they were prepared for thousands of protesters outside the courthouse, but only a few hundred showed up. Inside the courtroom itself, the mood was weighty and tense. The former president sitting with his arms tightly crossed across his chest, staring at the judge for much of the hearing, leaving a federal criminal defendant. A turning point in U.S. history. Former President Donald Trump departing the courthouse as a federal criminal defendant after pleading not guilty to a 37-count felony indictment, accused by the special counsel of mishandling classified documents and obstructing efforts to retrieve them. The defiant former president rallying supporters at his New Jersey golf club overnight, accusing the Justice Department without evidence of prosecuting him in order to sabotage his 2024 presidential bid.
Today we witness the most evil and heinous abuse of power in the history of our country. This is called election interference.
President Biden has not commented on the case, and the Department of Justice maintains the White House is not involved. Mr. Trump himself is facing an election interference investigation in Georgia for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. He has denied any wrongdoing. Mr. Trump also targeting special counsel Jack Smith.
The prosecutor in the case, I will call it our case, is a thug. I've named him Deranged Jack Smith.
The special counsel present in the packed courtroom with Mr. Trump watching from the audience, days after delivering rare public remarks defending the FBI and the rule of law.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
During his 47-minute arraignment, the former president sat stone-faced with arms crossed next to his lawyers and co-defendant Walt Nauta, his personal body man. None of Mr. Trump's friends or family were with him. Mr. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, entered a plea of not guilty. The judge did not impose any travel restrictions, but did direct prosecutors to put together a list of people with whom Mr. Trump would not be allowed to discuss the case, including Nauta, whose arraignment has been delayed for 2 weeks while he works to hire local counsel. When the hearing was over, Mr. Trump stood up, scanned the courtroom, and left without making eye contact with prosecutors or the special counsel. The surreal spectacle continued with the motorcade headed to Miami's Little Havana neighborhood for what appeared to be a planned pep rally at the famed Versailles restaurant.
Food for everyone. Food for everyone.
The former president, with Walt Nauta close by, greeting supporters, singing happy birthday to Mr. Trump, who turned 77 today. And overnight, another of Mr. Trump's Republican rivals offering stronger criticism, having read the specifics in the indictment. Former Vice President Mike Pence telling the Wall Street Journal, quote, "I can't defend what is alleged. These are serious allegations, but the president is entitled to his day in court."
All right, Garrett, thank you very much. And now let's bring in attorney and legal analyst Angela Sanadella on this. Angela, thanks for being here. So this indictment, very detailed in terms of the evidence that they're presenting. Where does the defense start here?
So I think it's clear that he will start by saying, I am the president. I was the president. I didn't know what was going on. How am I as a president supposed to know what was in every single one of those boxes? But this is why I think it was so interesting that the government also charged Walt Nauta at the same time. Because what would Trump do? He would deflect to his staff, as any president would do. They would say that was the staff's responsibility, not my own. But if you charge his own staff, well, guess what? They're going to be less likely to take the blame. They're actually probably going to say other things that would protect themselves and not necessarily just the president.
But how can you use that as a defense if, according to the indictment, he is telling, for example, a publisher who is writing a book about him and the writer, like, you know, look at this document, but it's secret, you know, I could have declassified it. Isn't that interesting?
That is a great question. But with regards to that specific audio, I would like to say it was audio, not video. We don't actually know what document he was talking about. In fact, that document hasn't even ever been produced. He could even go so far as to say, look, I'm somebody who likes to have puffery. I like to aggrandize. I was just lying in that case. It's a weird instance where the fact that he lies often to the press could actually be used in his favor.
Okay, so I got to be quick with you on this next one. But how does this case, the federal Florida documents case, differ from the Manhattan DA case involving alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, both in substance and severity and in terms of the actual proceedings?
Well, just in general, federal indictments are more serious, have a higher conviction rate associated. Also, with the New York case, it's likely he could just deflect his motive and say, look, I was just trying to protect my family here. I wasn't really trying to influence the election. That's what that accounting case really hinges on, his motive. Was he trying to influence the election? But here, these charges are much more severe. They are much more extensive. They also deal with obstructing justice, concealing things from the federal government. So he's in bigger trouble.
Which will go to trial first, you think?
You know, that It's unclear. Okay. Maybe this federal one, depending on the appeals, though. Like, we have a long way to go.
And also, that's not all. So then there's also what's happening in Georgia, looking into potential election interference there, as well as an investigation still with the same special counsel, Jack Smith, looking at January 6th. What's the connection here? They're all separate things, but does one impact the other, especially with what we're seeing as terms of the severity of this federal indictment and the fact that, as Danny Savalas reminds us every time he's here, usually those are airtight. What do you think happens?
Savannah, that's a great question. So if he were a regular defendant, his lawyers would go to the federal government and they would say, look, we have these charges pending in all of these different jurisdictions. Let's work out a deal. We will cooperate. We will meet you halfway. But because we know that Trump does not plead guilty, he only says, I will never plead guilty. That's not going to happen.
Interesting. All right, we got a lot to follow.
We sure do. Angela Senadella, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa on this. Ali, good morning. I mean, this could be an opportunity for the current president, President Biden, to use this as political ammunition against his top GOP rival. He continues to avoid the topic. Do you see that things could change as we get closer to a general election?
Yeah, Lindsay, this is going to be a delicate dance for the president and top White House officials, especially as we continue hearing former President Trump make this argument that he is the target of a, quote, in his words, weaponized Justice Department under President Biden, that he argues that there is a double standard because of the president's own special counsel probe into his handling of classified documents. Now, we've talked several times about the differences in those two cases, but you can imagine the challenge here for President Biden, for White House officials, to not argue that themselves. And as you mentioned, not to use this as political ammunition, not to their political advantage. But their silence is very much intentional and strategic here. As we've talked about, they don't want to appear like they're influencing or swaying this special counsel probe in any way, because the president vowed even before being elected that he would respect the Justice Department's independence from his White House. So I think moving forward, we should expect to continue hearing this silence from the president, from White House officials. However, this topic would essentially be fair game for top 2024 Biden surrogates to bring up on the campaign trail. So that's something to continue watching as the campaign heats up, likely at the same time that this trial gets into gear.
Okay, and Ali, First Lady Jill Biden attended an event last night in San Francisco. She did comment on Trump in 2024. What did she say?
Yeah, the First Lady, always the president's top defender, arguably his most powerful surrogate on the 2024 campaign trail and even in 2020. And she was a little bit more, actually much more frank and blunt about this situation, mostly because she can be in her position. So she told a group of more than 100 donors in San Francisco last night, quote, "You know what's in store if these MAGA Republicans win. We know it because we lived it," adding, "Remember how hard it was last time. This time it's going to be even harder. The fight for freedom doesn't end. This is the most important election of our lives." At another event yesterday, she framed the election as a choice between corruption and chaos. And on Monday night, she was even more direct in her comments about the indictment against the former president itself, telling donors off camera that it was, quote, "a little shocking that a large number of Republicans are still planning to support the former president in 2024, even after this indictment." So a much different tone, a much different approach to this compared to her husband and top White House officials, mostly because she has the ability to do so, especially in these off-camera events with donors, Lindsay.
Okay, Ali, thank you so much.
Well, with her analysis, we are joined now by Alexis Coe, presidential historian and New York Times bestselling author of the George Washington biography, You Never Forget Your First. What a great title, by the way, Alexis. I just love that. Alexis, good morning. So we've been calling yesterday's hearing a historic moment. I mean, clearly the first time that a former president or a current president federally indicted, these federal charges. Walk us through just kind of your reaction to this as somebody who lives and breathes, you know, the history of presidents. Walk us through what this significance feels to you.
What's interesting about this is it's been like it's been like watching a slow motion train crash. It didn't need to happen. The reason we have the Presidential Records Act is because Richard Nixon, after he resigned, and had he not resigned, this would not be unprecedented. He would have been charged. President Ford explicitly said that in his pardon, that he was pardoning Nixon for any offenses against the United States. And so we have the Presidential Records Act, which dictates that you return documents that are important to national security and also to our collective understanding, our collective memory. These are public servants. And what I think is really fascinating here is that we're not talking about what Trump isn't being charged with. He's not being charged with the nearly 200 documents that he did return to the National Archives. So he's not being singled out. This is not politically motivated. He broke the law willingly, wantingly, very purposely, many times, and now he's being held accountable.
So Trump is not the first president to leave office with a complicated legacy. How does this compare to some of those other cases from down the years that really were, in their own right, scandals?
We have certainly had our fair share of presidential scandals. And it's interesting, I participate in the PBS presidential rankings, and people tend to think that to say, I like him, I don't, Lincoln's first. That's not true. We view them through categories. And, some of these categories have to do with trustworthiness and responsibility to Congress, to the American citizens, to vision, all of these things. And I think when we look at Trump, there are a lot of things that are lacking and that have been to the detriment of this country, including our international standing. He's known as this, great, or at least he suggests that he is this great friend to Israel. Israel has come out and said that it threatens their national security. And so I think it's really important to understand that while it seems like, there are all these things going on, he's being accused here in New York and there, when a president approaches the office in a monarchical sort of posture and suggests that he has king-like, privileges, this is what tends to happen. We've just never seen it across the board, but certainly presidents have left and had issues, and presidents mistake things. The presidency, the transition is so fast. Somehow the White House staff packs up everything in 48 hours between, during the inauguration, and also unpacks an entirely new president. Things get misplaced. That's okay. Mistakes are made. But what happens after you make the mistake is what's important. And traditionally, presidents have simply returned the items after the first letter, the second letter, the third letter. He did not. He moved them. He lied. He obfuscated.
Alexis, you wrote this biography of George Washington. I see it on the shelf behind you. Again, what a great title. He, of course, the man who established the values and responsibility of the president, our first. How has this role changed throughout the years? And then where does former President Trump fit into that? We've just got about a minute here, but just walk us through kind of what we've seen over time, some of the highlights.
And so it's very interesting, and to go back to your last question as well, to watch something that we take for granted as presidential scholars, and certainly I as a Washington scholar, I never thought that I would be talking about the peaceful transition of power. That's why Washington was trusted with the presidency. We didn't have everything figured out. He set up precedents like the cabinet, like 2 terms, and the peaceful transition of power. And then when those things are violated, when they have been, in we're almost there, 250 years coming up, then we codify them. And so term limits, things like that. Washington in general believed in the importance and the dignity of the office and also in our international standing. And I think to watch what has happened over time, we've corrected course, but we've never seen anything as egregious as this. And we've never come so close to our democracy being in peril. We've never had an insurrection. The revolutionaries, the founding errors, they were reluctant. They had a lot to lose, but they believed in an important cause, and that cause was not themselves.
Alexis Coe, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let's switch gears and take a look at the heat headed for Texas.
That's right. Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us again with your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Angie.
Hey, guys. We've got the heat. We've got triple-digit temperatures that Texas is going to see once again. But we've also got a late-season storm outbreak that we could see later this afternoon and into the evening hours. Let's show you the setup because it could be a little dangerous for folks in this area here through even dark. So heads up on that. 23 million people are at risk, and there's kind of two batches of storms that are going to roll through. We'll have the first round of storms through the afternoon. Second round is going to be evening into overnight. We know that it's so much more dangerous for these kind of threats after the sun goes down. But that second batch is going to be the stronger round. So we're really going to want to pay attention to that. And again, it's going to be same kind of area stretching from Texas all the way to Georgia, Florida, and into South Carolina, including some of these major cities like Montgomery, Jackson, and Atlanta and Shreveport. We're going to have all of our hazards on the table. Here's an idea of where we can expect the greatest chance of some of these hazards to develop. So when it comes to tornadoes, what you see in that shaded red, that's the tornado risk. Best chance of some of those stronger tornadoes going to be centered over places like Alabama and into Georgia, including Montgomery. Some of these stronger tornadoes will be possible, again, after dark. We know that it's so much more dangerous, so just be careful of that. As far as the winds are concerned, elevated 60-mile-per-hour winds, where you see that kind of widespread area shaded in the dark blue. With the lines, that's 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher. That is the best chance that we could see those happening in that area. So again, we could see some damage. This is pretty late in the season for us to see this kind of setup, and here's why. We have an unusually strong jet stream that's just sitting kind of draped across the south, and we have energy to tap into for some of these storms to trigger, and that's going to be something that we'll likely see through the afternoon and evening hours. Again, it's more reminiscent of what you see in early spring. Now, switching gears, talking about the temperatures in Texas, triple digits. We saw it yesterday. We're going to see it again today. Those heat index values surging past 100, 115 in some spots you could see. And these actual high temperatures, they stay like this for the next couple of days. This is going to be a couple of days of really warm and uncomfortable conditions for folks in Texas. That heat wave will continue through Friday. Meanwhile, some good news. The sunny West Coast is setting up for Friday, rather. Stormy conditions as we look to the southeast for both Friday and Saturday, but it stays fairly nice in most of the West as we get into Saturday. A beach day along the mid-Atlantic. We'll deal with some showers up in parts of New England. But of course, we can't forget about the dads. Nice for dad for most of the western half of the country. We will have some showers and storms, though, that kind of set up from parts of the Midwest down to the southeast. It'll be still warm, no surprise, in places like Texas. So maybe AC cranked up for dad.
Reservations inside.
Yeah, exactly. I like when your guys' maps start to show little holiday things. Thank you. Nice for dad. I love it. Thanks,
All
Angie.
for you. And dad.
Thank you. All right, coming up, a new twist in the deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rest. The explosive new allegations from prosecutors about the film's weapons expert.
Plus, a deadly new volley of missile attacks in Ukraine. We're on the ground in Kyiv with the latest next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say at least 6 people were killed in Russian missile attacks on the port city of Odessa and the eastern Donetsk region overnight. The strikes come as Ukrainian forces continue their counteroffensive. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kyiv. So, Raf, let's start with these attacks in Odessa and Donetsk. Walk us through what happened and the situation right now.
Yeah, guys, good morning. For yet another day, Ukrainian families waking up to a wave of early morning deadly Russian missile strikes. This time it was families in Odessa who were jolted out of their beds in the early hours as Russian caliber cruise missiles hit the city. One of those missiles hit a McDonald's, damaging nearby businesses. 3 people were killed in Odessa, according to Ukrainian officials, all civilians, and another 3 killed by Russian shelling in the eastern province of Donetsk, which has seen so much of the recent fighting. And guys, this comes just one day after 11 people were killed in President Zelensky's hometown of Kryvyi Rih when a cruise missile hit an apartment building there. So these attacks remaining relentless. Guys.
And Raf, what is the latest on Ukraine's counteroffensive? Are forces making any progress?
Yeah, Savannah, they're making gains, but they're incremental. A lot of the fighting right now is in a series of villages in Donetsk. But what we have not yet seen is the Ukrainians launching an all-out assault on Russia's main lines. That will be the big test when we see those Western tanks, Western weapons being deployed against Russia's fortified position. And the question then will be, can the Ukrainians break through and can they hold ground? But the Ukrainians are saying at this point, it is still very early days in this offensive. Guys.
Raf, we saw President Putin take part in a televised meeting with war correspondents and military bloggers yesterday. What did he say?
Yeah, so these military bloggers play a really kind of outsized role in Russia. They're very popular. People follow them on Telegram and other apps. And that's why you're seeing Putin sitting down at the Kremlin with these guys. He said a couple of things yesterday. One of them, there's a rumor sweeping Russia that the Kremlin is preparing to announce another wave of mobilization, so more Russian men conscripted, sent to the front lines in Ukraine. Putin saying at this point he does not think that's necessary, nor does he think it's necessary to declare martial law. He did acknowledge that more could be done to protect Russia's southern flank, especially that city of Belgorod, where we have seen Russian partisans backed by Ukraine attacking the city. Guys.
All right, Raf, thank you.
Well, let's stay on international headlines now. And new this morning, an update from the Vatican on the Pope's recovery from that surgery he had.
Claudio Lavanga joins us for that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, the Vatican today said that Pope Francis may be discharged from hospital in the next few days. Now, the Pope has been recovering in a hospital here in Rome since last Wednesday following an abdomen surgery. Now, in the statement, the Vatican said the clinical course is proceeding regularly without complications and that today the Pope gathered in prayer and received the Eucharist. Now, let's go to Japan, where today an 18-year-old Air Army trainee shot 3 of his fellow soldiers during a shooting exercise on an army base, killing 2 of them. Police in the prefecture of Gifu in central Japan said the suspect was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And let's end this short tour of the world in the UK, where Prince William opened a new housing initiative aimed at helping young homeless people get their lives back on track. Now, young people between the age of 18 and 24, for whom the rent is capped at a third of their salaries, will be able to live in the 33 self-contained flats in Peckham, South London, until they manage to move on with their lives. Last year, the Prince of Wales pledged to continue shining a light on the solvable problem of homelessness.
Wow.
Back to you.
Very cool to see. And look at those people playing, what was that, foosball or something? With the Prince. All right, Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, more of our coverage of the historic federal arraignment of former President Trump.
From the fallout to legal analysis and where the case goes from here, that is all next.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We are back with more on former President Trump's arraignment in the Department of Justice's classified documents case.
Trump pleaded not guilty yesterday to 37 counts in the case, and he maintains he did nothing wrong. That's the message he's delivering in court as well as on the campaign trail. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Bedminster, New Jersey, where Trump held a campaign event last night. Hi, Vaughn. Thanks for joining us. So you were there last night for Trump's speech. Tell us the highlights. What stood out to you?
Hey, good morning, guys. This was Donald Trump's opportunity to rebut what was laid out in the indictment there in that Miami courthouse. And to note in front of a couple hundred supporters at his private club here in Bedminster, it was largely, there was lack of defenses. He did not object. He did not deny to having these particular records, these classified records, at his Mar-a-Lago estate. He did not deny obstructing justice. He did not deny having lied to his own lawyers about the documents that still existed, despite having previously stated that he had complied and turned over all the documents. Instead, he objected to the argument that he was not allowed to have the documents in the first place, making the case that under the Presidential Records Act, that when he was leaving the White House, he was able to determine what were personal records, and he was able to take whatever documents he so pleased at his own will. Of course, that is at the heart of this indictment, and prosecutors believe that that is not a fair argument, but it's clearly, based off of his remarks last night, what Donald Trump is going to attempt to argue in the court of law.
On one recurring theme that we're hearing from Trump and his supporters are these claims of the weaponization of the Department of Justice. But Trump then posted on Truth Social, if reelected, he would appoint a special prosecutor to, quote, go after President Biden and his family. How is that landing?
Right. And if you look at a new poll here from just this week, when Republican voters nationally were asked about this indictment, 76% of them responded that they believed that it was politically motivated against Donald Trump. Now, again, it's important to note that the allegations that are actually laid out by the Department of Justice are quite detailed and damning. Even former Vice President Mike Pence said that they were very serious allegations that could have put American lives at risk. But when we're talking about Donald Trump, he has had a stronghold on this Republican electorate, and he has made the case, 7 months out from when Republican primaries are slated to begin, that he is being unfairly targeted. And that is where you saw him turn it up on its head, saying that if he gets in the White House, he is going to appoint a special prosecutor to, in his own words, quote, go after Joe Biden and his family. And so really this is becoming a very serious, divided, and dangerous juxtaposition between what is being laid out by the Department of Justice now and what Donald Trump is warning he would do if he were to get back into the White House.
Vaughn, also quickly, let's talk security here. We're hearing members of law enforcement in Fulton County, Georgia, gathering intel on security ahead of possible charges there, checking out what was going on in Miami yesterday. Tell us about that.
Right. This is all under the context that Donald Trump has now been indicted twice in 2 different cases, and there could be a potentially 3rd or even 4th indictment to come. One of those in Fulton County, Georgia, where the district attorney is investigating his efforts to overturn his election loss in 2020 in the state of Georgia. And there's a 3-week period in August in which the district attorney has suggested that she would announce charges if she, in fact, brings charges against Donald Trump or any of his allies. And that is where deputies from the sheriff's office, officials, were sent not only to Manhattan, but also to Miami to survey the type of security measures taken for Donald Trump's arraignment. Obviously, that would be under the guise that if he were to be arraigned in Fulton County, Georgia, in the months ahead, that they would understand and take the necessary precautions ahead of time.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. Well, with Trump's arraignment now behind us, where does the special counsel's investigation go from here?
And what's next for the other investigations involving the former president? For more, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, good morning. Thank you so much. What do you make here of what the former president is saying. I mean, you heard Vaughn say he's not actually addressing the merits of the indictment, but then you have him giving a campaign-like speech that can be evidence in this case.
Yes, and it was really interesting that his speech really laid out, I don't know who wrote it, but it laid out a lot of what I expect will be his legal defense. Not completely, because when he Trumpifies it, he takes it kind of outside the bounds of legal and into political. But I do expect that he's going to rely heavily on what's called the Presidential Records Act. However, the Presidential Records Act, and by the way, Trump recited some case law that was technically accurate. But the problem for Trump is that whether or not the Presidential Records Act allowed him to declare records personal versus presidential, all of that protection arguably dissipated once you got into the land of subpoenas, moving documents around, allegedly concealing them, allegedly not being forthcoming.
Don't they dissipate the day that current President Biden was inaugurated?
Well, not necessarily. If you look back at the Clinton Sox case, as it's called, that court concluded in a roundabout way that a president, that the National Archives does not have the power to go out and search for every presidential record that exists out there, and that a president has the power to declare something personal versus presidential. But that is in a vacuum. When you add the elements of classified documents, of national defense information, and the fact that there were subpoenas, formal requests, and allegedly lies to government agents about where these documents were, those all take it outside the realm of the Presidential Records Act and into the realm of these criminal statutes. Now, is there a case to be made that the National Archives and DOJ were a little aggressive in getting these documents back? Sure. President Trump can make that, and if it's admissible, he can put it into evidence, but it isn't necessarily going to exonerate him.
Danny, let's talk about, as we look ahead, other things that are going on here. So Special Counsel Jack Smith in the room yesterday, also the former president talking about him last night, giving him a nickname, calling him deranged Jack Smith when he spoke in Bedminster, New Jersey last night. He's also the one who's looking at the January 6th investigation. Walk us through differences here and how this could potentially impact that with the same special counsel, as well as just the severity of it.
It is really interesting that Jack Smith is handling both prongs of a really very different investigation. And you can infer a lot from the fact that at some point Jack Smith thought, well, this particular investigation, I am ready. We are ready to go. We believe we can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We're ready to get a public indictment, knowing that the criticism that will follow will be scrutinized at every angle. And yet there is an investigation ongoing as to January 6th, which happened even before the events alleged in the latest indictment. So while we can't read too much into what Jack Smith's plans are for the January 6th investigation, we know only that it is ongoing. And strangely, I would argue almost completely separate. I don't know that there's a single fact that truly overlaps in the two investigations. So interesting that you have the same special counsel on both.
Okay, we could talk to you for hours, Danny.
Sure could. All right, coming up, it's decision day for the Fed.
We're going to take a look at why we could finally see a pause on interest rate hikes and what that means for your money next.
is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. There are stunning new allegations surrounding that shooting on the Rust movie set, where actor Alec Baldwin shot and killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins with a prop gun.
Prosecutors are saying the weapons supervisor may have been hung over when she loaded a live bullet into the gun. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer with more.
Over a year ago, prosecutors told me they weren't sure if they'd ever know how live rounds with charges against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and are perhaps answering that very question.
This morning, the deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rust is back in the spotlight. Prosecutors now saying it is likely that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the film weapons supervisor, was, quote, hung over when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point. Cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed on the set after Baldwin fired a gun that had live ammunition on set. Prosecutors are also now saying that there are witnesses who will testify that it's likely that Gutierrez-Reed was, quote, drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the filming of Rust. Both Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed, who have both denied wrongdoing, were charged with involuntary manslaughter. The charge against Baldwin was dismissed in April, with prosecutors citing new evidence and the need for more time to investigate. Hutchins' husband, Matthew, telling Hoda last year that he believed there were unsafe practices on the set.
But gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties. In the end, you know, justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe.
Hutchins has since dropped his lawsuit against the Rust filmmakers. Prosecutors leveled these new accusations against Gutierrez-Reed last week in response to a motion filed last month by her attorneys that seek to dismiss her involuntary manslaughter charge. Gutierrez-Reed's attorney telling the AP before the new accusations became public that, quote, the case is so weak that they have now chosen to resort to character assassination claims about Hannah. Filming on the set of Rust resumed in April, 18 months after the deadly accident.
We did reach out to the attorneys representing Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, but have not yet received a comment back. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And in a statement, the lawyer for Gutierrez-Reed said, the prosecution has so mishandled this case and the case is so weak that they are now resorting to character assassination tactics to further taint the press and jury pool. This investigation and prosecution is not about justice. For them, it's about finding a convenient scapegoat.
All right, let's turn to some financial headlines now. UPS drivers are on track to get air-conditioned trucks for the first time.
That is big news. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and some other headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Lindsay. Yeah, big news. So union leaders at UPS announcing a tentative deal to add air conditioning to the company's iconic brown delivery trucks for the first time ever. UPS confirmed it reached an agreement on heat safety with the Teamsters. The announcement comes as a strike authorization vote is already underway and follows years of complaints by labor leaders that working during hot weather can become unbearable and even dangerous. News of the tentative heat safety deal could lower the likelihood of a nationwide strike that workers have threatened to trigger. A Starbucks union is claiming dozens of the coffee chain's U.S. stores aren't allowing employees to decorate for Pride Month. In a statement to CNBC, Starbucks says it unwaveringly supports the LGBTQ+ community and hasn't changed its store policies. The company says local store leaders and employees do have latitude to make their own decorating choices within its guidelines. The union's claim comes as the LGBTQ+ community is facing high-end attacks. And Amazon says its cloud unit, AWS, is operating normally after an outage yesterday affected thousands of users. The disruption impacting websites ranging from transportation, the New York MTA, Southwest and Delta Airlines, to government agencies and Fortune 500 companies like Coca-Cola and Netflix. Amazon's last major outage was December 2021, when disruptions to its cloud services temporarily knocked out Netflix and Disney Plus and Amazon's own e-commerce site ahead of Christmas.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
No,
I
you
don't
don't
remember
see
it
an
either.
outage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Savannah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. They are poised to deliver its biggest interest rate decision later today.
That's right. Markets expect the Fed to keep rates unchanged for the first time in more than a year when the central bank kicked off this historic series of these aggressive hikes. Well, here to discuss is Investopedia's editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver, who has had a countdown clock yesterday. He gave it to us. You probably know. Do you know the hours and minutes to the meeting today?
Yeah, just 6 hours and 22 minutes, but I am not counting.
All right, so the expectation here is this pause. Walk us through that, and then also, though, does it still mean that after a pause, we could still see more rate hikes later this year?
Yeah, words matter, so we're going to be listening very closely to what Fed Chair Jay Powell says in the press conference following the announcement. We're all expecting a pause in those interest rate hikes. We're now between 5 and 5.25%. But we want to make sure that if he says things like this is temporary, then we know there could be further rate hikes depending on economic conditions. If he says economic conditions are sufficiently tight right now, we may not see another one, and the market's going to take off. But this is super important because that Fed funds rate, we talk about the Fed adjusting interest rate, that Fed funds rate is the basis for credit card loans, for mortgages, for new car loans, for borrowing in general, and borrowing has been very tight as these rates have been rising for the past 14 months.
What is the impact here on how markets react? I mean, you said if you hear things like things are tight, things are looking good, things will go up. What does that mean for the average American?
Yeah, for the average American, that means if it looks like Fed funds rate are going to stay right where they are, 5.25%, 5 to 5.25%, that means you're probably going to see mortgage rates dip a little bit. They're super sensitive to interest rates, to the Fed's interest rate. So a pause means they're probably going to go down a little bit. Credit card APRs, they're around 24% right now. Household borrowing for credit cards is at a record high. Those are going to fall a little bit. So money's going to become cheaper. And for the stock market, that also means it's going to become a little bit friskier and riskier for people to get involved in stocks because lower interest rates are a good recipe for stocks to climb.
And friskier, that's a technical term.
That's a technical term.
Any hope on the horizon or any prediction on when we could actually see them lower the rate? Because even a pause keeps it at this extremely high rate right now, not making it any easier for mortgages, things like that.
Yeah. People like me and Brian Chung, we look at the most boring yet most important chart in finance and economics. It's called the Fed's dot plot. That's a projection for where FOMC members think rates should be going out 6 months, 12 months, and even 2 to 3 years. They look like they're going to go down next year. But I want to warn people, when the Fed lowers rates, it's not necessarily a great thing. It's not good news. That means there's trouble in the economy and they want to put more money into the system. Rates are really high right now, and I've told you about how that affects households. But if they go down a little bit, just be aware of that. It's not always the best recipe for economic conditions.
All right, good advice as always. Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Good to see you. Well, coming up, Paul McCartney says the Beatles will come together with a little help from AI. Up next, how fans will once again be able to hear John Lennon's voice, kind of, more than 40 years after his death.
Plus, diving in, you know, most people, they try to avoid sharks at all costs. Well, not our Tom Costello. He's swimming with them. That's next.
so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, next year, the Grammys are changing with 3 new categories being introduced. Those are Best African Music Performance, Best Alternative Jazz Album, and Best Pop Dance Recording. The African Music Performance Award will include genres like Afrobeat, Afrofusion, and Afropop. It follows years where the awards have faced criticism over a lack of diversity. CEO of the Recording Academy, Harvey Mason Jr., said in a statement that the changes reflect our commitment to actively listen and respond to the feedback from our music community. The Grammys are such a great one to watch because of all those music performances.
Absolutely, and the Grammys also, they kind of, they teach me what's hip and like introduce me to all kinds of new artists. So the more categories, the better.
Exactly. Awesome to hear. Well, let's stay on music news.
I don't need to ever do that again. I'm sorry.
What did you do?
That's a weird dance. Please move on. I'm getting red.
As the Beatles song goes, all you need is love. Well, in 2023, it turns out all you really need is AI.
Sir Paul McCartney announcing this week all 4 band members are making a comeback of sorts by releasing what they call the final Beatles record, which will include a new song from the band. All thanks to artificial intelligence. So NBC News personal technology analyst Joanna Stern joins us now for more on this. Joanna, good morning, and thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
As we know, John Lennon passed away in 1980. How is this possible?
Well, I want to explain 2 types of AI here. What is being used here, according to what Paul McCartney has said, is that there was a previous recording of John Lennon, and they have been able to use AI to, as he said, make this pure, to clean up that recording. So it probably means a series of isolating some of the sound of his voice and using some ways of really cleaning up the recording. There's a whole other idea in AI right now, where it's not really an idea, it's a whole other area of AI right now, where people are using people's voices to generate things that and sing and make songs and have them say things that they had never said before. But that doesn't seem what has happened here with John Lennon's voice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Drake song kind of took the internet by storm. That was not, in fact, a Drake song, but sounded a lot like him, which leads to these ethical concerns, right, about using AI to make music, and then where do you draw the line between a robot and a human? And what are some of the arguments for and against using this modern technology in the music industry?
Yeah, look, but what's happening here seems to not cross that many ethical boundaries, right? There was this recording, it wasn't good quality, and they've been able to use technology, use advanced artificial intelligence to clean up that recording and make it sound better, right? If we had all recorded something many, many years ago and we had amazing voices, I'm not going to sing here, I have a horrible voice, and people wanted to hear that and hear it better, I don't think we would have that many issues with it. But let's put the other idea in perspective, right? We all have amazing voices, we pass away or we are famous, and then everyone starts using that voice to make songs that we never sang, to say things we never said. Well, that seems to cross an ethical line that I don't think I'd be okay with. I don't know about you guys, maybe you have amazing voices and this is a problem for you.
Certainly not. Can confirm. I do want to ask you, since we're talking about, it sounds like 2 very different buckets here with the Beatles song and album and what we're talking about here with AI-generated music. What does the future of the music industry look like with both of these buckets in play?
It's a really interesting question, and I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. We've seen musicians react in a couple of different ways. Some musicians and platforms like Spotify saying, we are going to police against this. We do not want this technology to impede the real recording, the real artists, the real talent. We've also seen some artists like Grimes actually say, hey, I'm open to working with AI. I'm open to this making my music better. Of course, I still want to make my money. I want to make those royalties. I want to use this in a collaborative fashion. And I think that's happening across all industries right now. How are we going to use AI collaboratively versus replacing us?
I don't know. Feels like a slippery slope. We'll have to watch.
Does.
Joanna Stern, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally this morning, as people head to the beach to try and beat the heat, a lot of people
they stay away from the sharks. Yeah. But our NBC News correspondent Tom Costello, he's been doing the opposite.
Yeah, he went diving with an expert in a tank full of sharks. Here's how it went.
Hey there, yeah, listen, everybody needs a good fishtail, and now I've got one. Only NBC's Carrie Sanders could beat this one. We are inside the Georgia Aquarium, surrounded by 1 million gallons of water and an awful lot of sharks. The truth is, sharks are really not that interested in us, although there goes that tiger shark again, circling us over and over again. Sharks are more interested in finding fish to eat and maybe a seal. The bottom line is we wanted to get some expert advice from a shark expert, how we can all stay safe as we go to the beach this summer.
I like that hammerhead. I like that shark. It's so big.
There's something about those teeth, those eyes, that fin.
Sharks love to eat people.
No, they don't like to eat people.
Young or old, sharks capture our imagination. Here at the Georgia Aquarium, they've got hammerheads, tiger sharks, sand sharks, silvertip, and silky sharks. 15 in all.
I had oatmeal for breakfast. Is that going to make me more of an appealing target?
Absolutely not. They don't like fiber. Yeah.
They don't like fiber.
Yeah. Well.
Okay, good.
Dr. Katie Lyons is a shark researcher and my personal underwater guide today.
Take some slow, deep breaths.
Within minutes of our shark cage going into the water, Katie's enthusiasm was contagious.
So the ones with the big, tall dorsal fin, oh, just right there. Look to your right.
Yep, I see it. Oh, my gosh.
Being submerged in their world is truly sensory overload. The water is clear but cold, as these giants of the deep stay in constant motion, circling.
It's just a totally immersive experience. Oh, goodness, what is that? That's a big shark.
So that is one of our sand tiger sharks. They're a really cool species.
Swimming at the top of the food chain, they are essential to the ocean's life cycle.
All of these sharks play critical roles in the ecosystem, and they help keep everything in balance.
Usually, sharks are interested in fish or seals, not humans. But attacks do happen. In May, a 13-year-old fended off a bull shark. Most occurred in Florida, followed by New York, Hawaii, and California. Still, 2022 brought the fewest shark attacks in 10 years, 41 unprovoked bites in the U.S.
So you're more likely to have a coconut fall on you and kill you than to be bit by a shark.
A coconut.
A coconut.
But there are some things you can do to avoid shark contact. Swim with a buddy close to shore. Don't swim near seals or schools of fish. Don't wear jewelry. And avoid excessive splashing. If a shark gets too close,
you can hit it on the nose, you can hit it in the gills, or poke it in the eye.
And then get away.
And then get away, right? You want to get out of the water as soon as you can.
Dr. Lyons is researching the microplastics sharks are ingesting and how their populations are affected by climate change.
If they're affected, then everything else below them is affected.
Since you have been so excited about sharks since you were a little girl, what's it like to see them face to face like this?
I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, it's, again, such a different experience being in with them rather than on the other side of an acrylic.
Let me just tell you an experience I had last summer. I was standing in knee-deep water off the coast of Florida, and suddenly a shark came circling by us. It was a black-tip shark. The truth of the matter is, while it scared the heck out of us, Katie says it was really no risk to us, posed no risk. They are very, very common sharks, and they're interested in finding prey. That said, you should always treat every shark as something that could be a threat and get away calmly if you can, as quickly as you can, and try not to agitate the sharks. Back to you guys.
Wow. Okay, Tom, impressive. First of all, the talking in the water and the,
yeah.
But also, I don't know. Would you remember poke it in the eye?
No, I think punching in the gills would agitate a shark.
Yeah, I just yeah. But try to remember.
Just don't go too deep.
Should you be in that situation?
Yeah.
Try to remember.
All right, that'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stick with us.
morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here right now on Morning News Now. Defiance and demonstrations on a historic day in America. This morning, Donald Trump is now officially the first former president to be charged with a federal crime. He's accused of allegedly mishandling classified documents after his presidency. Following his arraignment, Trump spoke to supporters at a fundraiser for his re-election campaign.
Today we witness the most evil and heinous abuse of power in the history of our country.
We have team coverage this morning from Florida to Washington, and we'll take a closer look at the charges he's facing, the evidence prosecutors say they have against him, and how this could shape the 2024 election. Also this morning, bracing for the storm developing this hour, tens of millions of people are waking up to weather alerts for a severe storm system stretching across several states. This as other parts of the country face record heat and wildfire weather. We are tracking the conditions. Workplace worries are on the rise in the LGBTQ+ community. A new survey shows a majority of LGBTQ+ employees are concerned about their opportunities for growth on the job. We'll break down the numbers and how coworkers and employers can offer their support. And settling down, if you're looking for the perfect place to raise a family, this is for you. This morning, we are getting a look at Fortune's brand new list of top family-friendly cities to live. Which areas made the cut and why?
Yeah, we've been talking about that off camera. We can't wait to see the list.
I know, it's right. And you've heard of some of them. I think some of them are kind of in this area. So we'll get into that in a little bit. We begin, though, of course, this morning with former President Donald Trump, who's now officially charged in the Department of Justice's classified documents investigation.
Trump pleaded not guilty in a federal courthouse in Miami yesterday to 37 criminal counts. Prosecutors are alleging that he knowingly and unlawfully kept classified documents after leaving the White House. While the brief arraignment played out inside, protesters and supporters lined the streets outside the courthouse. People could even be seen running after the motorcade as it made its way through the streets following that hearing. Well, following his court appearance, Trump met with supporters during a stop at Versailles restaurant in Miami. From there, it was on to New Jersey, where he delivered a speech during a fundraiser at his golf club in New Jersey, blasting the investigation and maintaining he did nothing wrong. We have a full team covering every angle of this story, from what happened in Miami to what happens next. So we are going to start with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney and legal analyst Danny Savalas. Thanks for being with us this morning. So, Ken, the case may be high profile, but the court proceedings were pretty straightforward. What stood out to you, and what was Trump's reaction during it?
Good morning, Lindsay. That's right. It was a fairly rudimentary, bare bones, straightforward hearing, but there was nothing rudimentary about hearing the federal magistrate announce the case, the United States versus Donald J. Trump and Walt Nauta, his co-defendant. In terms of Mr. Trump's reaction, he was I described it as stone-faced. He sat still with his arms crossed. He didn't appear to be consulting with his attorneys, who did all the speaking for him. What was also interesting was special counsel Jack Smith was in the room. He was not at the prosecution table, but he was sitting in the gallery, and he could be observed sort of laughing and joking at times with some of the people next to him, but also staring intently at Mr. Trump throughout the process. His lawyer, Mr. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, answered the judge's question about the plea by saying, "We most certainly plead not guilty." That's essentially how the arraignment moved forward. Mr. Nauta, his co-defendant, was not actually arraigned because he didn't have local counsel who could represent him in Florida, so he'll be arraigned at a later date. Obviously, both men were released on their own recognizance, so the whole thing lasted less than an hour, and then you saw Mr. Trump move on to a kind of a landmark Cuban restaurant in Florida, which he treated sort of as a campaign event, guys.
Danny, let's bring you in here on set with us. So special counsel Jack Smith, who brought this, is calling for a speedy trial, but that depends on Judge Aileen Cannon, right? Of course, that's this Trump appointee who randomly was selected to have this case in her courtroom. Tell us what that means in terms of speed here.
It does, and had this been the regular magistrate assigned to Judge Cannon, we might have gotten some idea of scheduling yesterday, but my understanding is that this was just a general assignment federal magistrate, which is also a judge, but they exist as kind of an assistance role to federal district judges. But the bottom line is Judge Aileen Cannon will end up handling the scheduling of this case. Will the case stick to that schedule? I bet no, because unexpected things are going to happen. This is a very significant case, a lot of very complex issues. I promise you the defense will be filing a jubilee of motions, either to throw the case out, to suppress evidence, all kinds of things that will extend the time and delay the trial. And by the way, there's nothing nefarious about delay in this case. It probably inures to the benefit of the defendant, but the defendant will be filing lots of motions. Anytime you have a novel, arguably novel application of the law in an unprecedented situation, as a defense attorney, you've got to test the law, if not just for the district court, but for the appeals court. If things go badly, your client's convicted, you have a shot on appeal with a relatively new, fresh issue.
Look, we're talking about what's going on inside, but Ken, let's talk about what happened outside the courthouse, because Miami police said they were expecting as many as 50,000 demonstrators. I mean, did we see anything close to those kinds of numbers?
I don't think we saw 500, actually, no. I mean, there was the people who did show up were passionate in their beliefs and support of Mr. Trump, and they gathered around the courthouse. But as far as we know, there were no reports of violence. The sort of most notable incident happened when a man who was apparently a Biden supporter tried to rush the Trump motorcade as it was leaving. There you see it, and he was quickly arrested. But no, and in fact, it was consistent with what we were hearing from the FBI and other agencies that they didn't detect any major threats of violence. Nonetheless, it's always a tense situation with Mr. Trump and his very passionate supporters. Particularly, the perimeter around this courthouse was more wide open than we expected it to be, although there were a lot of security officers here.
And Danny, one of the kind of quirks here, so we heard Ken mention him a moment ago, his valet, this person that works for him, his co-conspirator in this case, also facing charges, also in court yesterday. They are still working together. He still works for Mr. Trump while this unfolds. Does that complicate things? Absolutely it does. And this order by the judge restricting the defendant's ability to speak to people in their circle, not just Nauta, the alleged co-conspirator and current co-defendant, but a number of other a number of other sources of information for DOJ. Let's take a step back. The judge said, look, DOJ, you need to come up with a list of the people that Trump can't talk to. But in the meantime, Trump, you can talk to those people because you don't know who's on the list. That seems a little awkward, right? Because these are people that may still work for him. Trump may have people in his office who will be offering evidence against him at trial, and he doesn't know it yet. Talk about an awkward workplace environment. So when DOJ comes out with that list, then Trump can no longer talk to those people. He cannot talk to his co-defendant without counsel present. Very awkward situation because they probably have a joint defense agreement, I'm guessing, which means that they can pool information and keep it privileged. So you have a strange situation where they're essentially acting as a team, but as a team with limitations on communication.
Really quickly, there's been some talk of whether Walt Nauta will flip or not. I mean, that joint defense agreement, can that essentially elapse or vaporize at any point?
Poof. It goes away as soon as, and this happens all the time. There's been a lot of reporting about how Walt Nauta, they tried to get him to come in and cooperate. He's not interested. He's holding fast. Yeah, that's today. In 3 months from now, in 6 months from now, when the trial is looming and the fatigue sets in and Nauta starts thinking about, oh, what are my sentencing guidelines if I'm convicted? These folks, they change their mind. Happens all the time.
Okay, Ken and Danny, thank you both so much.
Thank you. Now, of course, this is all playing out while Trump is running for re-election. He's a former president, but also now, again, a candidate. Let's turn to NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray on this. Hey, Mark, so directly after the arraignment, we've been talking about this morning, Trump made this visit to this restaurant in Miami, Versailles. It really looked like a classic campaign stop, and this particular location does hold some significance in South Florida politics, doesn't it? Tell us about this stop and what it signals.
Yeah, Savannah, in all the years I've been covering politics, Versailles, if you are a Republican candidate for any type of office, you make stops there. It has diehard Cuban-American supporters, mainly Republican. And the fact that Donald Trump went there with cameras to be able to actually have people take images of him versus the situation that was playing out in the courtroom where you just ended up having artist drawings and no cameras does kind of just strike home the argument that Donald Trump was really trying to control his image immediately after the arraignment.
And then let's talk about what we saw later that night. Once Trump made it back to New Jersey, he spoke at this campaign fundraising event at his golf club. I know he went after the current president. He came out sort of as the victim here. Walk us through his message.
Yeah, the message was first that he had every right to the documents that were in his possession at Mar-a-Lago. Now, according to the Presidential Records Act, that official presidential documents are actually in the possession of the National Archives, not the former president. So that was factually incorrect what the former president was saying there. He also ended up lashing out at Special Counsel Jack Smith, who was in attendance at yesterday's arraignment. And then he ended up vowing retribution and saying that if he ends up winning the White House in 2024, he will appoint a special counsel to look into President Joe Biden and his family.
So, Mark, let's talk about now widening this out to just GOP contenders in general and how this is impacting the current race, because Trump is still the front runner by double digits, a lot of them at that. And so Chris Christie, he's really the only one who's not fully shied away from speaking out against him. Yesterday, Christie tweeted, "We need to stop blaming our adversaries for the weakness of our candidates. It's Trump. He's a three-time loser, 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 loser." But that's a little bit rare in terms of the forcefulness that we are seeing come out, because, of course, I think people are thinking, if you go after Trump, are you kind of alienating his supporters, which, again, is most of those Republican voters at this point. How is this case shaking up the primary?
Yeah, there is the argument that if you want to be able to defeat Donald Trump, you have to go after him right now and hit him very hard. But as you ended up mentioning, when you look at a lot of the early polls right now, where 3/4 or 4 and 5 Republicans believe that Donald Trump is some kind of victim of a weaponization of Justice Department, that this is politically motivated, it is really hard to end up going right after Donald Trump here when many of the voters might not be there. Now, Savannah, it's important to note that maybe public opinion does change, that if some of these candidates, notably Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott or Nikki Haley, take him head on, maybe that moves voters right now. We're going to have to wait and see. But right now, outside of Chris Christie, it's a lot of crickets.
That's right, crickets. Mark Murray, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Julie, good morning. We are hearing for the first time from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. What's his take on the allegations?
Well, his take is that he's going to essentially stay out of it, much of which we heard after the first time the former president was indicted in New York. The minority leader of the Senate, Republican Mitch McConnell, largely staying silent on this issue. He hasn't commented on it at all since the indictment fell, since the indictment was unsealed on Friday as well. Take a listen to what he told reporters yesterday when asked about this.
Look, the Republican campaign for the nomination has already been going on for 6 months. It's going to be going on for a year longer. And I'm just simply not going to comment on the candidates. We've got a bunch of them, and I'm just simply going to stay out of it.
Now, obviously, it's no secret that privately and publicly, Mitch McConnell and the former President Trump don't have a very good relationship, so his comments do track with his prior ones.
Some congressional Republicans, Julie, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, have come to Trump's defense. And not all GOP members are jumping on board, as Savannah and Mark were just talking about. What are some of the concerns they're sharing about Trump as he runs for president again?
Yeah, well, it's super notable. You're looking at this divide sort of grow among Republicans in Congress. And it's interesting because really at the tip of the spear, obviously you have Speaker McCarthy and leadership who is very much looking into this in the corner of the former president. But you're hearing from a plethora of voices, not just moderates like Senator Murkowski and Romney, who said that this was essentially a stain. Romney said that he was angry that the former president brought this upon himself. He could have just handed those documents over when asked, but also from prominent conservatives, some on the hard right in the House, for example, like Ken Buck, the Colorado congressman, who was just, by the way, holding up the floor so Speaker McCarthy couldn't use it as he wanted to. He said he would have major concerns if there was, quote, a convicted felon in the White House, even if he ended up winning the party's nomination, as Savannah was just saying. He's ahead by those double digits, but it's notable you're hearing this divide from different Republicans who are not in the former president's corner, who perhaps are looking at other candidates in light of this as well.
And Julie, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance announced yesterday he's putting a hold on Justice Department nominees in response to Trump's indictment and arraignment. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Vance actually tweeted, quote, "I think we have to grind this department to a halt until Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, promises to do his job and stop going after political opponents." Vance has endorsed the former president. He was one of the earliest endorsements in Congress for Trump. And he essentially is saying that he's going to slow down the confirmation process for Department of Justice nominees. There are a whole slew of them. It's not clear how much leverage he's going to have because, of course, they will still end up getting confirmed. He can slow them down, but he can't stop them from happening. But it's not clear what exactly he's looking for. He says he wants Garland to stop holding political opponents hostage in this situation, but he's not saying what would get him to lift that hold. Nonetheless, though, it shows the influence that the former president continues to have, particularly among his supporters, in Congress.
All right, Julie, thank you so much.
Well, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now with his analysis on this. We're always lucky to get him on a morning like this. Hey, Michael, good to see you.
Hi.
So I know you have called this one of the most important criminal trials in American history. Of course, it being the first time that a former president or a current president is being charged with a federal crime. Just put the historical significance in context for us.
Well, you know, it's really mind-blowing, Savannah and Lindsay, and I shouldn't chuckle because it's not a bit funny, but think when in American history we have seen something like this. Donald, oftentimes, you and I could talk and we could say this is what historians might think about Donald Trump. First thing we've got to know is that 18 months from now, and this is conceivable, is he going back to the White House as the 47th president of the United States? Is he going to prison? Is he getting off on some of these trials? I mean, the range of possibilities is wider than we've seen in the case of any other president in American life. And so on the outcome of this case and others that are in train and perhaps about to happen is really the future of our country.
Michael, we obviously don't know the outcome in the case yet, but it has already been historic. So how does all this affect Trump's legacy and also the legacies of both his supporters and enemies in the GOP?
It totally depends on what happens. If Donald Trump is reelected next year in the fall, which I'm not predicting one way or the other, but if he is, he's going to make this into a very different kind of country and a different kind of government. He has said that. And in that atmosphere, there will be people who will say, this is what led to current president of the United States. This is the way that other leaders in America should behave. But the other alternative, or at least an other alternative, is if he is found guilty, if he is punished, particularly if he's incarcerated, there's not a great record in American history of people who have been incarcerated, and if the public feels that that was a fair trial, being considered very, very nicely by people in my line of work.
Michael, there's been some talk about the fact that this case is taking place in Miami, Florida, rather than in Washington, D.C., where we kind of knew this investigation was split in both of those places. What's the significance of that? The location of this, the fact that this trial with this particular president in this particular party taking place in Miami, Florida?
Well, there's a lot of attention to the fact that, as we know, Lindsay and Savannah, this is a case where Florida is a steadily more red state. The area in which this trial is going to take place is a steadily more red area. And also the judge in this trial is someone who was an outspoken Trump supporter and went to the edge of making rulings that were in his favor on this documents case earlier in a special master that caused her to be reprimanded by some of her colleagues and superiors. So, if we're looking at a news story that is unpredictable, I cannot think of one more unpredictable than this.
Absolutely. Well, Michael Beschloss, thank you so much. Again, we appreciate your expertise this morning.
My pleasure always.
Evacuation orders have been issued for parts of northern Oregon because of a fast-moving wildfire. The so-called Hat Rock fire is burning near Juniper Canyon. It's already consumed more than 10,000 acres in just a matter of hours. Now it is rapidly moving toward the Washington state line. So last night, officials called in extra fire crews from surrounding areas, and they're telling people in the fire's path to pack their bags and be ready to evacuate.
Let's now get to that, as well as the severe storms headed for the southeast that could impact millions.
So for more on that, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather with meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good to see you.
Good to see you guys as well. Good morning. We've got a pretty rare kind of severe setup today. This is more something that you see in the middle of the spring, right? This is a kind of setup where we have the potential for really strong wind gusts for large swaths of people. We also have the potential for some really strong tornadoes too throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours, and kind of two different batches of these storms moving through. Either way, 23 million people included in this. We will see the potential for some large hail as well. Here's the area for those wind gusts. Over 80 miles per hour or higher is what we're looking at as far as the threat is concerned. Montgomery included in that, Monroe included in that. And you can see it extends all the way from the Atlantic into places like Texas, Louisiana, and parts of Arkansas. So you're going to want to be staying connected at least with a way to get those alerts later into the afternoon and evening hours tonight. Remember, there will be one line that comes through and then a secondary line that comes through. So don't let your guard down if you live in that area. As we head through Thursday, we'll have the potential to see some heavy rain associated with this as well. Upwards of maybe 3 to 5 inches will be possible. So the flash flooding risk will be there here at least for the next 2 days. You can see where it extends. Again, same kind of area, same region. And even as we get into tomorrow, we could still see some strong thunderstorms in this area. Maybe not quite what we're going to deal with through the day today, but the potential will be there for some more thunderstorms. Looking up towards the northeast and kind of swirling around the Great Lakes, we have a low pressure system that's going to bring some of that additional rain to folks in that region. We'll see some localized heavy amounts of rain, nothing too impressive, but necessary for some of these drier conditions that we're dealing with. That cold front is going to continue swinging through the Great Lakes here as we get into tomorrow. We'll still see some rain hanging around for places like Maine and Michigan, Ohio as well. Now, as we look towards Texas, this might have gotten your attention yesterday. We have heat alerts that are in place because temperatures are just soaring there, feeling really warm with these heat watch areas dealing with potentially numbers as high as 115 degrees.
Wow.
Here is what we're expecting today. These are the highs on the left. You see places like Fort Stockton, 101, 101 for Del Rio, but feeling like 105. Even Laredo headed to 116 for your heat index value later today. And this is an extended kind of heat wave. It's going to go through Friday into Saturday for a lot of places. You see triple digits across the board for San Angelo, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And again, you add in humidity, and it's a whole lot more uncomfortable for those locations. Take it slow if you have any strenuous activity to do outdoors. Milder, of course, in the Northeast and the Great Lakes, but man, that sure gets your attention, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I'm from Phoenix.
yeah, well, as they say, that's a dry heat.
120. Yeah, I know. The humidity is no joke, though.
Ooh, my goodness. I love your Wednesday pink.
Oh,
You look
thank
great. Thanks, Angie. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, on hold. Today, the Federal Reserve is expected to pause interest rate hikes for the first time in more than a year. Later this hour, we're going to take a look at how this could impact your wallet.
First, though, more than a headache after the break, why researchers now say migraines could be a sign of something even worse. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas.
Seattle,
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with some international headlines now, starting with breaking news on the war in Ukraine.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now with that and much more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Officials in Ukraine say at least 6 people were killed after Russia fired cruise missiles on the city of Odessa and on the eastern region of Donetsk. Now in Odessa, 3 people were killed and several others were injured after the missiles hit homes, warehouse, shops and cafes downtown. Another 3 people died after the missile strike destroyed several homes in 2 cities in the eastern Donetsk region. Now let's go to Milan, here in Italy, where the funeral of former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi will be held this afternoon. Berlusconi was a media and property tycoon who entered politics in 1994 and has been Prime Minister 3 times ever since. His career, both in business and politics, has been tainted by sex scandals, countless allegations of corruption, and a tax fraud conviction. And congratulations to Nigerian chef Hilda Bassi, who on Tuesday has been confirmed by the Guinness World Record as the new world holder for the longest cooking marathon. About a month ago, the 26-year-old cooked non-stop for 4 days in a makeshift kitchen, taking only short breaks. When Bassi found out her record was officially confirmed, she said she cried, prayed, and screamed. I guess she's still digesting the news. Back to you, Savannah.
Man, I bet after that she's like takeout for a year.
4 days with only short breaks. It doesn't matter what you're doing. That's wild. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
It's time now for our weekly medical checkup. And look, we all know someone who suffers from, or we ourselves suffer from migraines. There's some really new, interesting research about how people who suffer from those may also be at risk for more serious health issues.
Yeah, plus we're going to get into why is it that some days we just feel a little more on our game than others. Can't wait to hear that one. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal joins us here in studio with more on this. Good morning, doctor. All right, tell us about what this new study says and suggests potentially about migraine sufferers.
Yeah, so migraines affect millions of people around the world, right? And so this study was out of it was a Danish study, and they looked at records over decades of time, and they tried to see, is there anything else going on? Are they at risk for other health problems besides the migraines? And what they found was that yes, actually there seems to be an association between stroke and migraines. Women and men, particularly who have migraines, are more likely to have a stroke, and women we know are more likely to suffer from heart attacks. Women who have migraines. So there is something going on here, but we don't exactly know what. So that actually leads us to our doctor's orders. We review the signs for a heart attack all the time, right? The chest pain, the arm pain, the jaw pain. But what about stroke? You want to think fast, F-A-S-T. Time is brain, as they say, right? So what is F? You can have a droopy face or a numb face. A, arm. Your arm can feel weak on one side. It can be numb. S, for speech. You can kind of notice some people have a slurred speech. And lastly, time. Time is brain. Call 911 if you notice any of these. Better to be safe.
Time is brain. Oh, important to remember.
Good advice. So also let's talk about overdose deaths because they have skyrocketed among teens. It's actually a disorder called opioid use disorder. There's medication for it. It's not always easily available. So what's going on here and what's the recommendation if you or a loved one is having problems with opioids?
This study was cool. This study was where doctors got to play detectives. So basically, it was actually led by a med student at the time who's now a doctor. But basically, she called a bunch of opioid use disorder centers and found, that she kind of played the part of a parent. She was like, I have a child who's suffering from this. What would you want to treat him with? And she found that only 1 in 4 treatment centers are actually carrying buprenorphine, which is it's the only FDA-approved treatment for opioid use disorder. So because of that, actually, I should note, some people were actually offering horseback riding as therapy instead of that.
Wow.
So the doctor's orders here, if you are a parent with a child who has this disorder, don't be afraid to call the center. Ask them what exactly are you giving them, and shop around if you need to. And also have Narcan available at home. It is soon going to be over the counter in the coming weeks everywhere, but many states have a standing order, meaning you can ask a pharmacist for it today.
Wow, that's good to know, and good that it's more widely available now. Also, let's talk about this pep in our step. Some days work feels a little bit better, a little bit easier. Why is that?
Why is it always on Mondays?
Yeah.
When you don't feel that.
This is one of those studies where everyone kind of knows what's going on, but it confirms that, right?
Yeah,
and so basically they found that, days that you go home and you really make time for yourself, you actually are more productive the next day. You feel better at work. I mean,
this is breaking news.
It's great to finally see this confirmed, right? And so the doctor's orders here, everybody does it, but try not to bring work home. Sit out or sign off really when you go home, and keep consistent sleep cycles. Try to just go to bed and wake up at the same time every day. I know for you guys that's very hard, given that you do the morning show, but try as often as you can.
Well, and I think this is big for employers to know, hey, if your employee isn't answering emails at 10 o'clock at night, they're actually going to perform better the next day.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I do think it's gotten harder post-COVID, right? It's hard to unplug, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. All right, Dr. Seil, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, we've got more on the historic arraignment of Donald Trump.
The former president is also under investigation for a number of other cases. Our coverage continues with a closer look at the full scope of Trump's legal troubles after the break.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with more on our top story, the arraignment of former President Trump on federal charges.
Trump pleaded not guilty yesterday to 37 counts in connection with special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into his handling of classified material. And this is one of several legal fights the former president is currently facing. He could potentially face more charges later this summer in connection with his alleged meddling in the 2020 election. Joining us right now is NBC News legal analyst and former assistant district attorney for the Manhattan DA's office, Catherine Christian. So, Catherine, thank you for being with us. One question that I have is, we know that special counsel Jack Smith wasn't only looking into the classified documents case, he's also looking into alleged meddling in the 2020 election. So when you have one special counsel looking at two separate things, one target being former President Trump, Do those two cases overlap, coincide at all? How does that work?
They may have witnesses that overlap. For instance, Mark Meadows, who was the chief of staff. So he was involved with helping the packing of the boxes that, now resulted in an indictment. He was there when Mr. Trump was leaving the White House. He was also there on January 6th with Mr. Trump. He also, it's my understanding, was involved somewhat with the Georgia charges. They haven't been charged yet, but those facts. So you'll have overlapping witnesses, but they're two separate investigations, which is why they weren't charged together.
Absolutely. We are also, experiencing some type of maybe a light dying or something. If you're hearing that noise in here, I think we're safe. Let's follow up on what you just mentioned in Georgia. So we are expecting a decision sometime this summer regarding potential charges in this Georgia election interference case. But here's something really interesting, actually. Members of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, they were in Miami yesterday to try to kind of gather intel on the security operations. First, what does that tell you in terms of could we be expecting something soon if it seems like they're preparing physically for what could happen on the ground? Yes. And also just remind viewers what's going on there in Georgia.
Yes, and you may recall that the DA just a month ago said that her entire staff, except for her executives, are going to be working remotely during that period. She sent a letter to all of the law enforcement in that Fulton County and the court staff to be prepared. And so what that says to me, along with the sheriff going, is, again, the grand jury actually has to indict, that they are expecting that there will be an indictment, and just like what happened in Manhattan and what happened yesterday, though there was no horrible crimes that were committed, I mean, it seems like people were basically peaceful. Right. She wants to make sure that when she announces that there is an indictment, that everything is secure. So that the sheriff went there, he went to see how things were going. It gives him some intel and lets him and informs him how he should protect the courthouse in August.
I want to ask you about another case where there was a big development, and a judge actually granted a motion by writer E. Jean Carroll to file an amended defamation suit against former President Trump. She's seeking $10 million in damages. This is after Trump called her a whack job at a CNN town hall. Now, remember last month she was awarded some $5 million in that civil case. That jury found former President Trump liable for sexual abuse. How does this new amended defamation suit move forward?
Well, it should be noted that that suit was filed before the case that just was tried. The reason why it didn't go to trial first is because there were many appeals, so it was sort of delayed. And Mr. Trump is a gift to opposing counsel, because right after he was found liable for sexual abuse, he went on the CNN town hall and said what allegedly are defamatory statements. So the amendment was to include those CNN town hall statements into the complaint, amending the complaint, also to include the fact that he had been found liable for sexual abuse in the complaint, and to up the amount of damages she's requesting to $10 million. And also she's requesting more significant punitive damages in light of the verdict and his CNN town hall statements.
So this will potentially also go to trial?
That's going to go to trial.
Okay.
And don't forget, in October, the New York State Attorney General also has a trial against him.
Okay. Thank you for catching us up to speed. Yes. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, now for a closer look into the timeline of the federal charges against former President Trump. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a look back at all the key moments from the past 2 years that led to this moment.
It starts just after the former president moved out of the White House in 2021 with boxes of classified documents stacked on a stage at Mar-a-Lago, according to the indictment. Some then moved to a bathroom. Around this time, the National Archives demands some of the classified documents from the Trump presidency they're supposed to have, but don't. Then a key moment that summer. The indictment says Mr. Trump allegedly showed a writer a document laying out a plan of attack, citing a recording. And Mr. Trump says, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret. Fast forward about 6 months later, Mr. Trump's personal valet and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, returns 15 boxes of classified documents to the archives, according to the indictment. But that didn't stop the FBI from opening a criminal investigation. A month later, a D.C. grand jury came together. In June, a couple FBI agents and a DOJ attorney went down to South Florida and got a signed letter from Mr. Trump's attorneys saying, essentially, they'd turned over everything they had. That turned out not to be true, because in August, the FBI carried out a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago and releasing this picture of documents laid out on the floor, something Mr. Trump didn't like seeing.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice
Attorney General Merrick Garland named a special counsel to lead the investigation in November.
I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel.
Now there's Jack Smith, tasked with looking at the January 6th attack and the classified documents case. Mr. Trump, now officially running to win back the White House, furious.
I took the documents. I'm allowed to. I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them.
Over the course of the next 6 months or so, the special counsel issuing subpoenas and hearing from a lot of people in Mr. Trump's orbit, all leading up to last week when the Department of Justice unsealed the indictment, revealing those 37 felony counts against the former president.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
Well, coming up, pressing pause today. The Federal Reserve is expected to put interest rate hikes on hold for the first time in more than a year. After the break, we will talk about what that could mean for you and your money.
And worried in the workplace. A new survey shows growing concerns among LGBTQ employees. We're going to talk about why and what coworkers and employers can do to support them. Next on Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. We are back with economic news that could impact your finances.
That's right. The Federal Reserve is set to announce its latest interest rate move later today. Well, Wall Street expects the Fed to keep rates unchanged, so not raise them again for the first time in 15 months. The decision comes a day after new data showed that inflation in May hit its lowest level in 2 years, which is what we were looking for here. Well, for more on this, we are joined by NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, good to see you. So tell us about this potential pause, why it is that we're expecting it and what that means.
Yeah, well, because the policymakers inside the Federal Reserve are looking at the inflation numbers and saying, look, we're getting a little bit closer to the 2% that economists say is healthy for the economy. So the pace of price increases in this country, which we got an update on from the government yesterday, was about 4%. So well, people might be wondering, well, then why would the Fed stop hiking interest rates now if we're not at the goal yet? Well, the reason is because it takes time for the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes to bite into the economy. There's a lagged impact. So the Fed might stop here to see whether or not the interest rate hikes that they've done over the last 15 months, or 15 months or so, would essentially get to target as they wanted to do. So whether or not we actually get that later on, we'll have to see this afternoon, but we'll have to watch for the commentary from Fed Chair Jay Powell to see whether or not, okay, might they pause here and then raise interest rates at a future meeting? We'll have to look into that glass ball later on this afternoon.
And so when we're talking about that glass ball, I mean, what are some of the reports you're going to be looking at? I know this pause might be temporary here. So if people are thinking, okay, maybe I want to buy a house or a car later on this year, what are you going to be listening for?
Yeah, well, and I think that that's the broader takeaway here, right? Not a lot of people are necessarily Fed watchers and trying to parse over every single word, although if you work on Wall Street, you certainly are. But the overall story is that even if the Fed pauses interest rates here, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're cutting interest rates, right? So because of that, you shouldn't expect to see mortgage rates, for example, go back to the 3% that we saw a few years ago. Now, they could marginally go down, but look, 6.5%, you're not going to see it decline substantially from there. So if you're trying to buy a house, when you hear a headline that says Fed pauses interest rates for the first time in over a year, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to see interest rates or borrowing costs just sharply decline after that point in time. Now, what is the Fed going to be watching? They're going to be watching, obviously, the inflation reports in the coming months, but also what happens on the labor market. There was a concern as the Fed was moving to raise interest rates, which is deliberately slowing the economy, whether or not people would lose their jobs as employers say, well, maybe I'm just going to pull back here. We've seen some things happen in the tech sector, but overall, unemployment rate's still at 3.7%. That's essentially near over 50-year lows.
And wages pretty strong still as well.
Too, yeah.
So it's kind of like, it seems like we're at the top of this mountain, like they were up, we're pausing. When can we come back down? Because as you said, I mean, this rate is still high. This is not a rate you want to sit at forever in terms of buying a car, buying a house. What will they look for, and any hope about that happening anytime in the near future? Yeah, well, it's a bit of a challenge here because the Fed could lower interest rates for two reasons. One reason would be, well, if they're at target and you have low inflation and you have unemployment not necessarily substantially rising, well, the Federal Reserve might say, okay, well, then we can kind of slowly draw back on these interest rates. So that's the ideal situation that you want. But the other situation where you lower interest rates is if we hit a hard recession. If the unemployment rate all of a sudden starts rising, or you see inflation drop below the target, well, then they might have to start aggressively lowering interest rates, in which case, yeah, borrowing costs might be cheaper, but it might be in an environment where we're in a recession. So that's the real tightrope that the Federal Reserve is walking here, and that's why the next 6 months are going to be very critical. You have some on Wall Street saying, look, we're not out of the clear yet on a potential recession, but the picture so far appears to be very good. Inflation's coming down, and the unemployment rate is pretty low, too. Whether or not that changes is an open question. Brian Chung, always good to see you. Thank you so much.
All right, let's stick with financial headlines. As the world shifts toward cleaner energy, the demand for oil is set to slow in the coming years.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is with us this morning with that and other news. Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, Lindsay, good morning to you. The demand for oil is expected to peak before the end of this decade as sales of electric vehicles pick up and developed countries transition to cleaner sources of energy. Now, that's the assessment of the International Energy Agency. The group expects demand for fuels such as gasoline will peak first. Demand for jet fuel and other industrial oil products will continue to tick higher. The IEA predicting India will surpass China as the main driver of oil demand as soon as 2027. Americans say they need $2.2 million to feel wealthy. A new survey from Charles Schwab is asking people to estimate the average net worth they would require to reach the ranks of the rich. Nearly half say they already feel wealthy today with an average net worth of just $560,000. And how wealthy people feel is also influenced by their peers. Almost half say being able to afford a similar lifestyle to their friends makes them feel rich. And more than a third who use social media say they compare their lifestyles to what their family and friends post online. And that's especially true for Gen Z and millennials. And Netflix is opening up a pop-up restaurant in Los Angeles on June 30th, featuring dishes from popular chefs and bartenders on the streaming platform. So Netflix Bites will spotlight chefs from shows such as Chef's Table and Is It Cake? Plus, mixologists from Drink Masters will make custom cocktails, and Netflix has previously created live experiences based on shows like Bridgerton and Stranger Things. So how about that?
It's just genius. How many times have you watched food on TV and you're like, I need that?
Right.
You want to try it? Or the cocktails. Yeah, super cool.
Sounds like a great idea.
Thank you. Well, this morning we're taking a look at how the LGBTQ plus community is feeling in the workplace, especially as legislation across the country continues to target the community.
Employment website Indeed conducted a survey of LGBTQ plus employees. They found 65% of the community is concerned about how these bills will affect their job opportunities. Joining us right now is LaVon Davis, Vice President of Environmental, Social, and Governance at Indeed. Thanks for being with us. You know, when I was reading about the study here, there are some staggering statistics about workers thinking twice before applying for a job in a state with these types of laws. Walk us through some of your biggest takeaways.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I think some of the biggest takeaways for me are, you know, for decades, the LGBTQ plus community has been fighting for equal opportunity and protection, but are still facing discrimination and inequalities in day-to-day life. And this, unfortunately, often translates into the workplace as well. It was shocking how little has changed. 26% of LGBTQ plus workers are not out at work due to fear of discrimination, fear of harassment, and concerns over career advancements. So this shows us that over 1/4 of workplaces do not feel like a safe space for employees to be their true, authentic selves.
The survey also found something else quite specific, that LGBTQ plus specific benefits are an important factor for employees. It's actually 57% of respondents saying that that's important to them, but then only 23% say they have an employer who offers them. What are these benefits we're talking about?
You know, the benefits that we're talking about are things like, you know, having an employee resource group where there's a community, being able to have medical care, gender affirming care, being able to have just a psychologically safe space at work, being able to have benefits for their domestic partners, being able to have you know, fertility help, adoption help, all of those things that can be afforded to everyone else, the LGBTQ plus community needs even more.
LaVon, clearly we have more work to do. I mean, you were talking here about how a majority of workers say they continue to experience workplace discrimination, more than a quarter saying they make an effort to hide their identity in the workplace. If you were an employer, what would you take away from this report?
If I was an employer, I would take away that it is actually my responsibility to set an environment that is safe for all of my employees. I would also take away the fact that the LGBTQ plus community makes up, in the U.S. alone, over 15 million people. That's roughly 9% of the workforce. And so the responsibility of an employer is to make sure that they have an environment that people want to actually apply to, that they want to work for, and which they want to stay.
Do you think one of the interesting takeaways from this report is, you know, here we have many states in which, you know, we're seeing this rise in anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ legislation. Do you think it's important for people behind this legislation, supporting this legislation, to see there's kind of a direct cause and effect when it comes to the business community?
Absolutely. You know, according to the ACLU, there are currently 474 anti-LGBTQ plus bills in the U.S., and 65% of the LGBTQ plus community are concerned with how this legislation will affect their employment opportunities. So we have to show support to the community before these bills pass into law. We see that 65% of LGBTQ plus workers are concerned, but also there's an increase in how LGBTQ plus community is showing up. How would they apply for a position if they don't know that you're supportive of the community? 52% said they would never apply for a position in a state with anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. 77% of workers would hesitate to apply, and 75% of workers would hesitate to apply for a company where the headquarters is in that state. And so what companies have to do, even though these laws are up to be passed, you have to show support to the community now so that they want to be at your company now and in the future.
Important takeaway. LaVon Davis, thanks so much.
Coming up, a place to call home. This morning, we're getting a look at Fortune's newest list of top family-friendly cities to live.
Did your city make the list? After the break, we'll run through the rankings. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As if Las Vegas needed any reason to celebrate, they've got one. The Golden Knights won the NHL Stanley Cup for the first time in their 6-year history. Quite a feat. The Knights defeated the Florida Panthers with a 9-3 victory in Game 5. Captain Mark Stone managed the first hat trick in his Stanley Cup final since 1996. A franchise record crowd of 19,000 fans watched at T-Mobile Arena. And this victory comes 9 months after another Vegas team, the Aces, won the WNBA championship. So they're on a winning streak here.
There we go. I didn't understand a lot of what you said, but that's very cool.
I looked up hat trick.
Uh-huh.
I think it means when one player scores 3 goals without anybody scoring in between.
Excuse me.
Well, don't high five me until we say.
There we go.
Okay. All right, we got a fan
yes.
I got it. Okay. Okay.
I like how we just had that in there, like everybody knows. But it makes me feel better you had to look it up too.
All right. Finally, at this hour, planting roots.
Yeah, if your family's planning to move into a new home, we have the inside scoop on some of the best places to settle down. And that is thanks to Fortune, which has released its list of the 50 places to live for families. Here to reveal that list for us this morning is Fortune health and wellness reporter Alexa McHale. Alexa, thank you so much. Good morning. So before we jump right into this list, just walk us through how you decide this. What is it about a city that makes it make this list? What are some of the factors considered here?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So our team evaluated nearly 1,900 cities across the U.S. using over 110 data categories ranging from access to quality health care and education, as well as resources for seniors. For example, we even looked at the walkability index and different wellness resources from mental health providers to also the isolation risk for seniors to compile a list of 50 best places to live across the U.S. for families.
Wow, I love that walkability aspect.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's such a game changer. So tell us then, what are the best places for families to live and any changes from last year?
Yeah, so our #1 city this year is Cambridge, Massachusetts. And as we know, Cambridge is a major college town, but it also really serves its residents beyond just the students. One resident in Cambridge really told me again that the walkability was key to really raising a family, being able to have quality health care and access to education within a walking distance really stood out to them and solidified their reason to stay. And our other cities, range from Portsmouth, New Hampshire to Silver Spring, Maryland, topping the list. And this year we looked at one state or one city in every state, different from last year, which only looked at a total of 25 cities.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And now they're spread out all over the place for you to find one. Alexa, we've all gotten a lot more comfortable, which is a great thing, with talking about mental health, thinking about how that factors into your daily life, your family's daily life. Walk us through if any of that was kind of taken into account here. Something like looking at how people feel in terms of loneliness or how something like that is tackled in a town. Was that on here?
Yeah, definitely. One of our data metrics really was overall well-being and as I said before, risk of isolation. And as the Surgeon General has been really loud about the dire loneliness crisis that we're all facing, really having a strong sense of community has really stood out in the cities that really topped our list. Finding a community in an area where you can really feel at home and feel like you know your neighbors really stood out as well in some of our cities that are really, hosting activities and events for all ages. And given that our list is also for families, we really had a strong importance and high consideration for the sandwich generation, this growing cohort that are managing their aging parents and also their children at the same time. And so having access to senior resources and events that really build community that can really, serve as a way to help people's mental health and sense of community really stood out as well.
Wow, how important. I like that term, sandwich generation. It like totally nails it. Alexa, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, uncharted waters. Former President Donald Trump arraigned on 37 felony counts of mishandling classified documents. He's remaining defiant after pleading not guilty in federal court, lashing out at prosecutors. We are covering every angle of yesterday's historic arraignment, from the proceedings inside the courtroom to the chaos outside, which included a spontaneous birthday celebration for the former president. We'll take a look at what happened and where we go from here. Deadly attack. Ukraine says at least half a dozen people were killed in Russian missile attacks overnight. The response comes as Ukraine attempts to move forward with its long-awaited counteroffensive. We have the latest on the fighting overseas. Taking a break with inflation at its lowest rate in 2 years. We're waiting to see what the Fed does today, why we could see a pause on rising interest rates for the first time in more than a year. We're digging into what that could mean for your bottom line and why it doesn't necessarily mean a permanent end to rate hikes. And all you need is AI. Reliving yesterday, legendary Beatles singer Paul McCartney says the Fab Four will release one last song using artificial intelligence to include vocals from John Lennon. We'll take a look at the tech that's making it possible and why some skeptics are saying it's time to let it be. I can see why some purists would be like,
yeah, and I see what you did there multiple times. All right. It is definitely a debate, though. AI is just changing everything.
Everything. All right, we are going to begin this morning, though, with former President Donald Trump, who is now officially charged in the Department of Justice's classified documents investigation.
Yeah, Trump pleaded not guilty in a federal courthouse in Miami yesterday to 37 criminal counts. Prosecutors are alleging that he knowingly and unlawfully kept classified documents after leaving the White House. Well, despite his legal troubles, polls suggest Trump remains the clear Republican frontrunner for 2024, and that he's continuing to ride that momentum. Yesterday, he visited with supporters in Miami after that arraignment and then followed that with fiery remarks at a campaign event in New Jersey last night. We, of course, have full team coverage covering every angle of this story, what it means next for Trump. But first, let's start with NBC's Garrett Hake with the latest in this historic case.
Police in Miami said they were prepared for thousands of protesters outside the courthouse, but only a few hundred showed up. Inside the courtroom itself, the mood was weighty and tense. The former president sitting with his arms tightly crossed across his chest, staring at the judge for much of the hearing, leaving a federal criminal defendant.
A turning point in U.S. history. Former President Donald Trump departing the courthouse as a federal criminal defendant after pleading not guilty to a 37-count felony indictment, accused by the special counsel of mishandling classified documents and obstructing efforts to retrieve them. The defiant former president rallying supporters at his New Jersey golf club overnight, accusing the Justice Department, without evidence, of prosecuting him in order to sabotage his 2024 presidential bid.
Today we witness the most evil and heinous abuse of power in the history of our country. This is called election interference.
President Biden has not commented on the case, and the Department of Justice maintains the White House is not involved. Mr. Trump himself is facing an election interference investigation in Georgia for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. He has denied any wrongdoing. Mr. Trump also targeting special counsel Jack Smith.
The prosecutor in the case, I will call it our case, is a thug. I've named him Deranged Jack Smith.
The special counsel present in the packed courtroom with Mr. Trump watching from the audience, days after delivering rare public remarks defending the FBI and the rule of law.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
During his 47-minute arraignment, the former president sat stone-faced with arms crossed next to his lawyers and co-defendant Walt Nauta, his personal body man. None of Mr. Trump's friends or family were with him. Mr. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, entered a plea of not guilty. The judge did not impose any travel restrictions, but did direct prosecutors to put together a list of people with whom Mr. Trump would not be allowed to discuss the case, including Nauta, whose arraignment has been delayed for 2 weeks while he works to hire local counsel. When the hearing was over, Mr. Trump stood up, scanned the courtroom, and left without making eye contact with prosecutors or the special counsel. The surreal spectacle continued with the motorcade headed to Miami's Little Havana neighborhood for what appeared to be a planned pep rally at the famed Versailles restaurant.
Food for everyone. Food for everyone.
The former president, with Walt Nauta close by, greeting supporters, singing happy birthday to Mr. Trump, who turned 77 today.
And overnight, another of Mr. Trump's Republican rivals offering stronger criticism, having read the specifics in the indictment. Former Vice President Mike Pence telling the Wall Street Journal, quote, "I can't defend what is alleged. These are serious allegations, but the president is entitled to his day in court."
All right, Garrett, thank you very much. And now let's bring in attorney and legal analyst Angela Sanadella on this. Angela, thanks for being here. So this indictment, very detailed in terms of the evidence that they're presenting. Where does the defense start here?
So I think it's clear that he will start by saying, I am the president. I was the president. I didn't know what was going on. How am I as a president supposed to know what was in every single one of those boxes? But this is why I think it was so interesting that the government also charged Walt Nauta at the same time. Because what would Trump do? He would deflect to his staff, as any president would do. They would say that was the staff's responsibility, not my own. But if you charge his own staff, well, guess what? They're going to be less likely to take the blame. They're actually probably going to say other things that would protect themselves and not necessarily just the president.
But how can you use that as a defense if, according to the indictment, he is telling, for example, a publisher who is writing a book about him and the writer, like, you know, look at this document, but it's secret, you know, I could have declassified it. Isn't that interesting?
That is a great question. But with regards to that specific audio, I would like to say it was audio, not video. We don't actually know what document he was talking about. In fact, that document hasn't even ever been produced. He could even go so far as to say, look, I'm somebody who likes to have puffery. I like to aggrandize. I was just lying in that case. It's a weird instance where the fact that he lies often to the press could actually be used in his favor.
Okay, so I got to be quick with you on this next one. But how does this case, the federal Florida documents case, differ from the Manhattan DA case involving alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, both in substance and severity and in terms of the actual proceedings?
Well, just in general, federal indictments are more serious, have a higher conviction rate associated. Also, with the New York case, it's likely he could just deflect his motive and say, look, I was just trying to protect my family here. I wasn't really trying to influence the election. That's what that accounting case really hinges on, his motive. Was he trying to influence the election? But here, these charges are much more severe. They are much more extensive. They also deal with obstructing justice, concealing things from the federal government. So he's in bigger trouble.
Which will go to trial first, you think?
You know, that it's unclear. Okay. Maybe this federal one, depending on the appeals, though. Like, we have a long way to go.
And also, that's not all. So then there's also what's happening in Georgia, looking into potential election interference there, as well as an investigation still with the same special counsel, Jack Smith, looking at January 6th. What's the connection here? They're all separate things, but does one impact the other, especially with what we're seeing as terms of the severity of this federal indictment and the fact that, as Danny Savalas reminds us every time he's here, usually those are airtight. What do you think happens?
Savannah, that's a great question. So if he were a regular defendant, his lawyers would go to the federal government and they would say, look, we have these charges pending in all of these different jurisdictions. Let's work out a deal. We will cooperate. We will meet you halfway. But because we know that Trump does not plead guilty, he only says, I will never plead guilty. That's not going to happen.
Interesting. All right, we got a lot to follow.
We sure do. Angela Sanadella, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa on this. Ali, good morning. I mean, this could be an opportunity for the current president, President Biden, to use this as political ammunition against his top GOP rival. He continues to avoid the topic. Do you see that things could change as we get closer to a general election?
Yeah, Lindsay, this is going to be a delicate dance for the president and top White House officials, especially as we continue hearing former President Trump make this argument that he is the target of a, quote, in his words, weaponized Justice Department under President Biden, that he argues that there is a double standard because of the president's own special counsel probe into his handling of classified documents. Now, we've talked several times about the differences in those two cases, but you can imagine the challenge here for President Biden, for White House officials, to not argue that themselves. And as you mentioned, not to use this as political ammunition, not to their political advantage. But their silence is very much intentional and strategic here. As we've talked about, they don't want to appear like they're influencing or swaying this special counsel probe in any way, because the president vowed even before being elected that he would respect the Justice Department's independence from his White House. So I think moving forward, we should expect to continue hearing this silence from the president, from White House officials. However, this topic would essentially be fair game for top 2024 Biden surrogates to bring up on the campaign trail. So that's something to continue watching as the campaign heats up, likely at the same time that this trial gets into gear.
Okay, and Ali, First Lady Jill Biden attended an event last night in San Francisco. She did comment on Trump in 2024. What did she say?
Yeah, the First Lady, always the president's top defender, arguably his most powerful surrogate on the 2024 campaign trail and even in 2020. And she was a little bit more, actually much more frank and blunt about this situation, mostly because she can be in her position. So she told a group of more than 100 donors in San Francisco last night, quote, "You know what's in store if these MAGA Republicans win. We know it because we lived it," adding, "Remember how hard it was last time. This time it's going to be even harder. The fight for freedom doesn't end. This is the most important election of our lives." At another event yesterday, she framed the election as a choice between corruption and chaos. And on Monday night, she was even more direct in her comments about the indictment against the former president itself, telling donors off camera that it was, quote, "a little shocking that a large number of Republicans are still planning to support the former president in 2024, even after this indictment." So a much different tone, a much different approach to this compared to her husband and top White House officials, mostly because she has the ability to do so, especially in these off-camera events with donors, Lindsay.
Okay, Ali, thank you so much.
Well, with her analysis, we are joined now by Alexis Coe, presidential historian and New York Times bestselling author of the George Washington biography, You Never Forget Your First. What a great title, by the way, Alexis. I just love that. Alexis, good morning. So we've been calling yesterday's hearing a historic moment. I mean, clearly the first time that a former president or a current president federally indicted, these federal charges. Walk us through just kind of your reaction to this as somebody who lives and breathes, you know, the history of presidents. Walk us through what this significance feels to you.
What's interesting about this is it's been like it's been like watching a slow motion train crash. It didn't need to happen. The reason we have the Presidential Records Act is because Richard Nixon, after he resigned, and had he not resigned, this would not be unprecedented. He would have been charged. President Ford explicitly said that in his pardon, that he was pardoning Nixon for any offenses against the United States. And so we have the Presidential Records Act, which dictates that you return documents that are important to national security and also to our collective understanding, our collective memory. These are public servants. And what I think is really fascinating here is that we're not talking about what Trump isn't being charged with. He's not being charged with the nearly 200 documents that he did return to the National Archives. So he's not being singled out. This is not politically motivated. He broke the law willingly, wantingly, very purposely, many times, and now he's being held accountable.
So Trump is not the first president to leave office with a complicated legacy. How does this compare to some of those other cases from down the years that really were, in their own right, scandals?
We have certainly had our fair share of presidential scandals. And it's interesting, you know, I participate in the PBS presidential rankings, and people tend to think that to say, I like him, I don't, Lincoln's first. That's not true. We view them through categories. And, you know, some of these categories have to do with trustworthiness and responsibility to Congress, to the American citizens, to vision, all of these things. And I think when we look at Trump, there are a lot of things that are lacking and that have been to the detriment of this country, including our international standing. He's known as this, you know, great, or at least he suggests that he is this great friend to Israel. Israel has come out and said that it threatens their national security. And so I think it's really important to understand that while it seems like, oh, there are all these things going on, he's being accused here in New York and there, when a president approaches the office in a monarchical sort of posture and suggests that he has king-like, privileges, this is what tends to happen. We've just never seen it across the board, but certainly presidents have left and had issues, and presidents mistake things. The presidency, the transition is so fast. Somehow the White House staff packs up everything in 48 hours between, you know, during the inauguration, and also unpacks an entirely new president. Things get misplaced. That's okay. Mistakes are made. But what happens after you make the mistake is what's important. And traditionally, presidents have simply returned the items after the first letter, the second letter, the third letter. He did not. He moved them. He lied. He obfuscated.
Alexis, excuse me, you wrote this biography of George Washington. I see it on the shelf behind you. Again, what a great title. He, of course, the man who established the values and responsibility of the president, our first. How has this role changed throughout the years? And then where does former President Trump fit into that? We've just got about a minute here, but just walk us through kind of what we've seen over time, some of the highlights.
And so it's very interesting, you know, and to go back to your last question as well, to watch something that we take for granted as presidential scholars, and certainly I as a Washington scholar, I never thought that I would be talking about the peaceful transition of power. That's why Washington was trusted with the presidency. We didn't have everything figured out. He set up precedents like the cabinet, like 2 terms, and the peaceful transition of power. And then when those things are violated, when they have been, you know, in we're almost there, 250 years coming up, then we codify them. And so term limits, things like that. Washington in general believed in the importance and the dignity of the office, and also in our international standing. And I think to watch what has happened over time, we've corrected course, but we've never seen anything as egregious as this. And we've never come so close to our democracy being in peril. We've never had an insurrection. The revolutionaries, the founding eras, they were reluctant. They had a lot to lose, but they believed in an important cause, and that cause was not themselves.
Alexis Coe, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let's switch gears and take a look at the heat headed for Texas.
That's right. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us again with your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Angie.
Hey, guys. We've got the heat. We've got triple-digit temperatures that Texas is going to see once again. But we've also got a late-season storm outbreak that we could see later this afternoon and into the evening hours. Let's show you the setup because it could be a little dangerous for folks in this area here through even dark. So heads up on that. 23 million people are at risk, and there's kind of 2 batches of storms that are going to roll through. We'll have the first round of storms through the afternoon. Second round is going to be evening into overnight. We know that it's so much more dangerous for these kind of threats after the sun goes down, but that second batch is going to be the stronger round. So we're really going to want to pay attention to that. And again, it's going to be same kind of area stretching from Texas all the way to Georgia, Florida, and into South Carolina, including some of these major cities like Montgomery, Jackson, and Atlanta and Shreveport. We're going to have all of our hazards on the table. Here's an idea of where we can expect the greatest chance of some of these hazards to develop. So when it comes to tornadoes, what you see in that shaded red, that's the tornado risk. Best chance of some of those stronger tornadoes going to be centered over places like Alabama and into Georgia, including Montgomery. Some of these stronger tornadoes will be possible, again, after dark. We know that it's so much more dangerous, so just be careful of that. As far as the winds are concerned, elevated 60-mile-per-hour winds, where you see that kind of widespread area shaded in the dark blue. With the lines, that's 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher. That is the best chance that we could see those happening in that area. So again, we could see some damage. This is pretty late in the season for us to see this kind of setup, and here's why. We have an unusually strong jet stream that's that's just sitting kind of draped across the south, and we have energy to tap into for some of these storms to trigger, and that's going to be something that we'll likely see through the afternoon and evening hours. Again, it's more reminiscent of what you see in early spring. Now, switching gears, talking about the temperatures in Texas, triple digits. We saw it yesterday. We're going to see it again today. Those heat index values surging past 100, 115 in some spots you could see. And these actual high temperatures, they stay like this for the next couple of days. This is going to be a couple of days of really warm and uncomfortable conditions for folks in Texas. That heat wave will continue through Friday. Meanwhile, some good news. The sunny West Coast is setting up for Friday, rather. Stormy conditions as we look to the southeast for both Friday and Saturday, but it stays fairly nice in most of the West as we get into Saturday. A beach day along the mid-Atlantic. We'll deal with some showers up in parts of New England. But of course, we can't forget about the dads. Nice for dad for most of the western half of the country. We will have some showers and storms, though, that kind of set up from parts of the Midwest down to the southeast. It'll be still warm, no surprise, in places like Texas. So maybe AC cranked up for dad.
Reservations inside.
Yeah, exactly. I like when your guys' maps start to show little holiday things. So cute. Nice for dad. I love it. Thanks,
All
Angie.
for you. And dad.
Thank you. All right, coming up, a new twist in the deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rest. The explosive new allegations from prosecutors about the film's weapons expert.
Plus, a deadly new volley of missile attacks in Ukraine. We're on the ground in Kyiv with the latest next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back with the latest on the war in Ukraine.
Ukrainian officials say at least 6 people were killed in Russian missile attacks on the port city of Odessa and the eastern Donetsk region overnight. The strikes come as Ukrainian forces continue their counteroffensive. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kyiv. So, Raf, let's start with these attacks in Odessa and Donetsk. Walk us through what happened and the situation right now.
Yeah, guys, good morning. For yet another day, Ukrainian families waking up to a wave of early morning deadly Russian missile strikes. This time it was families in Odessa who were jolted out of their beds in the early hours as Russian caliber cruise missiles hit the city. One of those missiles hit a McDonald's, damaging nearby businesses. 3 people were killed in Odessa, according to Ukrainian officials, all civilians, and another 3 killed by Russian shelling in the eastern province of Donetsk, which has seen so much of the recent fighting. And guys, this comes just one day after 11 people were killed in President Zelensky's hometown of Kryvyi Rih when a cruise missile hit an apartment building there. So these attacks remaining relentless. Guys.
And Raf, what is the latest on Ukraine's counteroffensive? Are forces making any progress?
Yeah, Savannah, they're making gains, but they're incremental. A lot of the fighting right now is in a series of villages in Donetsk. But what we have not yet seen is the Ukrainians launching an all-out assault on Russia's main lines. That will be the big test when we see those Western tanks, Western weapons being deployed against Russia's fortified position. And the question then will be, can the Ukrainians break through and can they hold ground? But the Ukrainians are saying at this point, it is still very early days in this offensive. Guys.
Raf, we saw President Putin take part in a televised meeting with war correspondents and military bloggers yesterday. What did he say?
Yeah, so these military bloggers play a really kind of outsized role in Russia. They're very popular. People follow them on Telegram and other apps. And that's why you're seeing Putin sitting down at the Kremlin with these guys. He said a couple of things yesterday. One of them, there's a rumor sweeping Russia that the Kremlin is preparing to announce another wave of mobilization, so more Russian men conscripted, sent to the front lines in Ukraine. Putin saying at this point he does not think that's necessary, nor does he think it's necessary to declare martial law. He did acknowledge that more could be done to protect Russia's southern flank, especially that city of Belgorod, where we have seen Russian partisans backed by Ukraine attacking the city. Guys.
All right, Raf, thank you.
Well, let's stay on international headlines now. And new this morning, an update from the Vatican on the Pope's recovery from that surgery he had.
Claudio Lavanga joins us for that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, the Vatican today said that Pope Francis may be discharged from hospital in the next few days. Now, the Pope has been recovering in a hospital here in Rome since last Wednesday following an abdomen surgery. Now, in the statement, the Vatican said the clinical course is proceeding regularly without complications and that today the Pope gathered in prayer and received the Eucharist. Now, let's go to Japan, where today an 18-year-old Air Army trainee shot 3 of his fellow soldiers during a shooting exercise on an army base, killing 2 of them. Police in the prefecture of Gifu in central Japan said the suspect was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And let's end this short tour of the world in the UK, where Prince William opened a new housing initiative aimed at helping young homeless people get their lives back on track. Now, young people between the age of 18 and 24, for whom the rent is capped at 1/3 of their salaries, will be able to live in the 33 self-contained flats in Peckham, South London, until they manage to move on with their lives. Last year, the Prince of Wales pledged to continue shining a light on the solvable problem of homelessness.
Wow.
Back to you.
Very cool to see. And look at those people playing, what was that, foosball or something? With the Prince. All right, Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, more of our coverage of the historic federal arraignment of former President Trump.
From the fallout to legal analysis and where the case goes from here, that is all next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back with more on former President Trump's arraignment in the Department of Justice's classified documents case.
Trump pleaded not guilty yesterday to 37 counts in the case, and he maintains he did nothing wrong. That's the message he's delivering in court as well as on the campaign trail. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Bedminster, New Jersey, where Trump held a campaign event last night. Hi, Vaughn. Thanks for joining us. So you were there last night for Trump's speech. Tell us the highlights. What stood out to you?
Hey, good morning, guys. This was Donald Trump's opportunity to rebut what was laid out in the indictment there in that Miami courthouse. And to note, in front of a couple hundred supporters at his private club here in Bedminster, it was largely, there was lack of defenses. He did not object. He did not deny to having these particular records, these classified records, at his Mar-a-Lago estate. He did not deny obstructing justice. He did not deny having lied to his own lawyers about the documents that still existed, despite having previously stated that he had complied and turned over all the documents. Instead, he objected to the argument that he was not allowed to have the documents in the first place, making the case that under the Presidential Records Act, that when he was leaving the White House, he was able to determine what were personal records, and he was able to take whatever documents he so pleased at his own will. Of course, that is at the heart of this indictment, and prosecutors believe that that is not a fair argument, but it's clearly, based off of his remarks last night, what Donald Trump is going to attempt to argue in the court of law.
Vaughn, one recurring theme that we're hearing from Trump and his supporters are these claims of the weaponization of the Department of Justice. But Trump then posted on Truth Social, if reelected, he would appoint a special prosecutor to, quote, go after President Biden and his family. How is that landing?
Right. And if you look at a new poll here from just this week, when Republican voters nationally were asked about this indictment, 76% of them responded that they believed that it was politically motivated against Donald Trump. Now, again, it's important to note that the allegations that are actually laid out by the Department of Justice are quite detailed and damning. Even former Vice President Mike Pence said that they were very serious allegations that could have put American lives at risk. But when we're talking about Donald Trump, he has had a stronghold on this Republican electorate, and he has made the case, 7 months out from when Republican primaries are slated to begin, that he is being unfairly targeted. And that is where you saw him turn it up on its head, saying that if he gets in the White House, he is going to appoint a special prosecutor to, in his own words, quote, go after Joe Biden and his family. And so really this is becoming a very serious, divided, and dangerous juxtaposition between what is being laid out by the Department of Justice now and what Donald Trump is warning he would do if he were to get back into the White House.
Vaughn, also quickly, let's talk security here. We're hearing members of law enforcement in Fulton County, Georgia, gathering intel on security ahead of possible charges there, checking out what was going on in Miami yesterday. Tell us about that.
Right. This is all under the context that Donald Trump has now been indicted twice in 2 different cases, and there could be a potentially 3rd or even 4th indictment to come. One of those in Fulton County, Georgia, where the district attorney is investigating his efforts to overturn his election loss in 2020 in the state of Georgia. And there's a 3-week period in August in which the district attorney has suggested that she would announce charges if she, in fact, brings charges against Donald Trump or any of his allies. And that is where deputies from the sheriff's office, officials, were sent not only to Manhattan but also to Miami to survey the type of security measures taken for Donald Trump's arraignment. Obviously, that would be under the guise that if he were to be arraigned in Fulton County, Georgia, in the months ahead, that they would understand and take the necessary precautions ahead of time.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. Well, with Trump's arraignment now behind us, where does the special counsel's investigation go from here?
And what's next for the other investigations involving the former president? For more, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, good morning. Thank you so much. What do you make here of what the former president is saying? I mean, you heard Vaughn say he's not actually addressing the merits of the indictment, but then you have him giving a campaign-like speech that can be evidence in this case.
Yes, and it was really interesting that his speech really laid out, I don't know who wrote it, but it laid out a lot of what I expect will be his legal defense. Not completely, because when he Trumpifies it, he takes it kind of outside the bounds of legal and into political. But I do expect that he's going to rely heavily on what's called the Presidential Records Act. However, the Presidential Records Act, and by the way, Trump recited some case law that was technically accurate. But the problem for Trump is that whether or not the Presidential Records Act allowed him to declare records personal versus presidential, all of that protection arguably dissipated once you got into the land of subpoenas, moving documents around, allegedly concealing them, allegedly not being forthcoming.
Don't they dissipate the day that current President Biden was inaugurated?
Well, not necessarily. If you look back at the Clinton Sox case, as it's called, that court concluded in a roundabout way that that the National Archives does not have the power to go out and search for every presidential record that exists out there, and that a president has the power to declare something personal versus presidential. But that is in a vacuum. When you add the elements of classified documents, of national defense information, and the fact that there were subpoenas, formal requests, and allegedly lies to government agents about where these documents were, those all take it outside the realm of the Presidential Records Act and into the realm of these criminal statutes. Now, is there a case to be made that the National Archives and DOJ were a little aggressive in getting these documents back? Sure. President Trump can make that, and if it's admissible, he can put it into evidence, but it isn't necessarily going to exonerate him.
Danny, let's talk about, as we look ahead, other things that are going on here. So special counsel Jack Smith in the room yesterday, also the former president talking about him last night, giving him a nickname, calling him deranged Jack Smith when he spoke in Bedminster, New Jersey last night. He's also the one who's looking at the January 6th investigation. Walk us through differences here and how this could potentially impact that with the same special counsel, as well as just the severity of it.
It is really interesting that Jack Smith is handling both prongs of a really very different investigation. And you can infer a lot from the fact that at some point Jack Smith thought, well, this particular investigation, I am ready. We are ready to go. We believe we can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We're ready to get a public indictment, knowing that the criticism that will follow will be scrutinized at every angle. And yet there is an investigation ongoing as to January 6th, which happened even before the events alleged in the latest indictment. So while we can't read too much into what Jack Smith's plans are for the January 6th investigation, we know only that it is ongoing. And strangely, I would argue almost completely separate. I don't know that there's a single fact that truly overlaps in the two investigations. So interesting that you have the same special counsel on both.
Okay, we can talk to you for hours, Danny.
Sure could. All right, coming up, it's decision day for the Fed.
We're going to take a look at why we could finally see a pause on interest rate hikes and what that means for your money next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. There are stunning new allegations surrounding that shooting on the Rust movie set, where actor Alec Baldwin shot and killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins with a prop gun.
Prosecutors are saying the weapons supervisor may have been hung over when she loaded a live bullet into the gun. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer with more.
Over a year ago, prosecutors told me they weren't sure if they'd ever know how live rounds got onto the set of Rust and into that gun. Now it appears they're moving forward with charges against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and are perhaps answering that very question.
This morning, the deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rust is back in the spotlight. Prosecutors now saying it is likely that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the film weapons supervisor, was, quote, hung over when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point. Cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed on the set after Baldwin fired a gun that had live ammunition on set. Prosecutors are also now saying that there are witnesses who will testify that it's likely that Gutierrez-Reed was, quote, drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the filming of Rust. Both Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed, who have both denied wrongdoing, were charged with involuntary manslaughter. The charge against Baldwin was dismissed in April, with prosecutors citing new evidence and the need for more time to investigate. Hutchins' husband, Matthew, telling Hoda last year that he believed there were unsafe practices on the set.
But gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties. In the end, you know, justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe.
Hutchins has since dropped his lawsuit against the Rust filmmakers. Prosecutors leveled these new accusations against Gutierrez-Reed last week in response to a motion filed last month by her attorneys that seek to dismiss her involuntary manslaughter charge. Gutierrez-Reed's attorney telling the AP before the new accusations became public that, quote, the case is so weak that they have now chosen to resort to character assassination claims about Hannah. Filming on the set of Rust resumed in April, 18 months after the deadly accident.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And in a statement, the lawyer for Gutierrez-Reed said, the prosecution has so mishandled this case and the case is so weak that they are now resorting to character assassination tactics to further taint the press and jury pool. This investigation and prosecution is not about justice. For them, it's about finding a convenient scapegoat.
All right, let's turn to some financial headlines now. UPS drivers are on track to get air-conditioned trucks for the first time.
That is big news. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and some other headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Lindsay. Yeah, big news. So union leaders at UPS announcing a tentative deal to add air conditioning to the company's iconic brown delivery trucks for the first time ever. UPS confirmed it reached an agreement on heat safety with the Teamsters. The announcement comes as a strike authorization vote is already underway and follows years of complaints by labor leaders that working during hot weather can become unbearable and even dangerous. News of the tentative heat safety deal could lower the likelihood of a nationwide strike that workers have threatened to trigger. A Starbucks union is claiming dozens of the coffee chain's U.S. stores aren't allowing employees to decorate for Pride Month. In a statement to CNBC, Starbucks says it unwaveringly supports the LGBTQ+ community and hasn't changed its store policies. The company says local store leaders and employees do have latitude to make their own decorating choices within its guidelines. The union's claim comes as the LGBTQ+ community is facing high-end attacks. And Amazon says its cloud unit, AWS, is operating normally after an outage yesterday affected thousands of users. The disruption impacting websites ranging from transportation, the New York MTA, Southwest, and Delta Airlines, to government agencies and Fortune 500 companies like Coca-Cola and Netflix. Amazon's last major outage was December 2021, when disruptions to its cloud services temporarily knocked out Netflix and Disney Plus and Amazon's own e-commerce site ahead of Christmas.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
No,
I
you
don't
remember
see an
either.
outage. Yeah.
Yeah. Silvana, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. They are poised to deliver its biggest interest rate decision later today.
That's right. Markets expect the Fed to keep rates unchanged for the first time in more than a year when the central bank kicked off this historic series of these aggressive hikes. Well, here to discuss is Investopedia's editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver, who has had a countdown clock yesterday. He gave it to us. You probably know. Do you know the hours and minutes to the meeting today?
Yeah, just 6 hours and 22 minutes, but I am not counting.
All right, so the expectation here is this pause. Walk us through that, and then also, though, does it still mean that after a pause, we could still see more rate hikes later this year?
Yeah, words matter, so we're going to be listening very closely to what Fed Chair Jay Powell says in the press conference following the announcement. We're all expecting a pause in those interest rate hikes. We're now between 5 and 5.25%. But we want to make sure that if he says things like this is temporary, then we know there could be further rate hikes depending on economic conditions. If he says economic conditions are sufficiently tight right now, we may not see another one, and the market's going to take off. But this is super important because that Fed funds rate, we talk about the Fed adjusting interest rate, that Fed funds rate is the basis for credit card loans, for mortgages, for new car loans, for borrowing in general, and borrowing has been very tight as these rates have been rising for the past 14 months.
What is the impact here on how markets react? I mean, you said if you hear things like things are tight, things are looking good, things will go up. What does that mean for the average American?
Yeah, for the average American, that means if it looks like Fed funds rate are going to stay right where they are, 5.25%, 5 to 5.25%, that means you're probably going to see mortgage rates dip a little bit. They're super sensitive to interest rates, to the Fed's interest rate. So a pause means they're probably going to go down a little bit. Credit card APRs, they're around 24% right now. Household borrowing for credit cards is at a record high. Those are going to fall a little bit. So money's going to become cheaper. And for the stock market, that also means it's going to become a little bit friskier and riskier for people to get involved in stocks because lower interest rates are a good recipe for stocks to climb.
And friskier, that's a technical term.
That's a technical term.
Any hope on the horizon or any prediction on when we could actually see them lower the rate? Because even a pause keeps it at this extremely high rate right now, not making it any easier for mortgages, things like that.
Yeah. People like me and Brian Chung, we look at the most boring yet most important chart in finance and economics. It's called the Fed's dot plot. That's a projection for where FOMC members think rates should be going out 6 months, 12 months, and even 2 to 3 years. They look like they're going to go down next year. But I want to warn people, when the Fed lowers rates, it's not necessarily a great thing. It's not good news. That means there's trouble in the economy and they want to put more money into the system. Rates are really high right now, and I've told you about how that affects households. But if they go down a little bit, just be aware of that. It's not always the best recipe for economic conditions.
All right, good advice as always. Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Good to see you. Well, coming up, Paul McCartney says the Beatles will come together with a little help from AI. Up next, how fans will once again be able to hear John Lennon's voice, kind of, more than 40 years after his death.
Plus, diving in, you know, most people, they try to avoid sharks at all costs. Well, not our Tom Costello. He's swimming with them. That's next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Well, next year, the Grammys are changing with 3 new categories being introduced. Those are Best African Music Performance, Best Alternative Jazz Album, and Best Pop Dance Recording. The African Music Performance Award will include genres like Afrobeat, Afrofusion, and Afropop. It follows years where the awards have faced criticism over a lack of diversity. CEO of the Recording Academy, Harvey Mason Jr., said in a statement that the changes reflect our commitment to actively listen and respond to the feedback from our music community. The Grammys are such a great one to watch because of all those music performances.
Absolutely, and the Grammys also, they kind of, you know, they teach me what's hip and like introduce me to all kinds of new artists. So the more categories, the better.
Exactly. Awesome to hear. Well, let's stay on music news.
I don't need to ever do that again. I'm sorry.
What did you do?
That's a weird dance. Please move on. I'm getting red.
As the Beatles song goes, all you need is love. Well, in 2023, it turns out all you really need is AI.
Sir Paul McCartney announcing this week all 4 band members are making a comeback of sorts by releasing what they call the final Beatles record, which will include a new song from the band. All thanks to artificial intelligence. So NBC News personal technology analyst Joanna Stern joins us now for more on this. Joanna, good morning, and thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
As we know, John Lennon passed away in 1980. How is this possible?
Well, I want to explain 2 types of AI here. What is being used here, according to what Paul McCartney has said, is that there was a previous recording of John Lennon, and they have been able to use AI to, as he said, make this pure, to clean up that recording. So it probably means a series of isolating some of the sound of his voice and using some ways of really cleaning up the recording. There's a whole other idea in AI right now, or it's not really an idea, it's a whole other area of AI right now, where people are using people's voices to generate things that and sing and make songs and have them say things that they had never said before. But that doesn't seem what has happened here with John Lennon's voice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Drake song kind of took the internet by storm. That was not, in fact, a Drake song, but sounded a lot like him, which leads to these ethical concerns, right, about using AI to make music, and then where do you draw the line between a robot and a human? And what are some of the arguments for and against using this modern technology in the music industry?
Yeah, look, but what's happening here seems to not cross that many ethical boundaries, right? There was this recording, it wasn't good quality, and they've been able to use technology, use advanced artificial intelligence to clean up that recording and make it sound better, right? If we had all recorded something many, many years ago and we had amazing voices, I'm not going to sing here, I have a horrible voice, and people wanted to hear that and hear it better, I don't think we would have that many issues with it. But let's put the other idea in perspective, right? We all have amazing voices, we pass away or we are famous, and then everyone starts using that voice to make songs that we never sang, to say things we never said. Well, that seems to cross an ethical line that I don't think I'd be okay with. I don't know about you guys, maybe you have amazing voices and this is a problem for you.
Certainly not. Can confirm. I do want to ask you, since we're talking about, it sounds like two very different buckets here with the Beatles song and album and what we're talking about here with AI-generated music. What does the future of the music industry look like with both of these buckets in play?
It's a really interesting question, and I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. We've seen musicians react in a couple of different ways. Some musicians and platforms like Spotify saying, we are going to police against this. We do not want this technology to impede the real recording, the real artists, the real talent. We've also seen some artists like Grimes actually say, hey, I'm open to working with AI. I'm open to this making my music better. Of course, I still want to make my money. I want to make those royalties. I want to use this in a collaborative fashion. And I think that's happening across all industries right now. How are we going to use AI collaboratively versus replacing us?
I don't know. Feels like a slippery slope. We'll have to watch.
Does.
Joanna Stern, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally, this morning, as people head to the beach to try and beat the heat, a lot of people, they stay away from the sharks. But our NBC News correspondent, Tom Costello, he's been doing the opposite.
Yeah, he went diving with an expert in a tank full of sharks. Here's how it went.
Hey there, listen, everybody needs a good fishtail, and now I've got one. Only NBC's Carrie Sanders could beat this one. We are inside the Georgia Aquarium, surrounded by 1 million gallons of water and an awful lot of sharks. The truth is, sharks are really not that interested in us, although there goes that tiger shark again, circling us over and over again. Sharks are more interested in finding fish to eat and maybe a seal. The bottom line is we wanted to get some expert advice from a shark expert, how we can all stay safe as we go to the beach this summer.
I like that hammerhead. I like that shark. It's so big.
There's something about those teeth, those eyes, that fin.
Sharks love to eat people.
No, they don't like to eat people.
Young or old, sharks capture our imagination. Here at the Georgia Aquarium, they've got hammerheads, tiger sharks, sand sharks, silvertip, and silky sharks. 15 in all.
I had oatmeal for breakfast. Is that going to make me more of an appealing target?
Absolutely not. They don't like fiber. Yeah.
They don't like fiber.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Dr. Katie Lyons is a shark researcher and my personal underwater guide today.
Take some slow, deep breaths.
Within minutes of our shark cage going into the water, Katie's enthusiasm was contagious.
So the ones with the big, tall dorsal fin, oh, just right there. Look to your right.
Yep, I see it. Oh, my gosh.
Being submerged in their world is truly sensory overload. The water is clear but cold as these giants of the deep stay in constant motion, circling.
It's just a totally immersive experience. Oh, goodness, what is that? That's a big shark.
So that is one of our sand tiger sharks. They're a really cool species.
Swimming at the top of the food chain, they are essential to the ocean's life cycle.
All of these sharks play critical roles in the ecosystem, and they help keep everything in balance.
Usually, sharks are interested in fish or seals, not humans. But attacks do happen. In May, a 13-year-old fended off a bull shark. Most occurred in Florida, followed by New York, Hawaii, and California. Still, 2022 brought the fewest shark attacks in 10 years, 41 unprovoked bites in the U.S.
So you're more likely to have a coconut fall on you and kill you than to be bit by a shark.
A coconut.
A coconut.
But there are some things you can do to avoid shark contact. Swim with a buddy close to shore. Don't swim near seals or schools of fish. Don't wear jewelry. And avoid excessive splashing. If a shark gets too close,
You can hit it on the nose, you can hit it in the gills, or poke it in the eye.
And then get away.
And then get away, right? You want to get out of the water as soon as you can.
Dr. Lyons is researching the microplastics sharks are ingesting and how their populations are affected by climate change.
If they're affected, then everything else below them is affected.
Since you have been so excited about sharks since you were a little girl, what's it like to see them face to face like this?
I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, it's, again, such a different experience being in with them rather than on the other side of an acrylic.
Let me just tell you an experience I had last summer. I was standing in knee-deep water off the coast of Florida, and suddenly a shark came circling by us. It was a black-tip shark. The truth of the matter is, well, it scared the heck out of us. Katie says it was really no risk to us, posed no risk. They are very, very common sharks, and they're interested in finding prey. That said, you should always treat every shark as something that could be a threat and get away calmly if you can, as quickly as you can, and try not to agitate the sharks. Back to you guys.
Wow. Okay, Tom, impressive. First of all, the talking in the water and the,
yeah.
But also, I don't know. Would you remember poke it in the eye?
No, I think punching in the gills would agitate a shark.
Yeah, I just yeah. But try to remember.
Just don't go too deep.
Should you be in that situation?
Yeah.
Try to remember.
All right, that'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stick with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, uncharted waters. Former President Donald Trump arraigned on 37 felony counts of mishandling classified documents. He's remaining defiant after pleading not guilty in federal court, lashing out at prosecutors. We are covering every angle of yesterday's historic arraignment, from the proceedings inside the courtroom to the chaos outside, which included a spontaneous birthday celebration for the former president. We'll take a look at what happened and where we go from here. Deadly attack. Ukraine says at least half a dozen people were killed in Russian missile attacks overnight. The response comes as Ukraine attempts to move forward with its long-awaited counteroffensive. We have the latest on the fighting overseas. Taking a break with inflation at its lowest rate in 2 years, we're waiting to see what the Fed does today, why we could see a pause on rising interest rates for the first time in more than a year. We're digging into what that could mean for your bottom line and why it doesn't necessarily mean a permanent end to rate hikes. And all you need is AI. Reliving yesterday, legendary Beatles singer Paul McCartney says the Fab Four will release one last song using artificial intelligence to include vocals from John Lennon. We'll take a look at the tech that's making it possible and why some skeptics are saying it's time to let it be. I can see why some purists would be like,
Yeah, and I see what you did there multiple times.
All right.
It is definitely a debate, though. AI is just changing everything.
Everything. All right, we are going to begin this morning, though, with former President Donald Trump, who is now officially charged in the Department of Justice's classified documents investigation.
Yeah, Trump pleaded not guilty in a federal courthouse in Miami yesterday to 37 criminal counts. Prosecutors are alleging that he knowingly and unlawfully kept classified documents after leaving the White House. Well, despite his legal troubles, polls suggest Trump remains the clear Republican frontrunner for 2024, and that he's continuing to ride that momentum. Yesterday, he visited with supporters in Miami after that arraignment and then followed that with fiery remarks at a campaign event in New Jersey last night. We, of course, have full team coverage covering every angle of this story, what it means next for Trump. But first, let's start with NBC's Garrett Hake with the latest in this historic case.
Police in Miami said they were prepared for thousands of protesters outside the courthouse, but only a few hundred showed up. Inside the courtroom itself, the mood was weighty and tense. The former president sitting with his arms tightly crossed across his chest, staring at the judge for much of the hearing, leaving a federal criminal defendant.
A turning point in U.S. history. Former President Donald Trump departing the courthouse as a federal criminal defendant after pleading not guilty to a 37-count felony indictment, accused by the special counsel of mishandling classified documents and obstructing efforts to retrieve them. The defiant former president rallying supporters at his New Jersey golf club overnight, accusing the Justice Department without evidence of prosecuting him in order to sabotage his 2024 presidential bid.
Today we witness the most evil and heinous abuse of power in the history of our country. This is called election interference.
President Biden has not commented on the case, and the Department of Justice maintains the White House is not involved. Mr. Trump himself is facing an election interference investigation in Georgia for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. He has denied any wrongdoing. Mr. Trump also targeting special counsel Jack Smith.
The prosecutor in the case, I will call it our case, is a thug. I've named him Deranged Jack Smith.
The special counsel present in the packed courtroom with Mr. Trump watching from the audience, days after delivering rare public remarks defending the FBI and the rule of law.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
During his 47-minute arraignment, the former president sat stone-faced with arms crossed next to his lawyers and co-defendant Walt Nauta, his personal body man. None of Mr. Trump's friends or family were with him. Mr. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, entered a plea of not guilty. The judge did not impose any travel restrictions, but did direct prosecutors to put together a list of people with whom Mr. Trump would not be allowed to discuss the case, including Nauta, whose arraignment has been delayed for 2 weeks while he works to hire local counsel. When the hearing was over, Mr. Trump stood up, scanned the courtroom, and left without making eye contact with prosecutors or the special counsel. The surreal spectacle continued with the motorcade headed to Miami's Little Havana neighborhood for what appeared to be a planned pep rally at the famed Versailles restaurant.
Food for everyone. Food for everyone.
The former president, with Walt Nauta close by, greeting supporters, singing happy birthday to Mr. Trump, who turned 77 today.
And overnight, another of Mr. Trump's Republican rivals offering stronger criticism, having read the specifics in the indictment. Former Vice President Mike Pence telling the Wall Street Journal, quote, "I can't defend what is alleged. These are serious allegations, but the president is entitled to his day in court."
All right, Garrett, thank you very much. And now let's bring in attorney and legal analyst Angela Sanadella on this. Angela, thanks for being here. So this indictment, very detailed in terms of the evidence that they're presenting. Where does the defense start here?
So I think it's clear that he will start by saying, I am the president. I was the president. I didn't know what was going on. How am I as a president supposed to know what was in every single one of those boxes? But this is why I think it was so interesting that the government also charged Walt Nauta at the same time. Because what would Trump do? He would deflect to his staff, as any president would do. They would say that was the staff's responsibility, not my own. But if you charge his own staff, well, guess what? They're going to be less likely to take the blame. They're actually probably going to say other things that would protect themselves and not necessarily just the president.
But how can you use that as a defense if, according to the indictment, he is telling, for example, a publisher who is writing a book about him, and the writer, like, you know, look at this document, but it's secret, you know, I could have declassified it. Isn't that interesting?
That is a great question. But with regards to that specific audio, I would like to say it was audio, not video. We don't actually know what document he was talking about. In fact, that document hasn't even ever been produced. He could even go so far as to say, look, I'm somebody who likes to have puffery. I like to aggrandize. I was just lying in that case. It's a weird instance where the fact that he lies often to the press could actually be used in his favor.
Okay, so I got to be quick with you on this next one. But how does this case, the federal Florida documents case, differ from the Manhattan DA case involving alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, both in substance and severity and in terms of the actual proceedings?
Well, just in general, federal indictments are more serious, have a higher conviction rate associated. Also, with the New York case, it's likely he could just deflect his motive and say, look, I was just trying to protect my family here. I wasn't really trying to influence the election. That's what that accounting case really hinges on, his motive. Was he trying to influence the election? But here, these charges are much more severe. They are much more extensive. They also deal with obstructing justice, concealing things from the federal government. So he's in bigger trouble.
Which will go to trial first, you think?
You know, that it's unclear. Okay. Maybe this federal one, depending on the appeals, though. Like, we have a long way to go.
And also, that's not all. So then there's also what's happening in Georgia, looking into potential election interference there, as well as an investigation still with the same special counsel, Jack Smith, looking at January 6th. What's the connection here? They're all separate things, but does one impact the other, especially with what we're seeing as terms of the severity of this federal indictment and the fact that, as Danny Savalas reminds us every time he's here, usually those are airtight. What do you think happens?
Savannah, that's a great question. So if he were a regular defendant, his lawyers would go to the federal government and they would say, look, we have these charges pending in all of these different jurisdictions. Let's work out a deal. We will cooperate. We will meet you halfway. But because we know that Trump does not plead guilty, he only says, I will never plead guilty. That's not going to happen.
Interesting. All right, we got a lot to follow.
We sure do. Angela Senadella, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa on this. Ali, good morning. I mean, this could be an opportunity for the current president, President Biden, to use this as political ammunition against his top GOP rival. He continues to avoid the topic. Do you see that things could change as we get closer to a general election?
Yeah, Lindsay, this is going to be a delicate dance for the president and top White House officials, especially as we continue hearing former President Trump make this argument that he is the target of a, quote, in his words, weaponized Justice Department under President Biden, that he argues that there is a double standard because of the president's own special counsel probe into his handling of classified documents. Now, we've talked several times about the differences in those two cases, but you can imagine the challenge here for President Biden, for White House officials, to not argue that themselves. And as you mentioned, not to use this as political ammunition, not to their political advantage. But their silence is very much intentional and strategic here. As we've talked about, they don't want to appear like they're influencing or swaying this special counsel probe in any way, because the president vowed even before being elected that he would respect the Justice Department's independence from his White House. So I think moving forward, we should expect to continue hearing this silence from the president, from White House officials. However, this topic would essentially be fair game for top 2024 Biden surrogates to bring up on the campaign trail. So that's something to continue watching as the campaign heats up, likely at the same time that this trial gets into gear.
Okay, and Ali, First Lady Jill Biden attended an event last night in San Francisco. She did comment on Trump in 2024. What did she say?
Yeah, the First Lady, always the president's top defender, arguably his most powerful surrogate on the 2024 campaign trail and even in 2020. And she was a little bit more, actually much more frank and blunt about this situation, mostly because she can be in her position. So she told a group of more than 100 donors in San Francisco last night, quote, "You know what's in store if these MAGA Republicans win. We know it because we lived it," adding, "Remember how hard it was last time. This time it's going to be even harder. The fight for freedom doesn't end. This is the most important election of our lives." At another event yesterday, she framed the election as a choice between corruption and chaos. And on Monday night, she was even more direct in her comments about the indictment against the former president itself, telling donors off camera that it was, quote, "a little shocking that a large number of Republicans are still planning to support the former president in 2024, even after this indictment." So a much different tone, a much different approach to this compared to her husband and top White House officials, mostly because she has the ability to do so, especially in these off-camera events with donors, Lindsay.
Okay, Ali, thank you so much.
Well, with her analysis, we are joined now by Alexis Coe, presidential historian and New York Times bestselling author of the George Washington biography, You Never Forget Your First. What a great title, by the way, Alexis. I just love that. Alexis, good morning. So we've been calling yesterday's hearing a historic moment. I mean, clearly the first time that a former president or a current president federally indicted, these federal charges. Walk us through just kind of your reaction to this as somebody who lives and breathes, you know, the history of presidents. Walk us through what this significance feels to you.
What's interesting about this is it's been like it's been like watching a slow motion train crash. It didn't need to happen. The reason we have the Presidential Records Act is because Richard Nixon, after he resigned, and had he not resigned, this would not be unprecedented. He would have been charged. President Ford explicitly said that in his pardon, that he was pardoning Nixon for any offenses against the United States. And so we have the Presidential Records Act, which dictates that you return documents that are important to national security and also to our collective understanding, our collective memory. These are public servants. And what I think is really fascinating here is that we're not talking about what Trump isn't being charged with. He's not being charged with the nearly 200 documents that he did return to the National Archives. So he's not being singled out. This is not politically motivated. He broke the law willingly, wantingly, very purposely, many times, and now he's being held accountable.
So Trump is not the first president to leave office with a complicated legacy. How does this compare to some of those other cases from down the years that really were, in their own right, scandals?
We have certainly had our fair share of presidential scandals. And it's interesting, I participate in the PBS presidential rankings, and people tend to think that to say, I like him, I don't, Lincoln's first. That's not true. We view them through categories. And, some of these categories have to do with trustworthiness and responsibility to Congress, to the American citizens, to vision, all of these things. And I think when we look at Trump, there are a lot of things that are lacking and that have been to the detriment of this country, including our international standing. He's known as this, great, or at least he suggests that he is this great friend to Israel. Israel has come out and said that it threatens their national security. And so I think it's really important to understand that while it seems like, there are all these things going on, he's being accused here in New York and there, when a president approaches the office in a monarchical sort of posture and suggests that he has king-like, privileges, this is what tends to happen. We've just never seen it across the board, but certainly presidents have left and had issues, and presidents mistake things. The presidency, the transition is so fast. Somehow the White House staff packs up everything in 48 hours between, during the inauguration, and also unpacks an entirely new president. Things get misplaced. That's okay. Mistakes are made. But what happens after you make the mistake is what's important. And traditionally, presidents have simply returned the items after the first letter, the second letter, the third letter. He did not. He moved them He lied, he obfuscated.
Alexis, excuse me, you wrote this biography of George Washington. I see it on the shelf behind you. Again, what a great title. He, of course, the man who established the values and responsibility of the president, our first. How has this role changed throughout the years? And then where does former President Trump fit into that? We've just got about a minute here, but just walk us through kind of what we've seen over time, some of the highlights.
And so it's so interesting, and to go back to your last question as well, to watch something that we take for granted as presidential scholars, and certainly I as a Washington scholar, I never thought that I would be talking about the peaceful transition of power. That's why Washington was trusted with the presidency. We didn't have everything figured out. He set up precedents like the cabinet, like 2 terms, and the peaceful transition of power. And then when those things are violated, when they have been, in we're almost there, 250 years coming up, then we codify them. And so term limits, things like that. Washington in general believed in the importance and the dignity of the office and also in our international standing. And I think to watch what has happened over time, we've corrected course, but we've never seen anything as egregious as this. And we've never come so close to our democracy being in peril. We've never had an insurrection. The revolutionaries, the founding errors, they were reluctant. They had a lot to lose, but they believed in an important cause, and that cause was not themselves.
Alexis Coe, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let's switch gears and take a look at the heat headed for Texas.
That's right. Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us again with your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Angie.
Hey, guys, we've got the heat. We've got triple-digit temperatures that Texas is going to see once again. But we've also got a late-season storm outbreak that we could see later this afternoon and into the evening hours. Let's show you the setup because it could be a little dangerous for folks in this area here through even dark. So heads up on that. 23 million people are at risk, and there's kind of 2 batches of storms that are going to roll through. We'll have the first round of storms through the afternoon. Second round is going to be evening into overnight. We know that it's so much more dangerous for these kind of threats after the sun goes down, but that second batch is going to be the stronger round. So we're really going to want to pay attention to that. And again, it's going to be same kind of area stretching from Texas all the way to Georgia, Florida, and into South Carolina, including some of these major cities like Montgomery, Jackson, and Atlanta and Shreveport. We're going to have all of our hazards on the table. Here's an idea of where we can expect the greatest chance of some of these hazards to develop. So when it comes to tornadoes, what you see in that shaded red, that's the tornado risk. Best chance of some of those stronger tornadoes going to be centered over places like Alabama and into Georgia, including Montgomery. Some of these stronger tornadoes will be possible, again, after dark. We know that it's so much more dangerous, so just be careful of that. As far as the winds are concerned, elevated 60-mile-per-hour winds, where you see that kind of widespread area shaded in the dark blue. With the lines, that's 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher. That is the best chance that we could see those happening in that area. So again, we could see some damage. This is pretty late in the season for us to see this kind of setup, and here's why. We have an unusually strong jet stream that's just sitting kind of draped across the south, and we have energy to tap into for some of these storms to trigger, and that's going to be something that we'll likely see through the afternoon and evening hours. Again, it's more reminiscent of what you see in early spring. Now, switching gears, talking about the temperatures in Texas, triple digits. We saw it yesterday. We're going to see it again today. Those heat index values surging past 100, 115 in some spots you could see. And these actual high temperatures, they stay like this for the next couple of days. This is going to be a couple of days of really warm and uncomfortable conditions for folks in Texas. That heat wave will continue through Friday. Meanwhile, some good news. The sunny West Coast is setting up for Friday, rather. Stormy conditions as we look to the southeast for both Friday and Saturday, but it stays fairly nice in most of the West as we get into Saturday. A beach day along the mid-Atlantic. We'll deal with some showers up in parts of New England. But of course, we can't forget about the dads. Nice for dad for most of the western half of the country. We will have some showers and storms, though, that kind of set up from parts of the Midwest down to the southeast. It'll be still warm, no surprise, in places like Texas. So maybe AC cranked up for dad.
Reservations inside.
Yeah, exactly. I like when your guys' maps start to show little holiday things. So cute. Nice for dad. I love it. Thanks,
All
Angie.
for you. And dad.
Thank you. All right, coming up, a new twist in the deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rest. The explosive new allegations from prosecutors about the film's weapons expert.
Plus, a deadly new volley of missile attacks in Ukraine. We're on the ground in Kyiv with the latest next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here? The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back with the latest on the war in Ukraine.
Ukrainian officials say at least 6 people were killed in Russian missile attacks on the port city of Odessa and the eastern Donetsk region overnight. The strikes come as Ukrainian forces continue their counteroffensive. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kyiv. So, Raf, let's start with these attacks in Odessa and Donetsk. Walk us through what happened and the situation right now.
Yeah, guys, good morning. For yet another day, Ukrainian families waking up to a wave of early morning deadly Russian missile strikes. This time it was families in Odessa who were jolted out of their beds in the early hours as Russian caliber cruise missiles hit the city. One of those missiles hit a McDonald's, damaging nearby businesses. 3 people were killed in Odessa, according to Ukrainian officials, all civilians, and another 3 killed by Russian shelling in the eastern province of Donetsk, which has seen so much of the recent fighting. And guys, this comes just one day after 11 people were killed in President Zelensky's hometown of Kryvyi Rih when a cruise missile hit an apartment building there. So these attacks remaining relentless. Guys.
And Raf, what is the latest on Ukraine's counteroffensive? Are forces making any progress?
Yeah, Savannah, they're making gains, but they're incremental. A lot of the fighting right now is in a series of villages in Donetsk. But what we have not yet seen is the Ukrainians launching an all-out assault on Russia's main lines. That will be the big test when we see those Western tanks, Western weapons being deployed against Russia's fortified position. And the question then will be, can the Ukrainians break through and can they hold ground? But the Ukrainians are saying at this point, it is still very early days in this offensive. Guys.
Raf, we saw President Putin take part in a televised meeting with war correspondents and military bloggers yesterday. What did he say?
Yeah, so these military bloggers play a really kind of outsized role in Russia. They're very popular. People follow them on Telegram and other apps, and that's why you're seeing Putin sitting down at the Kremlin with these guys. He said a couple of things yesterday. One of them, there's a rumor sweeping Russia that the Kremlin is preparing to announce another wave of mobilization, so more Russian men conscripted, sent to the front lines in Ukraine. Putin saying at this point he does not think that's necessary, nor does he think it's necessary to declare martial law. He did acknowledge that more could be done to protect Russia's southern flank, especially that city of Belgorod, where we have seen Russian partisans backed by Ukraine attacking the city. Guys?
All right, Raf, thank you.
Well, let's stay on international headlines now. And new this morning, an update from the Vatican on the Pope's recovery from that surgery he had.
Claudio Lavanga joins us for that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, the Vatican today said that Pope Francis may be discharged from hospital in the next few days. Now, the Pope has been recovering in a hospital here in Rome since last Wednesday following an abdomen surgery. Now, in the statement, the Vatican said the clinical course is proceeding regularly without complications and that today the Pope gathered in prayer and received the Eucharist. Now, let's go to Japan, where today an 18-year-old Air Army trainee shot 3 of his fellow soldiers during a shooting exercise on an army base, killing 2 of them. Police in the prefecture of Gifu in central Japan said the suspect was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And let's end this short tour of the world in the UK, where Prince William opened a new housing initiative aimed at helping young homeless people get their lives back on track. Now, young people between the age of 18 and 24, for whom the rent is capped at a third of their salaries, will be able to live in the 33 self-contained flats in Peckham, South London, until they manage to move on with their lives. Last year, the Prince of Wales pledged to continue shining a light on the solvable problem of homelessness.
Wow.
Back to you.
Very cool to see. And look at those people playing, what was that, foosball or something? With the Prince. All right, Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, more of our coverage of the historic federal arraignment of former President Trump.
From the fallout to legal analysis and where the case goes from here, that is all next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City, from Wilmington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We are back with more on former President Trump's arraignment in the Department of Justice's classified documents case.
Trump pleaded not guilty yesterday to 37 counts in the case, and he maintains he did nothing wrong. That's the message he's delivering in court as well as on the campaign trail. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Bedminster, New Jersey, where Trump held a campaign event last night. Hi, Vaughn. Thanks for joining us. So you were there last night for Trump's speech. Tell us the highlights. What stood out to you?
Hey, good morning, guys. This was Donald Trump's opportunity to rebut what was laid out in the indictment there in that Miami courthouse. And to note, in front of a couple hundred supporters at his private club here in Bedminster, it was largely, there was lack of defenses. He did not object. He did not deny to having these particular records, these classified records, at his Mar-a-Lago estate. He did not deny obstructing justice. He did not deny having lied to his own lawyers about the documents that still existed, despite having previously stated that he had complied and turned over all the documents. Instead, he objected to the argument that he was not allowed to have the documents in the first place, making the case that under the Presidential Records Act, that when he was leaving the White House, he was able to determine what were personal records, and he was able to take whatever documents he so pleased at his own will. Of course, that is at the heart of this indictment, and prosecutors believe that that is not a fair argument, but it's clearly, based off of his remarks last night with Donald Trump, is going to attempt to argue in the court of law.
Vaughn, one recurring theme that we're hearing from Trump and his supporters are these claims of the weaponization of the Department of Justice. But Trump then posted on Truth Social, if reelected, he would appoint a special prosecutor to, quote, go after President Biden and his family. How is that landing?
Right. And if you look at a new poll here from just this week, when Republican voters nationally were asked about this indictment, 76% of them responded that they believed that it was politically motivated against Donald Trump. Now, again, it's important to note that the allegations that are actually laid out by the Department of Justice are quite detailed and damning. Even former Vice President Mike Pence said that they were very serious allegations that could have put American lives at risk. But when we're talking about Donald Trump, he has had a stronghold on this Republican electorate, and he has made the case, 7 months out from when Republican primaries are slated to begin, that he is being unfairly targeted. And that is where you saw him turn it up on its head, saying that if he gets in the White House, he is going to appoint a special prosecutor to, in his own words, quote, go after Joe Biden and his family. And so really this is becoming a very serious, divided, and dangerous juxtaposition between what is being laid out by the Department of Justice now and what Donald Trump is warning he would do if he were to get back into the White House.
Vaughn, also quickly, let's talk security here. We're hearing members of law enforcement in Fulton County, Georgia, gathering intel on security ahead of possible charges there, checking out what was going on in Miami yesterday. Tell us about that.
Right. This is all under the context that Donald Trump has now been indicted twice in 2 different cases, and there could be a potentially 3rd or even 4th indictment to come. One of those in Fulton County, Georgia, where the district attorney is investigating his efforts to overturn his election loss in 2020 in the state of Georgia. And there's a 3-week period in August in which the district attorney has suggested that she would announce charges if she, in fact, brings charges against Donald Trump or any of his allies. And that is where deputies from the sheriff's office, officials, were sent not only to Manhattan, but also to Miami to survey the type of security measures taken for Donald Trump's arraignment. Obviously, that would be under the guise that if he were to be arraigned in Fulton County, Georgia, in the months ahead, that they would understand and take the necessary precautions ahead of time.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. Well, with Trump's arraignment now behind us, where does the special counsel's investigation go from here?
And what's next for the other investigations involving the former president? For more, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, good morning. Thank you so much. What do you make here of what the former president is saying? I mean, you heard Vaughn say he's not actually addressing the merits of the indictment, but then you have him giving a campaign-like speech that can be evidence in this case.
Yes, and it was really interesting that his speech really laid out, I don't know who wrote it, but it laid out a lot of what I expect will be his legal defense. Not completely, because when he Trumpifies it, he takes it kind of outside the bounds of legal and into political. But I do expect that he's going to rely heavily on what's called the Presidential Records Act. However, the Presidential Records Act, and by the way, Trump recited some case law that was technically accurate. But the problem for Trump is that whether or not the Presidential Records Act allowed him to declare records personal versus presidential, all of that protection arguably dissipated once you got into the land of subpoenas, moving documents around, allegedly concealing them, allegedly not being forthcoming.
Don't they dissipate the day that current President Biden was inaugurated?
Well, not necessarily. If you look back at the Clinton Sox case, as it's called, that court concluded in a roundabout way that that the National Archives does not have the power to go out and search for every presidential record that exists out there, and that a president has the power to declare something personal versus presidential. But that is in a vacuum. When you add the elements of classified documents, of national defense information, and the fact that there were subpoenas, formal requests, and allegedly lies to government agents about where these documents were, those all take it outside the realm of the Presidential Records Act and into the realm of these criminal statutes. Now, is there a case to be made that the National Archives and DOJ were a little aggressive in getting these documents back? Sure. President Trump can make that, and if it's admissible, he can put it into evidence, but it isn't necessarily going to exonerate him.
Danny, let's talk about, as we look ahead, other things that are going on here. So Special Counsel Jack Smith in the room yesterday, also the former president talking about him last night, giving him a nickname, calling him deranged Jack Smith when he spoke in Bedminster, New Jersey last night. He's also the one who's looking at the January 6th investigation. Walk us through differences here and how this could potentially impact that with the same special counsel, as well as just the severity of it.
It is really interesting that Jack Smith is handling both prongs of a really very different investigation. And you can infer a lot from the fact that at some point Jack Smith thought, well, this particular investigation, I am ready. We are ready to go. We believe we can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We're ready to get a public indictment, knowing that the criticism that will follow will be scrutinized at every angle. And yet there is an investigation ongoing as to January 6th, which happened even before the events alleged in the latest indictment. So while we can't read too much into what Jack Smith's plans are for the January 6th investigation, we know only that it is ongoing. And strangely, I would argue almost completely separate. I don't know that there's a single fact that truly overlaps in the two investigations. So interesting that you have the same special counsel on both.
Okay, we could talk to you for hours, Danny.
Sure could. All right, coming up, it's decision day for the Fed.
We're going to take a look at why we could finally see a pause on interest rate hikes and what that means for your money next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. We begin top story with that breaking news.
This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. There are stunning new allegations surrounding that shooting on the Rust movie set, where actor Alec Baldwin shot and killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins with a prop gun.
Prosecutors are saying the weapons supervisor may have been hung over when she loaded a live bullet into the gun. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer with more.
Over a year ago, prosecutors told me they weren't sure if they'd ever know how live rounds got onto the set of Rust and into that gun. Now it appears they're moving forward with charges against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and are perhaps answering that very question.
This morning, the deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rust is back in the spotlight. Prosecutors now saying it is likely that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the film weapons supervisor, was, quote, hung over when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point. Cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed on the set after Baldwin fired a gun that had live ammunition on set. Prosecutors are also now saying that there are witnesses who will testify that it's likely that Gutierrez-Reed was, quote, drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the filming of Rust. Both Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed, who have both denied wrongdoing, were charged with involuntary manslaughter. The charge against Baldwin was dismissed in April, with prosecutors citing new evidence and the need for more time to investigate. Hutchins' husband, Matthew, telling Hoda last year that he believed there were unsafe practices on the set.
But gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties. In the end, you know, justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe.
Hutchins has since dropped his lawsuit against the Rust filmmakers. Prosecutors leveled these new accusations against Gutierrez-Reed last week in response to a motion filed last month by her attorneys that seek to dismiss her involuntary manslaughter charge. Gutierrez-Reed's attorney telling the AP before the new accusations became public that, quote, the case is so weak that they have now chosen to resort to character assassination claims about Hannah. Filming on the set of Rust resumed in April, 18 months after the deadly accident.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And in a statement, the lawyer for Gutierrez-Reed said the prosecution has so mishandled this case and the case is so weak that they are now resorting to character assassination tactics to further taint the press and jury pool. This investigation and prosecution is not about justice. For them, it's about finding a convenient scapegoat.
All right, let's turn to some financial headlines now. UPS drivers are on track to get air-conditioned trucks for the first time.
That is big news. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and some other headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Lindsay. Yeah, big news. So union leaders at UPS announcing a tentative deal to add air conditioning to the company's iconic ground delivery trucks for the first time ever. UPS confirmed it reached an agreement on heat safety with the Teamsters. The announcement comes as a strike authorization vote is already underway and follows years of complaints by labor leaders that working during hot weather can become unbearable and even dangerous. News of the tentative heat safety deal could lower the likelihood of a nationwide strike that workers have threatened to trigger. A Starbucks union is claiming dozens of the coffee chain's U.S. stores aren't allowing employees to decorate for Pride Month. In a statement to CNBC, Starbucks says it unwaveringly supports the LGBTQ+ community and hasn't changed its store policies. The company says local store leaders and employees do have latitude to make their own decorating choices within its guidelines. The union's claim comes as the LGBTQ+ community is facing high-end attacks. And Amazon says its cloud unit, AWS, is operating normally after an outage yesterday affected thousands of users. The disruption impacting websites ranging from transportation, the New York MTA, Southwest and Delta Airlines, to government agencies and Fortune 500 companies like Coca-Cola and Netflix. Amazon's last major outage was December 2021, when disruptions to its cloud services temporarily knocked out Netflix and Disney Plus and Amazon's own e-commerce site ahead of Christmas.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
No,
Sounds
you
like
don't
a
remember
see
an
an
outage.
outage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Silvana, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. They are poised to deliver its biggest interest rate decision later today.
That's right. Markets expect the Fed to keep rates unchanged for the first time in more than a year when the central bank kicked off this historic series of these aggressive hikes. Well, here to discuss is Investopedia's editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver, who has had a countdown clock yesterday. He gave it to us. You probably know. Do you know the hours and minutes to the meeting today?
Yeah, just 6 hours and 22 minutes, but I am not counting.
All right, so the expectation here is this pause. Walk us through that, and then also, though, does it still mean that after a pause, we could still see more rate hikes later this year?
Yeah, words matter, so we're going to be listening very closely to what Fed Chair Jay Powell says in the press conference following the announcement. We're all expecting a pause in those interest rate hikes. We're now between 5 and 5.25%. But we want to make sure that if he says things like this is temporary, then we know there could be further rate hikes depending on economic conditions. If he says economic conditions are sufficiently tight right now, we may not see another one, and the market's going to take off. But this is super important because that Fed funds rate, we talk about the Fed adjusting interest rate, that Fed funds rate is the basis for credit card loans, for mortgages, for new car loans, for borrowing in general, and borrowing has been very tight as these rates have been rising for the past 14 months.
What is the impact here on how markets react? I mean, you said if you hear things like things are tight, things are looking good, things will go up. What does that mean for the average American?
Yeah, for the average American, that means if it looks like Fed funds rate are going to stay right where they are, 5.25%, 5 to 5.25%, that means you're probably going to see mortgage rates dip a little bit. They're super sensitive to interest rates, to the Fed's interest rate. So a pause means they're probably going to go down a little bit. Credit card APRs, they're around 24% right now. Household borrowing for credit cards is at a record high. Those are going to fall a little bit. So money's going to become cheaper. And for the stock market, that also means it's going to become a little bit friskier and riskier for people to get involved in stocks because lower interest rates are a good recipe for stocks to climb.
And friskier, that's a technical term.
That's a technical term.
Any hope on the horizon or any prediction on when we could actually see them lower the rate? Because even a pause keeps it at this extremely high rate right now, not making it any easier for mortgages, things like that.
Yeah. People like me and Brian Chung, we look at the most boring yet most important chart in finance and economics. It's called the Fed's dot plot. That's a projection for where FOMC members think rates should be going out 6 months, 12 months, and even 2 to 3 years. They look like they're going to go down next year. But I want to warn people, when the Fed lowers rates, it's not necessarily a great thing. It's not good news. That means there's trouble in the economy and they want to put more money into the system. Rates are really high right now, and I've told you about how that affects households. But if they go down a little bit, just be aware of that. It's not always the best recipe for economic conditions.
All right, good advice as always. Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Good to see you. Well, coming up, Paul McCartney says the Beatles will come together with a little help from AI. Up next, how fans will once again be able to hear John Lennon's voice, kind of, more than 40 years after his death.
Plus, diving in, you know, most people, they try to avoid sharks at all costs. Well, not our Tom Costello. He's swimming with them. That's next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Well, next year, the Grammys are changing with 3 new categories being introduced. Those are Best African Music Performance, Best Alternative Jazz Album, and Best Pop Dance Recording. The African Music Performance Award will include genres like Afrobeat, Afrofusion, and Afropop. It follows years where the awards have faced criticism over a lack of diversity. CEO of the Recording Academy, Harvey Mason Jr., said in a statement that the changes reflect our commitment to actively listen and respond to the feedback from our music community. The Grammys are such a great one to watch because of all those music performances.
Absolutely, and the Grammys also, they kind of, you know, they teach me what's hip and like introduce me to all kinds of new artists. So the more categories, the better.
Exactly. Awesome to hear. Well, let's stay on music news.
I don't need to ever do that again. I'm sorry.
What did you do?
That's a weird dance. Please move on. I'm getting red.
As the Beatles song goes, I can't even talk. All you need is love. Well, in 2023, it turns out all you really need is AI.
Sir Paul McCartney announcing this week all 4 band members are making a comeback of sorts by releasing what they call the final Beatles record, which will include a new song from the band. All thanks to artificial intelligence. So NBC News personal technology analyst Joanna Stern joins us now for more on this. Joanna, good morning, and thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
As we know, John Lennon passed away in 1980. How is this possible?
Well, I want to explain 2 types of AI here. What is being used here, according to what Paul McCartney has said, is that there was a previous recording of John Lennon, and they have been able to use AI to, as he said, make this pure, to clean up that recording. So it probably means a series of isolating some of the sound of his voice and using some ways of really cleaning up the recording. There's a whole other idea in AI right now, or it's not really an idea, it's a whole other area of AI right now where people are using people's voices to generate things that and sing and make songs and have them say things that they had never said before. But that doesn't seem what has happened here with John Lennon's voice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Drake song kind of took the internet by storm. That was not, in fact, a Drake song, but sounded a lot like him, which leads to these ethical concerns, right, about using AI to make music, and then where do you draw the line between a robot and a human? And what are some of the arguments for and against using this modern technology in the music industry?
Yeah, look, but what's happening here seems to not cross that many ethical boundaries, right? There was this recording, it wasn't good quality, and they've been able to use technology, use advanced artificial intelligence to clean up that recording and make it sound better, right? If we had all recorded something many, many years ago and we had amazing voices, I'm not going to sing here, I have a horrible voice, and people wanted to hear that and hear it better, I don't think we would have that many issues with it. But let's put the other idea in perspective, right? We all have amazing voices, we pass away or we are famous, and then everyone starts using that voice to make songs that we never sang, to say things we never said. Well, that seems to cross an ethical line that I don't think I'd be okay with. I don't know about you guys, maybe you have amazing voices and this is a problem for you.
Certainly not. Can confirm. I do want to ask you, since we're talking about, it sounds like 2 very different buckets here with the Beatles song and album and what we're talking about here with AI-generated music. What does the future of the music industry look like with both of these buckets in play?
It's a really interesting question, and I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. We've seen musicians react in a couple of different ways. Some musicians and platforms like Spotify saying, we are going to police against this. We do not want this technology to impede the real recording, the real artists, the real talent. We've also seen some artists like Grimes actually say, hey, I'm open to working with AI. I'm open to this making my music better. Of course, I still want to make my money. I want to make those royalties. I want to use this in a collaborative fashion. And I think that's happening across all industries right now. How are we going to use AI collaboratively versus replacing us?
I don't know. Feels like a slippery slope. We'll have to watch.
Does.
Joanna Stern, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally, this morning, as people head to the beach to try and beat the heat, a lot of people, they stay away from the sharks. Yeah. But our NBC News correspondent, Tom Costello, he's been doing the opposite.
Yeah, he went diving with an expert in a tank full of sharks. Here's how it went.
Hey there, yeah, listen, everybody needs a good fishtail, and now I've got one. Only NBC's Carrie Sanders could beat this one. We are inside the Georgia Aquarium, surrounded by 1 million gallons of water and an awful lot of sharks. The truth is, sharks are really not that interested in us, although there goes that tiger shark again, circling us over and over again. Sharks are more interested in finding fish to eat and maybe a seal. The bottom line is we wanted to get some expert advice from a shark expert, how we can all stay safe as we go to the beach this summer.
I like that hammerhead. I like that shark. It's so big.
There's something about those teeth, those eyes, that fin.
Sharks love to eat people.
No, they don't like to eat people.
Young or old, sharks capture our imagination. Here at the Georgia Aquarium, they've got hammerheads, tiger sharks, sand sharks, silvertip, and silky sharks. 15 in all.
I had oatmeal for breakfast. Is that going to make me more of an appealing target?
Absolutely not. They don't like fiber. Yeah.
They don't like fiber.
Yeah. No.
Okay, good.
Dr. Katie Lyons is a shark researcher and my personal underwater guide today.
Take some slow, deep breaths.
Within minutes of our shark cage going into the water, Katie's enthusiasm was contagious.
So the ones with the big, tall dorsal fin, oh, just right there. Look to your right.
Yep, I see it. Oh, my gosh.
Being submerged in their world is truly sensory overload. The water is clear but cold, as these giants of the deep stay in constant motion, circling.
It's just a totally immersive experience. Oh, goodness, what is that? That's a big shark.
So that is one of our sand tiger sharks. They're a really cool species.
Swimming at the top of the food chain, they are essential to the ocean's life cycle.
All these sharks play critical roles in the ecosystem, and they help keep everything in balance.
Usually, sharks are interested in fish or seals, not humans. But attacks do happen. In May, a 13-year-old fended off a bull shark. Most occurred in Florida, followed by New York, Hawaii, and California. Still, 2022 brought the fewest shark attacks in 10 years, 41 unprovoked bites in the U.S.
So you're more likely to have a coconut fall on you and kill you than to be bit by a shark.
A coconut.
A coconut.
But there are some things you can do to avoid shark contact. Swim with a buddy close to shore. Don't swim near seals or schools of fish. Don't wear jewelry. And avoid excessive splashing. If a shark gets too close,
You can hit it on the nose, you can hit it in the gills, or poke it in the eye.
And then get away.
And then get away, right? You want to get out of the water as soon as you can.
Dr. Lyons is researching the microplastics sharks are ingesting and how their populations are affected by climate change.
If they're affected, then everything else below them is affected.
Since you have been so excited about sharks since you were a little girl, what's it like to see them face to face like this?
I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, it's, again, such a different experience being in with them rather than on the other side of an acrylic.
Let me just tell you an experience I had last summer. I was standing in knee-deep water off the coast of Florida, and suddenly a shark came circling by us. It was a black tip shark. The truth of the matter is, while it scared the heck out of us, Katie says it was really no risk to us, posed no risk. They are very, very common sharks, and they're interested in finding prey. That said, you should always treat every shark as something that could be a threat and get away calmly if you can, as quickly as you can, and try not to agitate the sharks. Back to you guys.
Wow. Okay, Tom, impressive. First of all, the talking in the water and the,
yeah.
But also, I don't know. Would you remember poke it in the eye?
No, I think punching in the gills would agitate a shark.
Yeah, yeah. But try to remember.
Just don't go too deep.
Should you be in that situation?
Yeah.
Try to remember.
All right, that'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stick with us.
Hi, everyone. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, May 4th. No, it is not May. It is June, folks. It is June 14th. Not guilty. Former President Donald Trump entered his plea at a Miami courthouse yesterday. Mr. Trump is facing 37 federal charges against him. What he said to his supporters after heading home from his hearing.
Amazon rescue. A new report from Colombian authorities details how a plane crashed in the jungle with 4 young kids on board. More on how the children survived by living off of the land for more than a month.
Inspiring America, a 19-year-old baseball catcher from Uganda whose videos have gone viral online. Well, he's been invited to participate in the MLB draft. How he is now fulfilling his lifelong dream of coming to the United States and making it to the big leagues.
Going sour. Georgia farmers are saying that this year's peach harvest is one of the worst they've ever seen. How an unseasonably warm winter is killing the crop and spoiling Southern traditions.
I'm hearing that Bieber song. All right, welcome to NBC News Daily. We want to start with the fallout from the arraignment of former President Donald Trump. He pleaded not guilty at a federal courthouse in Miami yesterday to 37 criminal counts relating to his alleged mishandling of classified documents. After the hearing, a defiant Mr. Trump spoke to a crowd of his supporters, recycling the same misleading claims he's used in the past.
I'm the only one that can save this nation because you know they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
So what's next now that the former president has been indicted and arraigned? He'll move on to pretrial hearings, all of this happening against the backdrop of the 2024 presidential election, in which Mr. Trump is the Republican frontrunner. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Miami. Gabe, we know the hearing yesterday lasted about 47 minutes. Cameras were not allowed in the courtroom. You were in the building. Can you give us a brief recap of what happened?
Hi there, Ellison and Vicki. Good afternoon. So it was a surreal scene to be inside this federal courthouse behind me. I was in the media overflow room, was able to see the proceedings through a screen, a video feed coming into that room, and to see the former president of the United States sitting there at the defense table, 2 seats down from his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nada, in that room, and just a few feet from them on the other side of the room was special counsel Jack Smith. Now, the judge read the charges and asked the defense for a plea. A lawyer for Mr. Trump officially pleaded not guilty. And then afterwards, after that happened, several reporters, including myself, left the media overflow room to try and get out some of this information because it was so difficult to get information out. Electronic devices were not allowed inside the courthouse. And again, as you mentioned, no video cameras there. But it was a surreal scene both inside the courthouse and outside, where hundreds of demonstrators gathered as the former president of the United States faced these federal charges for the first time in history, Ellison and Vicki.
And Gabe, the surreal scenes continue. Right on his way out of Miami, Mr. Trump made a surprise campaign stop at a popular Cuban restaurant. He said food for everyone. He stayed for a rendition of Happy Birthday. He turned 77 today. So, Gabe, Mr. Trump is entering a period of a long and uncertain legal battles, but the polls show this really hasn't yet made a dent in his support. So what are you hearing from voters?
Vicki and Ellison, his supporters are sticking by him. In fact, They even seem to be more excited about his run for president and really buying his message that this is a weaponization of the Department of Justice. He articulated that message yet again last night at Bedminster, at his home in New Jersey, where he spoke to supporters there and argued, and we saw the first signs of what his defense might be as this case moves forward through the legal system. But yes, as you said, right after leaving this federal courthouse, he made what amounted to a campaign stop at that iconic location here in Miami, Cafe Versailles, where he was treated to that rendition of Happy Birthday, Vicki and Els.
All right, NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now for more. Excuse me, Danny. So the former president, he pleaded not guilty yesterday, entering that plea via his attorney. What else stood out to you throughout this fairly brief 47-minute arraignment?
Not much, but not much ordinarily stands out at an arraignment. An arraignment is a really, I can't say it's a non-event. It's a very significant legal event. But in terms of being a spectator, there's not a whole lot of exciting things that go on at an arraignment. Perhaps the most interesting thing to me continues to be Donald Trump's co-defendant, Walt Nauta. He's interesting because he is currently reportedly not interested in cooperating with the government. But I can tell you from experience, that is a today decision. Tomorrow's another day, and 3 weeks from now, it'll be another decision. And in 6 months, Walt Nauta may have a different view about whether or not he wants to remain a co-defendant going into trial up against the full might of the United States government and facing what would almost assuredly be prison time if convicted.
And you have said repeatedly that the conviction rate is pretty high when the federal prosecutors bring a case. Stay on Walt Nauta. The judge instructed Mr. Trump not to speak with him, but he is his close personal aide. He continues to work with Mr. Trump. So how realistic is it? What happens if they are caught speaking about this case, and how can anyone really enforce that?
You know, it's interesting because I suspect that DOJ, the government, probably didn't want an order like this because it only helps them if Trump is out there talking to people, including Walt Nauta, because down the road, that's more evidence that the government can extract from either these witnesses that he talks to or his own co-defendant. I suspect they have a joint defense agreement which allows them, the two co-defendants, to pool information and allow it to remain privileged, but they will have to do so in theory with their lawyers present. Whether they actually do that, who knows? But again, that's good for the government, because if they break that rule and talk to each other, the government isn't as interested in sanctioning them. The government's interested in finding out what the heck they said, because they're going to use it. I can't tell you how often criminal defendants, especially federal criminal defendants, create new evidence for the government after they're indicted, after their arraignment. So Donald Trump is a classic talker. Look for him to create additional evidence, and believe me, the government is listening.
Okay. All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Well, for the first time in more than a year, the Federal Reserve is expected to hold off on raising interest rates and let the economy take a breather.
Yeah, Chairman Jay Powell is expected to announce the decision later this afternoon. It comes as new data shows the overall pace of inflation continues to cool. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to break all of it down for us. Brian, the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates 10 times, that's straight in a row. If it does leave rates alone today, does that mean the hikes are over?
Yeah, well, the quick answer is no. And the reason why is because Fed officials have said, look, what we want to do now is see what the impact of the interest rate hikes that they've been doing over the last year and a half will do to the economy. So inflation has come down, but there's a lagged impact here. What the Fed did in meetings, let's say 6 months ago, might not start taking effect until now. So for that reason, the Fed says, all right, well, we've ratcheted them pretty high. We saw the inflation numbers yesterday come down a little bit closer from 9% earlier last year to 4% as of the last reading that covers May. So maybe they could just kind of take a pause, or as they describe it, a skip, to see what the interest rate hikes will do if they need to, because inflation remains sticky. They could hike down the road, so it's not off the table. But again, that pause today could suggest that maybe they're soon reaching the end of that tightening cycle.
Well, that is good news, Brad. The market's pretty mixed right now. We'll see what happens once we hear from the Fed later. But what does this all mean for the chances of that soft landing they were trying to aim for and avoiding a potential recession?
Yeah, well, the economists I've been talking to have said, look, so far we are doing the soft landing, and that's because as the Federal Reserve has ratcheted borrowing costs up, we've been feeling that in our mortgage rates, on our credit card rates, on our auto loan rates. We haven't seen necessarily a massive change on the jobs market side of things. Inflation's come down, but we haven't seen companies pull back en masse in terms of laying people off. Now, in some sectors that's happening, in media, for example, in tech, but overall, the unemployment rate is at 3.7%. That's near over 50-year lows. So that soft landing is happening right now. But of course, what could happen 6 months from now as the impact of previous rate hikes start to take effect? We don't really know, but at least for right now, it seems like, okay, pretty good scenario. Inflation's coming down without massive job losses, at least for right now. That's giving a lot of policymakers at the Fed and probably economists all over the country a lot of comfort.
And borrowers, too. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, easing mortgage rates are bringing Americans back to the housing market. Applications for mortgages actually rose more than 7% last week compared with the week before. That is according to the Mortgage Bankers Association.
We got CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joining us now. Deirdre, so interest rates have been falling over the past 2 weeks, just by a little bit. So what does this mean for prospective homeowners?
Well, it looks like it is convincing more people to apply for mortgages, but it is still a very different picture from a year ago. The current rate for a 30-year mortgage is 6.77%. Despite this week's increase in applications, they're still down 27% from the same week last year. A federal judge granted the FTC's request to temporarily block Microsoft's acquisition of the video game company Activision Blizzard. The deal was scheduled to close by July 18, but the FTC has a pending antitrust case against Microsoft that doesn't go to trial until August. The agency wanted to keep the companies from merging ahead of that trial. And finally, guys, some food lovers are getting a chance to try the popular dishes cooked up on Netflix shows. The streaming giant is hosting a limited time pop-up in LA later this month that will bring together some recipes from some of its star chefs from shows like Chef's Table and Nailed It. Reservations are now open. Guys, it's only just after 9 a.m. here in San Francisco, but that's making me hungry.
That sounds so fun for super fans.
Yes, especially if they're going to have like the chefs from Nailed It do stuff where it turns out nothing like what you're trying to make. Like, I would love to do that.
That show is really funny.
It's such a good show. That too. Those look less appetizing though from those shows.
I know.
Maybe it's more entertainment than the actual food.
It's a little bit of everything. You can have the good food. You can have the, like, let's see what this actually tastes like. Yeah, I love it. Okay, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa, thank you.
Coming up, what witnesses are now saying about the weapons supervisor who was working on the Rust film set during that deadly shooting. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning to you. Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We have new information in the investigation into the deadly shooting on set of Alec Baldwin's film Rust. It happened in October of 2021. Prosecutors are now accusing the armorer in charge of loading Baldwin's gun on the set of being hungover on the day of the incident. Alec Baldwin's manslaughter charges were dismissed back in April.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in our Los Angeles newsroom with the details for us.
Aaron, tell us what prosecutors are saying about their investigation and about the weapons supervisor, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. She was on set the day of that film. What are her lawyers saying?
Hey, Allison. Well, these latest allegations were included in legal documents filed by the prosecution in response to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's motion to dismiss this case. In those documents, the prosecution arguing that the charges of involuntary manslaughter against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed are appropriate given her role on set of Rust as the person responsible for ensuring gun safety. In those documents, the prosecution alleging a number of things against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, including relating to her alleged marijuana use and alcohol use. Let me just read you a section of the documents in which the prosecution alleges witnesses in the current case will testify that defendant Gutierrez was drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the shooting of Rust. It is likely the defendant Gutierrez was hung over when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point by an actor. The crime of involuntary manslaughter was designed specifically for this type of circumstance. We do have a statement from Gutierrez-Reed, her attorney, putting out a statement saying, quote, the prosecution has so mishandled this case and the case is so weak that they are now resorting to character assassination tactics. It's a lot of mudslinging going on in this case, Allison.
All right, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, thank you.
Well, an update now on the remarkable story of 4 children who lasted 40 days alone in the Amazon jungle. Investigators in Colombia are releasing new details about what might have caused their small plane to suddenly crash.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains why it could offer clues into how the siblings survived.
It's a miraculous rescue that has captured the attention of the world. For 40 days, 4 siblings ranging in age from 13 to 1 lived off the land and survived after their plane crashed deep in the Amazon jungle, killing 3 adults, including their mother. NBC News obtained a preliminary accident report issued by Colombian authorities. It was created before they located the kids, but sheds light on how the crash may have occurred. The report notes the aircraft was airworthy and had the technical requirements required for the flight. But less than an hour after takeoff, the pilot reportedly radioed into air traffic control, hoping to make an emergency landing, sending a chilling message. Mayday, 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 the engine is failing again, going to look for a river. Less than a minute later, they would receive their last communication from the pilot. 103 miles outside San Jose, going to land in water. But the aircraft never made it. According to the report, as the plane fell from the sky, the aircraft reportedly lost its engine, later found next to the aircraft. The report adding the blades of the engine's propellers showed no deformations or damage. Colombian investigators say the NTSB was notified because the plane and propeller were manufactured in the United States. Investigators say the front of the plane was demolished after flying nose first into the jungle floor. That detail may provide a clue as to how the children survived due to their seating positions. In these photos, you can see investigators believe the children were likely seated in the back of the plane. The report says because the front section suffered the main affectation and great structural damage. However, one puzzling detail remains. Investigators presumed 11-month-old Kristen may have been seated with his mother. She died at the scene 4 days later, but the infant survived. That report also noted that the aircraft involved in the crash had actually been involved in a separate accident in 2021 due to loss of engine power. The plane was repaired and put back into service just this past March. The next hurdle for these brave children, recovery. Day by day, they're working to regain their strength. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Later this hour, the ongoing controversy surrounding Pride merchandise in stores and Pride celebrations at the White House. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We turn now to an NBC News investigation into child labor laws in the U.S. Lower demand for blue-collar jobs is pushing business owners to lobby for looser labor laws, which would allow teens as young as 14 into the workforce. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk reports.
The Fridley movie theater outside Des Moines is ramping up for a big summer, but finding workers has been a struggle.
We used to have stacks of applications. Now we might have 2 or 3.
That's why the theater's manager says he and others like him in the service industry fought to change the state's child labor law, making it easier to hire teenagers under 16.
A lot of the part of the Iowa Code that dealt with child labor was written as far back as 1906.
State Rep Dave Dio helped to get a new law passed.
I think this is really more about giving students the opportunity, if they want to, if they could work a few more hours for 1 or 2 evenings.
Iowa's new child labor law allows kids under 16 to work more hours in a single day and as late as 9 p.m. during the school year, up to 28 hours a week.
Do you have any concerns that some kids may work too much and not pay attention to their education?
We didn't increase the number of hours per week. We've left that the same.
But it does mean that a 14-year-old could work from 4 until 9 every day after school.
What I'm concerned about are children whose families are facing economic desperation.
Jen Schur is a labor activist who says kids under pressure to make money for their family could drop out of school.
It puts them in a high-risk category for their grade suffering, high-risk category for not completing high school.
And critics also say the bill relaxes the rules around where kids can work, including allowing light assembly jobs. Iowa is not alone. In the last 2 years, 14 states have introduced legislation to loosen child labor laws. 5 have passed it. All of this coming as the federal government says there has been a 69% increase in child labor violations.
Those are the situations in which we're seeing teens often recruited and then hired into highly exploitative work that involves excessive hours, illegal exposure to either hazards or chemicals.
Do you worry that by expanding child labor and changing the law here, it sets a tone that could potentially open the door for companies and industries to take advantage of kids?
If they're breaking the law, they're breaking the law. This doesn't open it up to allow for, for those type of things.
The new law, he says, is written for kids like Asher Hughes.
What are you saving up for?
Mainly a car right now.
A car?
Yeah.
The 15-year-old works at that movie theater.
I'm fine with him working as much as he wants to work, as long as his grades are up.
Does working until 9 seem late to you?
No, not really. He doesn't go to bed at 9. I don't know any teenager that does go to bed at 9 or 10.
It teaches responsibility, Shelley Hughes says, and the value of money at a time when businesses say they could really use the help. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
All right, according to the CDC, 1 in 13 Americans have long COVID symptoms, suffering from a loss of smell, taste, or sometimes both since the beginning of the pandemic. NBC's Boston's Mary Marcos looks at one study that's trying to find the true size of the problem and its impact.
Every day you wake up hoping that you'll be able to smell the coffee brewing.
It's been almost a year since Lisa Milne got COVID and lost her sense of taste and smell. She's part of a Mass General Brigham patient study.
I was surprised at how severe it was for me.
Lisa is one of about 28 million people across the country still experiencing these symptoms. That's according to research at Mass Eye and Ear. They're using CDC data from patients in 2021 to get a better sense of the number of people dealing with this.
It's actually much higher than you might expect.
The study shows extreme symptoms often lead to more severe sensory loss and a smaller chance of a full recovery. And there's currently no treatment.
Unfortunately, not a whole lot that can be done, although some data are emerging that smell retraining can be very helpful.
Experts say you can try to rehabilitate your sense of smell with retraining kits, but as Lisa found out, that doesn't always work.
I've given up pretty much on everything.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Mary Marcos.
Up next, cooling inflation. We'll hear from shoppers about their reaction to the new numbers and their effect on grocery store prices. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barber.
It is good to have you with us. I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. At least 78 people are dead after a fishing boat carrying migrants capsized and sank off the coast of Greece on Wednesday. Authorities rescued more than 100 people from the waters nearly 45 miles offshore. But officials say dozens of people are still missing. Initial reports suggest the boat was on its way to Italy from eastern Libya. A search and rescue operation is still ongoing.
A federal judge has granted E. Jean Carroll's request to amend her defamation case against former President Donald Trump. The revised lawsuit seeks at least $10 million in damages based on comments Trump made during a CNN town hall in May. The former president was found liable for sexual abuse and defamation against Carroll in a civil case last month.
The Vegas Golden Knights are Stanley Cup champions for the first time. The Knights closed out Tuesday night's game against the Florida Panthers with a final score of 9-3. We got Josie in the studio cheering here. Their victory comes just 6 years after the team joined the NHL in 2017. So, wow, 6 years and a championship. Pretty spectacular.
Yes.
First-timers Denver Nuggets, too. It's in the air.
Yeah, it is. That's the year for first-timers. All right, we start this half hour in Chicago talking to shoppers about inflation after Tuesday's report brought some potentially good news for our wallets.
The price index for gas, eggs, and bacon all down by double percentage points. It doesn't necessarily mean that prices are dropping, but it does mean they're not going up quite as quickly as they once were. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live at a grocery store in Chicago for us. Hey, Shaq, so what are you hearing from shoppers there? Are they feeling any relief at the checkout?
Not yet, and that's because we're still talking about inflation, right? So we're talking about an improved rate of price increases, but that price is still going up, especially when you look at food overall. That last report showing that compared to last year, food up 6.7%. There are some glimmers of hope. You mentioned eggs are down, bacon's down, the price of milk is down. So that's leading to some mixed reactions when you talk to shoppers. Listen to a little bit of what they told me.
Just now, a slab of ribs, $30-something when you used to could get it for like 24. That's a big jump.
When the government comes out and says, oh, inflation is slowing, what are you thinking?
I believe it when I see it.
She'll believe it when she sees it. So that's the attitude that you have from a lot of folks. Again, there are certain areas where you're seeing those improvements, but by and large, they want to see continued improvements, that inflation to turn to deflation, and that's when there'll be that satisfaction here at the grocery store.
Makes sense. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster live in Chicago for us. Thank you.
Well, Ellison, is Florida's housing market headed for a crisis? Between the rising prices of homes and the skyrocketing costs of homeowners insurance, potential home buyers are simply being priced out. Sonika Donge with our NBC affiliate WESH looked into a growing problem in the Sunshine State.
When Brittany Huey and her husband sold their Florida home 2 years ago and put all their stuff in storage, they thought it would be temporary. The family of three moved in with Brittany's mother, hoping to save for a bigger house.
We wanted to sell, take advantage of the equity that had grown in the house over the time that we had owned it.
They hope to move out in 2 months, looking for a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home in the $350,000 to $400,000 range before reality hit.
Our ultimate goal was to find that upgraded home that allowed us to grow our family, and the increases in rates and having to account for homeowners insurance and so forth, we've really had to scale that back.
In the aftermath of destructive hurricanes, the cost of home insurance in Florida has increased 100% since 2020.
It really is putting a crunch on what buyers can afford to buy, where they can afford to buy, or even for some of our sellers, they're looking at leaving the state to find something more affordable.
The insurance industry says it's not just the weather, but that fraud and litigation are why home insurance premiums have skyrocketed in Florida. According to the state's Office of Insurance Regulation, while Florida accounts for 9% of homeowner insurance claims in the U.S., it also accounts for 79% of all property claim lawsuits.
The struggling insurance market here in Florida has been burdened with litigation issues for years. Homeowners here are paying the highest premiums in the country. And as hurricanes grow stronger and more costly, the crisis is reaching a breaking point. Is the insurance market in Florida right now working the way it is?
It's not at peak efficiency right now. I think it's been hobbled by the number of storms that have hit. I think it's been hobbled by the legal environment.
Florida recently passed legislation to address the crisis, but
none of it is a magic wand, unfortunately, that's just going to heal Florida's home insurance market right now. This is going to take a couple of years.
Since the start of last year, more than 20 home insurance companies in Florida have either stopped writing new policies or gone out of business. And it's not just Florida. State Farm and Allstate have stopped offering new homeowner insurance policies in California. Colorado, Louisiana are also seeing insurers stop business. Meanwhile, Florida home buyers like Brittany are left in limbo.
Having to put things on hold is very difficult. Where do we get the break? There's got to be a give at some point.
A temporary housing situation now feeling more permanent, with the home of their dreams on hold. For NBC News, Sonica Donge, Orlando, Florida.
The White House banned a transgender activist from attending future events at the White House after appearing topless during President Biden's Pride celebration. The news comes after bomb threats were called into Target stores all across the country over their Pride merchandise. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
The White House at the center of the latest Pride Month controversy.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you. Saying transgender activist Rose Montoya is now barred from future events. It all happened at what was the largest Pride celebration in White House history.
Happy Pride Month.
Montoya posting a reel on Instagram showing her at the event, shaking hands and posing for selfies with the president.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor.
Then, after Biden moved on, Montoya standing next to two transgender men who had surgically removed their breasts, all posing topless on the White House lawn. Critics taking to the internet in outrage. The White House then responding, saying the behavior was inappropriate and disrespectful.
It was unfair to the hundreds of attendees who were there to celebrate their families. It really does not reflect the event that we hosted.
Adding that those in the video will not be invited to future events. But Montoya taking to TikTok to defend her actions.
I would just like to say that, first of all, going topless in Washington, D.C. is legal. Why is my chest now deemed inappropriate or illegal when I show it off? However, before coming out as trans, it was not. I had zero intention of trying to be vulgar or be profane in any way.
It's just the latest flashpoint surrounding Pride Month. Target has been in the spotlight with conservatives complaining about its Pride merchandise. And then after pulling some of it off the shelves, citing the safety of its employees, the store found itself under fire from LGBTQ advocates. The controversy now going beyond debate as NBC News has confirmed bomb threats related to LGBTQ issues to multiple Target stores in at least 5 states, according to the local police departments involved in these incidents.
There's something going on, but they're not telling us.
Customers confused as some were evacuated over the weekend from this location in Oklahoma City after a threat was sent.
Some of the workers don't even know what's going on.
Police said no explosive devices were found, but a message sent to local news outlets, including NBC affiliate K4, had the date of the Oklahoma City bombing included. In Louisiana, police saying the threat stated it was, quote, due to Target betraying the LGBTQ plus community. It's not clear what the motive was behind the other threats. Target telling NBC News, quote, the safety of our team members and guests is our top priority. Law enforcement investigated these claims and determined our stores are safe. Our stores are currently open and operating regular hours. And Target, not the only company in the middle of a Pride firestorm. Bud Light's sales struggles are well known now after a promotional post from a trans influencer.
I got some Bud Lights for us.
Now, country music Hall of Famer Garth Brooks addressing critics after he said his bar will serve Bud Light.
We're going to serve every brand of beer. We are.
Some upset with Brooks's remarks vented online, but the music star not backing down, defending his decision on a Facebook live stream.
So here's the deal, man. If you want to come to Friends in Low Places, come in. But come in with love. Come in with tolerance.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A 19-year-old baseball catcher from Uganda is making his dreams come true thanks to social media. His talent was discovered after he posted videos of himself training and, get this, dirt and using rocks, water bottles, and tires to play the game.
Yeah, but now he's playing in the MLB Draft League. That's a summer showcase for top prospects and a gateway to the major leagues. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas shows us his incredible story.
Dennis Kazumba is amazed he's finally here. The 19-year-old baseball catcher from Gayasa, Uganda, had one goal.
My dream to play professional in the US.
But the journey wasn't easy. Dennis, orphaned at a young age, posted hundreds of videos on social media while training on the dirt next to his house, using things like rocks, water-filled bottles, and even old tires, eventually getting the attention of Major League Baseball. After being denied a visa to the U.S. multiple times, with the help of league officials, Dennis's visa finally got approved. Now in Frederick, Maryland, a dream becomes reality. Dennis is playing in the Major League Baseball Draft League.
I feel very, very happy. I can't believe I'm here.
And his skills could be the real deal. His Twitter claiming he can catch and throw the ball to the second baseman in 1.89 seconds. The Major League Baseball average, 2 seconds. The Draft League provides players from the U.S. and other parts of the world an opportunity to showcase their skills in front of scouts from all 30 Major League Baseball teams to possibly be drafted, a goal Dennis has had his eyes on for years.
My aim is MLB.
His manager and former Major League catcher Rene Rivera was a huge proponent of getting Dennis to America.
It was a long road, working with the government, sending letters back and forth, telling them that I would take care of Dennis.
Rivera has been helping him adjust behind the plate and to life in America.
I'm just going to do my best that he feel comfortable and he can have fun while here.
His teammates admire his intense work ethic.
I would describe it as just an unbelievably high motor.
He just wants to be a sponge, soak up everything he can, and learn everything he can.
Players have also been learning from Dennis.
His story, and just see how grateful he is for just every breath of life. It's like, wow, man, it's truly a humbling experience.
It makes you see the bigger picture a little more.
Everything that you take for granted is like the greatest thing in the world to him.
This is a kid that his father died in the Civil War. His mama left him when he was a baby. He never complained of anything.
I think he just brings like a good spirit every day. He just brings that smile.
Dennis not only has gotten the attention of teammates and coaches, but also his favorite player, all-star catcher Salvador Perez, who liked his post on Instagram.
That's wow, 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 oh my God. Salvador Perez liked my video.
Perez is an inspiration to Dennis, and he believes with the same hard work, he too will one day get to the big leagues.
If Salvador Perez can do it in MLB, it means even me, I can do it.
Guad Venegas, NBC News.
We wish him luck.
Amazing. Best of luck to him. Yeah, straight ahead, how climate change is turning the Georgia peach market sour. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Farmers across the country rely on Mother Nature to make a living, but climate change is causing their produce to suffer. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke with one farmer in Georgia about why summer peaches might be in short supply.
At Georgia's Southern Belle Farm, it's the start of peach picking season, but a favorite tradition could be in jeopardy.
Typically, we see peaches just almost falling off at this point.
I mean, just hanging, the trees are weighted down.
Fifth-generation farmer Jake Carter says this year's harvest is one of the worst he's ever seen. The cause? An unseasonably warm winter. Last February was one of the warmest ever recorded in Georgia, triggering some of the state's peach trees to bloom early. But then a cold spell hit, killing the crop and essentially ending the season before it really even started. Jake even resorted to hovering 2 helicopters over the trees, hoping to push the warm air down. Still, he says he lost nearly 50% of his crop this year.
What does this usually look like?
I mean, you're usually looking at, 200-300 peaches on it.
In Middle Georgia, the toll is even worse. Some farmers lost everything. According to at least one estimate, this year, more than 90% of the peach state's peach crop is gone. And some experts say this could be a new reality for farmers.
We expect that as things get warmer, it's going to be harder to find the perfect growing conditions for peaches.
Despite its nickname, Georgia is actually the country's 3rd largest peach producer, right behind South Carolina, which is suffering the same problem. The top producer, California, has also seen declining output. Experts say this trend could eventually mean higher prices at the grocery store. Back at Southern Belle, where strawberries are also ripe for the picking, Jake says the key to staying afloat is variety.
Certainly a ripe peach.
And a little luck.
At the end of the day, it's up to the good Lord and Mother Nature to whatever happens next.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, McDonough, Georgia.
Back in 2017, one researcher recorded wolves catching and eating freshwater fish for the first time ever in northern Minnesota. Now he's the lead scientist on a project that's tracking wolves' dietary habits. Gordon Severson from our NBC affiliate CARE shows us his findings.
Wolves live a tough life. As predators, they'll eat anything they can find and chase down. Deer, beavers, dead animals, and even fish.
When did you all first notice this happening?
In 2017.
Danny Friend with the Voyagers Wolf Project says one of their researchers saw it with his own eyes. At first, they thought this might be just one wolf who learned an interesting trick, so they decided to test it and see if others were doing it too. Friend says the team started setting up cameras near the water and a few on the wolves themselves.
We've now observed it multiple summers in a row from multiple individuals, pack members, lone wolves, males, females.
6 out of the last 7 summers, their cameras have captured wolves catching fish. The team recently published a paper about it, and they concluded that wolves in other states and Canada are likely fishing as well, and it's likely helping them get through a slow time of the year when other food sources are harder to come by.
We think that wolves are fishing on average about 20 days of the year. They seem to be really keying into the spring spawning season.
The team also recently captured video of wolves and their pups eating wild blueberries. which suggests that between the blueberries and the fish, in emergency situations, wolves can find unique sources of food to survive.
I guess this just shows how, we're still learning more about these wolves, and who knows what we might figure out in the next couple of years.
Yeah, totally. We just recorded more wolves fishing already, this year. So we might discover something else about this behavior. There's a lot to learn.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Gordon Severson.
And you are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
With Father's Day on Sunday, we've got a story that screams like father, like son.
Today, anchor Craig Melvin introduces us to a father-son coaching duo who work together at the University of Pittsburgh. They're bonded by the sport they love.
There we go. Stay in it, push. Come on, get it there, get there!
Father-son coaching duo that are both named Alonzo Webb. What do I call you?
Coach Zoe.
Yeah, Coach Webb.
All the way, DJ, there you go, stay there.
Coach Alonzo Webb started coaching track at the age of 17 and is now finishing up his 51st season. For the last 21 years, he's been the head track and field coach at the University of Pittsburgh. Coach Webb was one of 9 children, raised by a single mom in Pittsburgh, an experience that later inspired him to take on a fatherly role for his athletes.
You know, especially when I was coaching age group track from 8 years old through 18. And a lot of them didn't have fathers, you know, in the house. And so I became a father figure to them.
When he became a father himself, Coach Webb didn't want to pressure his son Zoe into running.
And so I told him I wanted to run. And he sat me down and he said, son, you don't have to. You can pick whatever sport you want. I was shocked at 5.5 even, like, this is what we do.
Zoe picked track, and he stuck with it, rising to become a collegiate long and high jumper for his dad's team at Pitt. In the back of your mind, did you think, you know what, I could see myself becoming my father one day?
We spent a lot of time around each other, you know, my entire life in the sport. And I wanted my own identity. I wanted my own thing. But at some point my senior year, I started helping my teammates out a lot. I thought, I might be able to coach. I might like this thing.
After graduation, Zoe quickly volunteered to coach with his dad and was promoted to full-time assistant coach the following season.
How'd that feel?
The family atmosphere on the team draws talent from around the world. Junior long jumper Ilse Stegana came from the Netherlands to compete for Pitt.
I definitely looked for like a new second family. Coming here to the team, you really feel like you are within a family because like the coaches are related. You feel more connected all together.
Coach Zoe added to that family when he became a dad to daughter Zara 5 years ago.
Did you find that coaching helps you as a dad as well?
Being a coach, sometimes I think you see a lot of different types of personalities. You start to learn how other people were raised, the struggles that they may have, the places they couldn't communicate with their parents, and give my child the grace of, she might feel this way one day, you know, and it really does help me.
Don't chop, don't chop.
While this father and son duo may have a lot in common, their dress code stands in stark contrast. Coach Webb favoring a suit and tie at every track meet, and his son in more typical athletic gear.
What's the backstory?
In the summers, you know, when I was probably 10, 11, 12 years old, I would always go to the library. And I would just sit there and read for hours, books about the Olympic Games, and thought back to all those books that I looked at. And I noticed that one thing was glaring. The coach would always be at the finish line with a stopwatch, and they would have a suit jacket on or a shirt and tie. And I started thinking, you know what? I want to bring that back.
And you don't wear a suit.
Oh, no. I'm not as cool as him, and he doesn't pay me enough.
In 2021, the pair hit a career high point when they were both awarded Coach of the Year distinction by the Mid-Atlantic region.
I was the head coach of the year. He was the assistant coach. That was it for me. I mean, that was the pinnacle. You know, I said, if I didn't coach another day, I'm happy, you know.
What's your favorite part about coaching with Dad?
He's always been a support for me, but as associate head coach, like that's my job is to be there for him now, to have his back. It's rewarding.
Craig Melvin, NBC News.
Thank you, Craig, for that. And here's what's trending right now. Singer Olivia Rodrigo, she's back with a brand new single. The pop star announced the upcoming track on Tuesday, marking the first release since her Grammy Award-winning debut album.
A press release for the song, which is called Vampires, says it'll feature a new, more confident sound from Rodrigo. It is set to drop on June 30th and is available for pre-order right now.
Can't wait to hear it. We have a lot of big Olivia Rodrigo fans in my household with 3 girls.
Oh, I bet. Yes, it'll be good.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us wherever you stream, free 24/7.
music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with us. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, June 14th. Economic outlook. All eyes are on the Federal Reserve set to make a major decision on interest rates just minutes from now. Why forecasters think a pause could be on the horizon.
Film set shooting. Prosecutors in the Rust shooting case say it's likely that the film's armorer was hungover when she put a live bullet into the gun on set. More on the allegations and the armorer's spirited response.
Weather watch. Millions of people across the U.S. are facing the threat of large hailstorms and isolated tornadoes. Our meteorologist is here to tell us which states are at risk.
Sleep survival guide. It can seem impossible to find downtime when you're a new parent raising a newborn. We'll get advice from an expert on how to get your baby to bed and establish a safe sleeping routine. Now, that is news you can use.
Yes, a lot of people will be waiting for that. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the Federal Reserve's critical meeting today, which could have broad implications for the U.S. economy. Fed Chairman Jay Powell is expected to take a break from aggressively raising interest rates.
It has increased 10 times in a row since March of last year, and economists say a pause would give the Fed more time to assess whether rate cuts have done enough to curb inflation. This all comes amid good news for the economy. Data shows consumer prices last month rose just 4% from a year ago, and that is the smallest increase in more than 2 years. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, good to see you. So, breakdown of the meeting today. What are the numbers the Fed is going to zero in on? And this is great news if we expect a pause.
Yeah, well, Wall Street is expecting a 95% chance that the Fed does not move on interest rates. And as you mentioned, this would be the first time in a year and a half that they would not have moved to make borrowing costs more expensive in this country. Now, that could be welcome news for Americans, but we have to just caveat by saying it's a pause. Actually, the Fed is describing it as a quote-unquote skip, which means that they're not necessarily taking off the table future interest rate hikes, maybe just for this one today. Now, when it comes to the story, right, inflation has come down, and that's the reason why they can maybe feel like they can take their foot off the brake here. But inflation is still 4% at a yearly rate. Economists say where we really want to be is 2%. But there's a lagged impact of what they've done over the last year and a half, where they might just want to sit here and see the bite of the interest rate hikes that they've been doing to see if it can take them finally to the finish line of 2%. That's what we're going to expect to hear the Fed chairman say later on this afternoon. What's also interesting about this, there's going to be a projection from the many Fed policymakers about where they see interest rates going in the future. That could be a crystal ball into whether or not the Fed is truly done with interest rate hikes after this.
So when you're talking about those inflation numbers and things kind of trending in the right direction, it's easy to, I think, just look at how it's going to impact you and your grocery store visit. But there are some things that we can learn from it in terms of what it means for the trajectory of the economy, big picture. Break that down for us.
Yeah, well, when it comes to what the Federal Reserve is doing or has been doing in the last year and a half, they've literally been trying to slow this economy, make interest rates higher so that borrowing costs on your mortgages go up, so your credit card rates go up, so your car loans go up. It's supposed to take economic activity down because who wants to borrow in that type of environment or spend in that type of environment? Now, what the Fed sees now is, well, okay, inflation's coming down, so that impact is almost done. They've essentially almost mission accomplished, but not quite yet. But then on the employment side of things, we haven't had the cost of people losing their jobs as employers look at those borrowing costs and say, I'm going to start to lay people off. It's happening in some sectors, tech, media, for example, but not wholesale because the unemployment rate is still only 3.7%, near over 50-year lows. So for the Fed, they're saying, okay, that means for right now we've avoided a recession. But again, what they've done in the beginning of the year with interest rates hasn't necessarily taken bite yet. We don't know if that situation overall is still going to look like that 6 months from now.
All right, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. We now turn to the latest on former President Donald Trump, who is facing federal charges related to allegedly mishandling classified documents.
As you know, he was arraigned in a courthouse in Miami yesterday and pleaded not guilty to the 37 felony counts against him. Trump is now the first former president to be charged with federal crimes. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Miami. He was inside the courthouse during the arraignment. Gabe, Mr. Trump didn't say a single word during this hearing. It was about 47 minutes long. He pled not guilty via his attorney. Break down for us what happened in that courtroom. Any surprises from your point of view?
Well, Vicki and Ellison, the special counsel Jack Smith was in that courtroom, sitting in the first row behind his prosecutors, and he is overseeing this case. And yes, it was remarkable to see the former president of the United States in that courtroom facing this 37-count sweeping federal indictment. I was able to see it through a video feed in a media overflow room. And this hearing, as you said, went on for about 47 minutes. And there was a back and forth between the defense and the prosecution over what happens next in this case and whether the former president will be able to speak with witnesses in this case. One of those witnesses, of course, is his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, who is his body man. And there was a discussion whether he'd be able to say anything to this close aide as this case plays out. Finally, the judge ended up saying that he would be able to talk to Nauta and other people potentially who could be on the witness list as long as the former president did not speak about this case specifically. So the next steps here, there will be discussions in the coming weeks and months over the discovery process here, which is very complicated given that so much of the evidence in this case relies on classified information, Vicki and Ellison.
Well, Gabe, the former president made some remarks before a crowd of his supporters when he returned home to New Jersey from Miami last night. Let's listen to what he said.
Today we witnessed the most evil and heinous abuse of power in the history of our country. Under the Presidential Records Act, which is civil, not criminal, I had every right to have these documents. I did everything right, and they indicted me.
How are his base and his Republican presidential opponents now responding to those claims, Gabe? Because some of those other candidates are starting to splinter off and sharpen their attacks on him.
Yeah. That's right, Vicki. And look, this is all happening in the midst of the early GOP primary race. And yes, some candidates, for example, Nikki Haley, trying to walk that fine line, now saying that she would be inclined to pardon the former president if she were elected, but at the same time calling his conduct reckless. Mike Pence is also out with new comments saying that he wants to see how this case plays out. But many of the GOP candidates are saying that this is part of the weaponization of the Justice Department as they see it. And that includes top rival Governor Ron DeSantis. Chris Christie, though, is taking the opposite approach. He is intensifying his harsh criticism of the former president. But as for the Trump team, my colleague Garrett Haig spoke with them. They seem calm and upbeat, and they say that they were able to stage manage the appearance here yesterday. And yes, he was able, the former president was able to choke off any media attention and any oxygen from the other candidates. So as they see it, this is all political as well. This has political implications as well as legal implications. Back to you.
Yes, and we will be following it for months to come. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you.
So in a press conference earlier this morning, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro pledged to quickly and safely rebuild the critical I-95 overpass that collapsed outside of Philadelphia on Sunday.
We are also now hearing from the family of the truck driver who died in that fiery crash that's believed to have caused this highway collapse. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now here on set. Emily, it is good to see you. So the governor said he wants to rebuild this bridge as quickly as possible, but he didn't seem to give a very specific timeline. What else did you hear today?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest question remains unanswered, and that is when can people return to that stretch, critical stretch of I-95. So we still don't know that, but we got a better idea around the approach that they will be taking in the rebuilding process. And it's a really interesting one because it's kind of a two-part process. First, they're going to be filling that gap you're seeing on your screen, pouring a recycled product and paving over it to create a roadway. That is a temporary solution so people can return to 6 lanes to pass through that area. And then during that, they're going to rebuild the actual bridge, the overpass. That is a longer process. Here's more from the governor today.
We're going to be working our tails off
on this. You'll have a live stream so you can track the progress. We'll be giving regular updates on our progress. I return to what I said a moment ago. They told us it was going to take a week or more on the demolition. We're going to have demolition done on Thursday. We're working hard, we're working fast, and we're working safe.
So that filling process that he was just discussing, that will begin tomorrow. In the meantime, we're still seeing tens of thousands of truck drivers of regular cars on their morning commute being funneled onto local roads, other major roadways, producing those really clogged roadways that we've been seeing over the past couple of days. I talked with one delivery driver who told me a typical route that he takes more than doubled in time. So people are feeling the impact.
What else are we learning, Emily, about the crash itself, the investigation there, and the driver who lost his life?
Well, just recently, the medical examiner confirmed that Nathan Moody, who we've learned from family is a beloved father and husband, experienced truck driver. He died from a couple of things. The cause of death, blunt trauma to the head, inhalation, and thermal injuries. He was driving a tanker carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline. We saw that explosion of fire and flames when the driver was navigating the curve. You're going to see it on your screen there. We still don't know what led him to lose control of the vehicle, all part of the investigation. So more details to come, guys.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, thank you.
Thanks, Em. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. New research shows the spending gap between different generations is widening. While older Americans are dining out and traveling, younger people are choosing to spend their money on basics.
CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. Pippa, why are baby boomers more likely to splurge on trips and experiences than younger adults?
Well, Bank of America economists told the Washington Post there could be a few reasons. First, older generations seem to be taking advantage of travel after they couldn't go anywhere during the pandemic. It may also be fueled by larger Social Security payments, which rose nearly 9% to offset inflation. And finally, they may have more expendable cash because they're not as affected by rent increases and in general have lower housing costs. Meantime, disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is fighting a restitution plan that would have her pay her victims $250 per month when she is released from prison. Her legal team argued that Holmes, who was once worth $4.5 billion, has limited financial means. Holmes and Theranos COO Ramesh Sunny Balwani have been ordered to pay $452 million to victims. And the last portrait painted by Australian symbolist Gustav Klimt will go up for auction in London on June 27th. The painting, called Lady with a Fan, last sold in 1994 for $11.6 million, but it could fetch $80 million this time around. That would make it the most expensive painting ever sold in Europe. That is quite a price tag there.
Pippa, I think that may be why people say invest in art.
Yeah.
That's quite a return.
Yes.
Yeah. Particularly some of these artists, when they go up for auction, we are seeing in the multi-millions.
If they ever raise the value of Squishmallows, I'm set.
I'll be rooting for that for you. Yeah.
Pippa Stevens, thank you, Pippa.
New information about the deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. What prosecutors are now revealing about the film's weapons supervisor. That is next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
New developments in the deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. In a new filing, prosecutors accuse Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, that's the armorer who was in charge of loading Alec Baldwin's gun, of being hungover the day of the incident.
NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on this developing story.
The deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rust is back in the spotlight. Prosecutors now saying it is likely that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the film weapons supervisor, was, quote, hungover when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point. Cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed on the set after Baldwin fired a gun that had live ammunition on set. Prosecutors are also now saying that there are witnesses who will testify that it's likely that Gutierrez-Reed was, quote, drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the filming of Rust. Both Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed, who have both denied wrongdoing, were charged with involuntary manslaughter. The charge against Baldwin was dismissed in April, with prosecutors citing new evidence and the need for more time to investigate. Hutchins' husband, Matthew, telling Hoda last year that he believed there were unsafe practices on the set.
But gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties. In the end, you know, justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe.
Hutchins has since dropped his lawsuit against the Rust filmmakers. Prosecutors leveled these new accusations against Gutierrez-Reed last week in response to a motion filed last month by her attorneys that seek to dismiss her involuntary manslaughter charge. Gutierrez-Reed's attorney telling NBC News, quote, "The prosecution has so mishandled this case and the case is so weak, they are now resorting to character assassination tactics to further taint the press and jury pool." Filming on the set of Rust resumed in April, 18 months after the deadly accident. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
At least 31 million people are at risk for severe weather across the southeast and the Gulf Coast today in a rare string of summer storms.
Yeah, these storms could bring a few strong tornadoes, massive hail, and damaging wind gusts of at least 80 miles an hour. Let's head over to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest.
Hey, Bill, so this kind of weather, it's pretty unusual for this region this time of year, right?
Yeah, very unusual, especially for a high wind event in the deep south. First off, let me show you New York City is being swallowed up by heavy rain, maybe some small hail and a thunderstorm. This is a shot from our building looking south, the Empire State Building. You can't even see lower Manhattan. Let me reverse this, actually. Let me show you the shot from the Empire State Building, looking at us. We're in this building right here, the Comcast building, and you can see the dark clouds rolling north up there towards the Bronx. Let's get back to the weather maps and show you the areas of greatest concern today. So we already have thunderstorms that are breaking out. We've had one report of a tornado right along the border here of Alabama and Georgia. So far, 18 high wind reports. By the time we're done today, I wouldn't doubt if that number is like over 200. So here's our current watches. Tornado watches, Birmingham to Montgomery. Also a tornado watch here for the southern portion of Georgia, the southwest corner. And then severe thunderstorm watch continues around Starkville. We have one big thunderstorm heading just south of Texarkana and north of Shreveport. That thunderstorm watch is until 5 p.m. So a zoomed-in look at some of the worst storms. You notice we have tornado warnings here. You can kind of see a little hook on these storms, too. That's by Headland here in areas of Alabama, and these will be heading into Georgia. So, again, this is where that one tornado was reported. So the atmosphere is favorable for some strong storms in that region. In all, as we mentioned, over 30 million people at risk. It's very unusual to have a moderate risk of severe weather. That means in this area, from Monroe to Jackson, north of Hattiesburg to Montgomery, we can expect strong storms and definitely a lot of wind damage. Isolated strong tornadoes are also possible this afternoon as we're going to watch this line of storms racing through the southeast. So, yeah, we have to be prepared, lose power, and also the chance of some damage.
All right, good morning. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
After 4 children survived for 40 days alone in the Amazon jungle, we're learning more about their remarkable story. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Now to one of the many challenges women face in the workspace, mansplaining.
Yeah, it can be quite a problem. NBC LX storyteller Ngezia Keledo shows us how this unwelcome behavior is actually avoidable.
Maybe you've experienced this scenario in the workplace. You're in a meeting, you have a great idea, and you voice it, only you're ignored. Then minutes later, a male colleague voices your same idea and everyone compliments him. Or you have an idea and voice it in a meeting and a male colleague uses condescending language to cut you down to size. Or how about this one? You're an expert in your field and then some random guy on social media feels the need to explain your life's work to you. For many female employees, this type of behavior can be quite toxic and it's earned a nickname of sorts, mansplaining.
A simple definition of mansplaining would be like a man providing a condescending explanation to a woman or explaining something that she already knows.
As more and more women began to share their experiences with it online and IRL, Michigan State PhD student Caitlin Briggs took notice.
It's like a buzzword, right? Like people have talked about it a lot in terms of popular press.
Briggs is an industrial organizational psychologist, meaning she studies behavior in the workplace and wanted to know, what impact does mansplaining have on employees in the workplace?
We wanted to have some empirical research to say, is this a gendered phenomenon? Because otherwise, all we have are these like anecdotes, right? So it feels like it is a real experience, but we wanted to be able to have actual data.
Why was this such an important, topic for you to study.
As a woman myself, you know, this is something that like I think about, or maybe someone is questioning my competence and I'm gonna wonder like, you know, is that valid? Or like I felt like I knew what I was talking about and that sort of thing. And I can totally identify with that experience.
So she and her research team conducted a 3-part experiment to study the phenomenon and its associated traits.
Another behavior we looked at is called voice non-recognition. You know, someone being ignored for their input, or maybe their input is being credited to someone else. We also looked at interruptions, which I think that is also kind of something that a lot of people think about, right? Do men interrupt women at work when they're talking or things like that?
The research included an online study where participants shared their thoughts on mansplaining virtually, and an experiment where the behavior took place in real life. Sort of.
We did bring people into the lab and we had actors actually mansplain to participants that came in. And right, the participants didn't know that they were actors. They thought they were doing a kind of a group decision-making study instead. And then we surveyed them later about how they felt about their group members that they worked with. And then after that, they were, of course, told the real intent of the study.
So what was some of the anecdotes you received from the people that went through, you know, that final experiment?
These behaviors can come off as really subtle, and that's why I think there's kind of like controversy, like you see in the media, is like, is this mansplaining, is this not? Because sometimes it comes off as really subtle, and so we kind of tried to make the point in this study that maybe these behaviors are really subtle, but they do have consequences. We were able to compare the reactions of men who were the target versus women who were the target. The key finding was that women who were the target of this like mansplaining behavior, they seem to have more negative consequences than when men were put in this position.
Briggs's research found that this behavior can also cause damaging long-term consequences in the workplace.
Women, when they were surveyed afterwards, they felt that their competence was being questioned. They felt that they were the target of gender bias. And we also found that they spoke up after they were mansplained to less. So they kind of like dropped their participation. And they also said that they didn't want to work with that person anymore. So if a woman is having these experiences with their coworkers and they say it makes them not want to work with them anymore, does that mean she stays there? Does she have like a very negative experience in the workplace because this is how she's, you know, these things are happening to her? So definitely, I think there could be very, you know, real consequences down the line.
What are some of the solutions to this type of mansplaining behavior?
Managers might be able to notice right in their work group who is maybe being interrupted when they're speaking, or maybe, you know, a woman voices an idea and someone pushes back on it, even though, you know, what she said is like completely valid, but they're, you know, questioning her for some reason and it's not really warranted. Managers can kind of monitor that in their group and kind of address that themselves if they're seeing it pop up. And another thing would be companies could develop trainings to educate workers on ways to appropriately raise doubts about someone's ideas. I know maybe that sounds like sort of silly, but there's trainings on how to give feedback. You know, we can have trainings on how to like appropriately interact without having to question someone else's competence.
And Ngozi, thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now. It's 1:30. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. For the first time ever, UPS is poised to get air conditioning installed in those iconic ground delivery trucks. This comes after the package carrier and union leaders agreed to a tentative deal ahead of a strike authorization vote for years. For years, labor leaders have complained about working in hot conditions. More than 100 of the company's employees have been hospitalized for heat-related illnesses.
That's a big deal. Yeah. All right, a Virginia teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old student back in January. She will not be returning to school when classes resume this fall. A spokeswoman for the school district claims 25-year-old Abigail Zwerner had emailed officials in March saying she wanted to resign. This comes more than 2 months after Zwerner sued the district for $40 million.
Thousands are coming together today to honor Italy's former prime minister, Silvio Berlusconi, with a state funeral. Crowds gathered outside of the Duomo Cathedral in Milan for the occasion, clapping as his casket arrived. The 3-time former premier died on Monday while being treated for chronic leukemia in a Milan hospital. He was 86 years old.
We want to begin this half hour in Ukraine, where the war with Russia is getting increasingly brutal. Overnight, at least 6 people were killed in a Russian missile strike that targeted civilian buildings.
This latest attack comes after a strike on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's hometown on Tuesday. That strike killed 11 people. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Kyiv for us. Raf, walk us through what happened in these overnight attacks and what is the situation like right now?
Hey guys, so the sirens were actually just going off in Kyiv a minute ago. There's no indication that anything has actually been hit here. But Ukrainians this morning waking up once again to a wave of deadly early morning Russian strikes. This time it was Odessa, where families were jolted from their beds by Russian cruise missiles. 3 civilians were killed, according to authorities there. A McDonald's was hit, as well as several businesses nearby. 3 civilians also killed in the eastern province of Donetsk, where there has been so much fighting, so much shelling in recent weeks. And as you said, this comes just one day after 11 people killed in President Zelensky's hometown of Kryvyi Rih. So this has been just an unrelenting wave of Russian strikes, many of those missiles hitting civilian areas. Guys.
Raf, in a meeting on Tuesday, President Putin said Russia is facing a weapons shortage as it fights Ukraine's counteroffensive. That seems like a rare admission. What else did he say?
Yeah, this was an unusual meeting. Putin was sitting down at the Kremlin with military bloggers who are very influential in Russia. A lot of people in Russia read their content on the apps. The Kremlin is very sensitive about what they say. And Putin seemed to be fairly candid. He admitted that Russia is short on some of the most advanced battlefield weaponry. He talked about shortages of drones, of anti-tank missiles. There's also a rumor sweeping Russia right now, guys, that there's going to be another wave of mobilization. So more Russian men conscripted and often without much training sent to the front lines in Ukraine. Putin said that is not necessary at this moment, but he did acknowledge that Russia could be doing better protecting its southern flank against Ukrainian attacks.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez live in Ukraine for us. Raf, thank you.
An update now on the remarkable story of 4 children who survived for 40 days alone in the Amazon jungle. Investigators in Colombia are releasing new details about what might have happened and caused their small plane to suddenly crash. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains how it could offer clues into the way these siblings were able to survive.
It's a miraculous rescue that has captured the attention of the world. For 40 days, 4 siblings ranging in age from 13 to 1 lived off the land and survived after their plane crashed deep in the Amazon jungle, killing 3 adults, including their mother. NBC News obtained a preliminary accident report issued by Colombian authorities. It was created before they located the kids, but sheds light on how the crash may have occurred. The report notes the aircraft was airworthy and had the technical requirements required for the flight. But less than an hour after takeoff, the pilot reportedly radioed into air traffic control, hoping to make an emergency landing, sending a chilling message. Mayday, 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 the engine is failing again, going to look for a river. Less than a minute later, they would receive their last communication from the pilot, 103 miles outside San Jose, going to land in water. But the aircraft never made it. According to the report, as the plane fell from the sky, the aircraft reportedly lost its engine, later found next to the aircraft. The report adding the blades of the engine's propellers showed no deformations or damage. Colombian investigators say the NTSB was notified because the plane and propeller were manufactured in the United States. Investigators say the front of the plane was demolished after flying nose first into the jungle floor. That detail may provide a clue as to how the children survived due to their seating positions. In these photos, you can see investigators believe the children were likely seated in the back of the plane. The report says because the front section suffered the main affectation and great structural damage. However, one puzzling detail remains. Investigators presumed 11-month-old Kristen may have been seated with his mother. She died at the scene 4 days later, but the infant survived. That report also noted that the aircraft involved in the crash had actually been involved in a separate accident in 2021 due to loss of engine power. The plane was repaired and put back into service just this past March. The next hurdle for these brave children, recovery. Day by day, they're working to regain their strength. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
As we await the Fed's interest rate decision in just a few minutes from now, shoppers in Chicago, well, they're sharing their thoughts on inflation overall. The price index for gas, eggs, and bacon are all down by double-digit percentage points, but this doesn't necessarily mean prices are dropping just yet. They're just not going up as much as they once were. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is live at a grocery store in Chicago for us today. So, Shaq, what are shoppers saying? Do they feel like this inflation is starting to ease up, and how are they dealing with the rising food prices?
Hi there. Well, they are not celebrating just yet, and mainly because of that last point that you made. The fact that we're talking about inflation, that means we're still talking about a rise in prices, although that rise is at a slower pace than it has been in the past. So food overall, you're looking at a rise at about 6.7%, and it depends on what you put in that cart. So if you have a sweet tooth like me and you're putting in cake and donuts in your cart, then you're looking at about 11% increase. If you're looking at breakfast foods, eggs, bacon, milk, then you're looking at a decrease in the actual price of those foods. So listen to how some folks here at One Stop Food Market in Chicago, listen to what they told me. Specifically, what has gone up?
Meat. It is going up. Whatever. The fruit is going up a little bit and then start going down again.
Have you noticed any difference in these grocery prices?
Of course.
What difference have you noticed?
How they went sky high.
Is it more expensive?
It's more expensive. Yeah, it went up from where it used to be.
So this is a pattern we always see. There's the data, but then there's how people are feeling, and there's a little bit of a gap in between those two.
A little bit of a lag. Okay, I didn't know you were a donut person, but noted, Shaq. You also talked to the store owner. What did he tell you about pricing? Do they expect to be able to pass some of these price drops down to shoppers anytime soon?
He said he's seeing improvement. At this store, they try to keep prices low. They do what they can to close those margins and keep those margins as tight as possible. And he says while he's not marking up prices as much as they did in the past, and they are starting to dial back some of the prices, there needs to be more progress. And that's what we're seeing in a lot of the numbers, that you're seeing that improvement, you're seeing things trend in the right direction, but it's going to be some time until we really talk about folks being able to feel it, before you see the owner being able to pass that on to consumers, and before consumers really feel that difference when they go out in the checkout lane.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster live in Chicago for us. Shaquille, thank you.
Okay, so the movie Jaws, it made a lot of Americans afraid to go into the water, especially around the time it was released in, the mid-70s. Scientists today, though, good news, they are working to change the fear associated with sharks by studying them in their own environment.
I mean, it was the movie and then the song, the music, that soundtrack. Ooh. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello went into the water and he took a deep dive to help us all get a closer look at these sharks.
I like that hammerhead. I like that shark. It's so big.
There's something about those teeth, those eyes, that fin.
Sharks love to eat people.
No, they don't like to eat people. Young or old, sharks capture our imagination. Here at the Georgia Aquarium, they've got hammerheads, tiger sharks, sand sharks, silvertip, and silky sharks. 15 in all.
I had oatmeal for breakfast. Is that going to make me more of an appealing target?
Absolutely not. They don't like fiber. Yeah.
They don't like fiber?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Dr. Katie Lyons is a shark researcher and my personal underwater guide today.
Take some slow, deep breaths.
Within minutes of our shark cage going into the water, Katie's enthusiasm was contagious.
So the ones with the big, tall dorsal fin, oh, just right there. Look to your right.
Yep, I see it. Oh, my gosh.
Being submerged in their world is truly sensory overload. The water is clear but cold, as these giants of the deep stay in constant motion, circling.
It's just a totally immersive experience. Oh, goodness, what is that? That's a big shark.
So that is one of our sand tiger sharks. They're a really cool species.
Swimming at the top of the food chain, they are essential to the ocean's life cycle.
All these sharks play critical roles in the ecosystem, and they help keep everything in balance.
Usually, sharks are interested in fish or seals, not humans, but attacks do happen. In May, a 13-year-old fended off a bull shark. Most occurred in Florida, followed by New York, Hawaii, and California. Still, 2022 brought the fewest shark attacks in 10 years, 41 unprovoked bites in the U.S.
So you're more likely to have a coconut fall on you and kill you than to be bit by a shark.
A coconut.
A coconut.
But there are some things you can do to avoid shark contact. Swim with a buddy close to shore. Don't swim near seals or schools of fish. Don't wear jewelry. And avoid excessive splashing. If a shark gets too close,
You can hit it on the nose, you can hit it in the gills, or poke it in the eye.
And then get away.
And then get away, right? You want to get out of the water as soon as you can.
Dr. Lyons is researching the microplastics sharks are ingesting and how their populations are affected by climate change.
If they're affected, then everything else below them is affected.
Since you have been so excited about sharks since you were a little girl, what's it like to see them face to face like this?
I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, it's, again, such a different experience being in with them rather than on the other side of an acrylic.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Such a cool story, Tom. Thank you. Well, exhausted parents, listen up. We have expert advice on getting your newborn to sleep and getting them to, more importantly, stay asleep when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Okay, so most of us have heard the saying that we spend 1/3 of our lives sleeping, but that adage probably seems a bit out of touch if you have young kids.
Yeah, especially if you have a baby. Getting your baby to bed, keeping them from waking up, and monitoring their sleep patterns. Those are all actually separate challenges with direct impacts on the well-being of new parents. So how can we make all of it a bit more manageable? We have an expert here, sleep scientist and assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, Dr. Rebecca Robbins joins us now. Dr. Robbins, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So this is a very important conversation. How much sleep in general should newborns actually be getting? And then at what stage are they supposed to sleep through the night?
So newborns in the womb are eating, sleeping, playing at their own schedule. Without access to sunlight, they really can follow their own, rhythm. And then they are delivered and they come into our world that's highly routinized. And just realize as new parents that transition is jarring. Be compassionate with yourself, but rest assured that your baby will generally get the sleep that their brains and bodies need, which for the vast majority of newborns between 0 and 3 months is between 11 and 17 hours. And then fingers crossed, your baby will be sleeping through the night somewhere between 3 and 6 months, or until they reach about 12 to 13 pounds.
What is your advice for new parents who are struggling with getting their child on any sort of consistent schedule? Say they have a kid where they feel like they're taking 30, 40-minute cat naps all the time. What tips do you have?
So any new parent can attest that as soon as you feel like you're in control and you found a schedule, like the only thing consistent, with newborns is change. And so just realize that the schedule will change, but generally newborns have a period of wakefulness of about 2 hours, and then a sleep period of somewhere between 30 minutes and 3 hours. And so there are lots of different frameworks. Basically, find one that works for you and your baby, realizing that it might change. But when it comes to baby sleep in particular, for all of us, but especially babies, consistency is key. So really think about a set of strategies that you can implement before each sleep period. And to calm most babies, it's really good to kind of think about the conditions of the womb, which are a baby's getting a constant hug, there's ambient noise, they're swishing side to side, it's dark, it's cozy. And so think of those strategies, because really as caregivers, we can intervene with things that we do and then the environment in the nursery. So things that parents can do to calm a baby. Again, think of this as a playbook. Swishing the baby side to side, shushing sounds to emulate that sound in the womb, swaddling them, giving that nice big hug. Sucking also reduces blood pressure and calms babies. So
those pacifiers are okay.
Pacifiers, feeding is part of the sleep routine. And then in the bedroom environment, make sure it's dark as possible, just a small night light, and then again, consider white noise.
What about this idea of hiring an expert, somebody that is going to be there, a night nurse or a night nanny?
If you are very fortunate to afford those resources, because they are expensive, I've heard they are a godsend for some women, because of course the babies, especially the early months, they're going to be up several times, and that takes a toll. Any of us can attest to when your sleep is fragmented here in New York City due to sirens or whatever. I mean, your next day suffers. So if you're able to consult those resources, wonderful. There are also great evidence-based resources online. The American Pediatric Sleep Council is wonderful, and the American Academy of Pediatrics as well has great resources.
When your baby is sleeping, grunting, sucking, all that stuff you said is normal, but when is there a noise or a movement that you should say, hey, wait, this is not great?
A newborn's respiratory and digestive systems are developing. And so realize they're not going to be perfect sleepers. It's really a myth that a baby sleeps soundly and quietly. And so realize that it can be normal, but if you're concerned, what you can do is take a video of the baby and show it to your pediatrician at the next visit.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Very
when
good idea.
You're not
Record
sure,
and save
document
it.
it. Okay, very good.
Dr. Rebecca Robbins, thank you so much
for having me.
We appreciate your time.
Great to see you.
Thank you. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
In New York City, the men and women of the Mass Transit Authority, MTA, they're responsible for transporting millions of commuters every day.
A really important job. Today, co-anchor Al Roker introduces us to a group of MTA bus operators who say connecting with their passengers is the highlight of their job.
In the city that never sleeps, the nation's largest bus fleet doesn't either. More than 10,000 city bus operators work transporting New Yorkers across all 5 boroughs. And the driving lineup includes David Lugo, Louis Jimenez, Bernadine Kamwanya, and Cleveland October. Longtime bus operators in the Big Apple, a job my dad was proud to hold for over 2 decades. I wore this suit because this was the color of my dad's bus uniform. I mean, he took great pride in it. What is it about being an MTA bus driver that elicits that pride?
The responsibilities of the lives that you have in your hands. Having them people entrust you.
I love the people. I love helping people.
I like taking people places, especially the seniors. They say, I was waiting for you.
You'll find each of these operators doing what they love in different parts of the city. Together, they have nearly 90 years of experience picking up passengers. David works at the Jackie Gleason Depot in Brooklyn. My dad drove out of there as well. When I was off from school, he'd take me on the bus with him. And at the end of his run, you know, we'd be in a parking lot, and he'd let me steer the bus. You know, I'd literally sit on his lap, and he'd let me steer the bus. What are the memories you have with your kids on the bus?
When they ran all the way to the back and seen how long the bus was. When you first started, you stand next to the bus and you say, I'm gonna drive this? They will come in, I will wave at people on different stops because they were like, Poppy, everybody knows you. I'd be like, this is my route, and you know, this is how I work, and it's a good feeling.
There was this two-way street of pride. I was so proud to see my dad doing this, and I think he was proud to see me see him doing that.
Yes, that's the best.
While these operators get to drive buses with air conditioning and even USB charging ports, there isn't the change makers anymore.
Thank God.
The bus I rode on with my dad in the 60s, well, missing just a few upgrades. We got to take a trip down memory lane thanks to the New York Transit Museum, who takes care of this vintage fleet. So guys, this is the bus I remember riding on with my dad. Oh. I would literally sit over either this seat or this seat. There was a place in Brooklyn called Goody's Luncheonette, and he would get me some Yoo-Hoos. I'd sit here and I'd see people coming in and, hey, Mr. Roker, and he'd introduce me to his favorite passengers. The passengers, the best part of the job, not only for my dad, but for these proud New Yorkers who wake up every day with a passion to serve. You've got regular passengers to the point where if you don't see them for a little bit, is there a concern?
Yes, it happens all the time, especially when you have school kids. And if I don't see them, I wonder. And if the next time I see them, I'm like, what happened to you? Are you okay? I say, okay, as long as you're fine, that's good.
How important do you feel your job is to your community?
It's important because when emergency comes, we are called and buses don't stop. Whenever it's a situation, we are called upon to go ahead and help.
In a way, it sounds like your passengers, it's almost like family.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Al Roker, NBC News.
Al, thank you.
Here is what's trending now. After Johnny Depp is set to donate a total of $1 million from his defamation case settlement from Amber Heard to charity. He plans to give $200,000 to each of 5 charities, including groups like the Make a Film Foundation and the Painted Turtle, which is a camp for kids with serious medical conditions.
And the Recording Academy is adding 3 new categories to next year's Grammy Awards show. They include Best Pop Dance Recording, Best African Music Performance, and Best Alternative Jazz Album. The Academy CEO says these new categories are meant to recognize a broader array of artists. A lot of talent.
Yeah, very cool. I like it.
All right, well, I am Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, June 14th, 2023, breaking news holding steady. The Federal Reserve expected not to raise interest rates again as it evaluates the state of the economy. What that decision could mean for your money.
Also breaking right now, severe outbreak. Tens of millions of Americans bracing for powerful storms, bringing wind, hail, and possible tornadoes. The areas under the highest risk and how long this dangerous weather threat is expected to last.
Party foul, the Trump indictment causing some concerns within the GOP. Why some Republican insiders are starting to say the former president's legal problems could mean trouble in 2024.
And out of focus. Why taking ADHD drugs when you don't actually have it may do more harm than good.
It is 11 a.m. in Reno, 1 p.m. in Springfield, 2 p.m. in New York.
We're going to begin this hour with your money. America's central bank, the Federal Reserve, is announcing a decision right now as we speak on whether to raise interest rates this month.
The Fed has hiked rates 10 times in a row, going back to March of last year. Today's decision comes on the heels of a positive report Tuesday that showed inflation rates have been cut in half from last year's peak. Inflation rose 4% between last May and this May. That's the smallest increase in more than 2 years.
So let's start this hour with NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, I know you got your computer behind you.
Yeah.
You have been tracking this
Breaking
in
it live.
real time. So what do we know?
Yeah, well, the Federal Reserve has decided to keep interest rates steady in the target range of 5 to 5.25%. Essentially, this is the first time in a year and a half that they've decided not to further raise interest rates. Now, for what it's worth, doesn't mean that they're done here. Fed officials have described this as a pause, as a skip of some sort. And actually, economic projections that came alongside this Fed meeting suggest that they could potentially hike another once or twice this year. We'll have to see whether or not they follow through on that in the remaining meetings. But in the statement, they described the economy as expanding at a modest pace. They said that job gains have been robust, as we saw that jobs report not long ago showing unemployment essentially near over 50-year lows. And they did talk about the banking system as well. We know there were some jitters with the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and also First Republic Bank, the Federal Reserve saying the U.S. banking system is sound and resilient. So again, the Federal Reserve holding interest rates steady. For those that are wondering, what does this mean for my mortgage or my car loan?
That's what I was just going to ask you.
Exactly.
For all the regular folks out there who want to buy a house this summer or whatever, what does this mean?
It's not an interest rate cut. So for that reason, interest rates are still high. So you should not expect to see a precipitous drop in 30-year fixed mortgage borrowing rates. For example, don't expect to see 3% anytime soon.
And of course, we also know Fed Chair Jerome Powell is expected to speak today. Of course, investors are listening to every pause, every word that he's saying. What are you listening for?
Yeah, well, that's going to happen shortly. Again, Wall Street analysts and those that are just watching the economy are just reading the statement for right now. But they said, at least in written statement, we're going to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. That's not saying much, but Fed
Monitor the implications.
I know. It's econ speak. It's econ speak. But look, Jay Powell does have a tendency to try to the extent he can, translate it for the regular American people. Maybe he's going to describe a little bit more in detail what types of things that they're looking for as the inflation number came in yesterday, 4% on a yearly rate. We know that's lower than the 9% that we saw last year. But you talk to Americans, they're still feeling it at the store, right? So for them, the Fed wants to get there somewhere closer to 2%. It's not mission accomplished. How does the Fed square those two things with not further raising interest rates, but also continuing to face uncomfortable inflation? That's something we'll have to watch for.
All right. Well, thank you for translating it for us.
I promise I'm not making fun of economists. I appreciate
not at all.
you all.
Yes. Ryan Chung, thank you.
Thank you. More breaking news right now. We are tracking the threat of severe storms. More than 20 million people in the southeast at risk of dangerous weather. A rare summer system set to bring damaging winds, even potentially tornadoes. At the same time, the heat is turning up in Texas. People in Houston, Texas, facing some dangerously high temperatures. Heat alerts are in effect from Waco, stretching south to Brownsville, Texas. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns right now. Bill, so what are we watching for over the next, say, 24 hours?
We're wondering how much damage is going to be done, and we're wondering how many people are going to lose power. We have the potential, at least, for a complex line of thunderstorms that's going to race through the southeast, and with it, extreme winds. So in the meantime, we may get some areas with some really large hail and maybe even isolated tornadoes. So far today, we've had one tornado report, no significant damage. And actually, just as I was talking, looks like another one was just reported. High wind reports about 19, large hail reports so far about 6, but we could still see some very large hail later this afternoon. We have 2 tornado watches, one until 5 o'clock, valid from Birmingham to Montgomery. And then we have a tornado watch for areas of southern half of Georgia and also the southwest corner. And then we have one big thunderstorm in between Shreveport and Texarkana we'll take a closer look at in a second. But first, here's the active tornado warnings. We have 2 supercells. You can see one here and one there. And these little hooks is where we have the possibility of tornadoes. And this one has a well-defined hook near Blakely here. So the tornado sirens are going off as I speak. So this is in between Dothan. This is heading into areas of Georgia. And you can see Albany, Georgia located here. We'll keep an eye on you. These storms are flying. And then we've had a very large thunderstorm that has moved just south of Shreveport. Here's Texarkana, and look at all the light. I can't even see the radar because all these little white dots are lightning strikes. Very frequent lightning with this storm. This does have a tornado warning with it, radar reported, and also the chance of some large hail. And that should head north of Shreveport, but that's moving at 55 miles per hour. So these storms are flying quickly, so they're going to be on your doorstep if they're heading your way in a hurry. And we've gone up from 23 million. We were just updated to 31 million people now at risk. Anyone from Dallas heading towards the southeast coast, but it's this area of red of greatest concern. That's where the moderate risk is, and that's where we have the greatest chance of seeing extreme winds today, maybe even as high as 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's this hatched area here from Hattiesburg to Meridian, Montgomery, south of Birmingham and into Albany, Georgia, and a little slice there from Shreveport to Monroe. And in case you were wondering, not done tomorrow either. Not as dangerous as today, but isolated severe storms, Mobile to Tallahassee, and also Dallas and Oklahoma City.
Whew, that's a lot to digest. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you.
Turning now to some political news. Today, the Republican Party is grappling with the indictment of its top leader, former President Donald Trump. We all watched the drama unfold yesterday as Trump pleaded not guilty to federal criminal charges over his handling of classified documents. Now, the severity of the case is raising concerns within his own party.
This indictment contains serious charges, and I cannot defend what is alleged.
I think it's obvious what the president did was wrong. So there's no way to defend that. I just think the emperor has no clothes, and we need to have some Republicans stand up and say that.
We've lost 3 elections in a row now. He's been the issue in every one of those elections.
Last night, Trump rallied his supporters at his New Jersey golf club, downplaying his court appearance and slamming his adversaries. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is outside Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Vaughn, busy week for you. So right now we know Trump is the front runner to win the Republican nomination. How does the GOP plan to navigate this latest indictment, as most in the GOP team do seem to be expressing support, but now we're hearing some critique? What are you hearing?
Right. It's this weird web of responses. I think Mike Pence was emblematic of that the most by saying that these are serious allegations that may have put American lives on the line. But on the other hand, Mike Pence also said in the very same CNBC interview that he felt that he was being politically targeted by the Department of Justice for selective prosecution. So really, this is where it is not some defiance among the Republican Party in defense of Donald Trump, but it is also a much sharper tone than this party over the last 8 years has taken against the leader of this Republican Party. And so for Donald Trump, he is making this very much a political defense as much of a legal defense, holding that what amounted to a rally yesterday at his private club here in Bedminster after returning from that Miami courthouse, because he is not naive to the fact that he has to win over the court of public opinion, at least at a bare minimum, in order to win the Republican nomination and then to have any shot in the general election, because these two, the hearings and this campaign, will be running parallel to each other.
Yeah, that much we know, yet there is still so much up in the air, specifically the timeline for Trump's criminal proceedings is still undecided, Vaughn. So what's next in that process?
Right. This is going to be a long process. Everybody needs to gear up that 2024 may not even be the end of the proceedings. We're talking about on June 23rd, Walt Nauta, who is the co-defendant alongside Donald Trump, his body man, his valet. He was also named in the indictment. He will be returning to court on June 23rd because he needs to provide who his legal defense will be. But over the months ahead, you're going to have multiple hearings that really go over just the process between the judge, the prosecution, and the defense team. And at that point, well, evidence is being presented from the prosecution to the defense. It's at that time that the defense can come forward to the courts and put forward several motions if they so choose to. Of course, Donald Trump has a history of trying to slow down the process of proceedings involving him, and we should expect that to happen again, even trying to get it past the November 2024 general election. But of course, the prosecution will be eager to get these proceedings, these hearings underway, so as to not run as perpendicular to the political campaign schedule as they can.
Yeah, a lot to follow, and we know you'll stay on it. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
A major Amazon outage takes out some popular websites, and IKEA has a new sofa you can carry all by yourself.
I got to hear about that. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Well, let's start with Amazon Web Services. It's back up right now, running after an outage yesterday left a number of its customers in the dark. This would be AWS. Some of the largest companies in the world use AWS to host their services and actually suffered issues. The outage lasted for about 2 hours before Amazon said everything was back up and running late last night. Netflix is opening its first pop-up restaurant later this month in Los Angeles. Customers will be able to try food from celebrity chefs featured on Netflix shows like Chef's Table. The streaming company has offered more live experiences just in the past few months or so to further access its subscriber base and keep up the hype. And lastly, IKEA is unveiling a new couch concept that was designed using AI. The new so-called couch in an envelope was created in collaboration with a Swiss design studio and is billed as a lighter and more mobile furniture piece. IKEA says the couch weighs about 20 pounds and can be flat and packed to easily move around. I don't know how comfortable It might be, though.
There it
That's
is.
the big question.
That's what I was just thinking.
There it is. Yeah. When I was looking at it, I was like, oh, okay, maybe.
You know,
could I sleep
flat
on
pieces.
it overnight?
Doesn't sound super comfy, and then you're not going to have any more friends like pivots, you know, when you got to use all your friends to carry the couches.
Do you know that reference, Christina? Friends? Friends? Okay.
Uh-oh.
The
No,
show
want
Friends. The show Friends. Go Google it.
Right
Google
over
it.
my head. Right over my head.
The pivot scene from Friends. Just Google
With
it.
a couch. Christina Partsinevelos. Thanks for that.
Okay.
Coming up, the driver of a car that went airborne. Remember this on a Georgia highway off the back of a tow truck? Now talking about what happened there.
Plus, white prosecutors are now looking into what was happening the night before that deadly movie set shooting involving actor Alec Baldwin. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Prosecutors say the weapons supervisor for the Alec Baldwin movie Rust was, quote, likely hungover the day of a deadly shooting on set. The accusations against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed were made in new court documents filed last week. She is charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Similar charges against Baldwin were dismissed in April. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us on this one now. Aaron, walk us through the court filing from prosecutors. Where did this all come from?
Hey, Kate. Well, these allegations were part of the prosecutor's response to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's motion to dismiss the involuntary manslaughter charge against her. In the court documents, the prosecutor pointing to this alleged marijuana and alcohol use. The documents reading in part, witnesses in the current case will testify that the defendant Gutierrez was drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the shooting of Rust. It is likely that the defendant Gutierrez was hung over when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point by an actor. The crime of involuntary manslaughter was designed specifically for this type of circumstance. So the prosecutor, they're pointing to these allegations to bolster their case and to counter Gutierrez-Reed's motion to dismiss. Gutierrez-Reed is alleging that these allegations against her are politically motivated.
And so now that the prosecution put that filing in, is there any response from the attorneys for Gutierrez-Reed?
Yeah, the defense firing back in a statement. Let me just read you part of what their response to these allegations is, saying the prosecution has so mishandled this case and the case was so weak that they are now resorting to character assassination tactics to further taint the press and jury pool. So a fair bit of mudslinging going on both sides, according to legal experts. Now, the judge's decision on this motion to dismiss is expected in August. Kate.
All right, Erin McLaughlin, thank you.
Well, you may remember this jaw-dropping video, a car going airborne after driving off the ramp of a tow truck in Georgia. All of it captured on a police officer's body camera. Well, today, the driver says she cannot believe she's alive. She spoke with Mackenzie Petrie from our NBC affiliate in Albany, Georgia, about her scare.
Very traumatic. When I go to sleep, that's pretty much what I dream about. Like, it just replay over and over. Nobody expected me to make it, not even my family. They didn't expect me to make it at all.
Tanasia Bruton was in critical condition for much of her time in the ICU. She says she had at least 4 surgeries for internal injuries. She says she doesn't remember much, but she knows she's blessed to be alive.
I'm just grateful that throughout all the surgeries, I'm still here and I'm able to see another day. I thought it was over. I mean, I blacked out. I don't really remember much, but I just know I thought I was gonna die. And it hurts. It hurts really, really bad because I felt everything.
I asked her what she remembers about the moments just before the crash, what caused her to hit that truck ramp, and why she didn't move over.
The truck was actually in the road, in the fast lane at that. In the video, you could see there was no lights on. Once I saw the report, they kind of put everything on me, but blaming it all on me is just outrageous, because why are you in the road and the accident is on the other side? Whether it's a move over law or not, there wasn't any cones, any hazard lights, nothing.
Apparently she didn't want to show her face because she's still got some injuries from that accident.
And just a miracle that she lived.
Oh my gosh, right? Yeah. That video. You can hardly believe it. Well, coming up, the new plans to rebuild part of one of the nation's busiest interstates after that fiery bridge collapse. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Today is Flag Day. And here, right here at 30 Rock, we're all decked out in red, white, and blue. Flag Day has been celebrated in the United States since 1916 to commemorate the adoption of Stars and Stripes as the official flag of the United States of America. It's been an official national holiday since, get this, 1949. Pretty cool. More NBC News Daily right after this.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now and starting in Illinois, where a hospital will close its doors this week as it tries to recover from a cyber attack.
The scope of the hacking was so significant, hospital officials say they aren't even equipped to care for patients anymore. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier has been looking into this for several weeks now, sort of saw this coming, but why does a whole hospital shut down just because of a cyber attack?
It's remarkable, right? You got to remember these things never happen in a vacuum. This hospital, rural hospitals in general in America have been having a hard time. They've had staffing issues. COVID was really hard. That also means that a lot of times hospitals like this have poor cybersecurity, less resources to invest in it. And therefore, when they were hit, not only did doctors have trouble accessing prescriptions, stuff like that, the hospital could not bill anybody, not Medicare, Medicaid, insurance, for months. And so the financial blow for already struggling hospital was enormous.
And you touched on it. You said hospitals also sort of lack the resources to combat this sort of thing. Why are we seeing hospitals increasingly become targets of cyber attacks? Of course, this is the first hospital, though, to close from it, right?
Yes, that's right. Hackers make a calculus. They say, who can we hack, realistically, and what's worth our time that we could maybe squeeze them for money? And they run the numbers, they make educated guesses, and they attack any victim they can, but often that means hospitals.
And they shut things down and say, we're not going to turn it back. We're not going to give you back your connections until you pay us. Is that basically how it works?
Yes.
So this can really impact a smaller community. You mentioned this is a hospital that's in a more rural area. Is there only one hospital around in that area?
Yeah, there was also another one recently that had closed earlier this year. And that means no ER or OB services, among other things, for 20, 30 minutes for a lot of residents. It's a serious blow for the community. I talked to one woman who kind of darkly joked that they're going to be delivering babies on the side of the road.
Ooh. I mean, this is alarming stuff, and especially hospitals, they have so much sensitive information for patients and those who work there. So are there any federal initiatives to address this? And also, what can hospitals and private companies do to protect themselves?
The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has said that they're making hospitals more of a priority, but we're still seeing these attacks. One thing that experts say is that hospitals, healthcare facilities in general, should focus less on never being hacked in the first place, but having a backup plan for what happens when you are hacked, how to mitigate, how to not shut down, how to not be in the situation where you can't collect for months and months.
Yeah. Who do you call?
The FBI,
Yeah.
DHS, but it's tough. There's not a great solution.
Kevin Collier, thanks for that reporting.
Thank you. Well, this year's unseasonably warm winter is now having an impact on some of our favorite summer foods. In the South, Georgia's peach harvest may be in jeopardy. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
At Georgia's Southern Belle Farm, it's the start of peach picking season. But a favorite tradition could be in jeopardy.
Typically, we see peaches just almost falling off at this point.
I mean, just hanging, the trees are weighted down.
Fifth-generation farmer Jake Carter says this year's harvest is one of the worst he's ever seen. The cause? An unseasonably warm winter. Last February was one of the warmest ever recorded in Georgia, triggering some of the state's peach trees to bloom early. But then a cold spell hit, killing the crop and essentially ending the season before it really even started. Jake even resorted to hovering 2 helicopters over the trees, hoping to push the warm air down. Still, he says he lost nearly 50% of his crop this year.
What does this usually look like?
I mean, you're usually looking at, 200-300 peaches on it.
In Middle Georgia, the toll is even worse. Some farmers lost everything. According to at least one estimate, this year, more than 90% of the peach state's peach crop is gone. And some experts say this could be a new reality for farmers.
We expect that as things get warmer, it's going to be harder to find the perfect growing conditions for peaches.
Despite its nickname, Georgia is actually the country's 3rd largest peach producer, right behind South Carolina, which is suffering the same problem. The top producer, California, has also seen declining output. Experts say this trend could eventually mean higher prices at the grocery store. Back at Southern Belle, where strawberries are also ripe for the picking, Jake says the key to staying afloat is variety.
Certainly a ripe peach.
And a little luck.
at the end of the day, it's up to the good Lord and Mother Nature to whatever happens next.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, McDonough, Georgia.
Coming up, our Tom Costello gets up close and personal with sharks, what he has learned about how important they are to ocean life and how you can avoid sharks at the beach this summer.
Well, you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Mississippi police officer who shot an 11-year-old after the boy called 911 for help has been suspended without pay. Police Sergeant Greg Capers shot Adarian Murray in the chest on May 20th while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Adarian survived, but according to a lawsuit filed by the family, he suffered a collapsed lung, lacerated liver, and fractured ribs. The family is calling for Capers to be fired and charged.
Defense lawyers for Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of the fraudulent blood testing company Theranos, are objecting to a proposed restitution plan. In a filing on Monday, her defense team said she has, quote, limited financial resources and would not be able to pay the proposed $250 a month, $250,000 a month, perhaps? $250 a month, forgive me, to victims following her release. Holmes, who is serving a more than 11-year sentence for defrauding investors, once had an estimated net worth of $4.5 billion.
And Italy's former and controversial premier Silvio Berlusconi was honored today with a state funeral and a national day of mourning. Thousands gathered in Milan cheering and singing the Italian national anthem as the former leader's flower-draped casket was moved. The 86-year-old died on Monday in Milan, where he was being treated for leukemia. His body is set to be cremated.
This morning, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro outlined the reconstruction plans for that severely damaged stretch of I-95. A bridge on the interstate, you remember, collapsed in Philadelphia on Sunday after a tanker truck carrying gasoline burst into flames underneath it. The driver of that truck was killed. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is following this one for us, has been there for a while. Emily, it sounds like they're trying to speed up the repair to this major interstate. What did the governor say?
Well, first, Kate, I'll tell you what the governor did not say, and that is a timeline in terms of when people will be able to return to that critical section of I-95. He assured that crews are working around the clock, even through downpours like what we are seeing today and yesterday, and that has allowed them to already be ahead of schedule in the demolition process. When it comes to the rebuilding process, they're taking actually a pretty unique two-step approach. The first step is refilling the hole that you're seeing on your screen with a glass product, a recycled product. They're refilling that, then paving the road with 6 lanes so that they can reopen that section to drivers. As that's happening, they will rebuild the actual overpass, the bridge, because that takes a longer period of time, according to civil engineers that I've been speaking with about this. Here's more from the governor earlier today.
I am competitive as hell. I want to get this road reopened as quickly as possible. I'm competitive just like this great city. When y'all are sleeping in the middle of the night, when I'm sleeping in the middle of the night, these guys are going to be working on this road. When some of you choose to take a day and go down the shore, they're going to be working on this road 24/7 until this road is reopened.
And that level of urgency is pressured by the fact that we see 160,000 cars, trucks, commuters really traversing that section of roadway every day. And so for that reason, economists say that the road closure could actually lead to an increase in prices temporarily. So officials, again, really underscoring the urge to rebuild this section of roadway both quickly and safely, guys.
Yeah, makes sense. Emily Aketa, thank you.
The teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old in her classroom will not be returning to the school district. Abigail Werner was shot in Newport News, Virginia back in January, and she's now suing the district for $40 million. But there is a dispute over whether she resigned or if she was fired. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Washington. So, Gary, what do we know about the circumstances under which Abigail Werner actually left the school district?
In Clay, NBC News has learned 26-year-old teacher Abigail Werner will not return to the Newport News School District where she was shot when classes resume in the fall. But why that is has turned into a bit of a back and forth between the district and her attorney. Our affiliate Wavy down in Newport News obtained an email exchange between the district and Werner from earlier this spring, stating that Newport News School District processed a separation of employment effective close of business on Monday, June 12th. The email outlined what items Werner was to turn in, where to address questions regarding leave balances, paychecks, retirement plans, and insurance benefits. And it invited her to complete an exit questionnaire. Her attorney, Jeffrey Bright, says he and his client view that exit letter as a firing. But the school district, however, says Werner was sent an email whether she intends to return or resign at the end of the school year, and that she responded, "I wish to resign, thank you." A week later, Werner received that exit letter email.
I don't think you can read this any other way other than you've been fired. And that's what she thinks. She doesn't understand it. There's no other communication. The only thing I can think of is they were trying to put pressure on her because we filed suit. And it's outrageous. It really is as outrageous as I've ever seen.
And that suit Bright mentioned there is a $40 million lawsuit Werner filed against the Newport News School Board and other Rich Neck Elementary School District administrators, claiming school administrators shrugged off multiple warnings from staff and students who believed the boy had a gun and posed an imminent threat on the day of the shooting. The school district says her injuries fall under the state's Workers' Compensation Act and cannot be addressed through her $40 million lawsuits.
I mean, a lot of information there and strong allegations from Werner's team. So how is the school district responding to her attorney's claims, especially amid all the news surrounding this specific incident this week?
Well, the district is viewing the email where she said she wishes to resign as final word. In a statement, they say in part that every employee who is separating from the school division receives a similar communication. And as you mentioned, there was news related this week to the shooting itself. Deja Taylor, who's the mother of the 6-year-old who shot Werner, pled guilty to using marijuana while possessing a firearm. Taylor's also charged with having lied about her marijuana use on a form when she bought the firearm, which her son is alleged to have used to shoot Werner. Zinkley?
All right, important reporting. Gary Grumbach, thank you so much.
As we mentioned off the top of the show, the Fed decided not to raise interest rates today after numbers released yesterday showed that inflation fell to its lowest level in more than 2 years. But prices are still rising, even if not by as much. A new CNBC Morning Consult poll of consumers reveals that rising prices are having an impact on how Americans are spending their money, with 92% of Americans cutting their overall spending. And notably, 60% of people making below $50,000 a year are cutting how much they spend on the food they buy specifically. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from inside One Stop Food. It's a grocery store in Chicago. Shaq, you've been talking to folks at the grocery store today about what they're doing, what their habits are now. What are shoppers telling you?
Well, I'll tell you, there's a little celebration about what you've been seeing from that federal government data because they're not really feeling it just yet. Yes, we see that inflation is slowing, but as you pointed out, that means the rise in prices is slowing. Prices are still going up. We saw that food compared to last year is still up about 6.7%. And a lot of that depends on what you put in that shopping cart. So listen to some of the conversations I've been having with folks here about the impact inflation is having on them.
Just now, a slab of ribs, $30-something when you used to could get it for like 24. That's a big jump.
So when we see these government numbers, when the government comes out and says, oh, inflation is slowing, what are you thinking?
I believe it when I see it.
You don't feel it yet?
No, I don't see it either.
What you could take $200 and get now, it takes almost $400 when you're shopping. So I buy less, make do with less, or buy in bulk.
I talked to the owner of this grocery store. He told me he does feel like things are starting to improve, but it's going to be a lag before folks really feel it with their pocket.
Good to hear from real folks out there. Shaq Brewster, thank you.
A transgender activist is now banned from events at the White House after appearing topless at the Pride celebration hosted by President Biden over the weekend. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more. Stephen, what do we know?
Yes, and Clay, this is just one of many things we're tracking. Backlash and controversy surrounding Pride. We're 2 weeks in right now. Things continue to become more tense, leading many to ask when things will cool down. The White House at the center of the latest Pride Month controversy.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you.
Saying transgender activist Rose Montoya is now barred from future events. It all happened at what was the largest Pride celebration in White House history.
Happy Pride Month.
Montoya posting a reel on Instagram showing her at the event, shaking hands and posing for selfies with the president.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor.
Then, after Biden moved on, Montoya standing next to two transgender men who had surgically removed their breasts, all posing topless on the White House lawn. Critics taking to the internet in outrage. The White House then responding, saying the behavior was inappropriate and disrespectful.
It was unfair to the hundreds of attendees who were there to celebrate their families. It really does not reflect the event that we hosted.
Adding that those in the video will not be invited to future events. But Montoya taking to TikTok to defend her actions.
I would just like to say that, first of all, going topless in Washington, D.C. is legal. Why is my chest now deemed inappropriate or illegal when I show it off? However, before coming out as trans, it was not. I had zero intention of trying to be vulgar or be profane in any way.
It's just the latest flashpoint surrounding Pride Month. Target has been in the spotlight with conservatives complaining about its Pride merchandise. And then after pulling some of it off the shelves, citing the safety of its employees, the store found itself under fire from LGBTQ advocates. The controversy now going beyond debate as NBC News has confirmed bomb threats related to LGBTQ issues to multiple Target stores in at least 5 states, according to the local police departments involved in these incidents.
There's something going on, but they're not telling us.
Customers confused as some were evacuated over the weekend from this location in Oklahoma City after a threat was sent.
Some of the workers don't even know what's going on.
Police said no explosive devices were found, but a message sent to local news outlets, including NBC affiliate K4, had the date of the Oklahoma City bombing included. In Louisiana, police saying the threat stated it was, quote, due to Target betraying the LGBTQ+ community. It's not clear what the motive was behind the other threats. Target telling NBC News, quote, "The safety of our team members and guests is our top priority. Law enforcement investigated these claims and determined our stores are safe. Our stores are currently open and operating regular hours." And Target, not the only company in the middle of a Pride firestorm. Bud Light's sales struggles are well known now after a promotional post from a trans influencer.
I got some Bud Lights for us.
Now, country music Hall of Famer Garth Brooks addressing critics after he said his bar will serve Bud Light.
We're going to serve every brand of beer. We are.
Some upset with Brooks's remarks vented online, but the music star not backing down, defending his decision on a Facebook live stream.
So here's the deal, man. If you want to come to Friends in Low Places, come in. But come in with love. Come in with tolerance.
Now, some people were surprised by Garth Brooks' stance there, but if you've followed him closely at all the past 20 years, you'll know he's been a big advocate for the LGBTQ+ community. His late sister, Betsy, was a part of that community. Sinclair.
Important reporting, Stephen Romo. Thank you.
Coming up, why taking an ADHD drug to help yourself focus may be doing more harm than good. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, a new study finds medications like Ritalin used to treat attention deficit hyperactivity disorder can actually decrease productivity in people who do not have ADHD.
A rising number of young people are misusing these prescription drugs in an effort to enhance their focus and cognitive performance, maybe when they're taking tests or studying. Joining us now, NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. So, Erica, to be clear, this is about people who should not be taking or are not prescribed, we should say, the medication in the first place, right? What were the results of the study?
Hi, Kate, you're exactly right. This has nothing to do with people who actually have ADHD. This study found that these drugs, when used by people without diagnosed ADHD, actually slow down the brain's ability to perform tasks that require a good bit of thought. Think of it this way. Eyeglasses, for example, can help someone who's nearsighted to focus. But if you already have 20/20 vision, those same eyeglasses are not going to help you. In fact, they make things a little bit more blurry. Kate Zinkley?
So, Dr. Edwards, generally, how do these ADHD medications actually affect the body and mind, and are there any risks associated with them?
Well, first of all, to be clear, I'm not a doctor. I only play one on TV, but any medication is going to come with a risk. So it's always important to balance those benefits versus the risks. And why it's always important to really talk with an actual doctor when it comes to these medications. Some of those side effects can include strain on your heart, your nervous system, increased heart rate, higher blood pressure, agitation, and as well as trouble sleeping. Zinkley, Kate?
And Erica, you do a great job on TV playing a doctor, by the way. You're a wonderful medical reporter. I've interviewed people in the past who have, on college campuses, traded these drugs around. So I know it's a real thing. I know kids think this will help them. So if they do need to take a test or buckle down, what are safer options for them?
Yeah, there are no quick fixes, and unfortunately, cramming for a test cannot start just a few hours before that exam. Experts recommend really treating your body well at least 24 hours before any exam. That means getting enough exercise, filling your body with good, healthy food. That means fruits, vegetables, protein, and getting enough sleep so your body and your brain are, ready for that task ahead.
That's so important. No quick fixes, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Erica Edwards, thank you so much.
An experimental vaccine showing promise in delaying the progression of one of the deadliest and treatment-resistant cancers.
Yeah, the vaccine doubling the survival time in a clinical trial involving 63 patients with glioblastoma, which is a brain tumor. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has a preview of her story for tonight's Nightly News.
Tonight, we are going to take a look at an experimental vaccine that is being used to keep the most deadly form of brain cancer from recurring. What makes glioblastoma so dangerous is that even when patients undergo surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation, those treatments can't get all the cancer cells, and the cancer almost always comes back. Now in trials at more than 10 hospitals around the country, doctors are using a vaccine on patients whose cancer has returned. It's called Survax-M, and it targets a protein on 90% of cancers called survivin. The theory here is that if you kill the survivin, the protein, you kill the cancer. One early study shows it doubles the life expectancy of patients from 14 to 16 months to 28 to 30 months. That's precious time for people like Buffalo's John Wishman, who survived nearly 2 years using the vaccine. The vaccine is delivered just like a flu shot in your arm. 4 doses are given over 2 months, followed by booster doses given every 2 months. The inventors are also conducting studies looking at the vaccine's potential for use in multiple myeloma and children's brain tumors. We'll have more on what could be the future of cancer care tonight on NBC Nightly News. Now back to you.
Ann Thompson, thanks so much. Looking forward to that report. Well, there's a lot more news ahead on NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
An asteroid roughly as long as New York City's Brooklyn Bridge will pass within 2.6 million miles of Earth today. NASA officials are calling the asteroid a potentially hazardous object, but say it has no chance of colliding with Earth. This is actually the 6th time since 1905 that this asteroid has flown by our planet, the last time coming in 1995, and it's expected to make another nearby pass in 2048, so watch out while you can.
Yeah, a marine researcher has surfaced after spending 100 days underwater in the Florida Keys. Dr. Joseph Tuturi was researching how the human body and mind react to extreme pressure settings. Literally pressure on your body. Surprisingly, several positive health benefits were reported during his mission, including a drop in cholesterol, a significant increase in REM sleep. However, get this, his height shrunk by a ½ inch.
Oof, okay. We call that a short king. It's a phrase, a common expression.
When it comes to, that's a good one. When it comes to the animal kingdom, it is safe to say that sharks get a pretty bad rap, right? Movies like Jaws have made us afraid to go into the water, but sharks are actually pretty harmless around humans.
And they play an instrumental part in the ocean's ecosystem. NBC's Tom Costello got up close and personal with them, diving into a shark tank at the Georgia Aquarium.
I like that hammerhead. I like that shark. It's so big.
There's something about those teeth, those eyes, that fin.
Sharks love to eat people.
No, they don't like to eat people. Young or old, sharks capture our imagination. Here at the Georgia Aquarium, they've got hammerheads, tiger sharks, sand sharks, silvertip, and silky sharks. 15 in all.
I had oatmeal for breakfast. Is that going to make me more of an appealing target?
Absolutely not. They don't like fiber. Yeah.
They don't like fiber.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Dr. Katie Lyons is a shark researcher and my personal underwater guide today.
Take some slow, deep breaths.
Within minutes of our shark cage going into the water, Katie's enthusiasm was contagious.
So the ones with the big, tall dorsal fin, oh, just right there. Look to your right.
Yep, I see it. Oh, my gosh. Being submerged in their world is truly sensory overload. The water is clear but cold, as these giants of the deep stay in constant motion, circling. It's just a totally immersive experience. Oh, goodness, what is that? That's a big shark.
So that is one of our sand tiger sharks. They're a really cool species.
Swimming at the top of the food chain, they are essential to the ocean's life cycle.
All of these sharks play critical roles in the ecosystem, and they help keep everything in balance.
Usually, sharks are interested in fish or seals, not humans, but attacks do happen. In May, a 13-year-old fended off a bull shark. Most occurred in Florida, followed by New York, Hawaii, and California. Still, 2022 brought the fewest shark attacks in 10 years, 41 unprovoked bites in the U.S.
So you're more likely to have a coconut fall on you and kill you than to be bit by a shark.
A coconut!
A coconut.
But there are some things you can do to avoid shark contact. Swim with a buddy close to shore. Don't swim near seals or schools of fish. Don't wear jewelry. And avoid excessive splashing. If a shark gets too close,
You can hit it on the nose, you can hit it in the gills, or poke it in the eye.
and then get away.
And then get away, right? You want to get out of the water as soon as you can.
Dr. Lyons is researching the microplastics sharks are ingesting and how their populations are affected by climate change.
If they're affected, then everything else below them is affected.
Since you have been so excited about sharks since you were a little girl, what's it like to see them face to face like this?
I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, it's, again, such a different experience being in with them rather than on the other side of an acrylic.
Wow. I mean, Tom Costello, good for him. I
Yes.
don't think I could do that.
I would be a little nervous to be down there with the sharks, but just so beautiful to also just see their movements and learn about how to stay safe in the waters with them and alongside them.
We forget that they're majestic creatures.
Yes,
that
it's not all
probably have
Jaws.
something- Yeah, and they have something to teach us, probably.
And I know Tom goes on to talk about the impacts of climate change on their movements, too. So just so many factors.
Yeah,
convening.
yeah. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samoa. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, June 14th, 2023, breaking news hitting pause. The Fed putting a hold on interest rate hikes for the first time in 15 months. How the Fed chairman is defending the decision and what it means for the price you pay.
Also breaking right now, scorcher, a sweltering heat wave blanketing parts of the South. This as another severe weather threat is taking aim at some 20 million Americans. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out.
New revelations. Prosecutors in that deadly movie set shooting involving actor Alec Baldwin now alleging the weapons expert was likely hungover. How this could impact where the investigation goes from here.
Thanks so much for being with us. We begin this hour with breaking news about your money.
America's central bank, the Federal Reserve, has announced it will not raise interest rates this month. Today's decision coming on the heels of a positive report on Tuesday.
Yeah, that report showed inflation rates have been cut in half from last year's peak. Inflation rose 4% between last May and this May, the smallest increase in more than 2 years.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, the Fed has hiked interest rates a number of times since last March. Why did they choose this time to skip it?
Well, the Federal Reserve was saying that essentially as they were aggressively moving to make borrowing costs more expensive, which, by the way, has led to the more expensive credit card rates and mortgage rates and auto loan rates that we've all been seeing spiking over the last 18 months. Well, at some point, the Federal Reserve has to slow that process. Again, not cutting interest rates, but essentially raising interest rates at a slower pace. And the Fed Chairman Jay Powell telling reporters in an ongoing press conference that that process is going to take time and that they're slowing that by effectively pausing, or as some have described it, skipping an interest rate hike in this meeting. Now, what's interesting is that the decision to not raise interest rates today also came alongside economic projections from the Fed that suggest there could be another 2 interest rate hikes throughout the rest of this year. Whether or not the Fed follows through on that, the Fed chairman saying depends on the data, and the big data point, inflation. It has come down, but the Fed chairman saying the mission is not yet done and that the process of getting inflation back down to comfortable levels will take, quote, some time.
So, Brian, with that, translate this even further. What does this mean for the average person's bottom line? Is relief actually on the horizon here?
Yeah, well, what it means is that as the inflation rate still remains uncomfortable for the Fed, that it's still going to crunch on our wallets while they continue the effort to try to lower inflation. But on the borrowing cost side of things, which the Fed interest rates really have a lot more bearing on, it means you should not expect to see a precipitous drop in 30-year fixed mortgage rates, for example, or your credit card rates, because as the Federal Reserve had kind of telegraphed today, it's not done with its interest rate hikes yet. And even if it does stop here, they're not cutting rates, so you shouldn't expect to see 3% borrowing costs for a home anytime soon.
And when the Fed announced this decision, it said that 2 more rate hikes are coming before the end of the year. Is that right? What's the thinking there?
Yeah, well, the thinking there comes from the fact that it's not just Jay Powell. There are a number of other policymakers that are part of the central bank system as well, and they were all penciling in, well, I could see X or Y amount of interest rate hikes throughout the rest of this year. The Fed chairman saying and trying to speak on behalf of all of those voices, saying, look, it's possible that all of these projections could change depending on how the data come in. But again, they want to be very serious about inflation and saying it's not yet mission accomplished. Inflation has come down from the peak of last year, but they're not there quite yet. That's the reason why they want to keep it at bay and leave the optionality throughout the rest of this year to continue hiking interest rates to make sure inflation gets down under control.
All right, Brian Chung for us. Brian, thank you.
Thanks. Well, we've got more breaking news today. This time, it's the weather. Right now, more than 30 million people across Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi are at risk of severe weather. A rare summer system is set to bring damaging winds and even tornadoes to the region. At the same time, in Texas, there are serious concerns about the state's power grid, with record high temperatures expected across the state. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, first off, what is the situation in the southeast right now?
Clay, we've been tracking some severe weather. This is the beginning, by the way, of our severe weather outbreak that will last well into this evening. So far, we've been tracking a couple tornadoes. We've had one large confirmed dangerous tornado in the last hour. This is a zoomed-in view here of southwest Georgia. That's Damascus and Arlington. It went right over the top of Milford. Still tornado warned on this supercell. You can see that hook there. And also another new tornado warning just north of Albany, Georgia, with the hook on that supercell. So a closer view does show you it went through Milford and is now heading eastward at about 35, 40 miles per hour. We expect these storms to fly this afternoon. That's very unusual for this time. This is almost like an early spring type setup. So far, we've had 49 severe weather reports. There's the 2 tornado reports, and there's that new one. There's the 3rd. We've had high wind reports. By the end of today, it wouldn't surprise me if we have somewhere in excess of 200 damaging wind reports. And here's why. This area here in central Mississippi, in the northeast corner of Louisiana, just went under what we call a PDS, Severe Thunderstorm Watch. PDS stands for Particularly Dangerous Situation. It's when the experts in Oklahoma and Norman, the Storm Prediction Center, it's when they tell us this is not a typical severe thunderstorm watch. This is a very unusual, dangerous situation. We're expecting a derecho possibly. So this thunderstorm complex near Shreveport is expected to develop in a line of storms that'll race through Mississippi this evening with 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So hurricane force gusts. Typically, you may get winds with severe thunderstorms 50, 60, 70. It's pretty rare to get those wind gusts around 90 miles per hour. Those can do significant damage, wind damage, tree damage, and a lot of power outages, too. So that's this area here. And then later tonight, we'll probably track the same line of dangerous winds all the way towards Montgomery. And as far as the wind damage path goes, you can see the area we're worried about from Shreveport to Monroe and then through Mississippi, Alabama as we go throughout this evening. So dangerous couple hours ahead.
For sure. Hoping those 31 million stay safe. Bill Cairns, thank you.
The Republican Party is grappling with the indictment of its top leader, former President Donald Trump. We all watched the drama unfold yesterday as Trump pleaded not guilty to federal criminal charges over his handling of classified documents. Well, now the severity of the case is raising some concerns within his own party.
This indictment contains serious charges, and I cannot defend what is alleged.
I think it's obvious what the president did was wrong. So there's no way to defend that. I just think the emperor has no clothes, and we need to have some Republicans stand up and say that.
We've lost 3 elections in a row now. He's been the issue in every one of those elections.
Still, a lot of folks still standing with the former president. Last night, he rallied his supporters at his New Jersey golf club, downplaying his court appearance, slamming his adversaries, talking about how he would defend himself. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is outside Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster. He was there last night. Vaughn, right now, Trump seems to be, by all accounts, the front runner, by all polls, the front runner to win the Republican nomination. The majority of the party seems to be standing by him. So how are folks navigating this criminal proceeding?
Right, Kate, what we have not seen is a full court press by Republican presidential candidates running against Donald Trump to exploit these 2 indictments. Donald Trump is going to be not only facing state charges in New York, but now federal charges in Florida. This is all going to be running parallel to not only this primary campaign, but if he were to win the nomination, his general election campaign. But what we have seen are conversations privately among, of course, some of the other campaign teams. And as you just heard from some of his even opponents, some beginning to needle. But that is a far cry from the likes of an Asa Hutchinson, who is another Republican candidate and been a vocal Trump critic who has called on Donald Trump to drop out of the race altogether. But you see where Asa Hutchinson is at in the polls. He's at about 1 or 2%, and compare that to Donald Trump, who has a sturdy lead of anywhere from 25 percentage points to 30 percentage points, and that lead only expanded since his first arrest in New York 2.5 months ago, Kate.
And Vaughn, the timeline for the criminal proceeding is still sort of undecided. You said a moment ago it's going to probably be in parallel with running for election. What's next on the legal side?
Right. The campaign had told me last night after his Bedminster remarks that they are prepared to campaign despite going through what will be hearings. You know, Donald Trump, as part of last night, was him showing that you can go and indict him, but that's not going to take him off of the campaign trail. It's not going to take him away from the microphone. We are looking at, over the course of the months ahead, multiple hearings. They're very much procedural hearings, to be clear. The prosecution, the Department of Justice, has to turn over the evidence that it has gathered to the defense so that Donald Trump's defense team is able to essentially build their own defense case. And at that time, the defense counsel can put forward motions that a judge would ultimately either grant or reject. And we may not be looking to actual jury selection and a true hearing taking place as late as next summer or even fall. Of course, Donald Trump has a history of trying to delay procedures against him, and this should be no different, understanding that it would likely not help him in a general election. Kate?
Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, thank you.
Turning now to some financial news, the European Union has just passed landmark AI regulation. And why is Taco Bell teaming up with Crocs, the shoes, not the reptile?
Ah, gotcha. Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, Kate and Sinclair. Well, EU officials passed a draft law today aimed at regulating artificial intelligence. This was big news in the tech world. The law is the most far-reaching effort to limit what some see as the danger of AI. If adopted, the legislation will put restrictions on AI deemed invasive or dangerous, including facial recognition technology. Lawmakers around the globe are learning in real time about AI tools and racing to create a regulatory framework. The parent company of Instant Pot and Pyrex, meantime, has filed for bankruptcy protection, but it does say it plans to keep operating while it restructures. Instant Brands, whose portfolio also includes other kitchenware brands, employs over 2,400 employees worldwide. And Taco Bell and Crocs are collaborating on a pair of shoes designed for summer. You can see them right there. They're going to feature Taco Bell branding and the motto "Live Más" written on them. The slides will be available to Taco Bell Rewards members before retailing for $60 later this month. I don't know, guys. I think they're very understated looking. I was kind of expecting, like, your foot to look like a chalupa or a cheesy gordita.
Or a churro or a taco or something. Give me something.
$60 feels a little high to me, but okay.
File under things maybe we don't need. But hey,
we're not the market. I don't think we're the market.
Morgan Brennan, thank you.
Coming up, why one of San Francisco's most famous shopping malls is closing its doors to shoppers.
Plus, the controversial vote by one of the largest Christian denominations in the country over just who gets to lead its churches. You're watching NBC News Daily, and we'll note that image is incorrect. Thanks for being with us.
Top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Prosecutors say the weapons supervisor for the Alec Baldwin movie Rust was, quote, likely hungover the day of the deadly shooting on set. The accusations against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed were made in new court documents filed last week. She's charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Similar charges against Baldwin were dismissed in April. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with the latest. So, Aaron, first, can you just walk us through this court filing? Obviously, eyes have been on this legal drama for a while. So where exactly did these new accusations from prosecutors come from?
Hey, Sinclair. Well, prosecutors say that these accusations came from witnesses, and I think it's important to note the wording here. They say likely hungover. It doesn't seem the prosecutors know for sure. In their court filing, writing, quote, witnesses in the current case will testify that defendant Gutierrez-Reed was drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the shooting of Rust. It is likely that defendant Gutierrez was hungover when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point by an actor. The crime of involuntary manslaughter was designed specifically for this type of circumstance. Now, this is the prosecutors filing in response to Gutierrez-Reed motion to dismiss the case against her. She is arguing that these charges are politically motivated. Sinclair.
Aaron, how is the attorney for her, Gutierrez-Reed, responding right now?
Well, there's a fair bit of mudslinging going on right now, Sinclair, on both sides. Her attorney firing back today in a statement saying, quote, the prosecution has so mishandled this case and the case is so weak that they are now resorting to character assassination tactics to further taint the press and jury pool. Now, a judge is expected to rule on Gutierrez-Reed's motion to dismiss the charges against her in a hearing later in August. Sinclair.
Important reporting. Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
One of the largest Christian denominations in the country is moving closer to banning women as pastors. The Southern Baptist Convention took the first step at its annual meeting today. The group has already expelled several churches who have female pastors this year. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist is following all this for us. Aaron, good to see you. Can you give our viewers some context about the Southern Baptists? How many members are there? What kind of influence do they have?
Yeah, good to see you too, Kate. You talk about influence. You look at some of the numbers for the Southern Baptist Convention, and that kind of gives you an idea of the sort of influence that exists here. There are some 13 million members in this Southern Baptist Convention, the largest Protestant denomination in the United States, and that gives you an idea of just the sheer volume. The number of people can tell you something about the sort of influence that exists with 47,000 plus churches around the country. And this is an evangelical organization, a conservative Christian church, if you will. And so that also tells you something about what sort of positions this organization might take as well. And today, obviously, with the votes that we've seen happen and the moves that have been made by the organization, it is moving in a much more, they say, scripture-guided direction with some of the things that have happened today.
Yeah, walk us through a little bit of what happened today. What did they vote on? What are the next steps? And is this leading to a ban on women as pastors?
Yes, essentially. That most recent vote happened just a little while ago, and this is a vote that would amend the Constitution of the Southern Baptist Convention to say that, to more clearly ban women, really, from leadership roles, to make more clear that men are supposed to be the ones in roles that have pastor in the title in particular. There will need to be a second vote next year at the annual convention to make this the final rule for the Southern Baptist Convention. But Kate, you noted that there were two churches, Saddleback Church being one of them in Southern California, that was expelled from the Southern Baptist Convention today. That church has 23,000 members, multiple campuses, was founded by Rick Warren, who also wrote The Purpose-Driven Life. He was there to make the appeal to keep the church in the convention. And today the vote was finalized, counted, that in fact that church and another church, Fern Creek Baptist, which is led by a woman, the lead pastor there is a woman, both those churches are being expelled from the Southern Baptist Convention. And part of the argument was made that the office of pastor is limited to men who are qualified by Scripture, and so that change needs to be made. This effort led by a pastor from Virginia, saying that there are dozens, more than 100 women in pastoral roles across the Southern Baptist Convention who essentially should not be.
And so what happens to them? I guess their churches get let go and they can continue to preach, but they just won't be part of the Southern Baptist. Is that it?
So that's something I'm trying to get more clarity on, what exactly it means to be expelled from the Southern Baptist Convention. Does that mean the churches now have to close, or they simply continue to function but aren't a part of this organization? We're still working to get some clarity on that.
All right. Aaron Gilchrist following all that for us. Aaron, thanks so much.
Yep.
Coming up, why the Virginia teacher shot by her 6-year-old student will not be returning to class. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Today's Flag Day, and here at 30 Rockefeller Plaza, we are all decked out red, white, and blue. Flag Day has been celebrated in the U.S. since 1916. The news continues.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly 80 people are dead and dozens more are feared missing after a fishing boat carrying hundreds of migrants sunk. It happened off the coast of Greece last night. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi is following that story for us.
At least 78 migrants have drowned after the fishing vessel they were traveling on capsized in southern Greece, about 50 miles southwest of Pylos, making this the deadliest shipwreck of its kind off the coast of Greece this year. Authorities there say more than 100 people have been rescued, but it's not clear how many people were on board the vessel when it sank. And our Greek authorities and the International Organization for Migrants say that there could have been hundreds of people on board the vessel, and they fear for the lives of many people that are still missing. Now, the Greek Coast Guard say that an EU border agency aircraft had spotted the vessel late on Tuesday night. Shortly after that, the vessel was offered help, but all the passengers on board refused any help. The Greek Coast Guard added that none of the passengers on board appeared to be wearing life vests. Hours later, the boat capsized and sank, triggering a massive search and rescue operation involving the Coast Guard, the Navy, merchant vessels, and an airplane that fanned out over a vast area, but their rescue efforts were hampered by very strong winds. The boat was reportedly en route to Italy from Tobruk in Libya, with most of the people on board are said to have been men in their 20s, but their nationality has not been disclosed yet. Greece is one of the main routes for migrants from the Middle East, from Asia and Africa to get to European Union countries, frontline countries. About 70,000 migrants traveled to European Union countries last year, most of them landing in Italy.
Ali Arouzi, thanks so much. Well, we're learning more today about the incredible story of 4 children who survived for 40 days in the Amazon jungle. A newly released report details what may have went wrong in the plane crash that left the children stranded. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
It's a miraculous rescue that has captured the attention of the world. For 40 days, 4 siblings ranging in age from 13 to 1 lived off the land and survived after their plane crashed deep in the Amazon jungle, killing 3 adults, including their mother. NBC News obtained a preliminary accident report issued by Colombian authorities. It was created before they located the kids, but sheds light on how the crash may have occurred. The report notes the aircraft was airworthy and had the technical requirements required for the flight. But less than an hour after takeoff, the pilot reportedly radioed into air traffic control, hoping to make an emergency landing, sending a chilling message. Mayday, 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 the engine is failing again, going to look for a river. Less than a minute later, they would receive their last communication from the pilot. 103 miles outside San Jose, going to land in water. But the aircraft never made it. According to the report, as the plane fell from the sky, the aircraft reportedly lost its engine, later found next to the aircraft. The report adding the blades of the engine's propellers showed no deformations or damage. Colombian investigators say the NTSB was notified because the plane and propeller were manufactured in the United States. Investigators say the front of the plane was demolished after flying nose first into the jungle floor. That detail may provide a clue as to how the children survived due to their seating positions. In these photos, you can see investigators believe the children were likely seated in the back of the plane. The report says because the front section suffered the main affectation and great structural damage. However, one puzzling detail remains. Investigators presumed 11-month-old Kristen may have been seated with his mother. She died at the scene 4 days later, but the infant survived. That report also noted that the aircraft involved in the crash had actually been involved in a separate accident in 2021 due to loss of engine power. The plane was repaired and put back into service just this past March. The next hurdle for these brave children, recovery. Day by day, they're working to regain their strength. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Coming up, how a teenage baseball player from Uganda managed to catch the eye of the MLB. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Johnny Depp has chosen the charities to receive a portion of his $1 million defamation settlement from Amber Heard following the high-profile trial. Depp will donate $200,000 each to 5 different organizations, among them the Make a Film Foundation, which grants wishes to sick children, much like Make-A-Wish. Red Feather, which works with American indigenous communities, and Painted Turtle, which provides camp experiences for kids with chronic conditions.
Evacuations have been ordered in northern Oregon near the Washington border as dozens of firefighters are battling a roughly 10,000-acre wildfire. The Hat Rock Fire broke out early Tuesday morning. Winds of up to 40 miles an hour caused the fire to grow quickly, spreading into Washington state before that section was eventually contained.
And the Las Vegas Golden Knights are Stanley Cup champions. Captain Mark Stone notched a hat trick as the Golden Knights routed the Florida Panthers 9-3. Get this, the big win comes just 6 years after the Golden Knights entered the National Hockey League.
Yeah, that's pretty unbelievable. The teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old in her classroom will not be returning to the school district. Abigail Zwerner was shot in Newport News, Virginia, back in January. She is suing the district for $40 million, but there's a dispute over whether she resigned or if she was fired. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Washington. What do we know about the circumstances of her leaving the school district?
Kate, yeah, this has really turned into a bit of a back and forth between the district and that 26-year-old teacher's attorney. Our affiliate Wavy down in Newport News obtained an email exchange between the district and Zwerner from earlier this spring, saying that Newport News School District processed a separation of employment effective close of business on Monday, June 12th. The email outlined the items that Zwerner was to turn in, things like where to address questions regarding leave balances, paychecks, retirement plans, insurance benefits, and it invited her to complete an exit questionnaire. Her attorney, Jeffrey Bright, says he and his client view that exit letter as a firing. But the school district, however, says Zwerner was sent an email asking whether she intends to return or resign at the end of the school year, and that she responded, "I wish to resign, thank you." A week later, Zwerner received that exit letter.
I don't think you can read this any other way other than you've been fired. And that's what she thinks. She doesn't understand it. There's no other communication. The only thing I can think of is they were trying to put pressure on her because we filed suit. And it's outrageous. It really is as outrageous as I've ever seen.
That suit Bright mentioned there is a $40 million lawsuit Zwerner filed against the Newport News School Board and other Rich Neck school administrators, claiming those administrators ignored warnings from staff and students who believed the boy had a gun and posed an imminent threat on the day of the shooting. The school district says her injuries fall under Virginia's Workplace Compensation Act and cannot be addressed with that $40 million lawsuit.
And Gary, how's the school district responding then to the attorney's claims, especially amid all this news surrounding the incident this week?
Well, the district is viewing the email where she said she wishes to resign as final word. In a statement, they say in part that they, quote, every employee who is separating from the school division receives a similar communication. And separately, Deja Taylor, the mother of the 6-year-old who shot Zwerner, pled guilty this week to using marijuana while possessing a firearm. And Taylor is also charged with having lied about her marijuana use on a form when she bought the firearm, which her son is alleged to have used to shoot Zwerner. I'm sorry, Kate?
It's okay. We're both here. Gary Grumbach, thanks so much.
Well, this morning, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro outlined the reconstruction plans for the severely damaged stretch of I-95, a bridge on the interstate. The bridge on the interstate collapsed in Philadelphia on Sunday after a tanker truck carrying gasoline burst into flames beneath it. The driver of that truck was killed. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is following this for us. So, Emily, it does sound like they're trying to really speed up the repair to this very huge interstate. What did Governor Shapiro say?
Well, Clay, speed up the repair, and for good reason. Keep in mind, 160,000 vehicles typically lean on that section of I-95. Economists even warning earlier this week that the road closure could lead to temporary price increases of goods because of the number of trucks that will have to take longer routes. Now, we did not get a timeline around when we could anticipate that road to reopen from the governor, who earlier this week suggested it could be in the matter of months. But we got details around their approach, and it's a unique one, a two-step process. First, they are filling and paving the road to then allow them the chance to build the overpass. Take a listen. Here's more from the governor earlier today.
I am competitive as hell. I want to get this road reopened as quickly as possible. I'm competitive just like this great city. When y'all are sleeping in the middle of the night, when I'm sleeping in the middle of the night, these guys are going to be working on this road. When some of you choose to take a day and go down the shore, they're going to be working on this road 24/7 until this road is reopened.
And that filling process I had referenced, that will begin tomorrow. But already we've been reporting on it all week. Drivers feeling the impact. A lot of people reporting their commutes more than doubling, Sinclair.
And Emily, you can see it in that image, right? The fact that just part of the road collapsed is leading some to question whether it was structurally sound to begin with. Did officials at this presser address that at all?
Yeah, well, that safety is on the top of so many people's minds. They did say that that section of I-95 was structurally sound. In fact, it is relatively new, part of a $212 million reconstruction process about 10 years ago or so. I also pressed state troopers asking, is that curve, is that turn problematic? They said no. Sinclair?
All right, important reporting. Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Well, as we mentioned off the top of the show, the Fed decided not to raise interest rates today after numbers released yesterday showed that inflation fell to its lowest level in more than 2 years, with some of our necessities like food leading the way. But it may be too late for some Americans because there is still inflation. A new CNBC Morning Consult poll of consumers reveals these prices are having an impact on how Americans are spending their money, with 92% of Americans cutting their overall spending, and notably 60% of people who make below $50,000 a year are cutting how much they spend on the food that they buy specifically. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from One Stop Food, a grocery store in Chicago. Shaq, I know you wanted to go out and talk to folks at the grocery store about what they're doing, what their habits are. What are shoppers telling you?
Yeah, you're getting that mixed reaction. There's a lag between what we're seeing in the numbers and how people are actually feeling. I mean, you look at the numbers, you get a sense of why. That's because while inflation is slowing, you're still talking about an increase in prices. So food overall has gone up about 6.7% since the last year. And a lot of that depends on what you put in your grocery bag. So if you're like me and you have that sweet tooth, I put donuts and cake in my grocery bag. That's a 10% year-over-year increase. If you're looking for breakfast items like bacon, eggs, milk, then you've seen a decrease in year over year. I want you to listen to what we heard from some shoppers here today.
Just now, a slab of ribs, $30-something when you used to could get it for like $24. That's a big jump.
So when we see these government numbers, when the government comes out and says, oh, inflation is slowing, what are you thinking?
I believe it when I see it.
You don't feel it yet?
No. I don't see it either.
What you could take $200 and get now, it takes almost $400 when you're shopping. So I buy less, make do with less, or buy in bulk.
So you hear right there, people are still adjusting their habits, still figuring out ways to save that buck because of the overall increase in prices. I spoke to the owner of this grocery store here, and one thing that he told me is while he does feel like things are going in the right direction, he feels like those margins are getting better and he is able to pass some of the savings to consumers. He also says that it's not there yet. You're not seeing those substantial changes just yet, but a lot of this, he mentioned, depends on specifically what you're getting. It really goes item by item. So for one person, they may feel like things are really getting better and have gotten better. For another person, they're still looking at the increase in prices and saying they still need to adjust. It just shows you there's the numbers that we see, but there's also how people feel when they go out to the checkout aisle and finally make that purchase.
That's right, their consumer behavior. Hey, Shaq, I have a sweet tooth too, so don't worry. Shaq Brewster, thank you.
We're in the same on this.
Here we go.
In yet another sign of San Francisco's economic struggles post-pandemic, the city's famed Westfield Shopping Center is shutting its doors after more than 20 years. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now to dig into this. So, Courtney, I remember as a teenager spending a lot of time in Westfield malls. And we're seeing this trend sort of across the country. What can you tell us about Westfield's decision to close its mall in the heart of downtown San Francisco?
Yeah, so I think the idea of malls closing is not necessarily a new one, but I think what's special about this is we're talking about a changing condition in San Francisco. So Westfield is closing this mall. It is in a downtown area of San Francisco, for those that aren't familiar. And actually, downtown malls are not something that you see all that often, and many of them are just no longer working. As a matter of fact, we saw that Brookfield closed its Water Tower Place mall in Chicago last year. Matriarch, which is another mall operator, also ended 50% of its ownership in a mall in Chicago. But in San Francisco specifically, we know that office vacancies are among the highest in the country, something around 30%. Tourists are starting to come back to San Francisco, but they're spending reportedly 77% less than they did pre-pandemic. Conventions, that often has been a big draw for foot traffic. Those have not come back in the same way. So yes, Westfield is closing this mall in San Francisco, but it's far from alone when it comes to retailers, both looking at downtown areas in general as less productive than they used to be, and San Francisco specifically. A number of other retailers have already announced closures in that area.
So given what we're seeing, sort of this trend of closures of brick and mortar stores like Westfield Mall, is there anything retailers can do? Is there hope, or is this sort of the trend now?
Yeah, I think it, again, is going to be largely area dependent, right? So another thing that is worth mentioning in San Francisco and in some larger urban areas is this increase in crime and homelessness. And so that has factored into some of these decisions when it becomes unsafe to operate a store because of things like theft or even criminal activity happening around these areas. And so I think retailers are starting to work more and more with law enforcement in those areas so that they can keep stores open and operating to serve these communities. I think that's all part of it as well.
All right, important reporting. Courtney Reagan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, with increasing numbers of young people identifying as LGBTQ, how parents' reactions can shape their child's mental health. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Starbucks says it is not banning pride displays inside its U.S. stores. Union organizers had accused the coffee giant of not putting up displays following the backlash Target and other brands have experienced. According to the Union for Starbucks workers, managers told employees that pride displays were a safety concern. Starbucks released a statement saying there has been no change to any policy, and they continue to encourage store leaders to celebrate with their communities.
Well, in today's modern parenting, we're talking about how parents can navigate conversations about sexual identity with their children. For some kids, sharing information about their identity can be an overwhelming experience. And the same can be said for parents who may not know how to react to different information, especially given the influence caretakers have on their children's mental health. Joining us now to talk about this is parenting journalist Donna Tetrold. Thank you so much for being with us, Donna. So let's first just start big picture. And of course, it's Pride Month. So we're talking about this through the lens of the LGBTQ+ experience. I know some families may actually find themselves in a conversation where their child chooses to come out to them, right? Sharing that they identify as LGBTQ. How might the way a parent reacts to that information then shape how a child approaches life?
You know, this is really an important question and really important information. We have research now that shows what parental acceptance and rejection can lead to. We know from decades of research that rejection can change the structure of the brain. In fact, even perceived rejection can change the brain. So just having this awareness is one way to start as we begin this process with our kids, our teens, and the community.
And Donna, it does take a lot of courage, right, for some kids to actually speak to their parents about their sexuality. What should parents be keeping in mind when they're listening and then reacting to their kids?
Yeah, parents really need to understand that this is the time for active listening and to really allow the space and time for our kids to talk to us and to allow for that foundation that we've built for our kids to come to us, to feel secure. We want our kids to be able to come to us, to talk to us, and by having that open conversation, that feeling of security, our kids are going to speak to us about their needs, their feelings, and what they need from us as parents.
And the reality is, like you're saying, sometimes a child may come forward, but a parent may not support a child's sexual identity. So what are some of the potential repercussions for young people? What does data say?
Yeah, this is where the research is really important. And if parents can hear it and listen to it, they're going to understand how they can help their kids. So we know that from the research, emotional regulation can be impacted, hostility, low self-esteem. Then beyond that is the physical implications that can come out later in life with chronic conditions like diabetes. But then the third angle to look at is cognitive development. We want to know that our kids are safe in their cognitive development. And what happens with the rejection process is that they aren't able to form their working memory and learning. So we really want to make sure that we're aware of this research.
No, that's really important. And I mean, Donna, if a parent feels that their child may actually identify as LGBTQ+, what do you recommend? What should they say or maybe not say? Should they mention it to their child, wait for the child to bring it up? What do you think?
What parents, experts say about this is for parents to just hold on and wait. Take the lead of your child. Allow the child to come to you. We don't want to inject our feelings into this or what we think. We want to allow our child to come to us. And again, that's that building of that foundation from toddler years that allows our kids to come to us.
And I imagine some parents may feel like they just don't know what to say, right? Or they feel like they don't have enough information about the LGBTQ+ experience. What do you recommend for them?
Again, what experts are saying is to allow the child to come to them, and parents really need to educate. We need to educate ourselves so that we can be informed when we're supporting our children. And it's not a lot of education. It's just talking to other parents, talking to doctors, and asking for some help. This is something that we can do to support our kids.
And Donna, I do want to briefly ask you, I'm sure we're looking sort of forward, but I'm sure some parents have already had these conversations. Maybe they didn't go well. What do you recommend? Is there space to reconcile if you've had the conversation and maybe you didn't utilize some of the tips you've talked about?
Absolutely. There's always space to reconcile. And, you know, I've spoken to parents who weren't that accepting, but then they did allow their child the space and time, and they gave themselves the space and time to learn and understand about this. You want to build, you can rebuild that bond, you can rebuild that trust, and kids want their acceptance from their parents. So if you give it to them, they're going to accept it.
Donna Tatro, really important information. Thank you so much. We've got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
now from Las
From
Vegas.
Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
A 19-year-old baseball catcher from Uganda is following his dream to play baseball professionally in the U.S., all thanks to social media.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Videos of Dennis Kasumba training in difficult conditions went viral, helping scouts discover his talent. And now he has a spot in the MLB Draft League, a summer showcase for top prospects. NBC News correspondent Guad Venenguez shares his inspiring story.
Dennis Kasumba is amazed he's finally here. The 19-year-old baseball catcher from Gayasa, Uganda, had one goal.
My dream to play professional in U.S.
But the journey wasn't easy. Dennis, orphaned at a young age, posted hundreds of videos on social media while training on the dirt next to his house, using things like rocks, water-filled bottles, and even old tires, eventually getting the attention of Major League Baseball. After being denied a visa to the U.S. multiple times, with the help of league officials, Dennis's visa finally got approved. Now in Frederick, Maryland, a dream becomes reality. Dennis is playing in the Major League Baseball Draft League.
I feel very, very happy. I can't believe I'm here.
And his skills could be the real deal, his Twitter claiming he can catch and throw the ball to the second baseman in 1.89 seconds. The Major League Baseball average, 2 seconds. The Draft League provides players from the U.S. and other parts of the world an opportunity to showcase their skills in front of scouts from all 30 Major League Baseball teams to possibly be drafted, a goal Dennis has had his eyes on for years.
My aim is MLB.
His manager and former Major League catcher Rene Rivera was a huge proponent of getting Dennis to America.
It was a long road, working with the government, sending letters back and forth, telling them that I would take care of Dennis.
Rivera has been helping him adjust behind the plate and to life in America.
I guess you're going to do my best that he feel comfortable and he can have fun while here.
His teammates admire his intense work ethic.
I would describe it as just an unbelievably high motor.
He just wants to be a sponge, soak up everything he can, learn everything he can.
Players have also been learning from Dennis.
His story, just see how grateful he is for just every breath of life. It's like, wow, man, it's truly a humbling experience.
It makes you see the bigger picture a little more.
Everything that you take for granted is like the greatest thing in the world to him.
This is a kid that his father died in the Civil War. His mama left him when he was a baby. He never complained of anything.
I think he just brings like a good spirit every day. He just brings that smile.
Dennis not only has gotten the attention of teammates and coaches, but also his favorite player, all-star catcher Salvador Perez, who liked his post on Instagram.
That's wow, 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 oh my God. Salvador Perez liked my video.
Perez is an inspiration to Dennis, and he believes with the same hard work, he too will one day get to the big leagues.
If Salvador Perez can do it in MLB, it means even me, I can do it.
Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Just incredible.
I love that story, and my family is partially Ugandan, so I am particularly proud of him.
I know. I was saying you should tell your grandma about this guy because she still lives there.
If she doesn't already know, she's going to love it.
I love that story. We'll have to root for him. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that are trending right now, shall we?
Yeah, this one is for all the gamers out there. NBA 2K is officially the most popular video game series in the United States. Sports gaming experts at OGambler found that NBA 2K has become the most searched game in 31 states over the last year. Since its release, the latest installment of the series has sold over, get this, 11 million copies. With a new edition, NBA 2K24, expected to drop in September. I don't know if we play games, but maybe we should get into it.
I don't really. My kids do.
Okay.
But Andre, our executive producer, was saying that all of, was it your nephews?
Yes.
All the teenagers. Yeah. All the nephews are playing that game. Teachers in Switzerland are complaining that more and more older kids are showing up to school wearing diapers. A child development expert said kids wearing diapers in school has, quote, skyrocketed, with one teacher even referencing an 11-year-old student wearing diapers to class.
All right. Well, and I've heard of sofas that fold up, but not quite like this. IKEA is unveiling a new couch concept that was actually designed using artificial intelligence. The so-called couch in an envelope was created in collaboration with a Swiss design studio. IKEA says the couch weighs only 20 pounds and can be packed flat to easily move around.
Look at, she's carrying it.
It literally looks like just kind of a big Amazon package. No word on how comfortable, though, the couch is.
I mean, can we show that again? It kind of looks, yeah. I don't know that it looks so comfortable.
I might pass. I'm Zinklea Zamwa.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
If it's Wednesday, will Trump's rivals take him on? Should they? Can they? Those are the questions right now facing Republicans on the campaign trail, as the former president faces political and legal peril and the actual potential for prison time. Plus, for the first time in more than a year, the Federal Reserve did not hike interest rates, but its war on inflation is far from over, and markets are still a little uncomfortable. And Secretary of State Blinken is headed to Beijing. Finally, it's a bid to ease tensions, try to repair relations with one of America's most crucial economic rivals, if you will, following months of turmoil over Chinese military tactics and spying campaigns. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, reporting here in Washington. And for the second time this year, and for the second time ever, we're examining a presidential primary where the frontrunner and last holder of the office was just arraigned. And this time, it was on federal charges. Politically speaking, the sweeping indictment could be the best opening so far for the rest of the Republican presidential field to seriously take on the man who's been the party's standard bearer and leader for the past 7 years. But three questions face the field when it comes to taking on Trump in this post-indictment moment. Will they? Should they? And can they? It all depends on what you think you're trying to accomplish with your own campaign? Those three questions. At the moment, the will of the field to try to exploit this potential opening does not seem particularly strong. The most direct criticism we've heard so far has come from Chris Christie and Asa Hutchinson. Both men say the charges should disqualify Trump from office. Both men are polling, on a good day, around 1%. Mike Pence and Nikki Haley, both former Trump administration officials, with a bit more pull inside the party, have in the past 24 hours been just ever so slightly critical of the former president's conduct, but making sure to couple any critique with a direct attack generally on the justice system. Take a listen.
I can't defend what's alleged. These are serious allegations, and I share the concern of millions of Americans about the way politics has played a hand, whether it be when Hillary Clinton was exonerated in 2016 for essentially engaging in exactly the kind of behavior that President Trump is accused of here. Should I have the great privilege of serving as President of the United States, I've made it clear we're going to clean house at the highest levels at the Department of Justice.
Two things can be true at the same time. One, the DOJ and FBI have lost all credibility with the American people. The second thing can also be true. If this indictment is true, if what it says is actually the case, President Trump was incredibly reckless with our national security.
Now, Haley followed that up by also saying she would be inclined to pardon Trump if she was elected. And the field's most popular non-Trump candidate, Ron DeSantis, well, he's carefully and backhandedly defended the former president while also borrowing from Trump's playbook by attacking the Justice Department. Separate from the question of will the field use this indictment to go after Trump is, should they? Because that question boils down to why these candidates are running. Are they running to lead the Republican Party or to play a role in Donald Trump's Republican Party? As these candidates consider that question, the old guard of the GOP is warning that Donald Trump simply has too much baggage to win another election.
If we nominate anybody not named Donald Trump, we're going to beat Joe Biden. Okay, but we got to nominate somebody not named Donald Trump.
Who would that be?
Let me follow up. Any one of these candidates.
I think if you look at the record in 18, 20, and 22, when he's the issue, we lose. And so I would rather have the issue be Biden and his policies. And I think the way that you do that is you get a different nominee, which is why I'd endorse somebody else.
Finally, there's the question of can they? Can they use this moment to launch a credible challenge against Trump inside the GOP? Because this might be the most thorny question facing this field. Because even if they wanted to and thought they should, they are facing a powerful pro-Trump feedback loop inside the conservative media ecosystem that fuels this Republican base. Just take a look at this chyron from yesterday, following the president's arraignment. If Republicans at the Capitol and on the campaign trail are performing for those viewers on that infotainment network, you're going to end up with politicians looking for ways to excuse Trump's behavior.
There's no allegation that there was harm done to the national security. There's no allegation that he sold it to a foreign power or that it was trafficked to somebody else or that anybody got access to it.
What about those pictures? Was that a good look for the former president to have boxes in a bathroom?
I don't know. Is it a good picture to have boxes in a garage that opens up all the time? A bathroom door locks.
As somebody who's been to Mar-a-Lago, you just can't walk through Mar-a-Lago of your own accord because Secret Service is all over the place. There are 33 bathrooms at Mar-a-Lago. So don't act like it's just in some random bathroom that the guests can go into. That's not true.
Vaughn Hilliard's outside Trump's Golf Club in New Jersey, where he addressed supporters last night. Also with us on Capitol Hill is Ali Vitale, who's been taking the temperature of Republicans there. But Vaughn, let me start with you. In Bedminster, the former president continues to lean into this indictment. While we debate what the rest of the field should do, there's no debate on what he thinks his best legal defense is. He thinks it's a political defense.
Right, and that's why immediately upon returning to New Jersey, he held what was essentially a rally, an opportunity to give remarks. So, you know, a top aide to his yesterday after the event told us that Donald Trump showed last night that an indictment or indictments are not going to stop him from hitting the campaign trail. They're not going to stop him from running for president. And despite the potential of criminal trials in his future, he is going to continue to campaign and run for president. And that was made very clear. And for Donald Trump, and understanding that over the last 8 years, he has had a band of elected officials and leaders around the country who have consistently come to his defense to build a Republican electorate that is just as defiant largely as he is to the Department of Justice's efforts. He understood that over the next 18 months ahead of a general election where he'd win this Republican nomination, he can set the target elsewhere, and that would be on the man that he faces in November of 2024. Listen to him last night on the stage here at Bedminster.
I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, Joe Biden, and the entire Biden crime family. Name a special prosecutor. And all others involved with the destruction of our elections, our borders, and our country itself.
You heard the chants there from many in the crowd. Lock him up, referring to Joe Biden, despite their man up on that stage just being formally arraigned hours earlier. I think it's important to note also, it was last November when Donald Trump announced his candidacy for 2024, Chuck. That was 7 months ago. What's 7 months from now? You're talking about the Iowa caucus. And I think another important note here coming off of this was the fact that I asked that aide whether inside of Bedminster in the campaign they were waiting to hear what other Republican elected leaders were saying. And the quote to me was, "Oh, sure, we do too. We watch what everybody says. This is going to be an intense few months ahead."
And Von Hilliard, they now have a model. They've done this with 2 indictments. 2 more could come before Labor Day. It sounds like they almost see this as a formula.
And it was deja vu, frankly, last night. Instead of flying to Mar-a-Lago to give the remarks, though, it was to Bedminster. I mean, we've been through this before, and they see a model because, you know, when you look back at March 31st, the day that he was indicted out of Manhattan, he had about a 15 percentage point lead over Ron DeSantis. We're now looking at an average of a 30-point lead over Ron DeSantis now. So at least politically, they see the benefits within the Republican electorate. When you get beyond the Republican electorate, of course, we're talking about a different story, but short-term gain for now.
Von Hilliard at Bedminster for us. Von, thank you. Let me move over to Ali Vitale. Ali, you've been taking the temperature. You know, I've got the 3 questions: should they, will they, and can they? A lot of elected Republicans will talk to you if you don't put their name to it. So what are you learning?
Yeah, should they, according to donors and operatives, NBC's reporting that Republicans actually should be taking this moment to go harder and draw more contrast with Trump. Will they? On the record, you're right, not very much so. And I think there's a big divide when you look at what's happening in the House and the Senate. Yet again, it feels like most House Republicans are living on Earth A, defending the former president. Most Senate Republicans are living on Earth B, either not talking about it or being a little bit more tepid in their defense. I mean, look no further than this exchange with Kevin McCarthy versus what Senator Mitch McConnell said about it. Watch.
What's really concerning to the American public, that it really seems like one side of justice is being weaponized and the other is being treated in a different manner.
The Republican campaign for the nomination has already been going on for 6 months. It's going to be going on for a year longer. And I'm just simply not going to comment on the candidates. We've got a bunch of them, and I'm just simply going to stay out of it.
Now, I will say, Chuck, you're right. The tune changes when you don't make these people put their name to it. People are far more critical. They're wringing their hands. They're concerned about what kind of baggage this brings because Trump still, despite the fact that indictments are bad, still has so much political clout over the Republican base.
Ali, should I read anything into the fact I've noticed Kevin McCarthy's very good at this, and a few other these Republicans, they're very careful not to say they believe the Justice Department has been weaponized. They always say, people believe that the Justice Department has been weaponized. I find that distinction intriguing. Am I reading too much of it? I mean, is this Kevin McCarthy's way of being able to one day say, I never said they were weaponized. I just said my constituents thought they were weaponized.
Or I wonder if it's a way to inoculate against if a special counsel were to come out with something against Joe Biden for his classified documents, then it allows Republicans to embrace that as legitimate, as opposed to what they're doing right now with Trump, which is, on the Republican House side anyway, not engaging with the substance, the national security implications, what the classified documents, why Trump had opportunities to give them back and didn't. They're not engaging with that. Instead, they're just saying this is an example of a weaponized justice system, 2 tiers of justice. And what Speaker McCarthy walked away from me yesterday before he was able to answer was he kept bringing up every question. Well, what about Joe Biden? What about Joe Biden? It almost leads to the question of would he prefer and feel better about this whole situation if Biden were for some reason indicted too? He refuses to engage with the realities that these are different scenarios. Biden gave the documents back. Trump, and allegedly on tape, said, well, isn't it better if we just lie and say we don't have them? Like, there are serious differences here that Republicans refuse to engage with. But when you're listening to the parsing of their words, I wonder, I don't know, but I wonder if that's why they're parsing them that way.
No, it is just interesting. I will give whatever we want to say. He is very careful in how he words that. And Ali Vitale and Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you. So joining me now on the political fallout of Trump's now second indictment is our panel. A terrific one today. Susan Page, Washington Bureau Chief for America's newspaper, USA Today. Eugene Robinson, the Washington Post columnist and an NBC News political analyst. And Jim Garrity, a senior political correspondent for the National Review. All right. Should they, will they, can they? Susan, I start with you. What do you expect to happen?
I don't expect much to happen. I mean, I think the most tentative, tiny little fractures, like DeSantis saying when he was in the Navy, he never would have been able to take these classified documents home. So you interpret that as, look at the slap at Trump. If that's a slap at Trump, I'm sorry. It's not much. I do not. I think that Trump has succeeded in getting Republicans to rally around him by being indicted, which is a pretty good trick.
I don't know how you unwind this. Jim, and does more indictments do it?
I say there is not a single Donald Trump supporter out there right now who's going to listen to Ron DeSantis or Vivek Ramaswamy or anybody else coming out and giving a defense of the president, of saying, isn't this unfair? What about Joe Biden, et cetera? And going to look, wow, that's a really good defense. I'm going to vote for Ron DeSantis instead of Donald Trump, right?
Really?
There's no scenario where that happens. So the only way you can do it is say, you know what? Trump is a flawed nominee. If we nominate him, he's going to lose. I am the better choice, and here's why. That's the only way you can beat Trump.
But you're making an electability argument, and that is a question. I don't know whether the party wants to hear electability.
You could also make the argument that being indicted is a bad thing. It's a bad thing to be accused of taking and keeping and hoarding the sensitive national security documents. It's a bad thing to do. He's a bad guy. You can make that argument. Don't you have to say he's a bad guy?
You can say that the long-term consequences could be pretty serious, like you could go to jail, but the short-term consequences have, in this remarkable way, turned to his advantage. It's enabled him to once dominate the conversation, and it's made it very perilous for any Republican to directly criticize him.
If you want to make that argument, we know the Chinese government has been sniffing around Mar-a-Lago, right? If you have, here is where the U.S. military is vulnerable to attack.
Candidate Marco Rubio have done this in 2016? That version of Marco Rubio might have. I
mean, like, here's the
I know.
And then he would have repeated it several times after Christie challenged him. But some argument of, like, here are the consequences of what Trump did. Here is why it is bad for the country. Here's why it is bad for our military. Here's why it is bad for our national security. Trump screwed up. And here are the consequences for you, America. And this is why this trial is important.
I want to play a clip from the 2016 campaign from the Democratic side, because there was a moment from that campaign that arguably you could say may have cost Bernie Sanders any chance at the nomination. Take a listen.
Let me say something that may not be great politics, but I think the secretary is right. And that is that the American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails.
Thank you. Me too. Me too.
Enough of the emails. Let's talk about the real issues facing America.
Different ways, Eugene, to interpret that moment. But it was a moment where he decided not to go after what could have been a vulnerability.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people at that moment thought better of Bernie Sanders for his having done that, right? Because of the way people were, Republicans were piling on Hillary Clinton. I think even a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters thought that was wrong, and therefore...
Well, it goes back to a similar negative partisanship, right? Well, you know, Democrats didn't want to see another Democrat look like a Republican, just like Republicans get mad at fellow Republicans if they use a Democratic critique.
Exactly. Now, in retrospect, that's an interesting hypothesis. In retrospect, it's an interesting hypothesis that if Bernie had gone after Hillary, maybe he would have gotten it.
And the point is this, if you don't do it, aren't you taking away a possibility of a way to change the narrative? Because if you don't do it, you've just, like Jim said, defending Trump isn't going to get you a vote.
What world would we be in if Hillary Clinton had not used a private email server when she was Secretary of State? Because it was a huge issue for her in that campaign, and it has given Republicans this out to say, she did it, and so did he. Why is he being indicted?
Yeah, and it isn't the same, and we can go through all the specific details why it's not the same, but many people just hear classified material.
Look, actually, that's the most honest thing Bernie Sanders ever said. This is not going to be good politics. Yes, underline that in red. When you go out and you make that argument of, look, there's this vulnerability of my opponent, but I'm not going to take advantage of that. Right. I'm taking that off the table. I'm only interested in beating my opponent on these issues, not those issues. If you're Ron DeSantis, you really want to beat him on woke. Okay, that's great, but look where you are right now. You're down 30. Yeah. That's not going to be enough. You're going to need something else to be a compelling argument.
But let me get to the final question, which I think is the one we dealt with, is it even possible? Can they? Meaning, do the dogs want to eat cat food?
Right.
I guess the way to describe it.
So, right. They don't want new Trump. They want Trump, right? They don't like they didn't want new Coke. I mean, so that's certainly the situation right now, and it may not be possible, but things can change. One of these candidates could be watching right now and could listen to Jim and say, gee, maybe I should actually attack the guy who's leading us all.
If it's impossible and it doesn't matter, well, then you should say what you think is right, because at least you've got that and you can look yourself in the mirror. But here's the thing. If it doesn't matter, then take the swing. What do you have to lose by taking the swing at it?
But ironically, Susan, I mean, it looks like these debates, Trump's going to have his own defense team on the debate stage. Yeah. Christie may go after him, but Vivek Ramaswamy is going to be like, I got this.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Big field probably helps Trump. Lack of confrontation helps Trump. General election, different story.
Whole different story.
Well, and that's the obvious thing, and it comes back to electability. The best case against Trump is electability, and it seems like that is just every Republican tries to make this argument, Jim, and it doesn't look like it's had any impact.
And I think one of the reasons it does is if Joe Biden had a really high approval rating right now, and he looked and the economy's roaring, and everything's going great, and inflation isn't, nobody's worried about grocery prices. If everybody felt great, then maybe like, hey, hey, Republicans, we can't botch this. We really need to be.
But there's this perception that anybody can beat him?
Yeah, and I think it's conceivably that when you have an 80-year-old president who tends to mumble and meander and tell old stories about corn pop and stuff like that, and the economy's not great, you never know what's going to happen between now and 2024, Biden could get beaten by Trump.
This is why I think Trump won it in 2016, because of that same perception. Yes, he's less electable, but they didn't think he was unelectable because they thought, well, anybody can beat Hillary.
Well, that's what they thought. So maybe they think anybody can beat Joe Biden. Now, people have thought that before, and Joe Biden is one.
Yeah.
I think electability is a good political argument against Trump. I think, attempted coup is a really good argument as well. I mean, the entire record of the Trump presidency for a lot of voters, it's too much. I don't want to do that again.
And this gets back to something, Susan, that I think that the left made a mistake when they tried to deplatform Trump. One thing I think we have learned is that the more front and center Trump is to the electorate, the more he exhausts that electorate. It is not a good. And I wonder if this is where I think these Republican campaigns are missing. It's like, no, keep hitting him and bait him. Bait him, because he will not stay quiet when you attack him.
That's true, although that's also his appeal to his voters, that he is willing to say things no one else will say, that he never stops fighting for himself, but that gives him the perception that he's also fighting for you. I'd also like to say that thinking that an attempted coup is grounds to not want to support somebody, very much the traditionalist you are.
Yes, I am. Call me old-fashioned. I'm sorry.
But don't you think it's worth almost trying to make Trump mad if you're a front runner? Christie, we know why Christie's doing it. He's just trying to repair his own relationship with mainstream America for what he did. I understand what but if you actually want to win this thing, you gotta.
Okay, throughout the 2020 Democratic presidential primary, particularly in those early ones, you'd start to see a good fight going. And then often Cory Booker or one of them would say, this is just what the Republicans want to see. We can't fight amongst ourselves. This is a debate. It's not a group hug. It's not a kumbaya circle. You're supposed to
are doing the same thing.
It's the idea of like, we can't be sitting around criticizing Donald Trump. You're behind. What do you want to do then?
Well, I will give you this. the founder of National Review, the whole point was to have a debate.
Yes,
right. So
precisely.
Mr. Buckley would be very, very happy to hear you say that, Jim. Susan, Eugene, Jen, thank you guys. Terrific start. We should note, in reference to that Fox banner we showed you at the top of the show in a statement to NBC News that we just got, the spokesperson for the network said the chyron was taken down immediately and was addressed. Okay. Coming up, the United States of America versus Donald Trump. We're going to dive into the former president's latest legal defense and why it includes Bill Clinton's sock drawer. That's next. Plus, the Fed goes from taking a hike to taking a break. We'll have the details on the latest move on interest rates, what it means for the economy, and the fight against inflation. You are watching Meet the Press Now.
Fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. This afternoon, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, made his first public comments since Special Counsel Jack Smith indicted former President Donald Trump. While taking questions from reporters, Garland declined to directly address details of the investigation. But he did defend the Special Counsel's independence as the Department of Justice faces an onslaught of criticism from Trump and defenders of Trump from congressional Republicans.
So, as you know, I can't talk about particulars of this or any other ongoing criminal matter. As I said when I appointed Mr. Smith, I did so because it underscores the Justice Department's commitment to both independence and accountability. Mr. Smith is a veteran career prosecutor. He has assembled a group of experienced and talented prosecutors and agents who share his commitment to integrity and the rule of law.
Those remarks came after the former president again attacked the special counsel's investigation during remarks at his Bedminster property last night, as he claimed before a group of supporters that he had a, quote, legal right to the classified documents at the center of this case. Source tells NBC News it is likely that claim will form the center of his defense strategy. So let's try to unpack that a little bit. Joining me now are NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett and Danny Savalos, a criminal defense attorney and an NBC legal analyst. Laura, let me start with you and whether we have a better idea of the timeline of some of these pre-trial motions, because it obviously gives us a little bit of a window on the likelihood of whether we can see a trial before the election or after. So let's start with Walt Nauta here. The delayed arraignment, how much does that impact the timeline?
It shouldn't that much materially, Chuck. The judge in this case, Judge Eileen Cannon, who's actually the one who's going to be overseeing it, so not the magistrate that he appeared in front of yesterday, but the main trial judge, she could set a status conference anytime to bring the attorneys in. Obviously, Trump has been arraigned, and so there's no reason, I would think, to delay things. However, of course, she doesn't have to, and she could sit on this really as long as she wants, and certainly she could wait for Nauta to get arraigned and do everything all at once. We just have to wait and see. As of 2 seconds ago, when I checked the docket, there's no movement. So
what you're saying is the judge here, if the judge wants a speedy trial, the judge can make life such that lawyers have to participate. And if the judge wants to stretch things out, she's got that power too?
I cannot overstate enough how much power she's going to wield when it comes to the timing of this. Obviously, we've talked about Trump's legal team delaying things and that being part of the strategy, but she has a role to play in that. Every motion that they file, she can sit on as long as she wants, or she can rule as quickly as she wants. We just don't yet know how she's going to approach these issues. And obviously, people have raised questions based on her past rulings, but she might do things differently this time, especially given the fact that she was so thoroughly rebuked by the federal appeals court last time.
And Laura, walk me through the different, how did these court moments, you know, sort of the pretrial stuff. Yeah. You've got Manhattan, you've got this, we're going to have Fulton County likely, and we might have another one here. How is that all coordinated? And is there going to be one trial at a time, or could there be motions in the works for multiple potential trials at the same time?
I think you're going to see a lot of overlapping motion practice and a lot of paper flying and a lot of arguments all happening at the same time. We know we have at least one trial date for sure, and Judge Merchan in Manhattan has already told the former president, I expect you to participate, and I understand that there's a campaign happening, but he made it very clear that trial date is firm, at least the last time we were in front of Judge Merchan in New York. He made that clear. As for Georgia, what's getting interesting there is we know, based on reporting from our Blaine Alexander, that officials for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office have actually been scoping things out, getting ready for any possible indictment. And we just got a statement in from the Fulton County's DA's office who's saying essentially whatever's going on with the feds, that's their business. It will not impact our investigation, which again just shows you there's the federal system and the state system. Everyone's getting sort of a civil procedure lesson in how this country works. Those two can stand alone, and they could be overlapping.
Danny Savalos, let's talk about the potential Trump defense here. Every right to those documents, right? This is, if he's saying it publicly, we know in many ways his legal theories he throws out there as campaign fodder anyway. Does he have a case?
Do not take Trump's defense case from Trump's mouth. I suspect his actual defense will be different than what we hear him say at rallies. But if his defense involves the Presidential Records Act, and it might, I wouldn't be surprised, because as a defendant, as a defense attorney, you have to try everything because you never know what will work, and your percentages are so low anyway when it comes to a motion to dismiss that you try it. If you think it has an outside chance, you preserve the issue for appeal. Maybe you get a second chance if you're convicted at the Circuit Court of Appeal. But look, you've got to get creative. And in a case like this, with the allegations being as detailed as they are, this defense team has to get creative. So the Presidential Records Act, it may be true that Trump was allowed to designate some records as personal and some as presidential, but that's outside of the realm of classified documents, of national defense information. The case he talked about last night, the Clinton sock drawer case, that involved a very narrow issue of personal and presidential documents. It really didn't involve classified documents, and it certainly didn't involve receiving a subpoena from DOJ and allegedly concealing or moving around boxes of documents.
If you were running this defense team, Danny, and you had 4 trials staring you in the face, would your goal for all of them be delay, delay, delay? Or do you start to pick and choose, all right, that one's going to go to trial, so let's start focusing here. This one we have the best chance at doing delays. Let's do that there. I mean, how would you be going about this?
You have to balkanize them. Take each case and treat it as its separate fiefdom, deal with it, even have different attorneys on that case, ideally. And I think to some degree Trump has had that, but he also has a high attrition rate for attorneys. And in terms of organizing them all, you really just take them as they come. They're really each court is under no obligation to show deference to the other one. There are some deference rules once somebody is sentenced and a prisoner between the state and federal system, but that's way, way away, and that's not even, we don't know if that's a sure thing or not. At this stage, the courts schedule things at their leisure, and then the litigants have to figure out their own calendars. It's something that lawyers do every day with cases that don't involve the same defendant. They have to manage their calendars based on what the court designates as the trial date, the motions date, and whatever other dates.
Not a single defense attorney we've talked to so far says that they would be advising Walt Nauta to be doing it the way he's doing it. But if he does decide to have his own defense, would his trial happen would the timeline start to diverge?
No, I think you're asking if he had his own counsel. No, the timeline remains the same. These defendants will likely be tried together unless something happens.
Okay.
Unless something happens to sever them. And I'm not aware of that move right now. The far greater probability, in my opinion, is that Walt Nauta, who apparently is not interested in pleading guilty and cooperating with prosecutors today, that question may have a different answer in 2 weeks, in 2 months, or even 6 months down the road.
And Lord Jarrett, given that the former president, owns property in Miami-Dade County, started to, do rallies down there, had the stop at Versailles, how does justice handle the potential tainting of the jury pool?
I think they have to confront it head on, and it's one of the reasons why you can imagine they want to get in front of Judge Cannon pretty quickly to talk about those type of issues, talk about what a protective order would look like so that he can't put certain evidence out there to try to taint the jury pool. Now, you might say, well, they sort of ran a gamble by charging the case down there to begin with. They know what the demographics in Florida are like just as much as they do Washington, D.C., but it also appears that they were more worried about the case getting dismissed if they hadn't brought it in Florida, Chuck.
Yeah, that's for sure. Lord Jarrett, Danny Savalos, I have more questions, but I don't have more time. Thank you both. Terrific stuff. Up next, we are live at the Federal Reserve, where we heard from Chairman Jerome Powell today. He just finished speaking to reporters in the last hour, following today's interest rate decision that, of course, has the market rattled. If they had raised interest rates, the market would have gone up, right? So because they didn't, market went down. Details are next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, the Fed did something unusual today, though they had been telegraphing it for weeks. It didn't hike interest rates this quarter, for this month at least. For the first time since March of last year, the central bank kept rates steady, and it didn't raise them, as new data points to ease inflation and price pressure have been coming out. But the Fed chair, Jay Powell, also signaled today that the Fed's fight against inflation is not yet over. We're not at 2%, we're still at 4%. And that policymakers will likely raise rates twice before the end of this year. The markets did not like hearing that news, which is why the Dow closed down more than 230 points today, due to future interest rate hikes. It comes as many consumers are still feeling some pain of higher prices. Shoppers in Chicago told NBC the cost of food remains above what they're used to.
Everything around is going up. I ain't gonna say gas is a little level out now. But the food, some of the food is ridiculous.
I believe it when I see it.
You don't feel it yet?
No, I don't see it either.
Well, let's bring in CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman. He's at the Fed. And Steve, I just did my own road trip over the last long weekend for myself. And yeah, the price of gas is now back to sort of normal figures everywhere. But it really does seem as if it's the price of housing that seems to be the issue here more than anything, because that has not budged.
Yeah, housing hasn't budged because over 15 years, Chuck, we have not built enough houses in this country. And, you know, I have a lot of sympathy for the people you just quoted there, because what has happened to the average American is prices have gone up and their wages haven't gone up along with prices. And I don't think what the Fed is trying to do is to engineer prices to fall back to where they were. That's not part of the plan. They just want to keep the rate of increase from going up. That's what we call inflation. And they're trying to bring it back down to a more normal 2% a year. And then people's standard of living will maintain if they get raises above that.
Is this a good economy, statistically or not? Steve?
Statistically, it's an economy that's running below potential, but it's not an economy in recession. It's an economy with a very good job market, an historically good job market, but with an economy with an inflation problem that has remained kind of stubborn. It's not the worst inflation problem. We've seen, you know, places where it's been double digit, where it's been hyperinflation. It's about double where it should be, but it's coming down. So it could be a good economy. If you can get inflation back down towards 2%, people can hold on to the raises they have, then the standard of living should go up or at least maintain where it's been.
I saw what the market did today, but is the market now betting against a recession?
It's a great question, Chuck. What has happened over the past several months is the idea of a soft landing for the economy. That is, we vanquish inflation without a deep recession, has gotten a little more respect on Wall Street. It used to be if you talked about soft landing, they'd kind of laugh you off. I've kind of been in that camp for a while, where I thought it was possible for, say, Jay Powell and the Fed to what we might call stick the landing and have a soft landing. So it is possible that that can happen. The unemployment rate projection from the Fed today, pretty mild, 4.1%. We had been as low as 3.4, but if we get out of this, Chuck, with just a 4.1% unemployment rate, I think that would be a pretty big win.
We still have a labor shortage, right? And it's still on the service sector, correct?
Yeah, there's still, I look today at leisure and hospitality, for example, that sector of the economy is still running 500,000 jobs below where it was before the pandemic. And guess what? The sector and the economy have grown. So actually, the shortage is less. Medical care, health care, education, all those places are places that, even in government, by the way, are places that don't have the same numbers of workers or need more workers. So there's still a labor shortage. It's still a good time to be a worker here. Probably what's happened, Chuck, and the issue that's going on is some of the sectors during the pandemic, they hired more than they ended up needing for when the pandemic ended. So we have to have a lot of churn going on in the job market to get the workers in the right place.
Yeah, it does feel like this is still, history will probably still call this pandemic recovery mode, but we'll see. Yeah. I think we all look forward to looking at this historically rather than living it. Steve Leisman at the Fed for us. Steve, great to hear from you. After the break, Blinken to Beijing, America's top diplomat. finally headed back to China amid rising tensions between the two superpowers and some new revelations about Chinese spy operations in our hemisphere. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will finally be making a much-discussed high-stakes visit to Beijing. Remember, he postponed the trip back in February after that Chinese spy balloon was spotted flying across the United States. State Department officials say the goal of this two-day trip is to establish communication channels, which have been frayed in recent weeks, including after China rejected a meeting with the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, as well as discussions about regional and global security issues. All of this comes amid deepening tensions between the U.S. and China, including provocative military encounters in the air and at sea in Asia, and new confirmation from the White House that China and Cuba have reached an agreement to put an electronic eavesdropping facility in Cuba, and that China has been spying on the United States from a base from Cuba for years. So joining me now is Michael Allen. He's a former senior director at the National Security Council in the Bush administration. He's also a former Majority Staff Director for the House Intelligence Committee. Michael, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
So this Cuba-China connection, I know you've know this particular part of this really well. I want to start with the Cuba policy. If Trump doesn't get rid of the Cuba policy that Obama established during his years, where a bit of a rapprochement to Cuba, does China establish this base in Cuba?
I still think they do. I think the Chinese wanted to be able to populate the Western Hemisphere, if you will, with intelligence platforms. That's, of course, something we've done all over Asia. So I saw it as spy versus spy. part of the normal product of a bilateral relationship. And so I think that would have gone forward regardless.
There's a part of me that wonders what can they actually do from Cuba in the eavesdropping space that's effective? I mean, it's not like we're not aware of that, and it's not like Cuba's not been an intelligence concern to our hemisphere for decades.
Well, I think it's the same reason why when you go to embassies around the globe and even here in Washington, you see antenna and satellite dishes all over the place. And that's because there are cellular communications here in the atmosphere, if you will, that are suitable for collection. And not only that, I think many of our military bases put off a signature, if you will, something about heat sources or the electronics that are being emitted that they can use and analyze to deduce what we're doing on a variety of different military bases around the globe. So I think it's helpful in the end, not only for the United States and our platforms around the world, but certainly China wants the same thing.
I'm curious, would it be worth trying to get China off of Cuba? Or is this sort of, you accept this is, as you put it, spy versus spy. We've got our own agenda that we're trying to stand up for a rules-based order in Asia. And at the end of the day, it is not worth us changing our Cuba policy over this.
I think if I'm the Biden administration, I probably have some strong words for the Cubans and try and warn them away from it. But I don't know that I would put it as one of the greatest efforts that they should undertake here as they try to move forward with their Cuba policy. And that's because it is spy versus spy. This is something that we would do and that we have done on allied territory all over the globe. We don't love it that the Chinese are in our backyard, but I think it is something that becomes now part of a rigorous counterintelligence program by the United States to make sure we're taking defensive measures against the Chinese.
Well, what kind of worries do we have in the rest of South America and Central America? I mean, I know that we know that some of those countries have been flirting with the Chinese.
Yeah, very much so. One, I think, is the Chinese that want to set up bases, military bases on the Atlantic Ocean, not only in Africa, but I think they're also looking for a port in the Western Hemisphere.
In the Caribbean?
They've obviously got relations with Venezuela as well. So there's a variety of different countries, if you will, Chuck, that are sort of trending in the direction of the Chinese. The Chinese have a very aggressive aid and assistance packages that they give to a variety of countries. And I think that's one of the inducements the Chinese want to offer so that over time they may want to have a military base there. You remember they tried to do this in the UAE, and we went in heavy to the UAE and said, no way, no how can you do this? Expect us to do the same thing on a military base, but it's a little bit different, I think, for an intelligence platform.
All right, let's go to the Blinken trip. What's a realistic deliverable, to speak the language you used to speak in the NSC world?
Yeah, I think they're going to come out of this just happy that we're talking again and that Xi Jinping will be on track to come to San Francisco for the APEC summit. I think the administration began this year hoping to have more normal relations with the Chinese. You remember they use this term guardrails all the time. They don't want the relationship to go off into the ditch. And so I think they were worried after the balloon, which kind of interfered with relations between us and the Chinese for many months. Yeah. I think they just want to make sure that the relationship is not in a free fall. The question, though, is will the Chinese try to improve relations with us? You just showed the footage of what they're doing very dangerously in the South China Sea and in the air over the South China Sea. So there's a lot to be tense about.
Well, it's interesting to me, then maybe it's in that context I want to ask you about a comment Janet Yellen made yesterday. She went out of her way to say we're not trying to decouple from China. I assume that was for an audience in Beijing as much as it was for an audience anywhere else. But don't tell Congress that. They've been passing laws to do just that, which is decouple. What is our policy, economic policy, in terms of China?
Well, look, I mean, the administration says it's to de-risk, not to decouple. I think they did that to get on the same page as the Europeans, which, by the way, I think was wise because over time we need to be more aligned with the Europeans as we deal with China. But you're onto something else, and that is, I don't think a lot of people in town can adequately describe just what is the China policy. Sometimes Secretary Blinken says it's invest, align, and compete, but other times it looks confrontational, and honestly, for the last few weeks, it looks like a pro-engagement strategy. And all the while, I think Senator Kerry, Secretary Kerry, is over there trying to cut deals on climate change. Right. So it's a little bit confusing to confront someone while at the same time trying to cooperate with them.
Well, and if you talk about China in a domestic political area, just bashing them is good politics, which, of course, I think complicates perhaps what the policymakers want to engage in as well. Michael Allen, good to have your expertise on the show. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Still to come. Conflict and catastrophe. A record number of people have had to flee their homes due to violence, persecution, and natural disaster. That's according to a brand new United Nations report. Well, the leader of one of the world's top humanitarian rescue groups joins me next to discuss. You're watching Meet the President.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. A staggering new report out of the United Nations today, as experts now estimate that the people that have been forcibly displaced by conflict, persecution, or human rights violations grew to over 108 million in the last year. That number grew by 19 million in 2022 alone, driven in large part by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The war has forced over 11 million people to flee from their own homes, and with nearly 6 million leaving the country altogether. About 35% of currently displaced people are classified as refugees or asylum seekers. And as you can see in this chart, that number grew sharply last year as well. War will do that. To put the overall numbers into some perspective, this means 1 in every 74 people on this planet has had to leave their home. If we view that through an American lens, it's roughly the equivalent of a third of the total U.S. population, if you're trying to get your arms around this. I'm joined now by David Miliband. He's the president and CEO of the International Rescue Committee. He is on the front lines of this. And David, let's start with, we know we have the reasons behind this. How about the resources to deal with it? Are the rich countries doing enough?
Thanks, Chuck. Humanitarian aid is a growth industry for all the wrong reasons.
Right.
And we can see that this is now a trend, not a blip. Your graphs show that very clearly. In direct answer to your question, it's very striking that it's poor countries and lower middle income countries who bear the brunt of the burden About 70% of the world's refugees are in poor or lower middle income countries rather than rich countries. In terms of the way the rich countries are stepping up, there's two sides to this story. The Ukraine side of the story is actually a very encouraging side. Europe has stood up in a very striking way, guaranteeing residence, work permits, education for kids for 5, 6, 7 million Ukrainian refugees. But for the rest of the refugee population, it's a much more tough story of really struggling to survive. Poverty rates very high, violence against women very high. And so the truth is that the international aid system is struggling to catch up with the scale of the problem. And our call is to say, look, you've got to manage this problem, because if you don't, it just gets bigger and bigger.
We didn't even bring up the climate displacement. So take Pakistan, because this is one of the countries I think you're referring to. They've been having to take in refugees from Afghanistan in particular, and at the same time, they've had some natural disasters that is arguably so bad they cannot handle it on their own. If you throw in climate displacement, what do these numbers look like?
Well, that's a great point, because there's a footnote in the report which says, by the way, in this figure of 108 million, we've not counted the 33 million who are, we think, are climate internally displaced. They've not yet crossed a border, but that's in addition. And so all of the trends, all of the drivers are towards more people being forced to flee their homes. We're not talking about people, I mean, people like me. I moved to America to get a job, but I wasn't forced to do so. We're talking about forced displacement. And so the climate crisis needs to be layered on top of this. And of course, the striking feature of the climate crisis is that most of those countries on the front line have done least to contribute to it and are spending the least to counteract its ill effects. Just to give you one example of that, Somalia, war-torn country, also a country hit hard by drought, climate-related. They're spending, and they're supported to the tune of $1 per person per year to adapt to the climate crisis. That's only brewing up more people movement in the future.
So if you could get the rich countries together, if you could be at the G7, if you could be at the G20, what does refugee aid look like going forward when you're going to have so many? You know, it's not just about taking in people. It's also about probably building resilience, helping to develop things like this. I feel like we're a long way away from something like that.
Well, you're absolutely right to want to get to the roots of the problem. There is an IRC 3-point plan, 5-point plan, 10-point plan on this. But just to give you the key highlights, one, we've got to bring back diplomacy. 54 civil conflicts going on around the world at the moment. They're the primary driver of refugee and internal displacement flows.
54. Wait. Let's not fly over that. 54. Ukraine's just one of them. Okay.
Ukraine's actually the fifth. These are 54 civil conflicts within countries. So we're talking Syria, we're talking Somalia, we're talking internal conflicts, civil wars. Ukraine, war between states on top of that. So we've got to bring diplomacy back. Secondly, we've got to deal the fragile states into the climate bargain. At the moment, they're being ignored even by those who are trying to make a difference on the climate front. We can't just spend trillions on decarbonizing the energy supply of countries like this. We've also got to help countries on the front line adapt to the climate crisis. Thirdly, we've got to fund the refugee crisis other than Ukraine in the same way that the Ukraine crisis is being supported. If refugees around the world had the kind of support that refugees from Ukraine have in Europe, we'd be seeing very different figures on the number of people in poverty, the amount of humanitarian distress around the world.
David Miliband, you always give a lot of good voice to this. It's important to get your perspective, all the work you've been doing over the years on refugee
Thanks so much for having me on. I really appreciate
you doing it.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you all for being with us this hour. I appreciate that. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues right now with my friend Hallie.
We're coming on the air with new fallout from former President Trump's historic not guilty plea, with Attorney General Merrick Garland defending the special counsel, and a new poll just out showing Mr. Trump still way out front with Republicans. What our sources are saying tonight about what's happening around the former president and why his former vice president is catching heat from one host on pardons. Plus, millions of Americans right now facing down the threat of dangerous tornadoes rolling through the South as we speak. We'll take a live look at who's in the path tonight. Then, in just the last couple hours, a new study is showing a drug that's supposed to help people with ADHD actually hurts the productivity of people who don't. So why are those people who don't have ADHD taking it in the first place? And in tonight's backstory, we're going behind the scenes of an NBC News exclusive. What exactly happened in the seconds before Tom Costello's live shot right here? We're going to pull back the curtain and fill you in. Plus, in tonight's original, why fans of the Oakland A's are protesting their team's planned move to Las Vegas by packing the stadium. Powerful scenes from a reverse boycott later on in the show tonight. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are now getting the first comments from the Attorney General since former President Trump pleaded not guilty to those 37 federal charges down in Miami Tuesday. You've got Merrick Garland now backing up his special counsel, Jack Smith, as the Justice Department is facing a slew of attacks from Republicans who say the DOJ has been weaponized, is becoming two-tiered. Listen.
When I appointed Mr. Smith, I did so because it underscores the Justice Department's commitment to both independence and accountability. Mr. Smith is a veteran career prosecutor.
Another first tonight, a look at how voters, right, a snapshot at how voters are feeling about this indictment for the former president. Of course, faced with allegations he mishandled classified documents and didn't return them when he was supposed to. This new survey shows nearly no change, down about 3% since the charges came out, still inside the margin of error. Comes as our sources are telling us that Mr. Trump is trying to stay calm and upbeat after the hearing, the arraignment yesterday, cheering his staff for how they stage managed everything that went down Tuesday, like at Bedminster. They're also telling us that he will probably defend himself by saying he truly believed he was allowed to hold on to these documents in question. On the campaign front, sources say this isn't going to slow this down, that he plans to get out there, keep hitting the trail, and maybe most importantly for Mr. Trump, he's satisfied that the news around him seems to have sucked all the oxygen away from his Republican rivals. NBC's Garrett Hake is live for us in Bedminster, New Jersey. That is where the former president is. Listen, nothing on his schedule for a few days. We got a kind of a look at some fundraising numbers, but certainly not the trumpet tooting that we saw the last time around. And we've laid out where his head is at this moment. Talk us through where things stand today and what we should expect in the days to come.
Well, look, I think today is the Department of Justice revenge day a little bit, with Merrick Garland being the one behind the microphone talking, as you just played, about Jack Smith and the integrity and the professionalism of his team. They needed to do that. Donald Trump's been hammering away at the special counsel over and over and over again, including at that speech in Bedminster last night, getting, really personal terms going after Smith and his wife. So a little bit of brushback from the DOJ and not much else from Donald Trump here tonight. You pointed out those fundraising numbers. The campaign, leaking that they had raised $2 million at the fundraiser last night. I think that's interesting. This is a pre-planned fundraiser. This was not something that they threw together just because of the indictment. It was supposed to mark Donald Trump's birthday, which is today. We've not seen them really going out of their way to tout fundraising numbers like they did last time, where within a week of the indictment, the former president had raised $12 million. So, Hallie, it may be a little bit of an opportunity for the former president to catch his breath, perhaps catch up with the legal team today and try to plot a path forward. They like kind of where they are and how they got, certainly buoyed by the poll numbers that you mentioned that show him still with a commanding lead. But in terms of next steps, it's a little bit of a wait and see.
What's also part of the next steps process, Garrett, is the way that the Republican opponents going up against the former president for the White House are going to be put on the spot again and again about the indictment of Donald Trump, right, about these federal charges. Yeah. Mike Pence got that today in what was a kind of spicy exchange with the radio show host on this issue of whether or not the former vice president would pardon, if elected, his former boss. I want to play a little bit of it, then I want you to talk about it.
I take the pardon authority very seriously. It's an enormously important power of someone in an executive position. And I just think it's premature to have any conversation about that right now, guys.
It's what came next in this interview, Garrett, that is illustrating, I think, the way that, as Donald Trump's sort of people around him put it to you and to others, they are in some ways stage managing the narrative as it relates to the GOP primary.
Yeah, that's right. This idea of pardoning Trump has become something of a litmus test on the right. And you saw Vivek Ramaswamy, the candidate who's kind of been basically a stalking horse for Donald Trump throughout this race so far, being the first one to come out and say he would definitely do so. Then Nikki Haley, who's taken 3 or 4 different shades of positions on the indictment overall. The latest version saying that she would be kind of theoretically open to the idea of a pardon. She would be predisposed towards it because she doesn't want to see Donald Trump wind up in jail. And then you've got Pence here, who's tried to stake out a more nuanced position on the indictment overall. Remember, it was just this morning that he came out and said, or I guess last night in an interview with the Wall Street Journal that was published this morning, that he had actually read the full text of the indictment, and oh, by the way, he thought it was serious. But listen to how he gets pressed on this in that same radio show when he was trying to kind of keep his options open here to just let the legal process play out.
But what I'm hearing is you're fine with Donald Trump being put in prison, sir, and that, to me, since you were his vice president, feels pretty disrespectful.
I had a standard rule. I don't talk about hypotheticals. Look, we don't know what the president's defense here is. I think he's entitled to make his defense, entitled to have his day in court.
Hallie, Mike Pence is one of the most on-message people I think you or I both have probably ever interviewed. It's the same here. He really doesn't like to talk about hypotheticals, and he's trying to sort of stake out this ground here that the legal process has to play out, which is also a convenient way of saying, I don't want to be asked about this every day, but he's clearly going to be.
Bring it back here to Washington, because we've got some new reporting over in the other beat that you cover, which is the Capitol, that only one of 18 House members who were in these competitive districts that were won by President Biden back in 2020, have actually said anything about the indictment. You know, you had Don Bacon saying it's obvious what the president did was wrong. He had some pretty strong words. The other 17 didn't really respond here. What do you read into that?
Well, same as it ever was, to quote the talking heads here, Hallie. I mean, the problem for all of these Republicans is what you need to do to win in a Republican primary right now is be Trumpy enough, even in a district where Donald Trump did not win the general election. So you need to have his base behind you to win in a primary, and then you basically need to try to very gently turn your back on those people to win in a general election. And so if you're one of those 18, the best thing you can do right now is say nothing, because there's no good answer that's going to make both of those camps happy. Donald Trump is the most polarizing politician since Richard Nixon. This issue is probably the most polarizing issue since January 6th. And it's a problem for everyone who's trying to thread that needle in a battleground district or state.
Especially, Garrett, and I'll be quick here, when the new polling that's out today shows in this early snapshot, and again, it is early here, really is not moving the needle.
No, it certainly doesn't seem to be. I mean, the most important issue for Republican voters remains the economy. It's the most important issue for voters across the board. I don't even know how you poll this question, to be honest, because when you start talking about corruption or reform of the DOJ, I mean, you could pick the way you want to describe this, Hallie, and it's code words for different sides. And so it's really hard, I think, to get a sense of how much this issue is going to move the needle, at least in this very early stage.
Garrett Hake live for us there in Bedminster. Garrett, thank you much. We want to get to some breaking news now, because parts of Georgia, we understand as we speak, wow, look at that, under an active tornado warning. There are really bad thunderstorms. Something like 30 million people are at risk. What you're looking at is actually in Alabama. That was a funnel cloud in the southeast part of the state. We've already seen 6 reported tornadoes today alone. Obviously, a lot of damage. You can see the roof of that house torn off, some of the siding, it looks like, too. We're just finding out one woman has been hospitalized in Alabama. Office buildings are gone. There's one where the ceiling is ripped off. The outside wall is like on the ground there. Some areas are facing what's known as this rare, I'm going to quote here, particularly dangerous situation. That's the designation. Look at this hail. Looks like golf balls coming down. There's winds at maybe hurricane speeds. You go a little further west to Texas, very dangerous heat. Alerts from Waco down to Brownsville. We're talking temperatures of 115 or even higher in some spots. With concerns about what this is going to do to the electric grid. Think about it. Everybody's running their air conditioning. Can the system take it? I want to get to meteorologist Bill Cairns. What are you tracking now, Bill? What are you seeing?
It's all about the dangerous winds and possibility of tornadoes in the south. That's the most life-threatening situation we have. You know, we get strong thunderstorms and sometimes severe that are racing really fast. It's a dangerous situation. So you were mentioning that PDS tornado watch. PDS, particularly dangerous situation. We get them when we're going to have big tornado outbreaks, but occasionally we can get them when we expect really dangerous high winds from thunderstorms, like hurricane gusts that are possible. So that's this area right here that includes Jackson, Mississippi, Starkville, southwards, down almost to Macomb. This will probably be extended southwards with the next watch when it comes out in about an hour or two. So far, it hasn't been too bad. What we're concerned with, at least the potential, is for a derecho. A derecho is when we get a long duration, severe wind event over 200 miles of 200 miles of damage. We haven't had that yet, but that's the potential, at least in the atmosphere. We've also had numerous tornado watches in southern portions of Georgia, including Waycross to Savannah, or just north of Jacksonville. This is the area where we've had a few tornadoes reported during the day today. Those pictures we showed you there from Abbeville, that was located right here with these tornadoes. And we've had a couple since then near Albany, Georgia. No significant damage with those besides the one we showed you the pictures. Everywhere you see with the blue and the white, that's large hail and also wind damage. We've had reports of a 5-inch hailstone, which would be tied the state record in Mississippi. And you mentioned we do have one tornado warning. This is Albany, Georgia, and this is Bridgeport, and this is Sylvester. So again, still continuing at this hour, Hallie. We'll continue to track this all night.
Well, we're going to be talking to you again, I am sure, in the next little bit here, Bill. Don't go too far. Thank you. Let's get to some developing news on the economy, too, because we've got word from the Fed. They're pressing pause for now on those interest rate hikes. It's the first time they're doing that in more than a year. So instead of raising rates, they're leaving things where they are, right? They're going to wait on increasing it for the 11th straight time. But it doesn't mean that's what you're going to see for the rest of the year. There's a projection of a couple of more rate hikes. Listen to what Fed Chair Jay Powell just said not too long ago.
Looking ahead, nearly all committee participants view it as likely that some further rate increases will be appropriate this year to bring inflation down to 2% over time.
This comes as the inflation rate is now down to 4%. We talked to you about that yesterday, the lowest it's been in 2 years. Gas is cheaper, used cars even getting a little bit cheaper too. Shaq Brewster is live for us out at a grocery store in Chicago because, Shaq, eggs are getting cheaper as well. Talk about this move from the Fed and what it means for people, you know, living their lives like you and the people that you're seeing at the store.
Well, let's be honest here. For folks who are going around the grocery store now, filling up their cart, going to the checkout lane, this Fed decision is not going to determine how much they pay when they come to grocery stores like the one I'm at right now. But when you look at how they feel about those prices and what they see in those prices, yes, that can determine future rate moves and rate adjustments by the Fed. And that is what I've been trying to get a sense of as I've been talking to people here. You see that headline, that inflation is at its lowest rate since March of 2021. Well, when you talk to folks about how they feel about that and whether or not they're feeling that improvement, they're not really there just yet. Listen to some of the conversations I had. They're saying that inflation is easing. Do you feel that?
No, not at all. What you could take $200 and get now, it takes almost $400 when you're shopping.
Yeah, a little level out now, but the food is, some of the food is ridiculous.
And look, that's largely because when you're talking about inflation, you're still talking about prices going up. But you saw from that report yesterday that not all prices are going up. There are some glimmers of hope. You mentioned eggs. They had the biggest monthly drop in decades, down about 13%. Bacon down about 7%. Milk down about 3.5%. So depending on what you put in your grocery, in your bin, that can mean you feel better about things. But overall, it's still that mixed picture and mixed feelings from shoppers, Allie.
Shaq Brewster live for us there. Shaq, good luck with your grocery list as well. Appreciate it. Tonight, some other developing news. We are learning that one of the biggest religious groups, organizations in the country, the Southern Baptist Convention, is moving to ban women from most leadership position in its churches after also overwhelmingly voting to expel 2 of its churches for having women pastors. You're getting a live look now at the Southern Baptist Convention's annual meeting in Louisiana. Remember, this is the country's biggest Protestant denomination. Here's what we know already. More than 10,000 members of the Southern Baptist Convention have voted by a 9-to-1 margin, right? So overwhelming vote to go ahead and confirm the exit of a couple of churches in California, a smaller congregation in Kentucky, both of which were led by women. The pastor in Kentucky had led her church for 3 decades. The Southern Baptist Convention putting out a statement today saying in part the church in Kentucky was, and I'm quoting here, not in friendly cooperation with the SBC because Scripture, quote, reserves the office of pastor for men. Aaron Gilchrist is here to break it all down for us. This is significant. This is newsworthy, Aaron, in a big way, because this is obviously a huge denomination in this country, and this is a huge and significant move for not just those 2 churches, but potentially a lot.
Yeah, for sure. 13 million members in this church across the United States. And for these 2 particular churches, the decision was made by the Executive Committee of the Southern Baptist Convention back in February to remove Saddleback Church in California and Fern Creek Baptist in Louisville, Kentucky, from membership in the Southern Baptist Convention because in the case of Saddleback, there were 3 women who were elevated to roles that gave them the title of pastor. They weren't the senior lead pastor, but they were in these jobs that gave them the title of pastor. And in the case of the church in Louisville, the woman you mentioned had led that church for 3 decades. And so the church said that they were not in friendly cooperation, meaning they're going to be kicked out of the Southern Baptist Convention because they continued to have women in these roles. And we actually heard from the president of the Southern Baptist Convention earlier this afternoon, sort of walking the media through how that decision came to be, how they decided that these 2 churches in particular, along with a couple of others actually that had women in leadership roles, were going to be kicked out, basically.
Linda Popham made a passionate argument from the floor to suggest that there are no limitations based on sex for people being able to serve in any role in the church. And for them, I think what we would say is Southern Baptists and your church are in different places and seem also to be moving in different directions.
This obviously is a huge evangelical church, a conservative church, and they said that this decision was based on essentially in line with Scripture, that they were following the Bible that says, and in particular, they referenced a verse that said that women shouldn't be in positions of authority over men. And that is the driving force behind everything that this church does, not that particular Scripture, but Scripture in general is the driving force. And so to be more aligned with Scripture, they were making this decision for these 2 churches and for the larger organization.
I've just been looking because, again, this is being live streamed, and this is something that so many people are watching. How controversial is it, right? Bigger picture beyond just this denomination, this Protestant denomination, that they're saying, hey, the Scripture says, only men can lead churches.
So I think some of the controversy actually inside the church was members felt like the church was starting to lean too far away from conservative values. There was one quote from one of the members there today where she essentially said that we're not giving in to feminism and liberalism, and we're going to follow the doctrine and make sure that we're doing things in line with that. And so, that is part of the reason that we're seeing this sort of change in direction. One of the votes essentially said that they're going to amend the Constitution. They'll have to do a second vote in order for that to go through, but they'll change their Constitution so that it's more clear that women are not to be in pastor and elder roles within the Southern Baptist Convention. We're not completely clear on what that means for these churches, whether the church is closed now or something else happens here.
Somebody else comes in. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you for being all over that one today. I really appreciate it. Yep. For the first time now since the end of the Cold War, Russia is moving nuclear weapons across its border in a potentially hugely disturbing development in the Ukraine war. The president of Belarus says his country has started taking delivery of those Russian nukes, describing them as 3 times more powerful than the bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Remember, Belarus, which borders some NATO countries, is letting some Russian troops use its land as a kind of base for its attack on Ukraine. Raf Sanchez is joining us now from Ukraine. So, Raf, anytime you hear, Russia, nukes, repositioning in the same sentence, it is obviously cause for concern. Help us calibrate how we should be thinking about this moment here. How close Vladimir Putin may actually be, if at all, to doing something more than simply moving these weapons around.
Yeah, so Hallie, this sounds really alarming, but our read on what's going on here and what seems to be the White House's read is this is Vladimir Putin kind of raising the stakes, pushing ahead the brinksmanship, reminding the world, but also the NATO powers, the U.S., that Russia is a nuclear power. And whatever happens on the battlefield here in Ukraine, a nuclear power can only be pushed so far because they retain, ultimately, the ability to literally destroy the world. So this is Vladimir Putin flexing his muscles, showing that he can surround Ukraine with these nuclear weapons, not just in Russia, but also in neighboring Belarus. Russia retains control over these nuclear weapons. It would ultimately be Vladimir Putin who would make the decision on how they are used. And Hallie, these are what are called tactical nuclear warheads. So they are smaller than the normal strategic warheads, which can make them sound less frightening. But actually, what really alarms nuclear scientists is because they're smaller, a leader might be more tempted to use them. Hallie?
Explain the timing, Raf. Why now?
So things are heating up here on the battlefield in Ukraine. Putin has been talking about this for a while, but he seems to be putting it into action now. The White House is really not eager to get drawn into a kind of game of brinksmanship with Putin here. The messaging has been fairly calm, fairly sober. I want to read you a little bit of what John Kirby from the National Security Council said earlier this week. He said, on Belarus, all I can tell you is we've seen no indications of anything that would force us to change our own posture with respect to nuclear readiness or capabilities. Now, there is a lot of nuclear jargon in there, but what he's saying, in effect, Hallie, is the U.S. has seen no indication that Putin is actually moving closer to using a nuclear warhead, even if he is moving them to Belarus, which is something the White House has said is irresponsible. The U.S. is saying there's no indication right now, at least, that Putin's preparing to press the button.
Just quickly, Raf, what has the reaction been where you are in Ukraine for some of the NATO allies who are in that region, too?
So people here in Ukraine watch extremely closely what happens in Belarus. Russian forces launched part of the initial invasion, the attempt to invade here in Kyiv from Belarus. So what happens there is very closely monitored. From their perspective, Russia has a lot of nuclear weapons just over the border in Russia itself. This isn't necessarily a cause for alarm, but it's being closely watched. Hallie?
Raf Sanchez, there for us in Kyiv. Raf, thank you so much for that reporting and that analysis tonight. Appreciate it. A new study out in just the last couple of hours finds that medications used to treat ADHD, a lot of people may use that, can actually make people who don't have ADHD less productive if they take it. We're talking about stuff like Ritalin, right? It's often prescribed for ADHD, but it's sometimes taken, as you probably know, by people who don't actually have the prescription. Stuff like, hey, I got to cram for an exam. Maybe this will help my focus, my performance here. College students, popular there. But this new study found that overall, people who do not have ADHD but who take Ritalin or similar drugs anyway were actually less accurate. They were less efficient. They took longer. It took them more work to actually finish their tasks. Dr. John Torres is joining us now. Significant study for a lot of people because this idea that, like, I'm just going to say Ritalin or the generic version, but Ritalin can help you study, can help make you more productive if you don't have ADHD is not actually true. How did it get that reputation?
And Hallie, in this case, when they looked at the study, they looked at Ritalin, they looked at Provigil, they looked at Adderall, these medications, and comparing it with a placebo. And I think what is happening in the real world is people see this and how it affects people with ADHD. And what it does is it helps them concentrate. It helps them work better on those single tasks, which is what happens when you go in for an exam. And so the thinking is, okay, if we just transpose that to people who don't have ADHD, it's going to work the same, right? Well, it turns out, according to the study, it doesn't, because they ended up taking 40 people and they gave them each one of those medications over a certain time period and then tried difficult tasks, not the simple math tasks that they've done in prior studies that show it might help with that, but these are tasks that took a lot of thinking and a lot of concentration, and they found out, especially for those, the better you were at those tasks on a placebo or in regular life, the worse you were at those tasks if you took any of these ADHD medications, and that was across the board they found there. And so again, although people think this might work, this study is showing it's doing actually the opposite of that. And I think the reason I think it might work is, again, because it's working on people with ADHD, it should work for everybody else, too.
Dr. John Torres, thank you for that breakdown.
You bet.
Interesting stuff with that new study out today. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, the basic thing that UPS drivers are now getting in their trucks that could keep a lot of them from going on strike. Plus, some new extraordinary details about that plane crash in the Amazon where 4 kids survived more than 40 days. What we're learning about a key part of that rescue mission in the jungle next.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
New details tonight surrounding that absolutely miraculous rescue of 4 kids from the Amazon jungle after 40 days. There's this new report out now from the Colombian officials that details the final moments of that flight. Remember, it was a small plane carrying those kids, carrying 3 adults, including their mother. It apparently ran into engine trouble as it was flying over the jungle. You can see it here. The pilot radioed in a mayday call saying the engine was failing. The pilot decided to try to land in a nearby river. That's when the plane lost contact. We never heard from the pilot again. The plane was later found nose first on the ground in the middle of the rainforest. 3 adults were found inside. They'd been killed. But the kids, they weren't there. They belonged to an indigenous community. They used the jungle to survive, basically. They hid in tree trunks. They foraged for seeds and for fruits. The government says that the kids are on their way to recovery in a hospital in Bogota. They're waiting to hear more from them about what they went through. NBC's Kelly Kobiea is following this for us. We're also hearing tonight from these children's father, Kelly.
Yes, that's right. He said that the kids, that he never lost faith, that the kids are doing well, that they really used their indigenous knowledge to survive in the forest, and just such an incredible story of survival as well. These kids now stable in that hospital, in the military hospital in Bogota, according to the hospital director. They're in good spirits. They're drawing pictures. They're talking about their experience. And incredibly, Hallie, searchers say they had no serious injuries from that plane crash. When they found them in the jungle over the weekend, they were malnourished, they were dehydrated, they were covered with insect bites, but otherwise okay. And, you know, this was an incredible search effort to find them. 150 soldiers and search dogs. It was a cooperation between the military and indigenous guards who really knew the forest and understood how to track in the forest. And they dropped flares. They dropped boxes of food. At one point, even blaring out a message on loudspeakers from the children's grandmother, telling them not to move, to stay in one place, that people were coming to help. Just an incredible story of survival.
So much good news, Kelly, and it is just incredible to think about that. I mean, and to see these kids, the images, the pictures that we're getting out of this. There's also this question of, I think, a rescue dog, right, who was instrumental in this search, as we're told.
Yes, the dog Wilson. We understand that he was part of the search. He was on the trail of the kids, then ran off from his handler on that trail and disappeared, got out of reach from his handler. Searchers now believe that he was actually with the kids maybe for a couple of days. They drew a picture of him when they were drawing these thank you pictures for the military, and that then he wandered off again. So he's still missing somewhere in the jungle. The military says they're still looking. They say no one will be left behind.
Kelly, Kobiea, thank you so much for that reporting and for bringing us that story. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the PGA Tour Commissioner has taken a leave of absence. He's apparently recovering from some kind of a medical condition, according to the tour. They haven't said what it is or how long he'll be out. Remember, this is just a week after the PGA announced that highly controversial merger with Live Golf, which is backed by the Saudis. Number 2, prosecutors say the armorer for Rust was probably hungover when she loaded a live bullet into the gun that killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins. In new court filings, they allege she'd been drinking and smoking marijuana at night during the filming. One of her attorneys told NBC News the prosecution's case is, quote, so weak, they are now resorting to character assassination tactics. This is after her lawyers filed a motion to dismiss her involuntary manslaughter charge. There's a preliminary hearing later this summer. Number 3, officials in Pennsylvania says they will build basically a temporary road to replace part of I-95, the part that, as you see here, collapsed in that fiery crash this weekend. The governor didn't say how long that either the new road, temporary one, or the rebuilding of the highway will take, but said crews are going to work 24/7 until it's done. Number 4, UPS drivers will get air conditioning in their delivery trucks for the very first time, according to a tentative agreement between union leaders and UPS. That's before a vote on a possible strike. It's been a big thing for drivers. NBC News reports more than 100 UPS workers have been hospitalized because they've been getting sick from heat over the last few years. Most UPS delivery trucks bought after January 1st of next year will now be required to have AC. They'll have to have it in there, according to the union statement. Number 4, an asteroid the size of the Brooklyn Bridge will pass by Earth tomorrow. Can I tell you, obviously, because otherwise that would have been the lead of our show, right, if it was going to hit Earth, but it's not. Thank you for that. It is going to get within 2.5 million miles, which I guess in the scheme of things is relatively close. All right, well, now you know. Coming up here on the show, much more to get to, including actually some breaking news that's just coming into us. We're just learning that there is now news in that subway chokehold death. A grand jury has just voted. We're getting one of our reporters to a camera. She'll be with us in a second. Plus, we'll talk about what could be one of the first big laws to regulate AI and intentionally getting up close and personal with sharks. Lots to get to in a minute. Let's get to some breaking news right now. We're learning in the last few minutes that a grand jury has now indicted Daniel Penny in connection with that chokehold death of a man on a New York City subway, according to sources familiar with the matter. They say Penny is now being charged with second-degree manslaughter. You'll remember he was a former U.S. Marine captured on video putting Jordan Neely in a chokehold. We're going to show you just once a short piece of that video now. It is graphic. You can see here Penny holding Neely down on the subway. Again, it was captured by somebody who was standing nearby, and it got national attention in this moment. Penny's attorneys say Neely was trying to protect himself and other passengers and that he never intended to harm Neely. After the indictment, we've reached out to a spokesperson for the DA's office. No comment there. A spokesperson for Penny's legal team also had no comment. Rahema Ellis is joining us now. Rahema, tell us more about what we're learning.
Hallie, what we've learned is what you pointed out, and that is that a grand jury has indicted Daniel Perry in connection Penny, I meant to say, in connection with this choking death of Jordan Neely. And it comes after he was already facing a single indictment on a single count of manslaughter. That manslaughter came as a result of the district attorney's office charging him several days after this incident happened last month. It was an outcry in the city. In many ways, it had polarized people who thought that this former Marine, this young man, a former Marine, was given a pass, if you will, and some of them said they thought it might be based on race, that Daniel Penny is white and Jordan Neely is a young black man who many people pointed out that he was suffering from mental illness and had been on the list of the city for those at greatest risk of mental illness. But once again, we are finding out a grand jury has indicted Daniel Penny on manslaughter charges. What we know is that a spokesman for the district attorney's office has declined to comment at this hour, and a spokesman for Penny's legal team says that they have no comment at this moment for it as well. But this, again, was a case that really polarized the city, and now 2 counts against Daniel, one on the city side, and the grand jury has now indicted him on manslaughter. Hallie?
Rahima Ellis, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. Back to our top story tonight. We have been seeing Donald Trump make the political case for why he thinks he shouldn't face these 36 federal charges for allegedly mishandling classified documents. But what about a legal case, right? How will his lawyers defend him in court? Hidden in his 25-minute speech at Bedminster late last night, his first remarks since that arraignment in Miami, was a clue, several clues, and they have something to do with socks. Here's the breakdown. It's a now familiar phrase from the former president.
And the Clinton socks case, you know what that is, right? The famous socks case. The Clinton socks case.
But what do Bill Clinton's socks have to do with Donald Trump's indictment? Take it back to the 90s and the Clinton administration, when former President Clinton talked and talked to a historian about, well, everything. Politics, diplomacy, Monica Lewinsky, nearly 80 conversations in total, all on tape. The historian, in his book, writing Clinton showed him the tapes in his secret hiding place, the socks drawer of his closet. A conservative group called Judicial Watch sued, saying Clinton's tapes should be considered presidential records and the National Archives should take them back. Clinton argued these tapes were personal and not presidential. In other words, more like a diary. And in 2012, a federal judge sided with him, saying it's not the archives that can designate what's presidential, writing that responsibility is solely left to the president. And that is the argument former President Trump is making now.
We have the Presidential Records Act. It's all under the Presidential Records Act, as it should be.
It's not just a political defense for him, but a legal one. In court filings, his attorneys making the case Mr. Trump used the Presidential Records Act to keep all those classified documents.
But these cases are barely alike.
There's a big difference. The audio tapes, anything that the Clintons allegedly kept, are not agency documents that are labeled as classified.
And that is the biggest distinction here. Mr. Clinton's tapes were not classified government documents, unlike the top secret files Mr. Trump allegedly kept.
Diaries, memories, mementos, journals, anything he creates is personal. These are classified documents that were created by the CIA, by the FBI, by the DOD. So that is a huge distinction.
And that's why Mr. Trump was charged with violating the Espionage Act, because those documents relate to national security. In the Clinton instance, the Justice Department didn't get involved. It was an outside organization that sued. In the Trump case, of course, it's DOJ prosecutors bringing those federal charges. And Mr. Clinton was never subpoenaed for those recordings. Mr. Trump was for his documents, now accused of ignoring that subpoena and keeping the sensitive material.
Arguably, once DOJ got involved, that was the point of no return. If the documents are classified or national defense information, then the Presidential Records Act simply may not provide any protections to anybody who takes those documents and holds on to them and even conceals them.
Multiple legal experts tell us that if Mr. Trump had handed those documents back when the archives asked, it's unlikely he'd be facing charges at all. Let's take it to what's happening overseas now. With the EU today taking a big step towards regulating AI with the draft law passed by European Parliament that would put some new restrictions on some of AI's riskiest uses. What does that mean, right? What's a risky use? They think facial recognition So it would limit the ability of artificial intelligence to recognize your face. They want to be more transparent about data and make sure that AI systems don't make up illegal stuff. They hope to get to a final agreement by the end of the year. And if they do, this would be one of the first big laws to regulate AI and maybe a model for others around the world.
I think we have made history today. We have set the way for the dialogue that we will need to have. We started having with the rest of the world on how we can build responsible AI for our globe.
Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now. Gabe, first in the world, if this passes, it comes after all of these sort of AI developers came out recently. We covered it here on the show, saying that AI could actually potentially pose this like massive nuclear level risk to humanity. Tell us about this proposal and the reaction to it.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, now the reaction is coming in. For example, OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, says it might pull out of Europe if, depending on the final language in this legislation later this year. You mentioned it was a draft law. Now the specifics are being ironed out. But this is a major step, Hallie, as you just described, that the European Union now is on the forefront of regulating AI really across the world. And so many other policymakers globally are looking at what happens here and seeing how it plays out.
What are the big challenges here?
Well, as you said, this is trying to regulate something that is so new that hasn't really been, regulated before. Here in the United States, the U.S. Congress, has been slow to regulate AI, as you know, and is really far behind what the European Union is doing. Just this week at the Senate Judiciary Committee, there was a mother from Arizona who talked about how she was, got a phone call where the scammer apparently tried to convince her that her daughter was calling and asking for help. She says that it turns out the scammer had actually used her daughter's voice offline and created this ruse to try to convince her that she was in danger. Now, U.S. lawmakers are hearing all this, and they're trying to figure out how they can go about regulating tech giants. But as you just saw today, the European Union way ahead of that and really now at the forefront of trying to regulate these big companies. It remains to be seen of how this will be enforced really around the world and whether these companies, might choose to pull out of certain jurisdictions, which you just heard, the maker of ChatGPT wondering if it can continue to operate in Europe if this keeps going.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much for that. Coming up next, proving a point just by showing up. We'll take you inside the reverse boycott in Oakland. Why A's fans trying to save the team from moving say it's the owner who's got to hit the road. That's next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, we are taking a look at this. The first time that a TV crew has done a live shot from underwater inside a shark tank at the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta. Yeah, that's our own Tom Costello, trying to learn more about how to keep your distance when you head to the beach this summer, right, to avoid an attack. Very rare. However unlikely they may be, still often in the news, right? So Tom goes, has this exclusive conversation with Dr. Katie Lyons. She's a shark researcher and Tom's personal underwater guide today. Take a look.
Yeah, so we have 5 different species of shark. So the ones with the big, tall dorsal fin, oh, just right there, look to your right.
Yep, I see it. Oh my gosh.
So
this is just a phenomenal experience to see these sharks up close.
Yeah. It's super cool. I mean, it's, again, a completely different perspective that you get being here underwater with them.
Tom is joining us now. Tom, we're so glad you're back. Welcome home. You know, in the interest of this segment, which is all about a behind-the-scenes look, you got to take us behind the scenes because this is a logistic and technical feat to be able to pull this off. You were good to go for like 2 hours, and I hear that like 8 minutes before your live shot on the Today Show, everything fell apart.
Oh, it was closer than that, actually. Wow. By the way, I still got the water in my ears.
Sure you do.
So literally in the commercial break before they come to me, suddenly my cameraman is going like this. He's underwater with me, right? Something is clearly wrong.
Oh,
He's lost the camera signal. His batteries have died. Oh my gosh, what do we do? We're underwater.
But of course, you've been there for 3 hours, ready to go. And of course,
it's crazy. It always happens like this. So they literally were in this pool with 15 sharks circling, and they bring a guy in a raft who's like canoeing out, or coming out to us with batteries, and my photographer has got his head above water.
Swim up now.
Hands him the camera, puts in new batteries. They bring it back down below the water, and then. Thank goodness, just in the nick of time, Tom's live in Atlanta.
Wow, which is so stressful. And by the way, you're doing it all, as you say, with a dozen+ sharks. Like
I'm going to be precise here. 15 sharks.
And you felt good about that? Like you were cool
listen,
with
it was a phenomenal experience. And you can see that the cage itself is stainless steel and plexiglass.
Was your producer, Jay Blackman, in there with you?
He was in there with us last week, not today. Okay. Today it was pretty much me and the safety diver and the photographer. Incredible experience, though, to see these animals up close, the predators of the, I mean, they are truly incredible species.
Because this is about how a story comes together, people I think are used to seeing you talk about the economy, talking about you, as you point out, you hunted for Russian subs this year, right? Now, here you are hanging with sharks in kind of a beach safety feature. How do you end up, and I'm not asking for personal reasons, but how do you end up assigned to a story like this?
So in this case, Jay Blackman, my producer, had been talking to that aquarium for a long time because he'd been there before.
About this, which is
other cool stuff, right? Yeah. But they said, hey, we've now got the technology. They called him up. We've got the technology. Would you ever want to do a live shot underneath the water, live on TV? So we're not just talking about going down and interviewing somebody. We've now got to create the communication.
You had IFB
underwater,
you could hear,
this thing that we have, right? You got to have the communication all the way up to New York. They've got to hear you. I got to hear them live on the Today Show. It's a massive technical challenge, but they pulled it off. It took a lot of work.
I bet it did. And kudos to the team. And in some ways, kind of a nod to one of our beloved colleagues who has since gone on to his happy retirement. I think of scuba diving. I think of Carrie and those live shots, and him doing all these different kinds of things. You actually chatted with him a bit right before this dive.
I called Carrie. Well, Carrie and I are dear friends, and of course, he's the guy who knows everything about wildlife, especially going into the water. And I was talking to him the night before, last night, in the hotel, and he said, oh, I did that already. I've already done that
There's
live.
Carrie now. We're showing some shots
Wait
of
a minute. You've done this already? You were in this particular tank with the sharks? Well, not so much. It was a whale shark. Okay, but I've got 15 sharks. I said, that was a goldfish compared to what I got. Anyway, he's a dear friend, and he's taught me a lot. So he's now retired, and he can look on with envy But it was a great trip.
That is so fun. Tom Costello, we appreciate you. Thank you for really giving us a behind-the-scenes look at how
Yeah,
that
you
went down.
bet. You bet. By the way, go to my Twitter feed if you want to watch the whole story.
Get that plug in, man.
You can
better.
watch the whole
All
story
right.
on my Twitter feed.
We'll pop up a thing. Thank you, Tom. NBC News covers hundreds of other non-shark related stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, a city near Detroit has banned pride flags on any public property. Some members of the all-Muslim City Council says the pride flag clashes with the way that some of their members believe, some of the faith. One city council member said LGBTQ plus people are welcome and they want to respect people's religious rights. You can still have pride flags on private property. Out of our Western Bureau, check out these crickets, millions of them. Mormon crickets, they're called, taking over parts of Nevada. They move about a mile a day, according to one local agriculture expert there. They're climbing up the walls of houses. They're not really, like, damaging. All you can do, they're just everywhere. All you can do is wait them out. They're going to move on eventually. Also out of our Western Bureau, one family was cleaning out the home of their late father in L.A. and found about 1 million pennies. It's usually about that's $10,000, right? But those aren't just any pennies. The family thinks he hoarded them after the U.S. switched from copper pennies to zinc during World War II. They could potentially be worth a lot more than simply 1 cent each. They put the pennies up for sale. We'll keep you posted on how much they get. Still ahead, Bud Light is no longer the top-selling beer for the first time in more than 2 decades. So what's at play? Does it have to do with that backlash? And how did Modelo get so high on the list? That's next.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are finding out today that for the first time in more than 20 years, Bud Light is no longer the best-selling beer in this country. Modelo Especial is. You can see in this chart we're about to show you here, Bud Light sales going down since March. Modelo sales going up. Bud Light sales are down by like 24% in just the last few weeks. And you know, look at the timeline, right? When did this all start happening? Right around the time that Bud Light partnered with a trans influencer, among many other influencers, for a campaign, like a marketing campaign. That kicked off a huge backlash against Bud Light, led by many conservatives. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver is joining us now. So first of all, Caleb, why Modelo Especial? Like Bud Light clearly having issues with this backlash, this controversy it's been embroiled in for months. Why is it Modelo that's really rising here?
Yeah, well, Modelo has avoided the controversy. Also, Modelo is part of the Modelo group. So Corona's in that, Modelo Negra, Modelo Reserva, a lot of good beers there, very down-the-line advertising campaign, and as cheap an alternative to Bud and Bud Light on the market right now. So good marketing and flooding the market with a lot of beers people like and taking advantage of potentially a PR misstep here by Bud Light, which did not calculate the size of the controversy that it might have created through this ad campaign.
Well, from a business perspective, Caleb, that's also part of what's interesting here. Sometimes you see companies in crisis that can ride out a controversy. Anheuser-Busch has struggled to do that so far. I mean, this was brewing back in March. I think, if I remember correctly, it was a March Madness campaign that they partnered with Mulvaney on. Here we are now. It's mid-June, Caleb, almost.
Yeah, and the stock for Anheuser-Busch is down some 15%, while Modelo, which is part of Constellation Brands, that stock is up 6 or 7%, and the stock market's been rallying. So not only has it eaten away at its sales, which hurts its distributors, who are independent businesses that distribute on that behalf of Bud and Bud Light, it's taken 15% off the share price. That's tens of millions of dollars in the share price alone. So it's taken the hit on the PR front, it's taken the hit on the sales front, and now it's taken the hit on the market value of Anheuser-Busch, and I don't think they intended for that to happen at all.
Can Anheuser-Busch turn it around? What would that take?
I don't know. Usually these things come and go. We've seen it with Gillette. Right. We've seen it with Nike. This one has stuck with us for several months. So you'd think it'd be over by now. We're going into the very heavy beer buying part of the year right now. Very bad news for those distributors, again, of Bud and Bud Light. This could last all summer, but usually, especially with social media, these things come and go. This one has some staying power.
Yeah. Have you seen other brands try to capitalize on this? Like, in other words, has Modelo done anything differently, or that brand, to try to take advantage of this? Or is it just simply, you know, they're kind of the, I don't want to use the word lucky, but like the lucky recipients of a drop in interest in Bud Light?
Yeah, there's some of that, and nobody is really poking a finger at Anheuser-Busch for making this move. I think Barron's want to stay away from this controversy because they've seen how detrimental it's been to Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light specifically.
Caleb Silver, thank you very much. Appreciate it. To tonight's Original Now, an in-depth look at a topic we've been watching. Let's talk about the Oakland A's, right, who may not be the Oakland A's for much longer. Right now, you've got lawmakers in Nevada closing in on a deal to give millions of dollars, taxpayer money, to the team for a stadium in Las Vegas. It's in the hands of the Nevada Assembly right now. The state Senate passed it overnight. The Republican governor says he's going to sign that into law. And that news has been devastating to fans in Oakland, the team's home for 5 decades. You've seen protests all season at the Coliseum, the A's attendance dropping almost as fast as the team's historically bad start to the season. But for one night, overnight, we saw this passionate group of A's fans who wanted to show they care. They want to show they want their team to stay. So they planned a very different kind of boycott. Here's Jake Ward.
It's Tuesday night, usually a slow day for baseball, especially in Oakland. But something strange is going on. The deafening chants of 28,000 fans fill the Oakland Coliseum. All to see a last-place team. Why? Well, because the owners of the A's want to leave Oakland, announcing they plan to abandon the city after 55 years for Las Vegas. The team says they're losing money because fans don't show up. Fans say they're not the problem. The team's doubled ticket prices and traded away beloved players. So they've organized something unusual, a reverse boycott.